Ancient 1 Chapter 1648 to Chapter 1702. Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. You two are so smart. How do you think we should stop them? Fat Tuchuo said with a smirk, didn't you see? As soon as we showed up, Wan Qianqi and Ding Shan stopped fighting. That's intelligence. The crowd was speechless. They thought about it and realized that it was true. They didn't know if these two were really stupid or just pretending. Wan Qianqi said grumpily, what does the internal strife of the Merchant League have to do with you two idiots? Thin Tuchuo said, I don't know who's the idiot here. Ling Bai has already entered the city, and you two are still causing trouble here. You're digging your own grave. What? Everyone's expression changed drastically. Wan Qianqi trembled and said in shock, are you serious? How did you know? Fat Tuchuo said, I saw him fight with Li Yunxiao in the Tianyi Pavilion. Li Yunxiao, everyone's gazes landed on Li Yunxiao, and most of them were astonished. Li Yunxiao cursed, you idiot. I was so focused on dealing with Ling Bai that I didn't notice you hiding nearby. Otherwise, I would have dragged you out and beaten you up. Wan Qianqi said in shock, Fei Yong, is it true? Li Yunxiao said sheepishly, I did meet Ling Bai in the Tianyi Pavilion and exchanged a blow with him. Wan Qianqi's expression changed drastically. He asked unhappily, what happened? Li Yunxiao said, in the end, I was seriously injured and he left. Qianxia asked, what do you think of his strength? Li Yunxiao stared at Qianxia and said, strong, much stronger than when we fought. Everyone fell silent, and the atmosphere was depressing. Li Yunxiao said with a smile, don't worry, everyone. I know Qianxia. He won't do anything he's not sure of. I'm sure he already has a plan. Humph, who can say he's completely confident in dealing with Ling Bai? Wan Qianxian was clearly angry that Li Yunxiao hadn't told him about such an important matter. But Ling Bai is so conceited that he hasn't shown himself even though he's here. Clearly, he's waiting for the beheading assembly in 3 days. What's a beheading assembly? Li Yunxiao asked blankly. Everyone looked even more astonished. Qianxia was speechless. You don't even know about the beheading assembly? Li Yunxiao shook his head and said, whose head do I behead? Ling Bai? Qianxia explained, Dong Men Yuan, ranked second among the Grim Reaper 8 symbols, fell in Red Moon City that day and is already under the control of the Myriad Treasure Tower. They plan to execute him 3 days later. This was also the reason why Lord Wan Qianni was certain that Ling Bai would come. Because Ling Bai was arrogant and conceited enough. Wan Qianqian sneered, now it looks like you really are conceited. In that case, I will set up a formation in 3 days to send him to the next world. Thin Tuchuo said, yeah, such an important matter, and you guys are still messing around here. According to the news that I obtained, in order to teach you guys a lesson, Ling Bai plans on using a bamboo pole to scoop up the heads of your Merchant Alliance's 7 leaders and erect them at the city gates as a warning to others. TSK. What? Everyone all sucked in a cold breath. Thinking of that scene, they could not help feeling a chill from the bottom of their hearts. Cowering before even fighting. Ding Shan's expression changed drastically too and he said fiercely, Thin Tuchuo, where did your news come from? Oh my, I can't say that. Thin Tuchuo covered his mouth with both hands and said, if you want to believe it, then believe it. If you don't, scram. But you can't scram out of Nuyan City either, because your head is also something that Ling Bai wants to take. Fat Tuchuo laughed loudly and said, haha, why can't I say? Tell them that it was this Lord Fatty who inquired about it, let them know this Lord Fatty's prowess. But in my view, Ling Bai's idea absolutely can't be realized. Oh? You have that much confidence in the Merchant Alliance? Thin Tuchuo rolled his eyes and said disdainfully, in my opinion, there will definitely be 7 more heads on the bamboo pole at the city gates in 3 days. The expressions of Wan Qianni and the others changed greatly. Anger was written all over their faces as they stared fiercely at Thin Tuchuo. Fat Tuchuo sneered and said, why don't we make a bet? The loser will have to be a grandson. In the future, when they go out, they will have to crawl on the ground with all 4 limbs and become the winner's mount. Thin Tuchuo trembled violently and said in shock, what a vicious bet. Why are you so confident? Tell me about it. Wan Qianni sneered and said, Thin Tuchuo, be careful of careless talk. How can a stupid donkey like you think? It's still Fat Tuchuo's intelligence that is high and insightful. The two of you have always been inseparable, how can there be such a big difference in intelligence? Fat Tuchuo laughed proudly and said, haha, Lord Wanqiani is right. Because Zhu Qishui and Su Wansan are already dead, their corpses burned by Ding Shan. Even if Ling Bai had extraordinary abilities, he definitely wouldn't be able to gather 7 heads. So I think that in 3 days, there will only be 5 heads hanging on the bamboo pole at the city gate. Wanqiani, Thin Tuchuo was shocked and hurriedly said, it's really like that. TSK, luckily we didn't make a bet. He placed his hands on his chest with a look of horror and lingering fear. Wanqiani shouted angrily, 2 idiots, scram in 3 breaths. Otherwise, I'll hang your heads on the city gate first. Violent energy directly manifested from his body and condensed into 2 bright red saber projections, which mercilessly slashed at the 2 people's heads. Fat and Thin Tuchuo were startled and shouted loudly before turning into a streak of light and instantly disappearing without a trace. Boom! The 2 saber projections slashed empty air, causing countless green bricks on the ground to fly up and 2 terrifying cracks to appear in the distance. Xianxia said, "My lord, please calm down. Don't be angered by those 2 idiots. The most important thing now is to quickly practice the formation and ensure that we can kill Ling Bai." Wanqiani was clearly quite angry. His chest heaved violently for a while before he gradually calmed down. He turned around and said, Ding Shan, you heard what I said just now. You and I are already on the same boat. You're a smart man. Ding Shan slowly said, if the Fat and Thin Tuchuo hadn't said it, I would have thought that you were deliberately trying to provoke me. With Ling Bai's temperament, he can indeed do such a thing, and it's very likely that he will. As a last resort, I can only join forces with you to fight the enemy. Xianxia was overjoyed. With Brother Ding Shan's sincere participation, our chances of victory have increased a bit. Wanqiani nodded. Ding Shan's strength can indeed be of great use. But the premise is that he must be sincere. If he still plays tricks at this time, it's tantamount to courting death. Ding Shan sneered. Don't worry, Wanqiani. I know what's important and what's not. I'm confident in dealing with you, but I can't be careless against Ling Bai. Wanqiani snorted heavily. That's good. Let's go back and start setting up the formation. 3 days from now, he won't be able to return. Li Yunxiao suddenly said, I'm very curious about the Fat and Thin Tuchuo's behavior. They wouldn't come to Nuyan City for no reason. Moreover, from the communication they've received, it's likely that Ao Chongkong is here as well. What's his goal then? Wanqiani said, that's right. This matter is indeed worth discussing. But there's no time to think about it. Let's deal with Ling Bai first. Li Yunxiao nodded and looked at Ding Shan, saying coldly, where's Ling Ling? If you don't bring her out today, I don't care if you're on the same side or if you're Ling Bai or Ling Hei, I'll destroy your heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce. Ding Shan's face darkened with anger. Wanqiani recalled his promise to Li Yunxiao and immediately said, Ding Shan, that Ding Ling isn't your daughter, and she's in love with Fei Yang. Why don't you help them? Ding Shan said, of course I can help them. It's just that Li Yunxiao isn't tactful. My heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce's door has always been open to him. Li Yunxiao said coldly, what a joke. Ling isn't your daughter, so I naturally have to bring her away. What does this have to do with your heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce? Ding Shan, this young master doesn't have time to chat with you. I'll leave it at that. I can't take Ling away today. I'll kill that old scoundrel first, then raise the heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce to the ground. Impudent. Ding Shan was enraged and said sternly, do you really think you're Emperor Wu who destroys armies? You can try if you're right. Li Yunxiao didn't give in at all. He said coldly, there are many people in this world who can stop me, but you, Ding Shan, are definitely not among them. Preposterous. Then I'll have to witness the prowess of Emperor Wu who destroys armies. Ding Shan turned hostile on the spot and pointed a finger. A yellow light broke out from his fingertip and pierced through space. Clang, Wanqiani raised his crimson dragon staff and blocked that finger light. He advised, this is a critical moment. Why panic for a woman who has nothing to do with you? Ding Shan, don't be foolish. Ding Shan's face darkened. How could he not understand this logic? However, he was already a divine transcendence expert, yet he was still being threatened by Emperor Wu. Moreover, it was done in front of so many people. He couldn't vent his frustration. Tianjue, bring that girl to him and exchange for old scoundrel. Ding Shan flicked his sleeves and left. He was clearly very angry. Seeing that Ding Shan had compromised, Li Yinxiao secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He wasn't afraid of fighting with Ding Shan, but he didn't know Ding Ling-er's whereabouts. He was afraid that if he angered Ding Shan, Ling-er would be in even more danger. However, it seemed that his gamble had paid off. Now, this result could be considered to be a happy one. Wan Qianni led everyone away and began to practice the formation. Li Yinxiao followed Tianjue to exchange for Ding Shan. Ding Shan returned to the headquarters and directly walked into a secret room. It was unknown whether it was an illusion or a real setting, but it was actually a forest. There was a trickling stream inside, and a stone path led to a small thatched hut. Kangwu Qiong was currently reading a scroll in front of the hut. Incense was burning in the air. The fat and thin monks have also come to Nuyen City. Ding Shan sat down at the stone table and picked up the teapot to pour himself some tea. The jade green tea overflowed with spirit qi and refreshed the mind. Kangwu Qiong wasn't moved. He only lightly flipped a page of the book and said, "The whole world is paying attention to what happened in Nuyen City. I won't be surprised no matter who comes." Oh? Then what do you think of the current situation? Ding Shan picked up a cup of fragrant tea and drank it in one gulp. There was a smile on his face, and he no longer had the sullen expression from before. It was as if he was a completely different person. Kangwu Qiong put down the book and said with a light smile, "You're quite scheming. You pretend to be insufferably arrogant outside, but you're actually very cautious and cautious. Even though you've stepped into divine transcendence, you're neither servile nor overbearing. How terrifying. Haha, arrogance leads to loss while modesty benefits. I understand this logic." Ding Shan sipped his tea and smiled. There are many people who surpass me in this world. I don't have anything to be proud of. Kangwu Qiong also picked up his teacup and blew on the steam, which emitted a thick fragrance. Only then did he take a sip. It's important to know one's own limits. Unfortunately, there aren't many people like that. Ding Shan smiled bitterly. Those who know their limits can at most live a little longer. Only those with absolute strength can stand tall. I wanted to stay out of this, but the fat and thin monks said that Ling Bai wants to take the heads of the 7 chiefs. It's really an unexpected disaster. I can't avoid it even if I want to. Kangwu Qiong smiled. Didn't you also agree to deal with Ling Bai back then? Ding Shan said, that was to cover up the pill refinement so that Myriad Treasure Tower could fully prepare for the battle without worrying about me. Otherwise, with my personality, why would I do such a rash thing? Kangwu Qiong nodded. This is indeed a good opportunity. Otherwise, why would Wan Qianni keep a close eye on 18 Emperor Jiuxing pill refinement? But now, there's no turning back. We can only take it one step at a time. Ding Shan asked, do you think we can beat Ling Bai? Kangwu Qiong said, not us, but you. If we work together, we can naturally do it. Wan Qianni is very powerful, and he's not alone. Not to mention, I can't even see through you, Ding Shan. Ding Shan laughed. Lord Kangwu Qiong must be joking. I'm just a merchant without any backing. I've walked carefully until now. Coupled with Lord's support and good opportunities, I managed to cross the threshold of the martial path. Even so, I'm just an ant in front of a truly powerful figure like Lord. Kangwu Qiong's eyes flashed as he stared at Ding Shan. It's precisely because you don't have any backing that you reached this step by hiding your strength and biding your time. If there's anyone in the Merchant Alliance that can make me wary, it's only you and Wan Qianni. Ding Shan was surprised. Wan Qianni is actually so powerful that he can make Lord Kangwu Qiong wary? Kangwu Qiong smiled and said, Wan Qianqian's background is quite impressive. You'll find out if you have the chance in the future. Ding Shan said, fine, since Darren is unwilling to say, then there must be something hidden. I'm just thinking about how to survive this crisis. Kan Guqiang smiled and said, with your abilities, even if you can't defeat them, you should be able to protect yourself. As for the fat and skinny monks, Ao Chong Kong was probably here to watch the show. After all, Wan Qianyi's declaration to encircle and annihilate Ling Bai is a major event that will shake the world. Who wouldn't want to come and take a look? Ding Shan sighed, we can only take it one step at a time. It's a pity that Ding Ling was the perfect chess piece to control Li Yunxiao, but she's completely lost her usefulness after Wan Qianyi's antics. Kan Guqiang's expression turned serious for the first time. He said, don't touch Li Yunxiao for now. He has the mandate of heaven and is very strange. It'll be very difficult to kill him. Ding Shan's heart skipped a beat. He said, judging by the look on your face, do you have an idea as well? Kan Guqiang looked up at Ding Shan. The serious expression on his face immediately disappeared, and a calm smile appeared on his face. He said, Ding Shan, you're trying to get information out of me. Ding Shan smiled and said, since you're not saying anything, I'll take it as an admission. Kan Guqiang said, it's better for you to know less about some things. You don't have to worry too much about Ling Bai. Wan Qianxian is very resourceful. Even if he can't defeat them, he will be able to protect himself. Ding Shan cupped his fists and said, thank you for your guidance, Lord Kangwu. Kan Guqiang nodded slightly and said no more. He picked up his book and continued reading. Outside the Tianyi pavilion, Li Yunxiao and Su Lianyi waited quietly with old Lai. A moment later, Tianjue came with Ding Ling. Ding Ling's face was still full of confusion. She did not know what had happened. She only calmed down when she saw Li Yunxiao. Big brother Yunxiao, old Lai, what's going on? Ding Ling immediately returned to Li Yunxiao's side. She felt nervous when she saw the hostility between the two groups. Li Yunxiao sighed. He caressed her forehead lovingly and said, fate is always unpredictable. Ling you have to be mentally prepared. Ding Ling's heart skipped a beat. She said, did big brother Yunxiao and my father have a falling out? It's okay. I'm here to help. Any problem can be solved. Li Yunxiao's heart ached. He did not know what to say. Ding Ling turned around and grabbed old Lai. She asked anxiously, old Lai, what's going on? Old Lai heaved a long sigh. He cupped his fists and said, take care of yourself, young mistress. He turned around and left with Tianjue. Ding Ling was left in a daze, her mind a mess. What's going on? Su Lianyi also sighed. She held Ding Ling's hand and said, Ding Shan is not your biological father. Your brother, Ding Peng, was killed by Ding Shan. Ding Ling's body trembled. Her brain almost short-circuited. She could barely stand straight. What? What did you just say? Li Yunxiao glared at Su Lianyi. His face was gloomy. No matter who it was, they would not be able to accept such a thing. He lovingly held Ding Ling in his arms. He said softly, Su Lianyi is telling the truth. His chest was soaked with tears. Ding Ling's cries came from his arms. She was sobbing uncontrollably. Li Yunxiao stood still. He did not say anything to comfort her. He only kept caressing her hair, letting her feel his presence. Because at this moment, any words would be useless. Only the passage of time could gradually wash away the pain. Gradually, the moon rose to the top of the city wall. Ding Ling's cries were already hoarse and almost inaudible. Then, she finally fell asleep. Su Lianyi said softly, Lord Yunxiao, I'll take care of Miss Ling Wan Qian will send someone to ask you to come over earlier. Li Yunxiao waved his hand. He carried Ding Ling and said, it's fine. I'll take care of her. You can go now. Su Lianyi sighed. She did not want to disturb him anymore. She turned around and left. A light flashed between Li Yunxiao's brows. He carried Ding Ling and stepped into the world deity's monument. He came to the place where Narcissus was cultivating. He said, Narcissus, I'll leave Ling to you for now. I've added a seal on her body. It can reduce her pain. She should sleep for a long time. Previously, Li Yunxiao had communicated with Narcissus. She was the only woman in the entire world deity's monument. She was the most suitable person to take care of Ding Ling Narcissus's tears flowed down. She said softly, Sister Ling is so pitiful. Li Yunxiao said, everyone has different opportunities. Everyone has their own destiny. This is a calamity that she is destined to face. She has to bear it herself. Narcissus covered Ding Ling with a blanket. She said, I'll take good care of Sister Ling. Brother Yunxiao, don't worry. Li Yunxiao nodded. He looked at Ding Ling's tear-stained face. She was as thin as a yellow flower. He could not help but feel sad. He disappeared into the world deity's monument in a flash. He looked at the sky alone. He pondered for a while. Then, he turned into a bolt of lightning and went to the treasure tower. Suddenly, the sky pressed down layer by layer. It was as if it was collapsing. Countless storms were stirred up and swallowed the bolt of lightning. Li Yunxiao's expression changed. A sword aura shot out from his fingertip and split the storm. The terrifying power was split into two. He leaped and appeared 100 feet away. The terrifying power of the tornado was still spreading in the sky. He could not see anything. Li Yunxiao's pupils contracted. With his wondrous spell spirit eyes, he immediately saw where the enemy was. Then, he stabbed. With his cold sword. The sword aura was like a rainbow. It split the sky. Pissed. All the storms were annihilated by this sword, and a figure flashed out of the void, changing his movement technique to escape. Li Yunxiao laughed coldly and said, So, it's you. Stay here. His body flashed. He appeared in front of that person and blocked his way. That person was greatly shocked. He suddenly stopped and said with an embarrassed smile, as expected, it's Gu Feiyong. Impressive, impressive. The smiling face was actually Fat Tuchuo. Li Yunxiao pointed his sword at him. His killing intent surged. He said in a cold voice, there's something even more impressive. Then have a taste of your head. Fat Tuchuo felt the edge of the sword and hurriedly retreated in fear. He said while trembling, Gu Feiyong, don't mess around. I was just joking with you. Li Yunxiao said coldly, a joke can easily kill someone. Fat Tuchuo hurriedly said, I know. I won't dare to do it again in the future. Li Yunxiao frowned slightly and said, looks like you're not stupid? You still know how to be afraid of death? Hee hee. Fat Tuchuo giggled. That appearance was harmless to humans and animals. The space beside him turned slightly. Thin Tuchuo also appeared. He said, Gu Feiyong, sorry. I didn't look after him well and let him escape. I'll bring him back right now. The two of them turned into flying lights and were about to leave when a bone-penetrating chill attacked them. Their bodies trembled and they transformed into their real bodies again. Sword aura filled the sky. A sea of swords rippled in the vast sky. You can leave just because you're sorry? Then I'll chop off your dog heads first. Then I'll apologize to the two of you. Li Yunxiao said coldly. Fat and Thin Tuchuo looked at him with his sword in hand. Their faces turned pale. They hastily said, don't mess around. Don't mess around. Thin Tuchuo anxiously said, it's just a joke. Can't you take a joke? You're really narrow-minded. Li Yunxiao said, that's right. I'm narrow-minded. I'll take revenge for the smallest grievance. Whoever dares to touch a strand of my hair, I'll chop off one of his legs. The cold light on the sword shone down. It swayed between the two men's legs. The two of them were so scared that they trembled. They immediately covered their third leg with cold sweat. Fat Tuchuo trembled and said, You, what do you want before you're willing to let it go? Li Yunxiao said, first tell me whether Ao Chongkong is here or not. Next, tell me your intention in making a move against me. Intention? What intention could there be? I was just joking with you. Who knew you would be so easily joked with? Fat Tuchuo said, feeling wronged. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have joked with you. How disappointing. Thin Tuchuo nodded and said, we don't know whether our young master has come or not. I see. Li Yunxiao waved his sword leisurely and said, you mean that Ao Chongkong probably hasn't come, so even if I kill you now, it won't matter, right? His eyes emitted a cold glint as he stared at the two of them. His murderous aura was so strong that it almost penetrated their bodies. The two of them were startled and hurriedly shook their heads and said, "No, no. Our young master is in the city. If you kill us, our young master will certainly make you pay with your life." "Oh, so Ao Chong Kong has come." Li Yunxiao restrained his murderous aura and calmed down. The expressions of the fat and thin Tuchuo changed slightly and they covered their mouths with their hands. Li Yunxiao said, "The second question, what are your intentions in attacking me?" Fat Tuchuo said angrily, "Didn't I already say that I was joking with you?" They had accidentally leaked the secret, so they were very angry. "Oh, you were joking? In that case, I will also play with you too. If I accidentally kill two wise men, it will be a great loss to the heavenly martial arts realm," Li Yunxiao said leisurely. He threatened them once again and released his sword energy. The two of them clenched their teeth. Thin Tuchuo said angrily, "Just kill us. Even if you kill us, we won't say anything. Our young master will definitely avenge us. You won't live for long." "Oh, even if I kill you, you won't say anything. It seems like you are not joking." Li Yunxiao made a sign with one hand and the sword energy in the sky disappeared. He said, "I already know. You two can leave now." Thin Tuchuo was speechless. Fat Tuchuo suddenly shouted and clapped his hands, taking pleasure in their misfortune. He said, "Haha, thin monkey, you leaked the secret. You are dead." Thin Tuchuo said angrily, "Don't slander me. I didn't say anything. If you dare to wrongly accuse me, I won't let you off." Fat Tuchuo said, "It was obviously you who divulged it to Gu Feiyang. Let's see how Gongzi deals with you, haha. You are slandering me. I'll kill you." Thin Tuchuo let out a wild roar and attacked as soon as he said he would. Countless sharp blades appeared around his body and flew over. "Humph, do you think I'm afraid of you?" Fat Tuchuo also shouted loudly. His four limbs spread out, his skin seemed to swell up, and a faint golden radiance emerged on the surface. Li Yunxiao's pupils constricted. The martial technique that Fat Tuchuo executed at this moment was also a powerful body technique, but it was clearly not the tyrannical heaven-tempering art. Bang! 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 Fat Tuchuo's fist struck out impressively, it was incomparably ferocious. Those sharp blades were all smashed to pieces, and there were even quite a few that landed on his body that exploded. "Damned monkey, go to hell." Fat Tuchuo fiercely sucked in a breath of air, and several of the major acupuncture points on his body suddenly sunk in. A hurricane violently rose up, and the space within a radius of several dozen zhang was completely sucked into it. "The one who is going to die is you." Thin Tuchuo's anger also soared to the sky. The figures in the sky flickered, and countless blades flew in all directions. Under the impact of the two forces, the power that could destroy heaven and earth instantly expanded by several times. Li Yunxiao also suffered from the impact, and he was directly forced back several hundred zhang. However, his expression did not change, and the corner of his mouth was still curled up into a smile. He softly said, "Are these two fools really stupid or are they pretending to be stupid?" A demonic light flickered in Tsutsumi's eyes as he stared at the storm. The wind and clouds surged, and the heaven and earth changed color, but the figures of the two people had already disappeared. "Ao Chong Kong, are you really here to watch the show?" Li Yunxiao lightly laughed and said, "You made the fat and thin Tuchuo attack me because you want to see this young master's indestructible golden body, right? TSK, I just won't show it. Let's see what you can do to me. If you have the ability, then do it yourself." Li Yunxiao's mocking voice reverberated in the air, and his figure disappeared without a trace. In front of the myriad treasure pagoda, all the buildings had been demolished, revealing a huge empty space. Hundreds of figures constantly shuttled back and forth, and a strange power constantly appeared between them, layer upon layer, appearing very messy. Qin Zhongxi sat cross-legged in the air, constantly forming all kinds of spell seals. His lips were trembling rapidly, and all kinds of musical notes were transmitted out, directing every link. In a pavilion of the myriad treasure pagoda, Wan Qianni and the others were watching attentively, their expressions very calm. Han Junting watched for a while, then said, "This formation is really mysterious, mysterious within mysteries, and full of changes. I can't see through it at all. It's really powerful." Wan Qianni said, "So what if it's powerful? I don't know how much of the formation's power can be exerted, but I'll be satisfied with just 10%. 10%? Han Zhenting exclaimed, just what kind of formation is this? Just 10% of the formation's power can kill Ling Bai? Wan Qianni said, head shopkeeper, have you heard of the 3 great ancient ominous formations? Han Zhenting said, I don't know much about formations, so I don't know the details. But since it can become one of the 3 great ancient ominous formations, it must have world-shaking abilities. Suddenly, a voice was heard, filled with extreme astonishment. Could it be the Great Rebirth Extreme Bliss formation? As the voice landed, Li Yunxiao's figure also appeared. His eyes were filled with astonishment, and he stared unblinkingly at Qin Zhongxi as he displayed the formation, as if he wanted to record the formation's power. Great Rebirth Extreme Bliss formation? Han Zhenting and Qianxing both had blank expressions, and they looked at Li Yunxiao at the same time. Wan Qianni, on the other hand, was extremely shocked. He then laughed loudly and said, haha, Fei Yang is indeed a genius. You've also studied such an obscure, long-lost formation? Li Yunxiao felt ashamed in his heart. It was just that he had just arrived and heard a discussion about formations, so he imprinted the formation in front of him into his mind through Tsutsumi and displayed it on the world deity stele for Pu Jinshan to see. In addition to the 3 great ancient ominous formations, with Pu Jinshan's attainments in formations, it was naturally not difficult for him to recognize it. At that moment, Pu Jinshan was so excited that he was kneeling on both knees, begging Li Yunxiao to display the complete formation to him. That was why Li Yunxiao was so focused on watching it, causing Wan Qianni to think that he was proficient in it, which was why he was extremely shocked. I've only heard of it, but I never thought that I would actually be able to see it with my own eyes. It's really incredible. On the other hand, Brother Qianni, the 10,000 treasure tower's wealth is beyond imagination. He looked at Wan Qianni meaningfully. Wan Qianni chuckled and said, since it's the world's #1 merchant association, it naturally has some collection. In addition, I'm very interested in these ancient items, so it's only natural that I have some incomplete copies. Incomplete? Could it be that this Great Rebirth Extreme Bliss formation isn't complete? Han Zhenting said in surprise. Qianxing frowned and said, if it's an incomplete formation, would there be a huge flaw, causing it to fall short of success at the last moment? Wan Qianni smiled lightly and turned his gaze to Li Yunxiao, saying, what does Fei Yang think about it? Li Yunxiao said, just now, Brother Qianni said that this formation only needs to unleash 10% of its full power to kill Ling Bai. Then whether it's complete or not isn't important. For example, there are 10,000 kinds of transformations in the formation, and it's enough to unleash 100 of them. Concentrating on studying these 100 kinds of transformations is instead better than biting off more than one can chew. Not bad. Wan Qianni praised, Fei Yang has always been the person I admire the most, seeing through the crux of it at a glance. If any one of the 3 great ancient ominous formations were to descend upon the mortal realm again, it would be enough to destroy the world. Destroy the world? Qianxing said in shock, it's hard to imagine how powerful that would be. The spiritual qi and laws of heaven and earth would all change tremendously. I'm afraid that such a terrifying thing would be hard to reappear again. Wan Qianni nodded. Exactly. The reason why I arranged the formation at the last minute is because I don't have much control over the formation. 3 days is enough for me to rehearse it all. If it's too early, I'm afraid it might cause trouble. Humph, I didn't expect Ling Bai to be so arrogant. He deserves to die. Anger appeared on Wan Qianni's face. Ling Bai had appeared in Nuyan City, but he was quietly waiting for the beheading ceremony. It was clear that he didn't care about them at all. Li Yunxiao said, it seems that Grand Elder Qin Zhongxi hasn't learned many transformations. He's probably only learning according to his abilities. Wan Qianni said, that's right. Haste makes waste, and biting off more than one can chew. It's enough to rehearse 10% of the transformations. He took out a light blue storage pouch from his sleeve. There were circles of formations embroidered with golden thread and sealed at the mouth of the pouch. Clearly, it was extremely precious. Fei Yang, this is the eternal wood you wanted. I flipped through some ancient texts. Eternal wood, extreme northern ice essence, true spirit blood, 10 directions qi, and 3,600 top-grade materials. It should be for refining divine steel, right? Among them, the most difficult to find and almost extinct are those four. Li Yunxiao was inwardly shocked by Myriad Treasure's pagoda's ability. He even knew about divine steel and could casually name a few other materials. What is divine steel? Han Zhenting frowned. She could be considered very knowledgeable, but she had never heard of it. Moreover, it was something that Li Yunxiao needed, so she was even more cautious. A very powerful 10th grade item. It's probably the hardest metal in the world. Wan Qianni smiled. It's just that refining it is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Fei Yang only wanted the eternal wood and extreme northern ice essence from me. I'm afraid that the other two items, the 10th grade energy and true spirit blood, have already been found. Li Yunxiao smiled. Although there are few 10th grade energies, there are still many items left. I have the 10th grade divine grass that New Yan City's Myriad Treasures Pagoda auctioned last time. As for the true spirit blood, Myriad Treasures Pagoda's intelligence is unparalleled in the world. Even the sacred regions sighs at their inferiority. You should know what I'm thinking. Oh? Wan Qianni smiled. Could it be that Fei Yang has designs on that Scarlet Moon City Lord? Han Zhenting and Qianxing's hearts skipped a beat. The new Scarlet Moon City Lord, Luo Qingyun, possessed 10th grade dragon blood. This news had already spread throughout the world. Level 10 ancestral reversion bloodline was bound to be a peerless powerhouse in the future. There was almost no doubt about it. Li Yunxiao smiled. I have some friendship with that Luo Qingyun. Next time I go ask for some blood, he most likely won't refuse. Behind him, Qian Wudi sighed ruefully. Back then, he had charged into Mount Meru and fought the demon lord to the death with them. Now, he had been left far behind. Wan Qianni said, then only the extreme northern ice essence is left. I hope that Fei Yang can find it soon and refine divine steel to broaden my horizons. Li Yunxiao smiled. This kind of thing can only depend on fate. I hope that day will come. Now that he already had the eternal wood, Li Yunxiao was satisfied. This was the main material to refine God-refined steel. Even without the blood of true spirit and the ice essence of the extreme north, he could at least refine a pseudo-level God-refined steel. This would give Mudi a body for the time being. If there's nothing else, I'll go and figure out the structure of this eternal wood, Li Yunxiao said. Fei Yang, don't worry. If there's anything, I'll inform you immediately. With our friendship, there's no need for me to be polite. Alright, Li Yunxiao responded and disappeared from the pavilion. The next moment, he found a secret room and entered the world god steel. Lord Ling Mudi, I'd like to see you. Li Yunxiao called out to Mudi from 10,000 feet away. In a few breaths' time, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was Mudi's original form, formed from a soul body. It was much stronger than the last time. They met. Li Yunxiao was shocked and said happily, "Congratulations, Lord. It seems that the Starlight Soul refining technique is very effective?" Mudi said, "Yes, it's not bad. Thanks to this thing, I can recover so quickly. I didn't expect there to be such a treasure in your world god steel." Li Yunxiao was stunned and didn't know what was going on. Mudi casually grabbed, and suddenly, there was a baby-like scream. The Kunwa divine number spirit child was caught in his hand. It kept changing its original form, and it was in great pain. Li Yunxiao said in shock, "It's Xiao Wu." "Lord, you took him." Mudi said, "Don't worry, I won't do anything to him. I'm still hoping that he can help me recover completely. It's a pity that he's still too young. He should have just been reborn." Li Yunxiao thought that the Kunwa divine tree was also very pitiful after following him. Every time it gathered some power, it would be taken away. He couldn't help but feel guilty. "Xiao Wu, stop struggling. Follow Uncle Mudi well. He needs your soul power urgently, so just obediently let him take it. I'll repay you in the future." Li Yunxiao comforted him. Soul power extraction? Ling Mudi frowned and said coldly, "How vulgar and low class. How could I use such a despicable method? I am cultivating together with Wu Kuan's soul body, using his indestructible soul body to strengthen myself." Soul and body dual cultivation? Li Yunxiao was stunned for a moment, and a strange expression appeared on his face. He could not help but take a step back. Ling Mudi shouted angrily, "What nonsense are you talking about? It's joint cultivation, not dual cultivation. What kind of filthy things are in your head?" Only then did Li Yunxiao heave a sigh of relief. He smiled embarrassedly and said, "So it's joint cultivation. What kind of joint cultivation method? Could it be?" He suddenly thought of the soul devourer sex soul battle technique, the fusion of two souls to unleash an extremely strong power. Ling Mudi roughly explained it. Although it was slightly different, it was indeed not far from the soul battle technique. Li Yunxiao raised his eyes and looked at Xiao Wu strangely. He thought to himself, this thing is actually so useful, but I didn't know about it. He was extremely vexed. If he had known this, he would have already reached the peak of Formula Path, and he would not be weaker than Yuan Gaohan. Xiao Wu's body trembled, and he shivered for no reason. He looked at Li Yunxiao in fear, as if he had sensed something. Li Yunxiao immediately revealed a charming smile and said amiably, "Don't be afraid, good boy." Xiao Wu was so scared that he almost cried. Ling Mudi asked curiously, "Why does he seem to be very afraid of you? Could it be that you've extracted his soul before?" "Hee, how could that be?" Li Yunxiao nodded and chuckled. "This child is not very obedient. I've always been stricter with him, so it's normal for him to be afraid of me." Ling Mudi said, "This fusion technique is very beneficial to both of us. It's a pity that he has just undergone nirvana, and his soul is not strong enough." "What a pity." He couldn't help but sigh. Otherwise, he could rely on this tree to recover his soul to its peak. Although he was slowly recovering now, it would be very difficult to return to the state he was in 100,000 years ago. Li Yunxiao said, "Don't be discouraged, Lord. Although it's clear that people get opportunities. As long as we continue to work hard and never give up, the heavens will take care of us." "That's right." Ling Mudi swept away his dejection and looked at Li Yunxiao with admiration. He said, "No wonder the World God Monument recognized you as its master. It's not without reason." Li Yunxiao took out a storage bag and a large amount of various materials, which he handed over. "This is," Ling Mudi scanned the materials with his divine sense and closed his eyes to identify them one by one. After a while, he opened his eyes, and there was a gleam of surprise in them. He said, "It's missing the extreme North Eye spirit and the real spirit blood." Li Yunxiao said, "That's right. These should be enough for Lord to refine supreme level God smelting steel, right?" "That's right." Ling Mudi was overjoyed. "I didn't expect you to find everything. If you can refine supreme level God smelting steel, it'll be enough for my body. If I'm lucky enough to find the extreme North Eye spirit and the real spirit blood in the future, it won't be too late for me to become a true god." Li Yunxiao said, "I have a presumptuous request. Can I let another friend watch me when I refine it? It's the Starlight Soul skill that he taught me." "Of course. In that case, I should be grateful to him," Ling Mudi immediately agreed. Li Yunxiao heaved a sigh of relief. His promise to Yuan Gaohan was not in vain. In the future, it would be easier to talk to him if he wanted to exploit him for anything. Ling Mudi said, "I'll go and prepare now. Let that friend come with you. Let Bei Chennan watch as well." After he finished speaking, the 1,000-mile barrier dispersed and Ling Mudi's figure disappeared. Li Yunxiao immediately sent a telepathic message to the two of them. In fact, he was completely capable of breaking the barrier that Ling Mudi had set up. There were very few people in the Universe God Monument who could defeat him. But it was obvious that he respected Senior Demon Sealer from 100,000 years ago. He wouldn't go against his rules. After a short while, the place where Ling Mudi was practicing shone brightly. From time to time, it would scatter into 9 colored lights. The lights kept changing in the sky and changing into different shapes. The multicolored light lasted for 2 days before it slowly dissipated, and the sky became clear once again. On the ground, a red glaze kept changing shapes. It shone with 9 colored lights. It was exquisite. Li Yunxiao and Yuan Gaohan held their breaths. They stared at the glaze without blinking. Bei Chennan was watching calmly. He didn't show any expression. "This is the best I can do." Ling Mudi's soul body flickered. He had consumed too much energy in the past 2 days. It was difficult for him to maintain his form. It's worse than I expected. Firstly, the environment in the Universe God Monument is different from the realm of heaven martial arts. Secondly, I'm not as strong as before. This is the best I can do. Bei Chennan said calmly, "My lord, you don't have to be too harsh on me. I've done very well. Moreover, in the current realm of heaven martial arts, this level of inferior divine steel is as strong as a phoenix's feather. It's enough." Ling Mudi said, "I hope so. With my current power, after I get the extreme North Ice essence and the real spirit blood, I don't know if I can upgrade it to the real divine steel. Li Yunxiao, and this friend over here, both of your spirit powers are very strong. I hope that you can lend me a hand next time. Are you willing?" The two of them trembled. They recovered from the shock and nervousness of the past 2 days. Li Yunxiao said, "I'm willing to help you, my lord." "What about you?" Ling Mudi looked at Yuan Gaohan and said, "Your soul power is stronger than Li Yunxiao's. You're only one step away from becoming a divine refinement master. If you can help me, I can teach you my experience of becoming a divine refinement master. Are you willing?" Becoming a divine refinement master. Yuan Gaohan trembled violently. He was so excited that his eyes were brimming with tears. He sobbed and said, "I'm willing. I'm willing, my lord." Even if he didn't have the temptation of becoming a divine refinement master, he would still be willing. He had never seen a divine refinement master before in his life. It had a great impact on his heart and magic path. He didn't expect to be able to participate next time. Not only that, but he could also listen to the experience of becoming a divine refinement master. He was so happy that he almost fainted. He kept pinching his face. He felt like he was dreaming. Ling Mudi smiled and said, "You're very talented. You're able to reach this step. It's obvious that you're dedicated to magic path. I admire you. If you have any questions in the future, you can ask me anytime." Thank you, my lord. Thank you, senior." Yuan Gaohan was so excited that tears streamed down his face. He kept waving his hands and feet. He didn't know what to say. Ling Mudi waved his hand and said, "You can leave. I'm a bit tired. After I recover, I'll start to refine my body. At that time, I'll also refine the stone beast's adamantine body. It'll be my thanks to it." A barrier's power flickered. Li Yunxiao and the others were teleported 1,000 miles away. The barrier was activated once again. No one was allowed to enter. Yuan Gaohan was still in a daze. He felt like everything that had happened in the past 2 days wasn't real. Yunxiao, who was that, my lord? He was able to refine divine items. How could there be such a powerful person in the realm of heaven martial arts? Li Yunxiao smiled and patted his shoulder. He chuckled and said, "You don't have to worry about that. In any case, you won't suffer any losses if you follow me, right? Gaohan, I've always troubled you to do things for me. Isn't this good enough?" "It's good enough. It's definitely good enough." Yuan Gaohan's face was filled with gratitude. His eyes flickered with endless expectation. That senior invited me to participate in the next refining of the godly tempered steel. He even asked me to ask him if I didn't understand anything. Oh my God, this isn't real. I'm so happy. He was so moved that he wanted to kneel down. His face was filled with tears. Hee, Gaohan, there are some things you have to understand. Li Yunxiao smiled and patted his shoulder. He said, "You have to understand that Senior is living in my universe God Steel. And the universe God Steel is mine." Yuan Gaohan was startled. He said, "I understand all of this." "What do you mean?" Li Yunxiao chuckled and said, "It's very simple. I have to stay in the universe God Steel. Only then will I have the opportunity to consult the senior and participate in the refining of the godly tempered steel, right? And only with my permission can I stay in the universe God Steel. Do you understand this logic?" Understood. Yuan Gaohan suddenly had a bad premonition. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Haha, don't be nervous. I don't need your help for now. I'm just reminding you." Yuan Gaohan said, "Brother Yunxiao, who is that lord? He doesn't seem to be famous." Li Yunxiao said, don't ask so much. I'll let you know when it's time to let you know. For the rest of the time, just do what you need to do. Yuan Gaohan was speechless. After Li Yunxiao left, he went to check on Ding Ling. She was still unconscious and had entered a deep sleep state. He sighed and exited the World Divine Monument. Lord Yunxiao, you're out. A beautiful servant stood guard in front of the secret room and immediately went up to welcome him, revealing a sweet smile. Li Yunxiao said, where's Wan Qian? The beautiful servant said respectfully, the tower master is meeting guests from all over in the banquet hall. Guests from all over? Li Yunxiao asked. The beautiful servant said, they're all people invited by the tower master to help. Most of them have enmity with Ling Bai. Do you want to go take a look? Ling Bai killed countless people and had enemies all over the world, but no one dared to take revenge. Now that the 10,000 treasure tower raised its arm and called for help, it attracted many people over. Li Yunxiao said, forget it. Tomorrow is the beheading assembly. I can't be bothered to meet some boring people. Arrange a room for me to rest for a while. The beautiful servant hurriedly made arrangements. The next day, the streets were empty. A large number of mortals had long evacuated, and the building was empty. Countless martial artists all gathered around the myriad treasure tower. Thousands of feet away, there were actually thousands of martial artists densely packed, waiting for that world-shocking battle. There were many well-known experts among them. The aura they emitted made the surrounding people feel extremely uncomfortable, and they all stayed away. After all, such a world-shaking event was something everyone hoped to witness with their own eyes. Many people even took out image stones, planning to record this world-shaking event. Ridiculous, ridiculous. Such a world-shocking battle would definitely disrupt the laws of heaven and earth. Order would no longer exist, and the image stone would not be able to bear such a vast power. An old man with white hair and a wide robe suddenly laughed loudly, immediately attracting everyone's attention, and they all looked over. The two old men stood facing each other with benevolent expressions and a smile on their lips. The person who spoke wore a maroon robe and stroked his long beard with his right hand. The other person's green robe fluttered in the wind. His arms were crossed in front of him, and there was a constant stream of light flowing between his palms. It's Lord Mingzhan and Lord Mingjian. Someone immediately exclaimed, attracting everyone's attention. Who are Mingzhan and Mingjian? Someone in the crowd asked in astonishment, as if he had never heard of them before. A skinny warrior sneered and said, you're really at the bottom of a well. You haven't even heard of the names of these two lords. These two lords are rare wise men in the heavenly martial arts realm, and many major events in the past few years were predicted by their prophecies and judgments. Is it that magical? It's rumored that only the Duanmu family has the power of prophecy. Are these two people from the Duanmu family? Someone next to him asked. No one knows the origins of these two lords, but with them here, this battle will be interesting, someone next to him said happily. Lords, is there no way to record such an incomparable battle? Isn't it a pity? Someone asked with a sigh. Mingzhen said with a smile, of course not, but ordinary treasures can't bear the changes of the worldly rules. Only our Miaoxiang precious mirror can have such power. Mingjian drew a circle with his hands, and a precious mirror slowly appeared from the light. The light illuminated the sky, then disappeared, and the mirror surface flickered. It's the Miaoxiang precious mirror, someone exclaimed. He said, it's said that it can observe the past and the future, and it's infinitely marvelous. That person said, Lords, what do you think of today's battle? Who won and who lost? Ming Jian stroked his beard and said with a faint smile, Ling Bai's cultivation is matchless, and he was ranked 4th on the wind and cloud list in the past, and he has improved a lot in the past few years. It's too difficult to kill him. That person said, Lord, what you mean is that the Merchant Alliance's efforts are all for naught. Ming Jian smiled and shook his head slightly. He said, the Merchant Alliance's wealth is comparable to that of a country, with countless accumulations. The myriad treasure tower's strength is even more unfathomable. It can be said that it has never been revealed, but it might surprise everyone. Anyway, both sides have their chances of winning this time, and it will definitely be very exciting. It definitely won't disappoint everyone. That person said again, Lords, you are indeed wise. Hearing your words, I'm suddenly enlightened. Many martial artists in the surroundings applauded. On the myriad treasure towers pavilion not far away, Xianxia stared at the Miaoxiang precious mirror and snorted coldly. What bullshit wise opinion? Who are these two jokers? A subordinate replied, these two people have been famous recently. I don't know where they popped out from, but they look a little like charlatans. It's said that they can foresee the future. This subordinate is planning to investigate. Humph, foresee the future? What bullshit tea? Chen Zhongxi snorted disdainfully. Xianxia withdrew his gaze from the distance and said, there's no need to pay attention to these jumping clowns. On the other hand, there really are many important people who have come, and they're all watching from the sidelines. Han Junting still had the appearance of an old man. She chuckled and said, such a major event will have far-reaching consequences that will surely affect the next few decades. I'm afraid that any martial artist with a bit of reputation will not be able to resist coming to watch. Xianxia sneered. This is the kind of effect I want, to let the world know that those who offend my merchant alliance will be punished no matter how strong they are. Lord Tower Lord is righteous. Carrying out such a joyous matter will surely win the hearts of the world. An old man praised, Ling Bai has committed many unjust acts. Today, he is enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. This old man was called Lu Feng. He had also suffered greatly at Ling Bai's hands. Many of his close relatives had been killed, and he had never dared to seek revenge. That's right. As long as Mr. Xianxia raises the banner of such a heinous crime, the world will surely respond. Another old man clapped his hands in praise. Dozens of people praised in unison. They were all invited victims. All of them had a common enemy, and their morale soared. Xianxia said, friends, with your help, today's matter will surely succeed. Lu Feng said, if we can kill Ling Bai, it will be a great merit. It will also prove the Merchant Alliance's integrity and martial arts. It can definitely become the 8th superpower in the realm of heaven martial arts, and it will be revered by all. After the last battle, the Hongyu city suffered a great loss, and its strength has completely declined. I think the Merchant Alliance can replace it, another person suggested. Xianxia cupped his fists and said, friends, you are too serious. Punishing evil and eliminating evil is our duty. Myriad Treasure Tower was only doing what he was supposed to do. If we can really kill Ling Bai today, it will be everyone's contribution. How can Wan Baolu dare to be greedy? As for becoming a superpower, I don't even dare to think about it. I don't even dare to think about it. Lu Feng wore a righteous look, and he said seriously, Lord Tower Lord, you are too modest. If everyone in the realm of heaven martial arts was as responsible as you are, how could there be so many demons and monsters in the world? I, Lu Feng, will be the first to support Wan Baolu to lead the Merchant Alliance to establish a sect and establish a lasting foundation. Yes, I, Jia Feipeng, also support it. The Heavenly Escape sect also supports it. All of a sudden, everyone expressed their opinions, and a clamor spread out. Many warriors in the distance changed their expressions slightly, and then they started to ponder. Everyone knew about the Merchant Alliance's ambition, so the scene in front of them was not strange at all. Mingjin said, if the Merchant Alliance can be united, it will be enough to contend against the 7 great factions. It is not strange for it to become the 8th faction, and it is only natural. Ming Jian said, yes, but the premise is that they can survive this disaster today. Otherwise, all of our plans will be in vain. Someone asked in surprise, Lords, do you think it is good or bad if the Merchant Alliance rises? Mingjin said with a smile, good or bad is determined by heaven. We don't need to worry about it. At this moment, 3 warriors flew down from the pavilion and landed in the center of the plaza. The 3 of them were separated by 100 feet, and they formed a triangle. They all made hand signs and kept attacking. The ground in the center of the plaza shook, and it slowly split into a cross. An ancient bronze platform rose from the ground. The bronze platform was supported by 3 giant pillars, and an old man with a gloomy expression was tied to the top. He was Dongmen Yuan, who was ranked 2nd among the 8 symbols of the death god. His eyes were lifeless, and he looked at the crowd coldly. Everyone quietened down and watched silently. Wan Qian walked up to the stage and declared loudly, "Today, the Merchant Alliance is holding a decapitation ceremony here. Thank you, friends, for coming. The Merchant Alliance has always valued peace, befriending heroes from all over and never making enemies. However, the 8 symbols of the death god led by Ling Bai robbed my auction venue and stole all sorts of rare treasures. Do they think that the Merchant Alliance is easy to bully?" He threw the scarlet dragon staff onto the ground heavily. With a loud boom, light scattered and an aura mixed with the dragon's might spread out, incomparably majestic. Wan Qian's eyes were filled with rage as he shouted with a righteous aura, "No matter who it is, anyone who dares to touch the Merchant Alliance will be killed no matter how strong they are. Killed! Killed!" The roar shook the skies and the entire pavilion burst forth with a shocking aura, causing the space to fluctuate. Wan Qian raised his hands and everyone quietened down. "We are indebted to Red Moon City for helping us by handing the second of the 8 symbols, Dongmen Yuan, to the Myriad Treasure Tower to deal with. Today, we will hold a decapitation ceremony here and behead this evil person as a warning to others." Dongmen Yuan's eyes bulged out like a dead fish. There was a lot of discussion in the distance. Will Ling Bai come or not? As the titled Emperor Wu, he can't just watch his subordinate die like this, right? Haha, brother, you think too highly of the titled Emperor Wu. The titled Emperor Wu is also a human, and humans are afraid of death. With the Merchant Alliance's formation, unless the 10 emperors Wu come together, whoever comes will die. That Dongmen Yuan is said to be imprisoned in Red Moon City, but he was actually transported here. Isn't the Red Moon City afraid of offending Ling Bai? After all, everyone knows that the current Red Moon City is not the same as before. It is said that Ling Bai once made a vow that he would never take a step into Red Moon City in this life. Perhaps it is because of this vow that Red Moon City is so fearless. Sigh, this is all because Jiang Churan was here in the past. Only then could they intimidate powerful enemies. The current Red Moon City can only be sheltered by their predecessors. Shoo! Don't talk nonsense. That young man seems to be the Red Moon City's deputy city lord. Be careful of your head. On top of the building, behind Wan Qian stood an elegant and luxurious man, exuding demonic qi. It was Li Yi, talking and laughing with the heroes around him. Ever since the battle at Crimson Moon City, he had absorbed a large amount of demonic qi from Shang and swallowed the martial Wu Dao fruit of the throne light. At this moment, every move he made had the demeanor of an expert, and no one could see through him. Is that the new Vice City Lord of Crimson Moon City? What a terrifying feeling. Just looking at him makes one's hair stand on end. That's right. It's said that this person became evil during the battle at Crimson Moon City. He ate more than a dozen powerful demons and turned their power into his own. His strength is no less than Jiang Churan's. What you're saying is too scary. Not to mention eating demons, just his strength is no less than Jiang Churan's. He is the Vice City Lord, so isn't the City Lord even more powerful? I heard that the City Lord is a 10,000-year-old ghost king that has been sleeping in the void. His strength has long reached the heavens. Even titled Emperor Wu is no match for him. It can't be? According to you, Crimson Moon City's strength is advancing instead of retreating? Of course. It's more than 10 times stronger than when Tang Qing was here. Otherwise, how could it be so shocking? Seeing that no one refuted him and were all shocked, the speaker couldn't help feeling very proud. He was about to say something when a sharp gaze shot out from the crowd. That gaze was muddy and aged, yet it seemed to have experienced the vicissitudes of life. It was deep like the sky of the universe, and it caused others to shudder with fear. That person shivered and hurriedly covered his mouth, not daring to say anything. When the creepy feeling disappeared, he carefully looked up again, but there was no one there. On top of the building, Wan Qian shouted, "Begin the execution." He sent a seal into the bronze platform, and countless runes flew out, circling in the air and condensing into a giant axe. The axe gave off a powerful and fierce aura as it slowly moved towards the east gate. Everyone held their breaths, quietly watching this scene. They were all very excited, waiting for Ling Bai to appear. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a loud and clear voice came from afar. Then, a white robe slowly descended along with a sky full of flower petals. I came by treading on the waves, I left with the cool breeze. Everyone's eyes widened as they looked at the extremely confident figure with a smile at the corner of his mouth. His eyes were like spring water, as if he did not care about the heroes of the world. Is this Ling Bai? How carefree. How heroic. TSK, to be able to look down on the world with such lofty sentiments, he's worthy of being the titled Emperor Wu. What a pity. I didn't expect Ling Bai to be so young and handsome. He's going to die in Nuyen City today. It's still uncertain who will die. Looking at his confident look, it's possible that the Merchant Union will lose in the end. While everyone was discussing and waiting for the show to begin, Xianxia frowned and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" Everyone, the white-clothed youngster laughed heartily and brandished the sword in his hand. He said, "I'm Kai Linhai, the eldest young master of the Western region's influential Kai family." Xianxia looked at him coldly and listened to him patiently. However, his expression became unsightly. "So, you're the young master of the Western region's Kai family. I've heard about him. He rose to power in the last 2 years and defeated many experts. He's first-rate. Now that you mention it, I have an impression of him. I've heard that he's a rare genius in the Western region in the last several thousand years, and he's even stronger than the leader of the Western region's 5 heroes, Xianxia. But why did this lad come here? Did he become Ling Bai's man and fight for him?" Kai Linhai brandished his sword again as he listened to the discussions in the distance. He put it on his shoulder and made a confident pose. He said with a smile, "Sirs, don't worry. I'm not Ling Bai's man, nor am I a member of the Merchant Union. Today, all the heroes of the world have gathered here, so I came out to show my face. I want all the heroes of the world to know that there is a person like me in the realm of heaven martial arts." The crowd was speechless. Kai Linhai continued, "Sirs, don't think that I'm arrogant and conceited. I've heard that the heaven and earth wind and cloud list will be reopened soon. At that time, my name will surely shake the world. Let's wait and see." He cupped his fists at the crowd and said, "I've said everything I wanted to say. Lord Wanqian, please continue." He carried his sword on his shoulder, turned around, and was about to leave. Wanqian stood on the building, and the shadow in his heart became bigger and bigger. He wished he could kill Kai Linhai right now, but he was still considering whether it was appropriate to do so. Li Yi said, "He's so amusing. What's the point of keeping him alive? Just kill him." His eyes shone with a devilish cold glint, and a murderous aura flickered in them. Han Junting furrowed her brows and said, "Even though he's amusing, isn't it inappropriate to kill him like this? After all, it's not a capital offense, and it's not appropriate to kill innocent people in front of all the heroes of the world." When she had just finished speaking, a loud rumble came from the sky, and the wind and clouds surged. Did he really come this time? The crowd trembled, and they quickly raised their heads to look. They all felt an extremely powerful pressure, and it was extremely ferocious, like a ferocious beast. The sky seemed like it was collapsing, and a giant black hole appeared. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. A strange sound came from inside, and it made everyone's hair stand on end. A giant shadow suddenly fell from inside, and the terrifying and oppressive demonic aura came from inside. "Demonic beast!" Wanqian shouted in shock, "It's a 9th-order demonic beast, everyone be careful." The giant demonic beast appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was a giant scorpion with red eyes, and it was incomparably demonic. The scorpion fell, and the aura on its body was extremely violent. Its scarlet eyes stared at Kai Linhai, and its right pincer directly cut at him. "Ah?" Kai Linhai's eyes widened, and he was scared out of his wits. With a clang, he pulled out his sword and slashed out. Clang! The sword was instantly unsealed, and it was also half the size of a pincer. As soon as it slashed out, it was caught by the scorpion's right pincer, and it couldn't move at all. The giant scorpion's eyes flashed with red light, and it seemed angry that its pincer couldn't cut the human in front of it to death. It raised its long tail high, and a terrifying aura spread out like a cyclone. An icy light flashed across the scorpion's stinger, and it stabbed down, drawing a long red line through the air. "It's the Heaven Pulse poison light." In the sky above Nuyen City, Li Yunxia was shocked, and his eyes revealed a look of disbelief. This scorpion's stinger was exactly the same as the one on Chu Mujia's tail, but it was much fiercer and more domineering. Kai Linhai was so scared that his entire body trembled. He hurriedly tossed aside his sword and used his movement technique to flee, leaving behind countless afterimages in the air. The red stinger pierced through heaven and earth, piercing through all the afterimages in an instant. A smear of dark red dyed the sky. Kai Linhai's heart had been pierced, and his entire body hung from the scorpion's stinger before being flung high into the air. Bang! Kai Linhai's body instantly exploded, exploding into countless pieces of flesh and blood, completely disappearing from the world. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, and their scalps went numb. Kai Linhai's skills could be considered excellent, but he had died in a single exchange. Moreover, his heart had been accurately pierced through. It was clear how terrifying this giant scorpion was. Xianxia shouted, "Everyone, don't panic. It's just a 9th-grade demon beast. Kill it." As soon as he gave the order, several martial artists immediately rushed out and surrounded the giant scorpion. Powerful auras spread out, fusing together like a cage and pressing down on the center. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The giant scorpion continuously made noises as it waved its pincers. However, it could only struggle under the pressure of the cage. Whoosh! A red streak of light pierced through the air, instantly breaking through the pressure barrier and piercing towards the throat of one of the martial artists. The martial artist's expression changed greatly, but his eyes flashed with a cold light before he calmed down. He raised his right hand and placed a steel sword in front of his neck to block. Bang! The crisp sound of metal shattering shook everyone's hearts. Everyone's hearts jumped violently as they looked into the distance. The giant scorpion's stinger had actually pierced through the steel sword and pierced through the martial artist's throat, causing blood to spurt out from the back of his neck. The pressure cage was immediately broken by one of its arms. The giant scorpion's 2 large pincers swept out and struck towards the other people. Moreover, the stinger retracted and curled up high behind it, incomparably scarlet. Bang! 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 The other martial artists were swept away by the giant pincers and were sent flying as well. The blood in their bodies roiled, and they felt extremely uncomfortable. Ah! One of them suddenly screamed. His pupils dilated, and he suddenly grabbed his neck with both hands. His entire face turned red and then purple. His body stiffened, and the light in his eyes dissipated as he fell from the sky. Ah! What kind of poison is this? It's so powerful. Everyone was shocked. The other martial artists also began to turn red and purple as they died one by one. Xianxia's expression also changed abruptly. He was extremely furious. Ling Bai hadn't even appeared yet, but several martial artists had died and the scene was in complete chaos. That damned Ling Bai, how dare he use such a sinister move? He gritted his teeth in anger. Xianxia said solemnly, "Tower Master, why don't we activate the Great Rebirth Ultimate Bliss formation now and send it to paradise?" Xianxia hurriedly said, "Isn't that inappropriate? This is a killer move against Ling Bai. If we use it now, I'm afraid it won't be powerful enough when Ling Bai arrives." Xianxia said, "What about your beast? This beast seems to have suffered a great deal of stimulation, or else its strength wouldn't be so strong." Xianxia also said gravely, "It should have been stimulated. The poison is abnormally strong, and it doesn't seem to be the scorpion's own poison." Xianxia anxiously said, "There's no point in discussing this now. How do we kill this thing?" Li Yi leisurely smiled, "Does the Merchant Alliance not have a single good thing besides that Great Rebirth Ultimate Bliss formation?" Hearing this, Xianxia was enraged, but he still maintained his composure and snorted, "Of course not. It's just that the giant scorpion's sudden appearance ruined this king's plans." Li Yi smiled. "This giant scorpion's aura is extraordinary. It must be a primordial species. That poison was able to directly kill Emperor Jiuxing. Ling Bai must have done something to it as well. There aren't many in the world that can subdue it." The giant scorpion lay dormant on the ground, waving its pincers in all directions. Wave after wave of violent aura spread out. Its crimson eyes suddenly narrowed, and its huge body tightened. It shot up at an extremely fast speed toward the bronze platform. "Not good, it's trying to save Dong Menyuan." Someone cried out. Wan Qianni's expression was cold as he stared at the giant scorpion. Kacha kacha. The giant scorpion raised its pincers and slashed down like a giant blade. Astral winds burst forth, forming several tornadoes in the air that slashed down like blades. Bang bang bang. The bronze platform was filled with violent sounds as several of the tornadoes shot toward Dong Menyuan and cut into his body. Ah! Dong Menyuan screamed in pain as his body was instantly sliced into several pieces. His head flew off as well. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and resentment as he fell far away. This result left everyone stunned. Humph. Ling Bai is cruel by nature, even killing his own people. If we don't eliminate this demon today, how can there be justice in the world? Wan Qianni snorted angrily. Grand Elder, get into formation. Qin Zhongxi's pupils shrank as he replied coldly, yes. We don't need to reveal the entire formation. Just the tip of the iceberg will be enough to easily kill this scorpion. He flew out of the building and stopped above the giant scorpion. He brought his palms together and formed a giant palm that slammed down. Countless runes flickered within the palm, and spiritual energy surged in from all directions, suppressing the giant scorpion. The demonic aura that filled the sky disappeared without a trace. The giant scorpion's body trembled as it resisted the power of the palm. At the same time, 6 powerhouses appeared around the giant scorpion and formed a hexagonal formation. A huge amount of energy pressed down on the scorpion like an iron bucket, and the giant scorpion's trembling became more and more violent. TSS. The scarlet tail began to sweep violently, and countless rays of red light intertwined like silk threads, incomparably gorgeous. Qin Zhongxi shouted, this thing's poison is too strong, we can't release it. First crush it into pieces, then shake open the void and release it. His figure flashed, and he stepped onto the huge bronze platform. His right foot stomped. Clang, the bronze platform began to shrink until it was only as tall as a person. It hovered in front of Qin Zhongxi. Qin Zhongxi's eyes widened. Bang, with a slap of his hands, the bronze platform doubled in size and fell to the ground. Boom. Trapped in the hexagonal formation, the giant scorpion trembled even more violently. Its 2 eyes were as enchanting as crimson stones, but its pair of pincers and thin tail were trembling violently. Fine cracks were constantly splitting open on its body, issuing crackling sounds. The 6 martial artists' faces were all pale. It was extremely difficult for them to hold on. Cold sweat the size of beans dripped down, and his body began to tremble. On the building, Xianxia said, those 6 people can't hold on much longer. If we really crush the giant scorpion, I'm afraid the impact they will receive will not be small. I wonder if it will affect the entire formation's power. Wan Qianxian crossed his arms and said, the great elder will know what to do. Li Yi smiled and said, this giant scorpion is indeed powerful, to actually be able to withstand the pincer attack of 7 people. TSK. Wan Qianxian's face darkened, and he said coldly, City Lord means that our myriad treasures tower has no one, and we need 7 people to deal with a demonic beast? I wouldn't dare, it's just that what I see makes me sigh with emotion, Li Yi said with a smile, but the corner of his mouth revealed undisguised ridicule. Humph. Who do you think you are, to dare to talk about the myriad treasures tower's strength? Lu Feng shouted angrily, when Great Elder Qin Zhongxi advanced to Emperor Jiuxing, who knows where you were playing in the mud? Li Yi turned his head slightly, squinting at him, and said disdainfully, who do you think you are? Lu Feng sneered and said, I'm not much, but I'm an upright person, relying on my own strength for everything. I'm worlds apart from those people who rely on their butts to climb up and become deputy city lords and the like. What did you say? Li Yi was enraged, and his eyes were spitting fire as he shouted, who do you say relied on their butts to climb up? This city lord will witness your strength today. Surging demonic energy spread out on the building, and Li Yi's face became sinister, his body faintly flashing with red light. Lu Feng was so shocked that he retreated repeatedly. That demonic energy directly seeped into his body, and an extreme fear surged in his heart. He instantly understood that he was definitely not this person's match, and his face became as ugly as a pig's liver. Humph. Wan Qianxian took a step forward, and all the demonic energy instantly dispersed without a trace. Li Yi was greatly shocked, and he stared at Wan Qianxian with extreme fear, only feeling that he was unfathomable. He said with a gloomy face, "This city lord will let trash like you off today, but if I meet you in the future, I'll kill you directly." Lu Feng's face turned pale. And he stood there in a daze, gritting his teeth. Xianxia snorted coldly again, and said, "Humph, Lu Feng is a friend of Myriad Treasure Pagoda. Touching him is the same as touching my Myriad Treasure Pagoda. Those who dare to offend my Myriad Treasure Pagoda, even Ling Bai will die, let alone a mere deputy city lord." "Right, Lord Deputy City Lord." The word deputy was especially emphasized, and his tone and expression did not conceal his contempt and disdain. Li Yi was so angry that his teeth itched, but he did not dare to say anything. Fortunately, he was flexible, and after a cold snort, he acted as if nothing had happened. But all the martial artists looked at Li Yi with completely different gazes. Previously, because of his identity as Scarlet Moon City's deputy city lord, they had 70% respect, but now it had become 70% fear and 30% dread. Li Yunxiao had been staring at everything from the void, and the demonic energy that Li Yi released just now naturally did not escape his eyes. This kid actually had such a great opportunity, and after dragging out an ignoble existence countless times, he achieved such extraordinary strength. I'm afraid he's even above Han Zhenting and Qin Chuan. He pondered for a moment and tossed this to the back of his mind, continuing to watch Qin Xianxia battle the giant scorpion. Even if Li Yi's luck was monstrous, his current strength was nothing in his eyes. Above the battle formation, Qin Xianxia roared, "I will use the ancient bronze battle platform to crush it to death. The 6 of you retreat immediately." He had also discovered the tyrannical strength of the giant scorpion, and his earlier plan was no longer feasible. The 6 of them nodded repeatedly. Huh. Qin Xianxia's hands formed seals unceasingly, and all sorts of imprints were imprinted on the ancient bronze battle platform, emitting ancient war cries. It was as though a magnificent army had crossed time and space to arrive. Ka 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 ka. The shell on the giant scorpion's body broke apart, and the 6 of them were also sweating profusely, unable to endure any longer. "Retreat!" Qin Xianxia roared, and for the last time, he slammed his palm onto the battle platform. Bzz, bzz, bzz. The ancient bronze battle platform grew several times larger, and with a ferocious pressure, it finally smashed through all the defenses and slammed onto the giant scorpion, directly smashing it into the ground. Boom! A deafening boom rang out, and the buildings in the distance trembled unceasingly, with several of them directly collapsing. The 6 people who set up the formation had already retreated several hundred meters away, and didn't suffer from the aftershocks of the impact. All of them heaved a sigh of relief. Is it dead? Many people mused. Through the thick smoke, their divine sense was blocked by the ancient bronze battle platform, and they had no way to probe the situation clearly. Li Yunxiao was also extremely shocked. Earlier, the ancient bronze battle platform radiated an extraordinary energy, and from the state it was in, it seemed to be a sealed Xian artifact. This ancient battle platform is most probably the Great Bliss Rebirth Formation's treasure. He guessed. The experts present all used their divine sense to probe the ancient bronze battle platform, and saw that the giant scorpion had been smashed into smithereens. There was still some poison lingering around its corpse, but it didn't dissipate. In addition, it wasn't strong at all. Good, good. Xianxia was the first to clap, and praised, "Grand Elder, you're the first to achieve victory. If Ling Bai is so cowardly and doesn't dare to show himself, wouldn't he be the laughingstock of the world?" As he mocked loudly, he transmitted his voice to the crowd, telling them to be on their guard. Since the giant scorpion appeared, Ling Bai was most probably here. Since he came, he wouldn't leave innocently. There would definitely be a battle to the death. Xianxia couldn't help but feel his palms drenched in cold sweat. Qin Xianxia spoke in a heavy voice, "Lord Tower Lord praises it too much, it was just an easy kill. With such a powerful formation, it's truly regretful that we can't even fight against the conferred Emperor Wu." Everyone started discussing in low voices. Such a tyrannical 9th-ranked demonic beast was killed in an instant, and this was only a portion of the formation's power. If the formation unleashed its full power, Ling Bai might not be a match for it. Everyone started guessing if Ling Bai would show himself or not. Li Yunxiao's eyes suddenly narrowed as he shouted, "Careful! There's something in the corpse of the giant scorpion." Qin Zhongxi's body trembled as he hurriedly turned his gaze downwards. A yellow mist gushed out from the body of the giant scorpion, expanding unceasingly. Poison? Shocked, he hurriedly grabbed with his big hand, sealing the sky and locking the earth, completely suppressing the space, so that the poison couldn't spread. Li Yunxiao's shout immediately exposed his position, causing many powerhouses to look sideways at the void in the sky. Many people were shocked. They clearly knew that there was someone in that position, but no matter how they swept with their divine sense, they couldn't detect any abnormality. Li Yi's face instantly turned livid, his eyes emitting a sharp chill, his 10 fingers cracking as he gritted his teeth. Li Yunxiao. Not good, it's not poison. Qin Zhongxi suddenly shouted, it's a demonic beast. Everyone looked over in surprise. Inside Qin Zhongxi's 5-finger prison, the yellow mist began to tremble, wanting to rush out. At this moment, it began to be accompanied by a low trill, as if it was humming. Qin Zhongxi shouted, seal this thing again, the poison on this thing is far worse than that of the giant scorpion. The 6 people in the distance were shocked, and in an instant they joined forces to attack again, spreading out a barrier. Buzz buzz buzz. The yellow light swayed more and more violently, and then faded. Through the light, a pair of black crystal ball-like eyes could be vaguely seen, staring at them with a creepy gaze. The body of the demonic beast was finally fully revealed. It was actually a several feet long wasp. How could there be wasps inside the scorpion's body? Moreover, it seemed to be even more powerful. No one could figure it out. Qin Zhongxi said coldly, it's just another death. With a flick of his fingers, the ancient bronze battle platform soared up, transforming into a gigantic one that bore down on the wasp. Not only so, in order to see the effect in a single move, the spiritual qi in the surroundings gushed towards the platform at a speed visible to the naked eye. The various diagrams engraved on the platform became more vivid and lifelike, as though they were filled with spirituality. Boom! Under the pressure of the platform, the bumblebee struggled a few times before it was smashed into the ground. The contents of its body scattered all over the ground as it followed the footsteps of the giant scorpion. They should all be dead now, right? Qin Zhongxi thought to himself. Looking carefully, the bumblebee was indeed dead. There was no way it could have survived. Moreover, its entire body was shriveled, so there was no way it could have hidden anything inside. Humph, childish tricks. Xianxia stared coldly at the spot where the giant scorpion had fallen. The rotating spatial energy had been circulating ever since the giant scorpion had fallen. If you have the ability, then show yourself and fight. What's the point of throwing down a few demonic beasts? He sneered disdainfully, but the look in his eyes was extremely fierce, without the slightest contempt. Apart from the surging energy in that space, there was no other reaction. It was as if Ling Bai had deliberately opened the passage to throw the giant scorpion down. Ding Shan frowned, could it be that Ling Bai really doesn't dare to show himself? Han Junting said with a smile, that's not impossible. Almost everyone in the world knows that President Ding Shan has transcended into sainthood. Even if Ling Bai is the titled Emperor Wu, he would have to think twice. Ding Shan snorted coldly, glanced at Han Junting, and said, if there's really something that can scare Ling Bai away, then it's only the power behind the head manager. Han Junting smiled awkwardly. This sentence immediately caused everyone to guess. After all, the Star Moon House was too mysterious, and very few people knew about the forces behind it. I wonder if the two of you know the force behind the Star Moon School? A warrior in the distance asked Ming Zhen. The people around him pricked up their ears to listen. Ming Zhen laughed. Haha, the two of us naturally know that. It's just that we can't say it out loud. We can't afford to offend the power behind it. The martial artist was stunned. Is it really that terrifying? Even with the two Sir's strength, you don't dare to say it? Ming Zhen said, since I won't say it, I naturally won't. There are only a few sects in the whole heavenly martial arts realm that are capable of nurturing an existence like the Star Moon Temple in such a short time. The man's expression changed slightly, then he nodded and said, I see. Do the two Sirs think that Ling Bai will come? Ming Zhen smiled again. You'll know soon enough. The martial artist was depressed, but he knew that he wouldn't be able to get anything out of him, so he didn't ask. That wasp seems to be, suddenly, a cultivator said in a daze. After staring blankly for a while, fear appeared in his eyes, as if confirming his thoughts, and his body began to tremble. The martial artist's voice was not soft and attracted everyone's attention. "What's wrong? Is there something strange about those wasps?" Someone beside the martial artist asked, "Do you recognize them?" "However, it doesn't matter how strong they are, because they are already dead." The martial artist opened his mouth slightly, and his teeth were chattering. His face was completely pale, and he said in a trembling voice, They are winged wasps." "What are winged wasps?" someone asked confusedly. "Winged wasps. Winged wasps from the land of poisonous wind." Many people cried out in alarm, and their faces were filled with shock. Li Yunxiao's expression also changed greatly. He seemed to have recognized those wasps, and his heart was in turmoil. Ming Zhen and Ming Zhen's expressions also changed greatly. Ming Zhen said in a trembling voice, They can't be the mother of the winged wasps, can they?" For a moment, the whole area became strangely quiet, and only a slight chill could be felt. In the periphery of the heaven-shaking mountains, there was a natural hurricane belt. It had existed for a long time, and it was the natural barrier of the heaven-shaking mountains. There were many terrifying things living in the hurricane belt, and the winged wasps were one of them. Ordinary wasps were only the size of a fist, and they were white, yellow, and black. Individually, they were not very strong, but they were terrifying when they gathered in groups. Coupled with the strong wind characteristics of the hurricane belt, this kind of wasps could be said to be unbridled. Even the strongest existence would have to take a detour if they encountered them. Any expert who had been to the heaven-shaking mountains would have seen this kind of wasps. However, they had never seen such a huge, orange-yellow female wasps. "The meaning of the female wasps is..." Chen Zhongxi muttered to himself, and the expression on his face turned increasingly ugly. Li Yunxiao looked at the sky in shock. There was a buzzing sound coming from the swirling spatial energy. His Tsutsumi power penetrated it, and he saw a dense horde of wasps surging out from the spatial tunnel. "Not good. Quickly destroy this tunnel." Li Yunxiao shouted, but he was shocked to find that his voice was blocked by a power. It was as if his voice was stuck in an urn, and it could not be heard. He couldn't care less about hiding, and he directly walked out of the void. He stretched out his hand, and a large swath of lightning fell from the sky. The lightning flickered between his fingers, forming all kinds of patterns. Suddenly, his body froze. A terrifying killing intent suppressed him, and he couldn't move. This power was very familiar. It was the protagonist of the day, the peerless assassin. "I didn't expect you to be so familiar with the heaven-shaking mountains. You even brought the female wasps here. But those winged wasps are fierce by nature, and you'll kill many people like this." Cold sweat trickled down Li Yunxiao's temples. The sky was clear, and no one responded to him. Everyone's eyes were immediately drawn to Li Yunxiao, and they revealed expressions of shock. "It really is you, Li Yunxiao." Li Yi gnashed his teeth in hatred. Wan Qian's pupils shrank, and he said, "Feiyang, what's wrong?" Li Yunxiao's eyes were filled with anxiety, but he couldn't send out any information. The scene in front of his eyes was too shocking. Only heaven knew how many winged wasps there were. Chen Zhongxi also said anxiously, "Lord Yunxiao, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with that space?" Li Yunxiao lowered his head and looked at his fingertips. His thumb and middle finger trembled with difficulty, and they gradually came into contact with each other. Pung pung pung. He brought his two fingers together, and a seal appeared. A ball of lightning exploded like a flower blooming on his fingertips. Then, he flicked his finger, and a slender bolt of purple lightning shot out, turning into a dragon in the air. Boom! The suppressive power was instantly broken, and the purple lightning rushed into the surging space, exploding like a beautiful firework in the blue sky. Boom! The earth-shattering power shook everyone's heart, and they all widened their eyes in shock. Li Yi's face that was filled with anger earlier was now frozen. Bean-sized beads of cold sweat flowed down his temples, and his heart was filled with immense helplessness and fear. Ming Zhen screamed, his voice piercing everyone's eardrums. Void-clear jade manners, heavenly apocalyptic divine thunder? Ming Zhen's expression was also filled with shock. How is that possible? The apocalyptic divine thunder is formed from the laws and the power of the world. How can a mortal control it? Mingzhen's hands formed seals rapidly, and he sent them into the mystic aspect treasure mirror beside him. The mirror was gray and hazy, and only Li Yunxiao's figure could be seen. However, there was no movement at all, and the sky and ground shook endlessly. Ming Jian cried out involuntarily, "I can't record it. It's indeed the power of laws and the world." After the lightning exploded, there was a dead silence as everyone was stunned by the terrifying might of the thunder. Apocalyptic divine thunder. Haha, to think that I would be able to witness such a divine power in my lifetime. Li Yunxiao. Is he the one rumored to be the reincarnation of Emperor Wu Gufeiyang? That's too terrifying. Is he really Emperor Wu destroying armies? The sky was filled with commotion, and everyone was filled with shock. Wan Qian's expression was solemn. "Feiyang, are you all right?" After Li Yunxiao flicked the lightning with his finger, that killing intent instantly disappeared without a trace. "I'm fine. I just saw something terrifying." "Something terrifying?" Wan Qian frowned. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Look, what's that?" At the place where the purple lightning exploded, where the spatial vortex was, there were countless winged hornets' corpses floating in the air. It was as though they were rolling out of the sea, and their numbers were increasing. Wan Qian exclaimed, "These are..." Could it be that the spatial vortex just now was to transport these corpses across regions? Li Yunxiao nodded, "These winged hornets are powerful. If hundreds or thousands of them condensed into a hurricane, it would be even more difficult to resist." The merchant union's people all paled. If not for Li Yunxiao blowing up the passage, the consequences would be unimaginable. Wan Qian gritted his teeth and shouted, "Ling Bai, come out if you have the guts. What kind of skill is hiding and playing tricks like this?" The sky was silent, and no one responded. Suddenly, a buzzing sound came from the winged hornets' corpses floating in the air. Chen Zhongxi frowned, "Under such powerful lightning, there are still undead insects? Are these winged hornets really so powerful?" His 5 fingers moved, shooting out several energy beams into the corpses. With a pu-pu sound, the corpses immediately quieted down. But in just a few breaths, the buzzing sound came again, and it grew louder and louder. This time, the expressions of the merchant union's people changed slightly, knowing that something was wrong. Li Yunxiao was also shocked in his heart. He focused his gaze and saw that new winged wind wasps were constantly appearing out of thin air within the horde of zombies. How can this be? The spatial passage clearly collapsed. How did these things come here? Someone in the crowd suddenly said, "The winged hornets can directly travel through space by sensing the aura of their companions. Quickly burn all the corpses of the winged hornets to ashes, or else there will be big trouble." The voice was not loud, but everyone heard it clearly. Li Yunxiao's heart shook. This voice was very familiar, and he immediately knew who it was. He hurriedly turned around, but he had already disappeared. He also came? Since he doesn't want to show himself, then forget it. As soon as the man finished speaking, countless black shadows appeared in the sky and all of them turned into wind hornets. There were hundreds of thousands of them and they were so densely packed that it made one shudder in fear. "It's too late, sigh." In the crowd, in an inconspicuous corner, a black-robed old man sighed softly. His white brows furrowed as he said, "Back then, when I went to the heaven-shaking mountain range, I also studied the winged wasps. I wanted to tame them and make them into the guardian beasts of Scarlet Moon City, but I still failed. Just because I couldn't find the mother wasp, I didn't expect Ling Bai to poke the beehive." Beside the old man was a woman in a similar black robe. She said softly, "It seems that Ling Bai is also a resourceful person, not a boorish fellow." The old man's brows relaxed as he smiled and said, "To be able to reach this stage in this world, which one of them is a fool?" The woman bowed slightly and nodded, saying, "Father is right." These two were Ning Kuei and Ning Qiyun, father and daughter. Their black robes should have been extremely conspicuous, but they seemed to have used a secret technique. Even when they stood there, no one was willing to look at them. Ning Kuei looked even older than before, but he was full of spirit as he said, "Let's just watch quietly. Maybe there will be a very unexpected result. This battle is not simple, but it seems even more complicated outside the battle circle." Ning Qiyun nodded, not fully understanding, but his eyes were filled with doubt. The appearance of the winged wasps immediately caused quite a commotion. The spectators immediately retreated several hundred zhang, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. Xianxia was also shocked, saying, "What's going on? Where did these winged wasps come from?" The number of tens of thousands was still increasing. Everyone's pores opened up and goosebumps rose all over their bodies. Buzz buzz buzz. The tens of thousands of winged wasps scattered and flew directly towards the mother wasp. Their cries seemed to carry a mournful emotion. Everyone's first reaction was a stinging pain in their ears. A large number of winged wasps circled above the mother wasp a few times, then immediately rushed towards the martial artists in all directions. Ding Shan shouted in alarm, "Quickly stop them! Don't let them scatter!" He opened his hand, and several bright auroras shot out, turning into interweaving light nets that covered the sky. Chi chi chi! A large number of winged wasps were burned when they came into contact with the aurora, their remains flying in the air like scraps of paper. With one move, more than half of them were cleared. Ding Shan flicked his 5 fingers, and the aurora pierced through heaven and earth, scattering in all directions. The sky covered by the feather wasps became bright. Only then did everyone's chaotic hearts calm down a little. How many experts had gathered here? Just thinking about it made them feel at ease. Ding Shan's attack immediately attracted everyone's attention. They all had shocked and solemn expressions. Rumor had it that Ding Shan had stepped into transcendence and sainthood, and it was said to be miraculous. All kinds of rumors flew around, and it was hard to tell the truth from the lies. Now that he had seen it with his own eyes, the rumors were most likely true. Many people's hearts became heavy. What's going on? Can't these winged wasps be completely exterminated? Everyone's hearts, which had just calmed down, were on tenterhooks again. In the sky where the aurora swept past, a large number of winged wasps appeared once again. Hundreds and thousands of them formed a group, turning into hurricanes and scattering. And this number was growing exponentially. Xianxia exclaimed in shock, "Could it be that all the winged wasps in the dark wind belt are here?" Li Yunxiao said solemnly, "We're in trouble now. That hurricane belt stretches for several hundred miles, and the winged wasps inside are simply innumerable. If all of them come, New Yan City will be finished." The people of the Merchant Union instantly felt their hearts turn cold. After Songyang City was destroyed, they had painstakingly rebuilt the new city, and its scale and defenses were more than 10 times grander. They had aspired to become the #1 city in the world. But in such a short time, they were about to face the calamity of the city's destruction. After the hurricanes formed in the sky, they shot out violently. The martial artists watching from afar were forced to take action and began to slaughter the winged wasps. Many of them had already broken through the defenses of the Merchant Union's experts and were spreading towards the city. Those experts below Emperor Wu rarely had the ability to resist when faced with these hundreds and thousands of nightmare wasps. Ordinary mortals were instantly turned into dust by the hurricanes, leaving only a few bloodstains on the ground. Ding Shan also frowned. Although he wasn't afraid of these things, the situation in front of him wasn't something that 1 or 2 people could resolve. Blazing flames ignited on Li Yunxiao's body, and the hurricanes surrounded him, not daring to attack. He formed a hand seal with one hand, and instantly the flames around him turned into several huge shields that spread out. Rumble! The nightmare wasps wanted to escape, but they were caught up by the fire shields and burned clean in an instant. His level 10 divine fire could completely restrain these demonic insects, but the winged wasps had already spread out too far. Not only were they flying over from all around the central plaza, but the teleportation range was also growing larger and larger. Xianxia said anxiously, "Fei Yang, do you have any good ideas?" Li Yunxiao said in a low voice, "These winged wasps cross regions to come here based on their companions' auras. If they continue to spread like this, it will be really troublesome. I suggest that we activate the city protecting formation and seal off all the spatial power, then completely burn these winged wasps in the city. Although it is time-consuming and laborious, it is the most direct and effective method." Yes, simple and effective. Xianxia slapped his head and ordered, "Activate the 3 city protecting formations and seal off all the spatial power. Not even an ant or a fly can think about coming in. First Elder, expand the power of the Great Rebirth of Extreme Bliss formation by 10 times and trap all these winged wasps. Not a single one can escape. The rest of you, follow me to kill these wasps. After all, grind them to pieces and not leave a single aura behind. Yes. Everyone replied in unison. Now that they had a pillar of support, the efficiency of their work instantly rose. From afar, several beams of light shot up into the sky, each of them in different colors. They shone upon each other in the air, resembling umbrellas as they spread out rapidly in all directions. Finally, they intersected with each other, forming a three-layered barrier that stretched for over 100 miles before vanishing in a flash. After that, several hundred people directly appeared in the air, sprinting in all directions as they formed a formation to block the winged wind wasps, preventing them from spreading further. A powerful formation energy gushed forth from the earth as formation runes churned unceasingly in the air, locking down the area of several miles around the bronze battle platform. Under Xianxia's command, all the experts of the Merchant Alliance moved out, surrounding the winged wind wasps. Very soon, the number of winged wind wasps was reduced at a speed visible to the naked eye. On top of the three-layered barrier, in the void, two extraordinary silhouettes stood alone. One of them had a cold expression, his eyes like water and lightning, as though he could see through everything. His white robes fluttered even though there was no wind. I finally understand why you wanted me to rob Gui Yao. Could it be that all of this was within your calculations? This is merely an ordinary guess. In order to prevent the winged wind wasps from breaking through, we can only seal the entire space of Nuyan City. If not, you don't even need to show up today. The other person was an elegant young master dressed in luxurious robes. He smiled, but now that the Gui Yao has appeared, you've formed another grudge with the Dark North Mystic Palace. His lips curled into a smile. In his right hand, there was a thin piece of paper that he flipped unceasingly as a green glow flowed along with his spirituality. The young man snorted lightly, placing his hands behind his back. His eyes flashed with arrogance, as though the entire world was nothing in his eyes. He coldly laughed. How many enemies does this seat have? It doesn't matter if there are a few more. The young master smiled. Let's wait a little longer, this isn't the best time yet. The young man frowned, but he didn't say anything. He continued standing there, staring coldly at the chaotic state of Nuyan City. The young master stared at him and suddenly laughed. Why? You don't trust me? The young man replied, No, I just feel strange. I just find it strange that you're helping me just so that I can test out Gu Feiyang. You can definitely do it yourself. The young master retracted his smile and stared at the young man's eyes. He solemnly said, Because I'm very curious. I can't divine your life or death, and I don't want to see you die. Oh? Young master, you who claims to know the past and future is actually a swindler. The young master smiled lightly. The young master also smiled. Since you know I'm a swindler, why would you believe me? Could it be that Ying Emperor Wu Lingbai has lost his confidence and is starting to believe in fate? It doesn't matter if it's fate or not. As long as it's something I want to do, even if it's a god, I'll still kill it without hesitation. Lingbai's eyes shot out waves of cold light. Duan Muyoyu felt the substantial killing intent and was slightly startled. However, he quickly recovered and said with a smile, This young master also wants to see Ying Emperor Wu, god of slaughter. Lingbai seemed to have heard something. His pupils shrank, and he snorted lightly. The killing intent around him dissipated, and he returned to his usual arrogant appearance. Duan Muyoyu smiled lightly. The card that was flipping between his fingers suddenly stopped, and he flicked it out. The card broke through the void and kept flipping above Nuyan City. Because it was outside the formation and Nuyan City was in a mess, it didn't attract anyone's attention. As the card flipped, the picture on it was revealed. It was a grayish-brown turtle with a shell that rose up like a mountain. The turtle's head was triangular, and it had teeth that were exposed. It looked strange and terrifying. Bang! With a light burst of sparks, the card was set ablaze and drifted away with the wind. The sound and the flames immediately attracted Li Yunxia's attention. He raised his head and looked over, and the scene reflected in his eyes. He asked suspiciously, What is that? Hearing his whisper, Wan Qian also looked over. With their eyesight, they could naturally see the burning card clearly. However, after a quick glance, the card completely turned into ashes, leaving only a few black ashes that were blown away by the wind. That is. Xianxian's heart skipped a beat. His intuition told him that there was something wrong with that thing, but he couldn't tell what it was. Boom! Suddenly, the earth trembled, and the buildings in the distance instantly collapsed. The central plaza directly cracked open and then completely collapsed. Boom! 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 Huge tremors and rumbles came from the earth. It was as if there was something strange in the depths of the earth, and the earth was being torn apart. Boom! Just as everyone was in shock, a mountain surged out from the earth and continued to extend towards the sky. What the hell is that? The Merchant Alliance's people all cried out in shock and retreated along the mountain peak. The entire ground had collapsed and cracked for 1,000 miles. Then, a huge tortoise head popped out like a bamboo shoot. Its long white fangs flickered with cold light and its lantern-sized eyes shot out cold light. That's my family's guardian beast, Gui Yao. Someone in the crowd suddenly cried out in shock and clenched his fists. His eyes were filled with rage as he roared, Ling Bai, so you're the one who stole the guardian beast. Damn it. That person's rage soared into the sky as faint ice crystals condensed around him. The surrounding martial artists all shivered as they felt a boundless coldness invade their bones. They hurriedly retreated in shock. Hey! It's Beiming Palace's Vice Palace Lord, Hang Yifeng. What? Even the Vice Palace Lord is here? What's so strange about it? It's not strange for anyone to come for such a big matter. What's strange is that the Beiming family's guardian beast was stolen. What a great humiliation. That's right. If even the guardian beast can be stolen, then the entire Beiming Palace will probably be robbed next time. But they're really good at keeping the news under wraps. They actually didn't hear anything about such a big matter. All sorts of gossip entered Hang Yifeng's ears, making him even more furious. His face was flushed red, forming a stark contrast with the cold air around him. Li Yunxiao's pupils constricted as he said coldly, "This is troublesome. The Gui Yao is an extremely powerful Earth-type spatial demonic beast. Ling Bai probably predicted that the city barrier formation would be activated to seal the space, so he was prepared." The Gui Yao kept emerging from the ground as a large number of feather bees swarmed out of its mountain-like shell. They turned into hurricanes and spread out at a faster and faster rate. Xianxian said angrily, "Lord Hang Yifeng, take your demonic beast away." Hang Yifeng said anxiously, "The guardian beast seems to be disrupted. I tried to communicate with it with my divine sense, but it didn't work." Xianxian said angrily, "If that's the case, then I can only send it to the afterlife." The scarlet dragon staff in his hand turned into a coiling dragon that coiled around his hand like a snake. The feather bees that had just been suppressed rose again after the Gui Yao appeared. Furthermore, it was even more ferocious than before. Xianxian was a little exasperated. Hang Yifeng exclaimed, "Wait. Lord Xianxian, give me some time, I will definitely be able to persuade it." He flew up and landed in front of Gui Yao, anxiously waving his hands and incanting an incantation. Gui Yao's head slowly shrunk back into his body. His pair of tusks sparkled with a cold light and turned brighter, with wisps of smoke puffing out from them. Hang Yifeng shut his mouth, as though he did not dare to say anything else. His forehead was filled with tiny beads of sweat as he became extremely wary. Gui Yao seemed to be about to attack. Hua hua. Two dazzling rays of light shot out from the fangs, and the sky was split open. Hang Yifeng was shocked. Fortunately, he was prepared. He waved his sleeves in front of him, forming a circle that resembled jade and mirror. Boom! When the slash landed on the jade mirror, it exploded into countless fluorescent lights. Some of the lights even pierced through and landed on Hang Yifeng's body, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood and fly backward. How can this be? Hang Yifeng was shocked. Gui Yao's current strength seemed to be far greater than before. Li Yunxiao stared at Gui Yao. His lantern-sized eyes were slightly red and filled with a violent aura. This Gui Yao is the same as the giant scorpion from before. Some kind of secret technique has been used to stimulate the potential in its body, allowing its strength to increase explosively in a short period of time. After that, it will probably be crippled. Hang Yifeng was shocked and infuriated. This was the guardian beast of Bimingxian Palace, and he could not allow it to be harmed. Wan Qianqian said coldly, then we can't tolerate it. The scarlet dragon staff flew out of his hand, turned into a dragon in the air, and swooped down. It opened its mouth and bit at the turtle head. Boom! The mountain on Gui Yao's back expanded again, and its head and limbs shrunk back into it. It was like a mountain standing on the ground, without any gaps. The scarlet dragon's head slammed into the mountain, and it kept tumbling in the air, unable to move at all. Wan Qianqian's face changed drastically, and he said angrily, Hang Yifeng, what's up with this turtle shell? Hang Yifeng's face was also very unsightly, and he said, the Gui Yao shell is formed by devouring earth attribute objects for tens of millions of years. It's extremely tough, and nothing can break it. Seeing more and more feather wasps, Wan Qianqian said angrily, if I can't break this shell, I'll send it to the next world. Brother Ding Shan, I'll have to trouble you to help. No matter how strong the shell was, it couldn't block an attack from an extraordinary holiness. Ding Shan was also shocked. Seeing the feather wasp spread out wouldn't do anyone any good, but he still said awkwardly, it's formed by Qianqian's earth attribute energy. If I attack with my full strength, I might be able to break it, but I'm afraid Nuyen City, Wan Qianqian's heart also went cold. It was very normal for an attack from an extraordinary holiness to destroy half a city. If he used a barrier to suppress the aftershock, he would have to use the power of hundreds of people. If the Great Rebirth Extreme Bliss formation was hit by such an attack, its power would plummet. There's no time to worry about that. Wan Qianqian said in a low voice, if we don't cut off the feather wasp's passage, all of Nuyen City will be finished. Brother Ding Shan, do it. I'll have the Grand Elder set up a barrier to suppress the aftershock. There's no need for such trouble. Let me try. Li Yunxiao suddenly said, everyone, be careful. He opened his hand, and the five-colored Tusada heavenly peak slowly flew up and fell from his palm. It turned into a meteorite, and the pressure was so great that it burned the air. The entire space was deformed under the pressure of the giant meteorite, forming a funnel shape. The figures of the people nearby were stretched out, and they all retreated in shock. Boom! The moment the Tusada heavenly peak came into contact with the shell, the earth shook and the mountains shook. The Tusada heavenly peak rolled off the shell, and the entire mountain collapsed, turning into countless rocks that shot in all directions. What? Hang Yifeng's eyes almost popped out. He was well aware of the strength of the mountain's shell, and right now, it was as powerless as a dirt slope, crumbling away. Li Yunxiao, how dare you kill my mystic palace's Gui Yao, he shouted in shock and anger. Li Yunxiao said indifferently, so what if I killed him? What do you want? Hang Yifeng said angrily, fine. I don't care if you're Gu Feiyang or, Li Yunxiao interrupted him impatiently, shut up, will you? If you keep talking, I'll kill you after I kill your turtle. Hang Yifeng sucked in a breath of cold air, and his face was livid with anger, but he could only watch as the shell collapsed. Gui Yao's screams came from the countless rocks and dust. In the end, the entire turtle body was smashed into pieces, and the ground was riddled with holes. I didn't think they would break Gui Yao so easily. In the void, Duan Muyoyu scolded softly and said gloomily, the earth elemental power that Li Yunxiao's profound level weapon is emitting is so terrifying. It's much stronger than Gui Yao's. It's a complete one-sided suppression. Terrible. Ling Bai said coldly, I knew that beast wouldn't be of much use. Let me personally send the entire merchant alliance on their way. His figure moved and he walked forward. White light flashed in the void. Duan Muyoyu called out, don't rush, I still have a few cards in my hand. At least break that Great Rebirth Extreme Bliss formation first, lest there's no need. A faint reply came, and Ling Bai's figure had already disappeared in the void. I was too impulsive. Duan Muyoyu sighed and muttered to himself, I hope I don't die so soon. In Nuyen City, Wan Qian said happily, Fei Yang, you've helped me greatly again. With a wave of his hand, Li Yunxiao kept the Tusada heavenly peak and said indifferently, Brother Qian, you're too polite. Since I've agreed to help you, I'll naturally do my best. Wan Qian said happily, all these years haven't been in vain. The person I've trusted the most has always been you. He glanced at Hang Yifeng in the distance with a gloomy expression. He snorted and said, Lordy Feng, you can't blame Fei Yong for Gui Yao's death. Everyone in the world can bear witness. If Bai Mingxian Palace is unreasonable, then our merchant alliance will bear the responsibility. If you have any complaints, just come at me. Hang Yifeng's face was ashen, and he clenched his fists without saying a word. No one knew what he was thinking. With Gui Yao's death, the city protection formation sealed off all space once again. The number of zephyr wasps began to decrease, and a large number of them were annihilated. Suddenly, a huge white chain appeared in the sky like the Milky Way, tearing a crack in the city protection formation. The entire city shook violently, and the crack created by the Tusida heavenly peak extended even further. Rumble. A huge tremor and the energy ripples of the city protection formation shot out in the sky, and the entire world was in chaos. Wan Qian said angrily, Ling Bai, you're really here to die. He disappeared from where he was, and in the next moment, he appeared 10,000 meters in the sky. The scarlet dragon staff turned into a dragon and flew out of his hand, biting towards the white chain. Humph, what a disgrace. A cold voice rang out, and Ling Bai's figure appeared, standing calmly on the white chain with a leisurely expression. He raised his right hand and tapped out. After striking out a few inches, he suddenly stopped and slashed the air with 2 fingers, instantly splitting the sky. The scarlet dragon staff fell into the crack and was slashed back into its original form, and a staff was sent flying back. It's Ling Bai! Someone below exclaimed. Instantly, everyone looked at the sky in shock, all of them excited and nervous. He's really here? Hee, there's going to be a good show to watch. Mingzhen's eyes flickered, and the mystic aspect treasure mirror also gave off a warm glow. You're too much. Wan Qian roared angrily, grabbed the scarlet dragon staff, and charged forward, striking at the other party's head with both hands. Ling Bai took a step forward, and a white light flickered. All that was left was an afterimage that was crippled by the scarlet dragon staff. His real body had already appeared 1,000 feet away, and his 2 fingers kept forming seals in the air before tapping towards the city protection formation. Boom! A ball of light burst forth from the formation like a whirlpool on the sea, sinking continuously. The 3 layers of light shone resplendently at the same time, unable to withstand the power of that attack. A boundless might descended from the formation and spread out in the skies above Nuyan City. Everyone held their breaths as a feeling of insignificance surged in their hearts. Humph, the Merchant Alliance's city protection formation isn't that easy to break. Wan Qian landed on the formation light and stepped on the colorful light, his hands forming seals rapidly. Lust of heaven and earth, yin and yang, all living things, one spirit, one Tao. Rainbow-colored light surged from the formation and covered his body. It became transparent like colored glaze, as if he was a deity. He then disappeared from the spot and appeared in front of Ling Bai, slapping out with his open palm. The entire formation shook along with his movements and seemed to have dimmed significantly. However, the descending current continued to rise up, resisting Ling Bai's power. Transform into the formation spirit. Mingzhen exclaimed, Wan Qian is indeed skilled. Combining the power of 3 city protection formations and using his own body as a spirit, he's trying to make up for the difference between him and Ling Bai. Ming Jian said, seems like he doesn't need the Great Rebirth Extreme Bliss formation to fight against Ling Bai. Wan Qian is truly not simple. After hiding his strength for so many years, he's finally going to soar into the skies. Someone at the side asked in shock, can Wan Qian win? Mingzhen rubbed his chin and said in a low voice, it's difficult to win. However, it's still easy for him to fight Ling Bai to a draw after transforming into his true spirit and absorbing the power of 3 formations. Boom! Just as Mingzhen finished speaking, Ling Bai slapped down from the sky as well, suppressing Wan Qian's glass palm and sending it down. Boom! Boom! Wan Qian's body sank continuously as though he was slapped into mud, and the light on his body became extremely unstable. That person exclaimed, Lord, Wan Qian doesn't seem to be able to hold on much longer. Mingzhen replied, it's fine. It's just the beginning. Wan Qian won't be able to, boom. A loud explosion sounded from the formation light and the glass light on Wan Qian's body dispersed completely. He was sent flying like a cannonball and crashed into the ground with a boom. That person was flabbergasted. Sir, this, Ming Jian also wiped his sweat and said, I didn't expect Xianxia to be so weak. It seems like even these three formations can't stop Ling Baiyi. It will definitely be a one-sided situation. Now, it all depends on the great rebirth of Ultimate Bliss formation. After Ling Baiyi sent Xianxia flying with a palm strike, he did not advance but instead retreated, teleporting thousands of feet away. Boom! A formation light pierced through the air, and then the 10,000 glass light bodies appeared again. He formed a seal with one hand, and the formation light immediately chased after it. Ling Baiyi's figure flashed once more, and he vanished from the sky above the formation, completely vanishing without a trace. As the formation light descended, it also disappeared. Wan Yiqian's aura was monstrous, and he was like a god as he shouted, Ling Baiyi, get out here. His voice spread out impressively, causing heaven and earth to tremble. The man said in astonishment, Sir, Ling Baiyi ran away. Mingjian's face was dark as he said angrily, such a shocking battle, can't you just shut your mouth and watch carefully? Asking all sorts of questions makes me feel uneasy, and I can't even think straight. If you ask any more nonsense, I'll tear you apart first. He glared at that cultivator furiously, and that cultivator jumped in fright and retreated hurriedly, not daring to ask any more. The 10,000 figures in the sky seemed to have merged as one with the formation light, and they flashed endlessly under the sunlight. Come out. If you can't even break the 3 city protection formations, how are you going to fight against the entire Merchant Alliance? Aren't you just asking to be humiliated? Are you tired of living? His voice spread out like a wave, causing clouds to surge. Mingjian praised, as expected of the head of the Merchant Alliance, the master of the 10,000 treasure tower. Just this aura alone is not beneath that of the titled Emperor Wu. Mingjian nodded as well. Coupled with these 3 majestic formations, Xianxia's current strength is most likely above Ling Baiyi's. A purple light suddenly appeared in the sky, and it spun down at an extremely fast speed. Li Yunxiao exclaimed, watch out. Xianxia's pupils constricted. Even without the reminder, he could also feel the power of that purple light. All the hairs on his body stood on end, and with a loud roar, he put his palms together and slammed them into the sky. 3 palaces rise and fall, the river of carriages circulates. Countless formation lights gathered on Xianxia's body, turning into rings of light that flowed continuously in a dazzling and colorful manner. Boom! That purple light descended, and within it was actually a slender longsword, carrying with it a boundless purple aura as it slashed down. Xianxia's eyes widened, and the glazed light on his body instantly dissipated. The 3 formation lights in the sky above Nuyan City instantly dimmed. Ah! Xianxia cried out in pain as his body trembled under the purple longsword. The glazed light around him cracked layer by layer like armor. Pa! Xianxia's palms suddenly came together, and with a boom, his body exploded. A scarlet light shot out from the explosion and landed on the ground, transforming into his body. However, his face was pale, and his lips were trembling. Mingjian coughed. Although Xianxia's strength has increased greatly, Ling Baiyi is still the titled Emperor Wu after all. It is within expectations for him to break through the 3 defenses in one move and injure Xianxia. Mingjian nodded. That's right. That purple longsword should be Ling Baiyi's sword, 6 wounds purple edge. After the purple longsword defeated Xianxia, it spun in the air, turning into spots of purple light and dissipating. Mingjian, the 2 of them felt that the gazes of the people around them had turned strange. Instantly, their faces flushed red, revealing expressions of embarrassment and anger. Following that, the formation lights in the sky began to dissipate like fireworks, exploding continuously. A pure white figure slowly descended with his hands behind his back. The entire world became abnormally silent. It was as if time had stopped, leaving only that figure as the only moving thing in the universe. Buzz buzz buzz, once the city protecting array was broken, the spatial seal was completely opened. Countless feather wasps crossed over again. Only then did the people from the Merchant Alliance react in shock. Chen Zhongxi shouted, get into formation. He took a step forward and walked towards Ling Baiyi. His body alternated between light and dark, as if he wasn't in this space. Hundreds of experts appeared in the surroundings and lined up according to their fixed positions, surrounding Ling Bai in the formation. Everyone felt an inexplicable pressure. That figure was merely standing there, but it was as if he occupied the throne of supremacy, causing everyone to tremble uncontrollably. Don't panic. We are already very familiar with the formation. As long as everyone is united, even a god can be slaughtered. Xianxia appeared in the sky and looked at Ling Bai. Once everyone saw their pillar of support, they instantly calmed down and began to focus, activating the formation. Instantly, rays of formation light shot into the sky. Everyone's body shone with light. Hundreds of light pillars seemed to correspond to the stars in the sky, trapping Ling Bai within. The boundless astral energy cascaded downwards through space-time. The sky was filled with peace and tranquility, like a paradise. So the so-called ancient killing formation is merely an astral formation. Ling Bai calmly spoke. Xianxia coldly snorted, no matter what formation it is, as long as it can kill you, it's a good formation. With a wave of his hand, the ancient bronze battle platform flew over and slammed down onto Ling Bai. A crisp sound rang out as the platform slammed down onto Ling Bai. At the same time, the hundreds of light pillars changed unceasingly as a majestic energy manifested, exuding a solemn aura. Ling Bai's countenance changed. This isn't astral energy, it's world energy. Xianxia coldly laughed, it's too late for you to know. Go to hell. He unceasingly formed seals with his hands as his silhouette flickered in and out of existence within the light pillars. The ancient bronze battle platform glowed with a bright light as the diagrams on it began to unravel. Within it, there were all sorts of things. Not only were there tangible objects, there were even the 7 treasures of the world, as well as a myriad of tastes and sensations. Every single one of them was unique and marvelous, unable to be measured. As expected, it's world energy. Ling Bai's countenance changed. That ancient bronze battle platform was like a world unfolding before his eyes, causing him to sink deep within. Everywhere was majestic and beautiful, he couldn't extricate himself from it. His eyes flashed with a hint of bewilderment and joy, as though he was immersed in this boundless beauty. Rumble. That ancient bronze battle platform smashed over, shattering the space around Ling Bai, transforming it into a bottomless pitch-black space that revolved unceasingly. Only to see that white silhouette slowly sinking into it, there was actually no way for him to resist at all. Everyone's eyes were wide open, it was as though there was a galaxy below the platform. That white dot grew smaller and smaller until it finally sank completely. Did he win? Everyone was astonished. Impossible. That powerful existence didn't even have the chance to resist and was directly suppressed? Everyone had looks of disbelief on their faces, but the truth was right before their eyes. Xianxia was also in wild joy as he laughed uproariously, ha ha ha. I didn't expect it to have such a miraculous effect. After being suppressed by this ancient battle platform, even a true deity realm expert wouldn't be able to come out. Ha ha ha. Xianxia also didn't dare to believe it. Mingzhen clenched his right fist and clapped it on his left. That's right. As expected of one of the 3 great ancient killing formations, it's a powerful weapon that can kill even gods. Back then, how many deity realm experts were killed? At the very least, Ling Bai wasn't at the deity realm yet. Mingzhen nodded unceasingly, even if Ling Bai didn't die, he's most likely trapped in the ancient battle platform. As long as the Great Rebirth Extreme Bliss formation continues to circulate and completely refine him, there's no way for him to make a comeback. Although this battle was somewhat unexpected, it's all within reason. That's right. Mingzhen said, everything was within our calculations. From today onwards, there's no longer a character named Ling Bai in the heavenly martial realm. When the crowd heard their discussion, their expressions slowly changed from shock to enlightenment, as though they understood what was going on. Li Yunxiao stared at the ancient bronze battle platform, wanting to see through it. However, he was blocked by the powerful world energy, unable to do so at all. At this moment, Xianxia sat cross-legged, floating in the air before the platform as he commanded, don't be distracted. Everyone, focus your energy and completely refine Ling Bai into dregs. Hundreds of people were in high spirits. If they could kill Ling Bai, it would be enough for them to be proud of for the rest of their lives. All of them mustered up their strength and unceasingly formed all sorts of seals. Beams of light intertwined with each other in the air, forming a vast and majestic formation. A towering amount of energy gushed into the bronze battle platform, causing the atmosphere to be extremely solemn. Both inside and outside the formation was serene and quiet. Affected by the power of the formation, many people revealed expressions of confusion and devotion, almost kneeling down. Mingjin said, "I wonder how long it will take to refine Ling Bai. Why don't the two of us borrow the power of this mirror to take a look?" This sentence instantly attracted the gazes of everyone as they stared at the mirror in bewilderment. Although it was extraordinary, they didn't believe that it could penetrate through the world energy and peer into the interior of the bronze battle platform. Ming Jian seemed to be somewhat hesitant as he said, "This treasure mirror is only a replica of the real Miaxiang treasure mirror. Can it withstand the penetrating power?" Mingjin smiled and said, "We'll know once we try. I really want to see what Ling Bai looked like before he died. I believe everyone has the same desire." A martial artist shouted, "If Darren really has a way to reveal the scene inside, everyone is eager to take a look." A figure slowly appeared in the crowd. It was Duan Muyoyu, standing silently in an inconspicuous corner. Surprise flashed in his eyes as he held his chin and thought, "This really is a replica of the Miaxiang treasure mirror. Who are these two idiots?" As soon as he appeared, he immediately sensed several divine senses falling on him. He was originally forming a hand sign with one hand to calculate something, but he suddenly stopped. After a light smile, he put down his hand and stood in the crowd like an ordinary person. Ming Jian said, "All right then. With our strength, let's activate the mirror's greatest power." The two of them immediately formed hand seals, one on the left and the other on the right, performing completely opposite movements. Several hand seals entered the treasured mirror. And immediately, a gray and hazy image appeared. "What's wrong? Is the world power too strong to shine through?" Mingjin asked in shock. Ming Jian frowned, not knowing what was going on. On the other hand, Li Yunxiao's pupils constricted as he became vigilant. The vast expanse of white was the scene when the power of the world first appeared. He had experienced it in the mountain and river cauldron. What was the origin of this bronze battle platform exactly? How could it be so powerful? In truth, the battle platform itself didn't contain the energy of a world. It was formed from the energy of the Great Rebirth Pure Bliss formation, relying on the boundless astral energy to transform it into a world of pure bliss. This was the reason why this scene was so blurry. In the haze, a figure could be vaguely seen sitting in the air, forming a seal with one hand. A hazy purple light swam around his body like a dragon or a horse, constantly changing its shape. Li Yunxiao exclaimed, "Not good. Ling Bai is absorbing the world energy." "What?" Everyone was astounded as they looked at the miraculous treasured mirror, yet all of them had bewildered expressions as if they'd seen nothing. Wan Xian couldn't help but ask, "Fei Yang, what did you see?" Li Yunxiao's body trembled as he furrowed his brows. "Could it be that none of you can see it?" Mingjin replied, "The world energy is too strong, the treasured mirror has no way to penetrate it." "Li Yunxiao, can you really see anything?" Li Yunxiao turned his gaze over. The figure sitting cross-legged in the midst of the white light was undoubtedly Ling Bai. Not only that, the purple light flowing around his body was none other than his innate weapon, the 6 Injuries Violet Edge. "I'm not sure what's going on with this broken mirror, but it's true that Ling Bai is absorbing the world energy for his cultivation," he calmly stated. Chen Zhongxi's brows were furrowed so tightly that they formed a Chuan character. "This isn't too possible, right?" Ming Jian replied, "Since the treasured mirror can't display anything, how can it be seen?" "Li Yunxiao, you're deliberately mystifying things." Li Yunxiao replied, "Even if I'm deliberately mystifying things, in any case, I've already done what I should do and said what I should say. As for how to judge, that would be up to Brother Qian and Grand Elder Chen Zhongxi to decide." Wan Qianqian and Chen Zhongxi were placed in a difficult position. They glanced at each other, unable to come to a decision. "Brother Ding Shan, Brother Qianxing, Grand Manager Han, what do you think?" Wan Qianqian turned and inquired. Qianxing replied, "This matter isn't something that I can judge, I don't dare to make wild guesses." Han Junting nodded her head, "My opinion is the same as President Qianxing's. However, Sir Yunxiao has Tsutsumi in his body and has the ability to peer into the heavens. We can't ignore him." Wan Xianxian glanced at Ding Shan as he asked, "What does brother Ding Shan think?" Ding Shan's countenance was devoid of emotions. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking. This was also because Wan Xianxian had some trepidation in his heart. Ding Shan replied, "I'd rather believe it than believe it to be true." "Oh?" Wan Xianxian's eyes narrowed. "What do you mean?" Ding Shan replied, "Even if Ling Bai is really cultivating inside, given his current cultivation base, it's impossible for him to improve further. Hence, we can afford to wait. But if we blindly follow Li Yunxiao's judgment, wouldn't all our efforts be for naught?" Wan Xianxian clapped his hands and laughed, "That's right. Let's do as brother Ding Shan says. Grand Elder, don't stop for even a moment. Just treat it as if Ling Bai is trapped inside, but none of us can relax just in case." The hundreds of people had heavy expressions on their faces as they became even more serious and focused. The scene Li Yunxiao saw was their humiliation. All of them had expressions of anger on their faces. Mingjun laughed, "Don't worry, Tower Lord. From the two of us, Ling Bai is most probably finished. The grand rebirth of pure bliss is one of the three most ominous formations of the ancient times. Those who are trapped inside would definitely die." Wan Xianxian also had the same thought in his heart. It was just that he couldn't get rid of the gloominess in his heart, causing him to feel increasingly irritated. He would occasionally glance at Li Yunxiao, yet the latter had an indifferent expression on his face, just like Ding Shan. Li Yunxiao's countenance didn't change, but his heart was filled with towering waves as he stared unblinkingly at the treasured mirror. From what his eyes could see, Ling Bai was indeed absorbing the energy of the world. Other than the 6 injuries' violet edge flashing unceasingly, there was also a faint violet chi congealing in front of him. That violet chi grew denser and denser, gradually transforming into the shape of a set of armor. The armor was exquisite and exquisite, seemingly able to cover all the acupoints on the body. That helmet resembled half a face with 2 horns protruding from it, exuding an extremely bizarre and terrifying aura. Li Yunxiao involuntarily gulped as a gurgling sound rang out from his throat. Not only could Tsutsumi see 1,000 miles with a single glance, he could also sense qi. The surging energy radiating from the armor caused his heart to palpitate. What armor is this exactly? His heart was abnormally shocked. Information on all the armors that could be found in the world, or even in the legends, flashed through his mind, but none of them matched. In his knowledge, the magic sky armor was already in existence that was difficult to surpass. However, this armor gave him a feeling that it was even above the magic sky armor. Where did Ling Bai get such an item? Furthermore, the aura of this armor is so compatible with his own killing intent. It's truly flawless. Li Yunxiao's mood became serious. Ling Bai's strength had already reached the peak of perfection. If he were to combine it with the power of this armor, no one in Nuyan City would be able to match him unless Ao Changkong was actually here. At this moment, Ling Bai's expression was extremely calm and serene. The hand seals in his hands became extremely slow, but extremely strange. Every time he did so, he activated the origin formation on the armor, as if it was completely compatible with the hand seals of this profound tool. Refining a profound tool. Li Yunxiao was shocked. He finally understood what Ling Bai was doing. He wasn't cultivating on his own, rather, he was borrowing the power of this world to refine this armor. If that's the case, then he hasn't completely refined this item yet. However, given the familiarity of his movements, he's probably not far from it. Cold sweat beaded on Li Yunxiao's forehead. Ding Shan's analysis was indeed correct. Even if Ling Bai had truly cultivated within this world, it would be impossible for him to break through again in a short period of time. However, who would have thought that Ling Bai was actually refining a profound tool within this world? Time slowly passed. Everyone waited silently. Only the hundreds of experts continued to form hand seals, maintaining the ancient bronze battle platform's operation. All of them were so tired that their clothes were soaked with sweat. It's been so long. Is he dead? Someone finally couldn't help but mutter, immediately causing a commotion. Wan Qianyi's expression was dark, and the frustration in his heart grew stronger and stronger. Based on the instincts of a martial artist, he wouldn't be so frustrated for no reason. He glanced at Li Yunxiao and said, "Fei Yong, what do you think of the scene you're seeing?" Li Yunxiao replied, since Brother Qianni doesn't believe me, you'll find out soon enough. Wan Qianni's countenance was extremely unsightly to behold as a trace of regret appeared in his heart. There's a change in the treasured mirror. Mingzhen suddenly called out. Could it be that it has been completely refined into dregs? Everyone turned their gazes onto the Miaoxiang treasured mirror only to see ripples appearing on the surface of the mirror. It was as though the energy within the mirror was in chaos. After that, a large amount of violet light appeared, flashing on the surface of the mirror. Amidst the chaos, a white-colored silhouette could be seen. Not dead. Someone exclaimed. Wan Qianni was infuriated, the unease in his heart was finally verified. He roared, keep the ancient battle platform. Qin Zhongxi felt a great sense of defeat in his heart. Although he didn't know what was going on, it was clear that the Great Rebirth Extreme Bliss formation had already lost. Release the formation. He couldn't help but roar as he flew up into the air. Countless beams of light shot out in all directions as everyone retreated with pale faces. The ancient bronze battle platform slowly rose up as a nebula appeared in the surroundings. That torrential whirlpool churned once more, growing larger and larger. A white-colored silhouette that resembled a patch of white snow quietly sat there, exuding an eternal and unchanging aura. Qin Zhongxi's heart was once again injured. Under his rage, a mouthful of blood gushed up his throat as he felt a sense of defeat. Ling Bai, you deserve death. He gritted his teeth and flew up to the bronze platform. Grabbing out with his 5 fingers, boundless spirit chi gushed into his palms as he ferociously slammed them out. The palm strike was like a moving mountain, crashing down with a force that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Ling Bai opened his eyes slightly, and a purple light flashed around him. His eyes were like blades as he stared at Ming Zhen and Ming Jian and said coldly, you two idiots dared to spoil my plans. He actually completely ignored the shocking palm strike. Ming Zhen and Ming Jian were horrified. Under that gaze, they felt as if their bodies were shining, and they couldn't help but tremble as they retreated. The treasured mirror emitted a dense light, illuminating their faces until they were deathly pale. Boom! Qin Zhongxi's palm strike smashed the entire vortex. Ling Bai actually took the blow head-on without any resistance, and his entire body spun along with the dissipating light. His white clothes fluttered in the wind, and his cold face was filled with self-admiration. Li Yunxiao said, what a proud and aloof person, I really want to slap him to death. Qin Zhongxi shouted angrily, you're looking down on me too much. He spread his hands apart, and a taiji painting spun in his palms. He shouted, white rainbow pierces the sun. First Elder, be careful. Wan Qianqi shouted in alarm. Qin Zhongxi was no match for Ling Bai no matter what. But Qin Zhongxi had already disregarded life and death. His fighting spirit was high, and he turned into a beam of light as he shot out with both palms. Wan Qianqi panicked and chased after him. It's important to know one's own limits. First Elder, look at yourself, do you have it? Ling Bai smiled disdainfully. He raised his hand, and a purple light flashed on his fingertip. He said coldly, sound saber. Clang, the purple light on his fingertip trembled slightly, and there was a metallic sound as an invisible force slashed out. Boom, Qin Zhongxi's palm strike was immediately split in half. The power of the sound saber passed through his body, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. His aura instantly weakened, and he became dispirited. Seeing that you helped me refine the armor, I won't kill you with this strike. Scram! Ling Bai shouted lightly. Qin Zhongxi was sent flying as if he had been struck by a hammer, and a smear of blood splattered across the sky. The hundreds of martial artists were all dumbfounded. The First Elder, who was so powerful in their eyes, couldn't even withstand a single blow. Wan Qianni was so angry that she swept her crimson dragon staff horizontally like a padao. Ling Bai dodged the attack with a light leap, his body constantly retreating like a willow leaf as he sneered, Wan Qianqian, what other means do you have? Use them all. If this is all you have, then it will be the time for you to die. Humph. It's not your turn to take my life. Fellow Taoists, let's fight to the death with this devil. Wan Qianni shouted angrily, wanting to gather everyone to surround and annihilate them. He brandished the walking stick in his hand in an impenetrable manner, and every move was aimed at Ling Bai's vital points. However, he knew that all of this was useless. Only by joining hands would he have any hope of winning. The people of the Merchant Union immediately rushed forward, surrounding Ling Bai and attacking. Several figures constantly flashed in the air. Ling Bai placed his hands behind his back and continued to dodge. Wan Qianqian, Qianxing, Han Zhenting, Ding Shan, Su Lianyi. Very good, those who are not dead are all here. He drew a circle in front of him with his right hand. A purple light flashed and a sword coiled around his arm like a snake. He drew a half circle in the opposite direction, and a terrifying sword energy condensed. Li Yunxiao exclaimed, "Danger, retreat." Su Lianyi was his now, and he could not just watch her die. Su Lianyi was startled, and did not dare to move forward anymore. Yi Yan retreated instead. Han Zhenting was also shocked. When Lu Shang Zifeng appeared, she felt a chill in her heart. At this moment, she could not stay any longer and hurriedly retreated. Qianxing hurriedly said, "Wan Qianqian and Ding Shan, I'll leave this to you too." Wan Qianqian said in a deep voice, "All of you, retreat. Anyone below divine transcendence is an ant." Ling Bai sneered, "Oh? Do you think it's too late to retreat now?" Chi. His right fist punched in the air, and instantly spread out in the shape of a crescent. It contained endless sharp sword intent and slashed at the few people. Bang! A golden abacus appeared in Qianxing's hand and blocked in front of him. More than 10 abacus beads fell out. A mouthful of blood rushed to his throat, but he forced it down. His eyes were full of fear as he retreated again. Wan Qianqian threw his cane, which turned into a dragon in front of him and attacked the sword intent. Ding Shan's face was solemn. This was the first time he fought with a divine transcendence master, so he was unusually cautious. In his hand was a 3-foot-long sword. It was bronze in color and did not have a trace of luster, just like ordinary brass. With a twist of his wrist, he slashed down. Kaboom! As the three forces collided with each other, a shocking light shook the sky and rippled out layer by layer. The surrounding martial artists all suffered internal injuries and hurriedly retreated. Many of them were directly turned into ashes by the aftershocks. So scary. Is this the power of divine transcendence? The crowd was in an uproar, and they all ran for their lives. Su Lianyi returned to Li Yunxiao's side and said in horror, "This power is too terrifying. Can the Commerce Union win?" Her dignified face showed fear. Li Yunxiao said, "Don't worry, even if the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. Ding Shan and Wan Qianqian are not rookies." With Wan Qianqian and Ding Shan working together, they suppressed the fist wind and sword intent, forming a temporary balance. However, the aftershocks were stronger than the previous ones, constantly battering Nuyen City. Ling Bai stood proudly with his left hand behind his back. Under the combined attack of the two divine transcendence masters, his body was finally forced to retreat, but his expression did not change. Clang! He raised his left hand and waved it lightly. A sword sound trembled, followed by purple light falling. An ancient purple sword fell to his side. As his left hand moved, two sword intents shot out from the 6 wounds purple sword, exploding in the air and slashing at the two. The two's movements instantly froze as they felt the terrifying sword move. They did not dare to get too close and jumped back. Kaboom! 2 purple sword intents flew in the air and suddenly exploded like 2 nebulae. With his hands behind his back, Ling Bai stepped forward and walked between the 2 nebulae. As his white robes fluttered, snowflakes surged up, instantly filling the sky with snow. He grabbed at the air, and the 6 wounds purple sword flew over with a clang. The sword danced in his hand and slashed at the two. Kaboom! Wan Qianqian and Ding Shan were shocked and furious. They did not dare to take the opponent's sword move head-on. Using their powerful movement techniques, they dodged in the air. They are both divine transcendence masters, but why is the difference between them so great? The people in the distance were all shocked. Wan Qianqian and Ding Shan were both divine transcendence masters, but they were forced into a corner by Ling Bai. Ming Zhen and Ming Jian were also horrified. Ming Zhen said, "Ling Bai is too strong. I'm afraid the Merchant Union is in big trouble today. The two of us will leave first to avoid being implicated." The two waved their hands, sweeping up the Miaoxiang treasure mirror, and were about to leap into the air. The two of you ruined my plans just now. Don't leave. Stay in the ruins of Nuyen City forever. Killing intent flashed in Ling Bai's eyes as he slashed with his sword. A streak of purple light flashed past. Ming Jian and Ming Jian's fleeing light was instantly split apart. The two of them landed in their human forms and stood motionless in the air. The treasure mirror in Ming Jian's hand suddenly cracked with a hum, its surface shattering into countless specks of light. Both of their faces were completely lifeless, as if they were dead. Chi. Suddenly, blood spurted out from the waists of the two of them, spraying high into the air. The two of them finally split open at the waist, turning into several pieces of dismembered corpses that fell from the sky. Ah! Ming Jian and Ming Jian's death was a huge visual shock to the crowd. They all retreated in horror, somewhat terrified. Wan Qianqian said anxiously, "Brother Ding Shan, if you don't use your full strength, you're really going to die here today." Ding Shan's expression was extremely ugly. "I hope Brother Qianqian can also use your full strength. Don't have any delusions." Wan Qianqian said, "Of course." As if to express his sincerity, he grabbed the scarlet dragon staff. The runes on it were continuously unsealed, and in an instant, it turned into a scarlet longsword with the image of a dragon leaping about. Heaven and earth flow together, dragon in the wild. The scarlet longsword slashed down, and the image of a dragon roared and slashed down at lightning speed. Ling Bai raised his purple sword and directly slashed down. The entire space became unstable, and the image of the dragon seemed to be suppressed by an extremely powerful force. Its body trembled incessantly in the air, and then it was split into two halves, completely dissipating. The sword's momentum did not decrease, and it continued to strike down on Wan Qianqian. Shocked, Wan Qianqian abruptly retreated, evading that terrifying attack. Ling Bai's figure moved, and he was about to give chase when suddenly, colorful light appeared all around him. It was actually silk threads, like the silk of a spring silkworm, coiling around him. Each silk thread presented a different luster, with a kind of dreamy beauty. 9 extreme light, burning heaven. Pung pung pung. The countless rays of light trembled like the strings of a zither, bursting apart and stabbing towards Ling Bai like countless golden needles, crisscrossing and densely packed. Ling Bai's eyes narrowed, and his body slightly leaned forward, the 6 injuries purple edge constantly drawing extremely sharp circles of light in front of him. Big circles and small circles transformed into countless, and the densely packed light needles that shot into them were all crushed. Wan Qianqian had already appeared in the sky, his hands rapidly forming seals, and a huge circle of light appeared behind him. Inside, there were countless sword chi flowing, forming a huge sword wheel, like a scorching sun in the sky. Great Sun Sword Seal. He waved his sleeves, and the golden wheel in his hand spun, and he quickly slammed it down. The sword rotated, like the sun setting in the west, golden light filling the sky. Ling Bai's pupils shrank, and for the first time, he shot out a biting cold killing intent, purple light constantly flowing around his body. Ding Shan also took a deep breath, and with a grasp of his left hand, a small triangular flag appeared in his hand, and he waved it in the air. Immediately, wind, rain, thunder, lightning, frost, and snow filled the sky. 7 Extinction Flag. Ding Shan threw the small flag, and it unsealed itself, flying towards Ling Bai. The sky full of white snow suddenly danced, and Ling Bai stood there holding his sword, 2 fingers of his left hand touching the blade, and a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky, a purple aura coming from the east. Then, a dazzling light surged around Ling Bai, and the whole world was only left with white snow. The purple aura was towering, and the sword will soared into the sky. Terrifying energy rippled in the sky above Nuyen City, forcing everyone to retreat another 1,000 zhang, not daring to get close. Li Yunxiao's expression was solemn. "If Wan Qianni doesn't have a backup plan, I'm afraid he's going to lose." Su Lianni was shocked. How can he be so strong? Even 2 divine transcendents couldn't kill him? Li Yunxiao said, "In the past 20 years, Ling Bai is also not the same as before. If I fought him back then, I would most likely lose." Qianxing trembled. "Then what should we do?" Li Yunxiao said, "Don't panic for now. Although Wan Qianni's face is dark, his moves are very steady, clearly not panicking. Ding Shan is the same. Ling Bai loosened his fingers, and the 6 damages purple sword edge spun in front of him, shooting out rays of purple light. The wind, rain, thunder, lightning, ice, and snow were all cut by the purple energy, causing the entire atmosphere to become chaotic, forming several torrents that surged in the surroundings. Under the suppression of the purple energy, the 7 extinction flag was erratic, unable to get close. Ling Bai formed a hand seal, and the purple sword edge suddenly stopped spinning. The sword's momentum rose, and as he formed a hand seal, a giant sword shadow shot into the sky. ZHNG. The 6 damages purple sword edge slashed into the sword wheel, constantly emitting blinding golden light, like tiny cracks that wandered in all directions, killing anyone who came into contact with it. Ling Bai changed his hand seal, and the purple sword edge shot out 6 rays of sword light, forming a wheel in the sky. He formed a hand seal and pointed the sword at 2 people, and the purple energy split into 3 rays and slashed at them. Rumble. The deafening sound lingered in the ears, and the 6 rays of sword light slashed out, filling the sky with purple energy. A vague image of a giant spirit appeared, and a pair of sharp eyes flashed in the clouds overlooking the earth. Wan Qianni and Ding Shan were shocked, and hurriedly retreated. Boom! The 7 extinction flag burned, turning into ashes, and the sky full of images disappeared. The great sun golden wheel also collapsed, and countless rays of golden sword light shot out from it, dissipating in the sky. The 6 damages purple sword edge flew back into Ling Bai's hand, and he stood proudly with the sword in hand. The purple light continued to swim in front of him, and the pair of eyes in the clouds became clearer. A vast and mighty force reverberated between the heavens and the earth. Ling Bai's sleeves fluttered in the wind, and the piercingly cold sword power in his hand continued to spin, causing the entire cloud layer to surge. Li Yunxiao's heart was inexplicably throbbing. He was actually somewhat dumbfounded as he said in shock, that purple gas, Su Lianyi had already lost the ability to think. She asked mechanically, what's wrong with the purple gas? Is there a problem? The veins on Li Yunxiao's face bulged, and Tsutsumi's face bulged. Demonic chi floated in the depths of his eyes, flickering with colorful lights. The power of his eyes finally pierced through the layer of purple clouds, and the giant spirit elephant behind Ling Bai slowly appeared. A long and terrifying purple face was directly imprinted into his eyes. Bang! Li Yunxiao's body trembled, and all the pores on his body opened up. Although the eyes of that terrifying face were tightly shut, it was as if it was staring at him. There was a strange and sinister smile on it, and endless fear spread in his heart. His face instantly paled, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. Young Master Yun. Su Lianyi was shocked. She had never seen Li Yunxiao lose his composure like this. Armor. That giant spirit elephant is actually an armor. Li Yunxiao recognized it at a glance. It had a pair of white horns on its forehead, and its entire body was purplish-black in color. At this moment, Ling Bai's expression became solemn. He raised the sword in his hand, and a thunderous boom resounded in the surroundings. 6 wounds purple edges, 1 sword hides the void. The giant spirit elephant behind him seemed to raise its large hand at the same time, and it merged with the sword intent. Boom! The purple light cut through the heavens and the earth, turning into a boundless giant blade that fell down. A huge chasm split open in the sky above Nuyan City, and it was spreading at a terrifying speed. This? Everyone was shocked. The chasm was like a heavenly river in the sky, and it was slowly descending, as if it was going to split the entire Nuyan City in half. The forehead of the giant spirit elephant also appeared in the sky, and it froze the earth. Ramayana. In the distance, Duan Muyoyu cried out in shock as he stared at the giant spirit elephant. Wan Xianxian was also trembling, and he exclaimed in shock, "What the hell is this? How can it be so powerful?" "That's Ramayana, the god of slaughter." A cold voice rang out. Wan Xianxian's body trembled, and he cried out, "How can this thing appear? Even if it kills billions of lives, it can't condense the god of slaughter's true form." The voice said, "This is the Ling family's Ramayana armor that has been passed down for generations. It can summon the god of slaughter to descend and slaughter everything in its path." Wan Xianxian was alarmed. "Then what do we do? This slash's power is boundless, and just its aura alone can't match it." The voice said, "It looks like he wants to split New Yen City in half, and teach you an unforgettable lesson. This is a moment of life and death. I'll think of a way to force Ramayana to retreat. You guys can think of a way to deal with this slash." Xianxia was startled, and he wanted to say something, but he could already feel that person leaving. Suddenly, many colorful butterflies appeared on the ground, and they flapped their wings and flew into the sky like dancing petals. Ling Bai's eyes narrowed, and he sneered, "My pitiful and lamentable brother, you finally appeared?" Hundreds and thousands of butterflies flapped their wings, and they flew around the purple cloud toward the giant spirit. Xianxia was shocked, and he looked at the butterflies, not understanding what was going on. This time everyone was dumbfounded, and the scene was getting stranger and stranger. Moreover, Ling Bai's brother? Did he have a brother? Everyone had a huge question mark in their hearts. "Why do you think I hung my sword in the air for so long?" Ling Bai sneered, "Other than splitting New Yen City in half, I revealed the Ramayana armor to make you come out and die. It's not a day or two since you wanted to kill me. Aren't I still alive and well?" A voice came from the butterflies, but the syllables were very messy, and they were coming from different butterflies, making it impossible to detect the person's true body. "If you had been hiding in the sacred region, you might have been able to live a good life. Unfortunately, you just had to come out and court death. I don't even need to think to know that the mastermind behind today's situation is you." Ling Bai's eyes turned cold, and the 6-inches purple sword suddenly slashed down. Ramayana's palm was like a blade, and it also slashed down. The natural mode in the sky suddenly accelerated, and at the same time, it extended horizontally to infinity, and the whole world was completely split under this sword. Rumble. A large number of butterflies were instantly annihilated, but a figure vaguely appeared in the colorful light. He was also wearing a white robe, and he was holding a feather fan in his hand, and he was forming a seal in the air. 8 Remote Fire Dragon. Rumble. The feather fan fluttered in the wind, and a seal flew out from the fan, and immediately turned into 8 fire dragons that flew in the air, and directly circled the giant spirit behind Ling Bai. "It's him." After the white-robed man's figure was revealed, it immediately caused everyone to turn pale with fright. Xianxia was also shocked, and he murmured, "Bai Lingyue." "Ling Bai. Ling Baiwei. He's from the Ling family, Ying Emperor Wu's younger brother. The man was the director of the Sacred Region's Intelligence Department, Bai Lingyue." "Oh? You've improved a bit. Have you finally reached divine transcendence?" Ling Bai's lips curled up, and he said casually, "Do you think you can defeat Ramayana as long as you have the Ling family's blood?" Bai Lingyue said coldly, "Isn't it?" He formed a seal with both hands and shouted. The 8 fire dragons responded to each other, and they formed a huge red fire formation. At the same time, the 8 dragons flew in the formation light, and they collided with Ramayana's body. At this moment, on the ground, Xianxia was also going all out. He put his hands together and recited a seal. Wild power kept gushing out of his body, and he shouted, "Ding Shan, block this sword." Ding Shan's expression was also grave. If the power of splitting the sky hit New Yen City, the entire Merchant Union's headquarters would be turned into ashes. He didn't want to be left with a pile of rubble. After thinking for a while, he raised his hand, and 9 beams of light shot out from the center of his fist. His power increased exponentially, and he wasn't any weaker than Xianxia. Xianxia seemed to feel that it wasn't enough, and he shouted, "Feiyang, can I borrow that profound artifact just now?" Xianxia was also shocked. If New Yen City was destroyed, only the heavens knew how many people would die. Although he didn't hesitate to kill, it would be against the heavens if too many people died at once. "Okay." He immediately agreed, and the Tusita sky peak kept changing in his palm. It increased in size, and it flew toward the ravine. With the Tusita sky peak inside, and Xianxia and Ding Shan working together, they should be able to block that sword. Rumble. The Tusita sky peak flew into the ravine, and heaven and earth shook as if the world was going to collapse. Several beams of red light flew out of Xianxia's body, and they formed a seal in the sky. They flickered, and countless afterimages appeared in the sky. Ding Shan also threw a punch. Boundless radiance surged out of the 4 poles, and it illuminated the sky with dazzling radiance. At the same time, Bai Lingyue's 8 dragons' power exploded in the purple clouds. and all of it rushed toward Luo Moyen. Rumble. Several terrifying powers exploded at the same time, and the whole sky exploded, and the universe sank into darkness. Puff. Li Yunxiao was the first to suffer a backlash. He spouted a mouthful of blood, and he flew back several hundred feet. His eyes were filled with shock. He hadn't refined much of the Tusita sky peak, and it was only connected to his mind, yet it could penetrate this connection and send its power back into his body. It was obvious how terrifying the dusky world was. Even the light is being devoured. It's getting darker and darker. A martial artist shouted in alarm, and he said, "Will it destroy the whole realm of heaven martial arts?" The dusky power was still fermenting, and a terrifying roar came from it, as if thousands of horses were galloping. After a short while, it stopped devouring, and it started to emit its remaining power. Rumble. Rumble. Circles of power emitted from it, and they exploded in all directions. Everyone's expression changed, and they all retreated in fear. Young Master Yun. Su Lianyi was worried about Li Yunxiao's injuries, and she supported him, and they retreated 10,000 feet away. Xianxia and Han Junting led hundreds of Merchant Union experts to form a formation, dispersing the impact force so that New Yen City wouldn't be affected too much. However, the formation was also collapsing and retreating. Many people couldn't hold on and died on the spot. I didn't expect Lady Bai Lingyue to be Ling Baiyi's younger brother. With 3 divine transcendents working together, Ling Baiyi will definitely die this time, right? A large number of warriors had already retreated 100,000 feet away. Looking at the black hole-like scene and the shocking shockwaves, they couldn't help but discuss in low voices. Hee, a bunch of ignorant scum. Do you think 3 divine transcendents are so awesome? Ling Baiyi is wearing the killer god armor. It's famous since ancient times. Even a divine realm expert can't break it. One person directly mocked without hiding or lowering his voice, causing everyone to look over. It was a tall, skinny, bald man who was speaking in a dignified manner. A short fatty beside him exclaimed, "Even a divine realm expert can't break it? Doesn't that mean he's invincible?" These 2 people were the fat and skinny ascetics. Seeing everyone looking at him, the skinny ascetic couldn't help but feel proud, showing off. Ling Baiyi's strength isn't enough. He can't unleash the armor's full power. Also, the key to opening this armor is the Ling family's blood. Bai Lingyue also has the bloodline, so she can make the armor retreat. Oh? Who do you think will win today's battle? A gentle voice asked. It was very pleasant to the ears. The fat and skinny ascetics turned around at the same time and exclaimed, "It's you." That person was dressed in gorgeous clothes and had an extraordinary bearing. It was Duan Muyoyu, who looked at the 2 with a smile. Cough, cough, don't you know how to calculate? The skinny ascetic clenched his right fist and coughed a few times, appearing somewhat reserved. The fat ascetic also exclaimed, "Are you a liar like those 2 idiots, Ming Zhen and Ming Jian?" Duan Muyoyu smiled and said, "Calculating takes too much effort. It'd be better if the 2 unworldly wise people told me the answer directly." Their eyes lit up, clearly very happy. The fat ascetic shouted excitedly, "As expected of Heaven's Spill Emperor Wu, your judgment of people is very accurate." What? Heaven's Spill Emperor Wu, Duan Muyoyu. Cries of alarm rang out from the crowd, causing an uproar. Almost everyone's gazes were focused on him, scrutinizing this titled Emperor Wu. The entire place became strangely silent. Thin Tuchuo interrupted, "In my opinion, Ling Baiyi is most likely going to die this time. The god-slaying armor can save him once, but it can't save him a second time or a third time. After all, he's alone, and the Commerce Alliance isn't that simple." Fat Tuchuo said angrily, "This is clearly my point of view, but you actually said it first. You've taken all the limelight." Thin Tuchuo stared at him and shouted, "What do you mean your opinion? I was the one who said it after careful consideration. What does it have to do with you? You're pissing me off." Fat Tuchuo rushed over and grabbed his neck. "I'm going to strangle you to death." The 2 of them immediately wrestled with each other. Ling Baiyi is most likely going to die. Duan Muyoyu held his chin and pondered. A pair of eyes suddenly appeared in that bottomless black hole in the distance. Then, Ramayana's face appeared, cold and expressionless. Kaboom! That black hole suddenly exploded, and a terrifying force spread out like a ring of stars, annihilating everything in its path. Li Yunxiao raised his hand and pointed in front of him. A ball of black light appeared and turned into the demonic sky armor. Suddenly, a layer of defensive power spread out from it, protecting him and Su Lianyi. Kaboom! The force of the explosion rushed over and passed by the two of them. The outside world was in chaos and rumbling, but the inside of the armor was not affected at all. Su Lianyi was shocked. With her eyesight, she could naturally tell that this armor was a peerless treasure. Ling Bai is most likely going to die. Li Yunxiao also carefully pondered over Thin Tuchua's words. In the distant sky, as the black hole exploded, a few figures faintly appeared. Wan Xianxian and Ding Shan's faces were pale, and their bodies were covered in blood. They were trembling uncontrollably, and their hair and beard were all burnt. Ling Bai was still standing with his sword in hand. Purple chi lingered around his body, but it was getting weaker, and finally disappeared. His face was also very pale, and a trace of blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth. The huge Ramayana spirit suddenly became faint, and countless purple lights gathered in front of it, turning into the armor, which fell from the sky. Suddenly, a few butterflies appeared in the sky, followed by dozens and hundreds of butterflies. They flapped their wings and flew toward the armor. A cold smile appeared on Ling Bai's face, and he said with pity, "What a pitiful little brother. The armor has a spirit, and it has its own master. How can it be controlled by a human? You've been chasing after the God-killer armor all your life. Even now, will it choose to acknowledge a piece of trash like you?" The hundreds of butterflies fluttered around the purple armor, and slowly turned into Bai Lingyue's appearance. Her pure white clothes were stained with blood, and her pale face was extremely excited, almost forgetting to breathe. "The Ling family's armor, my armor." His expression became ferocious. "If you weren't the eldest son, you wouldn't have the right to obtain this item. In terms of talent and scheming, I'm no match for you. Now, I want to take back what belongs to me. And you, my useless brother, will be buried in Nuyen City forever, and Night Shadow Emperor Wu will become history." Bai Lingyue cut his wrist, and his big hand was covered with blood. He grabbed the armor. Bam, bam. When his palm touched the purple armor, a large amount of white smoke came out, and the blood in his palm began to boil and evaporate. Ah! His fingers were connected to his heart, and he felt a heart-wrenching pain in his hand. Bai Lingyue couldn't help but scream, and his eyes were filled with shock and anger. How could this be? My armor, the Ling family's armor, why is my blood useless? He suddenly went crazy, and he grabbed his hand, unwilling to admit defeat. His palm suddenly burst open, and a large amount of blood flew out, and then evaporated. Ah! Finally, the pain was too much, and he withdrew his hand, leaving only white bones, no flesh. How pitiful, how lamentable, ha ha ha. Ling Bai raised his head and laughed, and his eyes were filled with mockery of a victor. Ling Baiwei, your existence is only a joke in my journey to the top. From now on, this armor no longer belongs to the Ling family, but to me alone. I bestow it the armor of Night Shadow. His eyes focused, and he made a gesture with one hand. The armor spun in the air, and immediately flew up to Ling Bai. Streams of purple air rotated around Ling Bai, as if they were going to meet the armor and merge into one. Bai Lingyue was so angry that her whole body was shaking. She clenched her bone hand, and said coldly, "I didn't expect that you could refine the extraordinary armor of Ramayana. But do you think you have one?" Ling Bai sneered, "After the armor of Night Shadow merges with me, I will not only win you, but also the whole world. Just quietly kneel at the side and watch your big brother ascend to the peak." The purple color of the armor gradually merged with Ling Bai. The anger on Bai Lingyue's face suddenly disappeared, and she became extremely cold. She said, "At the moment of fusion, you don't have much resistance, do you?" Ling Bai's pupils shrank, and two cold lights shot out of his eyes. "What do you mean?" Suddenly, he had a premonition, and was about to raise the 6 wounds purple sword, but he felt his elbow was padded by a palm, and his strength was scattered. Then he felt a cold feeling on his back. "Ah? What is that?" Many people exclaimed. They saw that a big golden face had appeared behind Ling Bai, and it revealed a strange smile. Xianxia was shocked, and he said, "The golden speaker." Su Liani was confused for a moment, and then she said in shock, "The golden speaker, Master Huangfu Bai of the Soul Devourer sect?" A figure walked out of the big golden face, and first, he patted Ling Bai's right elbow, and suppressed the 6 wounds purple sword. Then he made a hand sign, and pointed at Ling Bai's back. Chi. A strange mark was imprinted on Ling Bai's back, and the purple air began to tremble. Duan Muyoyu's face darkened, and he was vaguely angry. He shouted in the air, "Huangfu Bai, as the master of a sect, how dare you sneak attack? Do you have any shame?" "What? Huangfu Bai? He is one of the 7 sect masters, the most mysterious and terrifying master of the Soul Devourer sect?" The crowd was in an uproar, and all kinds of shocked voices rose and fell. They were even more shocked than when they saw Duan Muyoyu. Ling Bai only felt a heart-wrenching pain, and it directly burned his soul. His body couldn't help but tremble, and he immediately felt as if he was falling into a bottomless abyss, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out. The armor slowly flew in front of him, and it seemed that the fusion was interrupted. Huangfu Bai ignored Duan Muyoyu's angry shout, and only said coldly, "Ling Bai, today's ending shouldn't be surprising, right?" Hee. Ling Bai laughed bitterly, and the blood at the corner of his mouth looked a bit coquettish. He said, "Sooner or later, you have to pay for what you have done. But, those who can kill me are definitely not trash like you." His eyes suddenly shot out a boundless coldness, and his left hand formed a hand sign, and then he directly hit his chest. Bang! A force penetrated his back, and it shook on Huangfu Bai's finger mark, and blasted it away. Then, he raised his right hand, and the purple sword flew out with 6 cold rays. Huangfu Bai suddenly retreated, and the Panga banner appeared in his hand. He struck at the 6 purple rays, and they were all blasted away. The golden speaker was dazed for a moment, and then flew into the Panga banner. Huangfu Bai stood there with the banner in hand, and said indifferently, "It is good to have heroic spirit, but the sad thing is that whether or not you die at our hands is not up to you." Ling Bai's body trembled violently as if he was extremely cold, and his teeth were chattering. Wan Xianxian was overjoyed. "We finally stopped this villain. Master Huangfu Bai, this is the right time to act." Bai Lingyue's expression was also cold, and she said mockingly, "Brother, now do you understand who is the pitiful one? In order to kill you, we have mobilized 4 divine transcendents. You can die in peace." Huangfu Bai said, "I have already implanted a soul seed into your soul, and it will continue to sprout until it eats your soul. This long and painful process is not something an ordinary person can endure, and the longer it drags on, the more painful it will be." Bai Lingyue smiled cruelly and said, "Stupid brother, a just cause enjoys abundant support, while an unjust cause finds little. Have you ever reflected on why all the strong people in the world are willing to work together to kill you? After you die, I will refine the Ramayana armor and use it to fight for the world." Ling Bai's body trembled violently. His muscles began to twist inch by inch as if he was trying to resist the pain in his soul. He slowly raised his hand and grabbed the armor in front of him. The armor jumped as if it had a mind of its own and melted into his body. Ling Bai's body began to change. With every tremble, his body became blurry and bigger. Crack! With a series of cracking sounds, Ling Bai's body grew by 3 feet. His body was covered in purple scales, and 2 horns grew on his forehead. He looked like the god of slaughter, Ramayana, but he didn't have the coldness and calmness that didn't change in 10,000 years. Right now, his face was covered in cold sweat, and he was in extreme pain. It was clear that Huangfu Bai's soul seed had hurt him greatly. Bai Lingyue retreated in shock and said coldly, "If you forcefully fuse with the armor and can't control it, you will become a walking corpse controlled by the armor." "Haha, are you at your wit's end? You are willing to take such a big risk." "Risk? Do you only know how to use your trash strength to measure me?" Ling Bai gasped for breath, and his face changed from pain to hideous and terrifying. He said coldly, "With me here, I am the god of slaughter. I will first sacrifice the 4 of you to this battle armor." Purple light flashed, and his 3-meter-long body appeared in front of Huangfu Bai. He slashed with his long sword. Bang! In shock, Huangfu Bai raised the Panga banner, and the 6 wounds purple edge slashed on it, sending out waves of sword might. He was actually no match for it, and his arms instantly became numb. Countless wounds were cut by the sword will, and blood splattered everywhere. The golden speaker flew out of the Pengu banner and entered his body. The two souls fused into one. Immediately, his strength increased. He unfolded the Pengu banner and a formation appeared. The soul world exploded from it. He finally broke free from the 6 damages purple sword's suppression and retreated hundreds of meters. Xianxia's expression was solemn as he watched. Huang Fubai's injuries in the lawless heavens had clearly not healed, otherwise he wouldn't have been unable to even block a single strike from Ling Bai. As soon as Huang Fubai stopped after retreating for 1,000 feet, he felt a chill in his heart. He swung the Pengu banner behind him like a great flag. Bang! The spiritual light on the banner was dispersed by the sword strike, and thousands of purple clouds shot toward his body. Huang Fubai hurriedly turned around and formed a seal with both hands, slapping out a seal in the air. The golden speaker flew up from the Pengu banner and formed a seal with both hands. Huang Fubai's attack directly passed through the golden speaker's body and merged with the seal in his hands, forming an even larger seal. Bang! The 6 wounds' violet edge slashed down, shattering the seal. The golden speaker let out a blood-curdling scream as he was cleaved into 2 halves, transforming into countless specks of light that flew back into the Pengu banner. Huang Fubai spurted out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. How can he be so strong? In shock, he looked at the approaching figure and hurriedly formed a seal in the air, forming a series of strange hand seals. Ling Bai's body froze for a moment, then started to tremble violently. He roared into the sky and hammered his chest with one hand. Bang! 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 A huge spiritual energy exploded, but no matter how much he hurt himself, it didn't lessen the pain. Huang Fubai shouted, "Attack! He's being restrained by my soul seed, so it's only a matter of time before he dies." Bai Lingyue said coldly, "Damn big brother, why are you still struggling when you're about to die? Do you want to die a more ugly death?" His right hand, which was full of white bones, suddenly opened and drew a circle in front of him, creating a raging fire. Countless butterflies flew around the circle of fire, hundreds and thousands of them flapping their wings in the air. 8 desolate fire dragon, life and death. Roar! The circle of fire turned into a dragon, sucking in all the butterflies, and they circled in the sky several times before descending. 8 fire dragons flew in the sky, creating a shocking scene. Suddenly, a beam of moonlight shone down, and a jade ruler spun within it. Countless runes surged out of it. Soon after, the jade ruler transformed into an arched bridge that stretched across the sky. 8 fire dragons flew along the bridge, swimming into the distance, and disappeared in the moonlight. "Who is it?" Bai Lingyue was shocked and angry, and she shouted. "TSK TSK, what an obedient baby dragon." Duan Muyoyu appeared in the air and put away the jade ruler with a smile. Bai Lingyue said angrily, "Young master you, do you know what you're doing?" Duan Muyoyu smiled and said, "Of course I do." Bai Lingyue said coldly, "I don't think you know that your actions will bring disaster to the Duanmu family." Duan Muyoyu's expression changed, and he said coldly, "Director General, you're forcing me to kill you." His eyes shone brightly, and a murderous aura gathered around him. Wan Xianxian's expression was also ugly, and he shouted, "Young master you, the merchant union has never offended you." Duan Muyoyu said, "Of course not, but you fought 4 against 1, and you ambushed me. I can't stand it anymore. Why don't we just forget about today's matter? We've fought, and we'll go our separate ways. Let's forget about all our grudges. What do you think?" Bai Lingyue was so angry that she laughed, and said, "Duan Muyoyu, you've learned to tell jokes. Master Wan Xianxian, leave Duan Muyoyu to me. Quickly take Ling Bai's life." He grabbed with his white bony hand, and the feather fan appeared again. He jumped up and attacked Duan Muyoyu. Duan Muyoyu laughed coldly, and said, "Director General's arm has turned into bones, and you're still fighting so hard. Your spirit is commendable." He pointed forward, and the jade ruler spun in front of him. Bai Lingyue's fan went through his body, and he missed. Suddenly, a mirror light appeared around him. Then, 8 huge prisms appeared out of thin air and stood tall in the sky, surrounding him. Duan Muyoyu's figure appeared in one of the mirrors, and he said calmly, I don't want Ling Bai to die, so I had to trap you. You have to be able to trap me first. Bai Lingyue shouted angrily, and the feather fan went straight into the mirror. It was empty, and he couldn't see the bottom. Damn it. He suddenly felt a sense of danger, and he flew back. He kept spinning in the air, and countless white feathers scattered like snowflakes. They slowly fell in front of the 8 mirrors. Bai Lingyue said coldly, falling feathers of heaven. The feathers became sharp, and they curled up toward the 8 prisms. Bang! 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 The sound of the mirror breaking could be heard. The whole world seemed to be in a world of flying feathers, and they killed everything. If I get serious, it won't be fun anymore. The 8 prisms broke, and Duan Muyoyu's figure appeared. He kept making hand signs with his hands, and he formed a palm print. Boom! Wherever the palm print passed, the feathers were all blown away. Bai Lingyue spun the feather fan in his hand, and he fanned the palm print. Bang! There was a huge explosion, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was knocked back hundreds of feet, and his eyes were filled with shock and anger. He knew that Duan Muyoyu had shown mercy. Otherwise, he would have been injured even more. But under such circumstances, he couldn't retreat at all. Duan Muyoyu, I will take revenge for you today. Bai Lingyue shouted angrily. The 8 fire dragons appeared again, and they kept spinning in front of him. It was as if they were gathering power. Duan Muyoyu frowned. He could hold Bai Lingyue back, but Ling Bai's current condition made it doubtful that he could block the attacks of the other 3. Boom! The fire dragons spun, and they all attacked. Bai Lingyue stood on the 8 dragons, and he made hand signs with a dark expression. Ah! Duan Muyoyu sighed. The jade ruler in his hand flew out, and he had to face the attacks. In the crowd, 2 people in black robes stood still. Only the shockwaves of the attacks kept blowing at their sleeves. Ning Qiyun said, Father, young Master Yoyu has attacked. Should we do the same? Ning Kuei said, there is no need for now. There are still many people around who haven't shown themselves. I don't know what their attitude is. People? Ning Qiyun was shocked. What people? Ning Kuei said, people who can control the situation of the battle. That's why they are people. Ning Qiyun was shocked. They can control the situation of the battle at this moment, and they are also people who are extraordinary? Ning Kuei nodded. I don't know if they are here to watch the show or have ulterior motives. Let's not do anything for now and continue to observe. I don't think that Ling Bai will be defeated so easily. Ning Qiyun released his divine sense and scanned the area. He didn't find any powerful beings, and he couldn't help but feel suspicious. Ning Kuei smiled. There is no need to be suspicious. They won't let you notice. These people seem to be observing us, waiting for us to make a move. Ning Qiyun was convinced now, and said, then we won't make a move and let them be suspicious. Ning Kuei said, exactly. In the sky, Ling Bai was still hammering his chest, releasing waves of spirit energy. His face was full of pain. Wan Xianxian and the others saw that Bai Lingyue was being held up, so they rushed forward. If they lost this chance to kill Ling Bai, there would be endless trouble, and the merchant union would find it difficult to establish itself. Huang Fubai said coldly, there is no need to do anything. Just trap him and don't let him escape. My soul seed has already started to devour his soul. The golden speaker appeared behind him. His face was ferocious, and his eyes were filled with greed. Saliva was dripping from the corner of his mouth, and he kept sucking it in and smacking his mouth. Wan Xianxian and Ding Shan surrounded Ling Bai on both sides to prevent him from escaping. Wan Xianxian said, if we can kill this villain, Sir Bai will be the greatest contributor. Huang Fubai said, Sir Wan Xianxian, don't be too happy. Ling Bai is not ordinary. Before he dies, no one can be careless. Wan Xianxian said, yes. Bang. After Ling Bai hammered his chest, he finally stopped. He held his purple sword and stood in the air, motionless. The 3's hearts jumped, and they watched with wide eyes. Wan Xianxian asked anxiously, is he dead? Huang Fubai frowned, and said, he's not dead. Something is wrong. The soul seed is still devouring his soul, but his face. Wan Xianxian and Ding Shan were both shocked. Ling Bai's face became serene, and there was no trace of pain. A bad feeling spread in the hearts of the three. Heh. Ling Bai suddenly grinned wickedly as a cold light shot out from his eyes. The six injuries purple sword pulsed as if it had a life of its own. Every time it pulsed, it would send out ripples that reverberated in the air. A large number of runes appeared on the armor on his body, turning bright and lively as if it had always been a part of his body and had now returned. Pung! The three of them sucked in a breath of cold air and backed away. A bad feeling was getting stronger and stronger. Wan Qianni shouted, "We can't wait any longer. Charge!" He rushed forward first, spinning the crimson dragon staff in the air. His hands quickly formed hand seals and formed the great sun sword wheel, which he fiercely crushed forward. A sword wheel vortex of half an acre in size appeared, constantly devouring the surrounding spirit chi. Ling Bai slowly raised his hand and licked his red lips. His eyes burst with the most primitive and violent killing intent, his face flickering with excitement. Clang! The six injuries purple sword edge issued a trembling sound, and several hand seals entered the sword. A terrifying power flew out, and the sword continuously changed, and unexpectedly grew six sword teeth. Six evil sound. Ling Bai shouted coldly. The sword slashed out six sound tracks, turning into boundless sharp light that surged in the air. The six layers of sword intent continuously extended, like a world of six paths. Pung! The great sun sword wheel was slashed apart and the crimson dragon staff was broken. The entire sky was instantly divided into two worlds. Puff! Wan Qianni's mind was greatly shaken. Under the vast sword might, he vomited a large mouthful of blood and continuously retreated. Huangfu Bai and Ding Shan were both incomparably shocked. They were very clear about the power of the great sun sword wheel, but they didn't expect it to be destroyed in one move. Impossible, how can this be? Huangfu Bai's forehead was covered in sweat. His hands rapidly formed hand seals, urging the soul seed to devour souls. Ling Bai's ferocious face frowned. He put away the six injuries purple sword wheel and extended his right hand. Suddenly, an illusory figure moved half a foot to the side, as if there were two Ling Bai overlapping. Then, his 5 fingers formed hooks and fiercely clawed at his chest. The physical arm stopped 3 inches away from his chest, but the illusory figure directly pierced through and stabbed into his body. The eyebrows of both the real and the illusory bodies furrowed deeply. It was obvious that they were in great pain. Huangfu Bai's expression changed drastically, and he shrieked as if someone had grabbed his neck. How is this possible? You. The illusory hand slowly withdrew from the body and grabbed a ball of yellow light between its 5 fingers. The light constantly trembled and struggled, transforming into various forms in an attempt to break free, but to no avail. Hua! When the soul seed was taken out, Ling Bai's eyes exploded with killing intent. The phantom suddenly clenched, and it immediately exploded into countless fragments of light, dissipating. Huangfu Bai's mind suffered a backlash, and a mouthful of blood gushed out of his throat, flowing down the corner of his mouth. The injuries it had sustained during the battle at Lawless Heaven had yet to recover, and the golden speaker was extremely weak. After being shattered by Ling Bai just now, it was almost impossible for it to reform. Now that the soul seed had been extracted, the backlash directly hit his body, triggering his old injuries once again. His entire aura immediately became dispirited, and his eyes turned dull. In the blink of an eye, he had defeated Wan Qian and Huangfu Bai consecutively, shocking the surroundings. How can he be so strong? The crowd was restless, and they could not believe it. Bai Lingyue was also burning with anxiety. Her attacks became fiercer, but she could not break free from Duan Muyoyu's entanglement. Duan Muyoyu pinched his fingers and said in shock, "Ling Bai's luck is soaring. Am I worrying too much?" He slapped his jade ruler, and a ball of green light rippled and shook Bai Lingyue away. He then leaped back 100 feet and watched quietly. Bai Lingyue took a breath and did not chase after him. Instead, she stared at Ling Bai with a gloomy face, which was completely different from her usual grace and elegance. Her eyes were filled with madness. Wan Qian's eyes were filled with anxiety, and his heart was burning with anxiety. In this battle, the 4 divine transcendents were all injured, but Ling Bai's power did not weaken. Instead, it increased. It was clear who was stronger, and it seemed like the scales of fate had tilted. At this moment, Ling Bai's body was surging with killing intent, and it stirred up the wind and clouds. A purple light lit up the sky, and it made everyone shudder. Some of the weaker cultivators shuddered with just one look, and they could not help but feel their legs turn to jelly. He has completely merged with the killer god armor. Has Ling Bai won? Li Yunxia was also shocked. The power that Ling Bai's body emitted at this moment had far surpassed that of a normal divine transcendence. How could this be? Is the Merchant Alliance really going to become history? Far away from the crowd, Ning Qiyun was also shocked. Under that soaring killing intent, even a peak 9th stage existence like her could not help but tremble. So powerful, is this the power of a divine state? Ning Kuei was also shocked. His old face was trembling, and his eyes were filled with shock. Divine state. Ning Qiyun was shocked, and she said in shock, how can there be a divine state existence under the sky? Can the current Ling Bai defeat the Red Moon City's Ghost King? In the Battle of the Red Moon City, the Ghost King's power was earth-shattering, and it left a deep impression on everyone. He was also the strongest opponent that Ning Qiyun had ever met in her life. Ning Kuei said, although there are no divine state experts under the sky, it does not mean that there are no divine state experts. Ning Qiyun was stunned and puzzled. Ning Kuei said, it's very simple. What do you think of Li Yunxia's power? Ning Qiyun said seriously, very powerful. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is the #1 person under divine transcendence. I even suspect that an existence like Ding Shan who has just stepped into divine transcendence might not be his match. Ning Kuei said with a smile, that's it. Although Li Yunxiao has not reached divine transcendence, he has divine transcendence strength. Ning Qiyun said in shock, I understand now. Father, you mean that although Ling Bai's cultivation is restricted by the laws of heaven and earth, his power has already reached divine state? Ning Kuei said, I can't say for sure whether he has reached divine state. After all, that kind of power is too powerful and cannot be sought. But your example just now is very wrong. Ding Shan is not an ordinary person. Ning Qiyun frowned and said, can Ding Shan make a comeback? Ning Kuei said with a smile, who knows? The power that Ling Bai displayed just now was indeed shocking, but is he really as powerful as he looks? I'm afraid that all the characters are thinking about this question. Divine state power. The sword that easily shattered the great sun sword will just now has indeed surpassed the divine transcendence realm. Is he invincible now? Cold sweat dripped down Li Yunxiao's temples. He was also shocked by that murderous aura, and his eyes kept trembling. No, under that monstrous murderous aura, his power is weakening. Li Yunxiao's eyes narrowed as he sharply caught the minute changes in Ling Bai's body. The boundless killing intent that had risen should have been the power of the armor itself. Ling Bai had been besieged by a few people, especially by Huang Fubai's soul seed, which had directly injured his soul. How could he recover so easily? He hasn't completely fused yet, Li Yunxiao thought to himself, that's why one is strong while the other is weak. He looks strong on the outside but weak on the inside. How strong is his real battle power now? I'm afraid everyone is watching. He turned to look at Li Yi in the distance and frowned. Sending Dong Menyuan to the Commerce Alliance was definitely not Luo Qingyun or Li Yi's idea. It must have been Wei Qing's idea. Using the Commerce Alliance to deal with Ling Bai was something that Wei Qing and Bai Lingyue would be happy to see. Ling Bai, who had god-level power, and the collapse of the Commerce Alliance was not something the sanctuary wanted to see. Right now, if Ling Bai doesn't have absolute power, it will be very difficult for him to leave Nuyan City. Hee, this is a strange feeling. Ling Bai lowered his head and looked at his body. He was covered in purple scales with strange patterns. His fingers were long and demonic, and they were the same as the killer god's finger formed from murderous aura. However, under this bright appearance, his chest was heaving up and down, and his aura was very chaotic. Just as Li Yunxiao had seen with his ocular skill, his soul was severely injured. Every time he tried to control the power of the armor, his aura would go berserk, and his body would find it hard to bear. The entire Nuyan City started to quiet down, except for some quiet discussions. No one knew what would happen next. Hee. Ling Bai suddenly let out a low laugh, and then raised his head. Ha ha ha, pitiful ants, are you afraid? He smiled playfully and glanced at Wan Qianni and the others. He even looked into the distance, as if laughing at the people in the dark. Bai Lingyue's face was frighteningly gloomy. The entire space was suppressed by her murderous aura. Ling Bai said coldly, "The night shadow will always follow the illusion, but from today onwards, wherever I go, there will be endless night shadow." His imposing aura exploded along with his murderous aura. It was as if a king had descended, shaking the land. Everyone felt as if they were sinking into a bottomless abyss, and they retreated in shock. Wan Qianni's face was pale. He took out a round object and held it in his hand. When he activated it, it shot out thousands of rays of light. It was like a blazing sun, dispersing the endless night shadow. Countless ancient Maha characters rose from the light and lined up in the sky. Then, they danced like butterflies, and they disappeared. Then, the sun, moon, and stars appeared in the sky, forming a scene. Wan Qianxian's expression became extremely solemn, but his emotions calmed down. He stroked the light disk with both hands, causing his long beard to flutter in the light. A resolute look appeared on his face, as if he was ready to cut off all means of retreat. Li Yunxiao's heart trembled violently. The mighty energy that was being emitted from the disk was boundlessly vast and boundless. The entire sky was split in half. Light and shadow shined upon each other. Ding Shan's face twitched, and his eyes shone brightly. Duanmu Youyu cried out, "Universe Light Disk. This supreme treasure is really in your hands." Wan Qianni carefully activated the Universe Light Disk. His face became ferocious. "Do you think you can turn the world upside down with just a set of ancient armor? The Merchant Alliance has been around for tens of thousands of years, and it has accumulated a mountain of supreme treasures. There are also countless peerless treasures. Do you think the Merchant Alliance will lose in a contest of Xian treasures?" The Universe Light Disk was unfathomable. It shot out the sun, moon, and stars and turned into 3 giant wheels in the sky. It was as if the sky was a formation that could kill everything. Although the cosmic light was dazzling, Wan Qianni's body was still trembling. In just a few blinks, his face had turned as pale as paper. It could be seen that activating this treasure had exhausted all of his mental energy. It could be said that this was a desperate attack. Li Yunxiao kept searching for the words cosmic light disk in his mind, but to no avail. However, he was sure that this was an ancient Maha artifact, and it was even possible that it was a saint artifact. He thought to himself, is this cosmic light disk Wan Qianni's true killing move? With such power, he is indeed qualified to contend for hegemony. If it wasn't for Ling Bai being too strong, no one would know about this trump card. Wan Qianni forcefully suppressed the trembling of his body and said coldly, "Today, this old man will use half of my lifetime's cultivation to completely obliterate you." The sun, moon, and stars all revolved, and the stars in the sky moved according to their predetermined trajectories. Cosmic light rose, and since ancient times, once the cosmic light was extinguished, the world would change. "Oh? Interesting," Ling Bai leisurely said. The entire world was filled with his boundless figure, and the light in his eyes constantly condensed, flickering like cold stars. "You speak with great passion, but is victory or defeat something that you can decide?" As soon as he finished speaking, the 6 injuries purple edge was raised, and rings of purple killing intent circled around the 6 fangs. Ramayana's phantom slowly condensed in the sky, towering into the clouds. His appearance and demeanor were exactly the same as Ling Bai's. Ramayana raised his hand. Circles of purple smoke spun out from his palm and transformed into a towering long sword, holding it horizontally in front of him. The aura in Ling Bai's body instantly became chaotic, and it constantly battered his meridians and limbs. However, the absolute power aroused his burning desire, and his eyes were filled with excitement. The 6 injuries purple edge trembled a few times in front of him, and the giant spirit sword also swayed up and down, the terrifying sword energy constantly rising. Wan Qianni's face was gloomy as he fiercely waved his hands, pressing down on the cosmic light disk. Boom! The world trembled, and the sun, moon, and stars fell, crushing all power. Wan Qianni's body constantly exploded, and blood spurted out from his orifices. Clearly, he was going all out. Ling Bai's body froze, as if he was in absolute stillness. Then, with a move, the purple edge rose up and pierced towards the sky. The sword of Ramayana slashed out and pierced into the endless cosmic light. In an instant, countless spacetime collapsed, and the world was destroyed in the blink of an eye. Boom! The terrifying light exploded, completely fusing with the darkness, turning into pure energy that shook in all directions. Heaven and earth shattered, and the four poles collapsed. At this moment, several vast forces suddenly appeared in the void, forming a barrier that enveloped the surroundings. If the shockwave was allowed to spread, the entire New Yen city would be reduced to rubble, and the number of casualties would be incalculable. Xianxia was also pushed back by the impact. However, his gaze never left the center of the battlefield. Under Luo Moyan's sword attack, the sun, moon, and stars had shattered, and the light of the universe had completely disappeared. Wan Qianyuan spat out large mouthfuls of blood. He hugged Universe Guang Guang with both hands and retreated continuously. His body was riddled with holes and blood kept spurting out. Ling Bai also suffered a backlash. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes still shone brightly. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he stared at Wan Yiqian and stepped forward. Cough, cough. Wan Yiqian coughed violently and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. He covered his mouth with one hand, but he still couldn't stop it. Didn't you say it very passionately? Why aren't you saying it anymore? Ling Bai's every step caused heaven and earth to tremble. The aftermath of the sword attack that had shattered the light of the universe was still surging in the surroundings, making it impossible to look at. Cough, cough, cough. Wan Yiqian spat out blood violently, and his aura continued to weaken. However, he didn't show any fear. Instead, he laughed loudly and said, "Did you think my final trump card was this universe Guang Guang Guang? Ha ha ha, cough, cough, cough." Ling Bai's body froze, and a sense of imminent death suddenly welled up in his heart. That feeling was so real. He had never been so close to death in his life. All the pores on his body opened up, and the purple scales covering his body seemed to sense it as well. They all became demonic, as if they had unleashed their limitless potential. Li Yunxiao's pupils constricted, and he said in shock, "That's..." A ball of golden light appeared above Ling Bai, following which a figure slowly appeared. The entire sky seemed to compress, collapsing towards the figure. The violent and boundless space in the distance seemed to freeze for an instant, and the power of the aftershocks condensed into an extreme point. A large golden hand appeared in front of the extreme point, and it opened its fingers and grabbed the fist. Space became extremely unreal, and there were ripples spreading around the fist, shuttling through space and time. Great Illusion Annihilation Fist. Since the beginning of time, everything in the universe had been annihilated without a trace by this punch. Everyone in New Yen City held their breath, and their eyes widened as they looked at the fist that had pierced through space and time. Duan Muyoyu roared in shock and anger, "Ao Chung Kong, you actually dared to do such a sneak attack. Do you still have any face?" That angry roar transformed into a shockwave that shook everyone's mind. Their bodies trembled, and their eyes widened even more. The leader of the 10-titled Emperor Wu, a nearly invincible existence, had actually made a move. Ha ha ha. Following that, thousands of maniacal laughter rang out, and people continuously coughed up blood, but they still couldn't suppress their excitement. My true trump card is Ao Chung Kong's fist. He owed me a favor in the past, and now it's time to return it. Everyone held their breaths, and their faces were filled with shock as they looked at the invincible fist. No one could block it. The white-collared Tsutsumi's pupils shrank, and his face was flushed red. His entire body couldn't help but tremble from excitement. Ling Bai would definitely die under this fist. TSK, very dirty and violent in the day, but very silly and naive at night. Suddenly, a ridiculing voice rang out in everyone's ears at an untimely moment. A white light appeared out of nowhere, and as if it had appeared out of thin air, it turned into a gorgeous halberd in front of Ling Bai. Countless runes floated out of the halberd like dandelions, and they turned into a light blue luster. The entire halberd had snowflake-shaped crystals, and faint purple and green lightning flashed, as if a world had dispersed. That's vast sea-like dust. Li Yunxia was shocked, and a free and unruly figure appeared in his eyes, wearing a blue silk robe with golden patterns. 10,000 miles frozen jade shatters, snow reflects mountains and rivers shocking thunder. That figure grabbed the halberd and swept it out, meeting the power of the peerless fist with a sense of self-sacrifice. Wan Yiqian's eyeballs popped out, and he was shocked and angry. He pointed at the sky and trembled, but he couldn't speak. He kept coughing up blood, and his body became weaker and weaker. Suddenly, a figure flew out, and instantly appeared in front of Ling Bai. He suddenly made a seal with one hand, and angrily said, "I don't believe I can't kill you." Ling Bai turned around, as if the two shocking moves behind him had nothing to do with him. "In the end, it will still be between you and me?" Lu Shang raised her purple sword, and blocked in front of her. Bai Lingyue's seal had not yet made contact with the sword, and a shocking and violent impact came crashing down. The vast sea-like dust was like a pearl thrown into a lake, and it stirred up waves. Then the entire fist landed on the halberd, and it made a heart-shaking sound. Boom boom boom. The entire sky exploded, and the sun and moon lost their light. The universe was in chaos. Ao Changkong, Shuiqing Fan, Ling Bai, and Bai Lingyue were all sucked into it. Ding Shan and Huang Fubai were shocked, and they retreated. They looked at the huge storm in front of them with serious expressions. Anyone who touched it would die. Pfft. Wan Yiqian couldn't withstand the attack, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He fell from the sky, and he fell to the ground. He sat down, and he couldn't get up. Chen Zhongxi was shocked, and he hurried over to help him up. He stuffed all kinds of healing holy items into his mouth. The huge space-time energy storm was compressed for a short time, and then it kept spreading out. It shook the barrier that the elites outside had set up. The world shook, and the barrier's power kept fading. Li Yunxiao stared at the center of the storm. The huge power hindered his divine sense, but he could still vaguely see the figures of the four people, but it wasn't clear. In front of this shocking scene, he became even more suspicious. His tyrannical body-tempering art was given to him by Wan Yiqian, but he only had half of it. Ao Changkong owed Wan Yiqian a favor, so what was the relationship between them? Moreover, from the way the fat and thin monks tested him, Ao Changkong also knew that he cultivated the tyrannical body-tempering art. Moreover, he must have known about it before he died 20 years ago. He retracted his gaze and looked around. He stared at the empty void, and he coldly said to himself, "Is it over? Or is it just the beginning?" Su Lianyi's body trembled, and she said, "Just the beginning? What do you mean?" The corner of Li Yunxiao's mouth curled up, and he said, "I'm also very curious. Can Ling Bai survive today?" "Of course he can't." A strange voice rang in his ears. He saw the fat and thin monks not far away, and they were staring at him fiercely. The fat monk shouted, "Since young master has made his move, everything is over. No one in this world can turn the tables." The thin monk scratched his head, and said, "But looking at the current situation, young master has also been involved. Although he will definitely be fine, one move has already passed. If Ling Bai doesn't die, wouldn't that ruin young master's prestige?" That's right, that's right." The fat monk was also worried, and his face was full of blame. "It's all that Shui Qingfan's fault. If it wasn't for him, Ling Bai would have died without a doubt. It's really hard to say now." The thin monk suddenly patted his head, and he laughed. "Although young master owes Wan Yiqian a favor, and agreed to make a move, young master might see that Ling Bai is not dead, and become angry out of humiliation, so it's not impossible for young master to make another move." "Who said that young master has to leave after one punch?" Yes, yes, yes. If that's the case, then Ling Bai is dead for sure. This way, young master's prestige will not be tarnished." The fat monk was also overjoyed, and he clapped his hands in praise. "A second attack? Humph, how is that possible?" Li Yunxiao thought to himself. If Ao Changkong wanted to attack twice, he would not have done so at such a crucial moment. Instead, he would have fought openly. He looked at the center of the whirlpool, and the scene became clearer. Ao Changkong's attack must have been Wan Yiqian's last trump card. After this, the Merchant Union no longer had the power to stop Ling Bai. Ling Bai's life or death would depend on the attitude of the hidden elites. This battle was earth-shattering. Almost all the elites of the northern region, and even the whole world, were attracted here. However, everyone had their own interests in check, so they did not make a move and waited for the best time. The whirlpool in the center of the battlefield continued to unravel, and the scene inside was revealed. The golden light on Ao Changkong's body disappeared, and his skin color returned to normal. His face was as calm as still water. He stood in the sky, but he attracted everyone's attention. They all held their breaths and looked at this invincible being. Shui Qingfan was much more relaxed. The halberd was placed on his shoulders, and it suddenly slid down his back. He sat on it, crossing his legs and swinging them back and forth. He had a smile on his face, but his eyes were full of caution. The two of them were speechless. They looked at each other and seemed to be too lazy to look at each other. They glanced at Ling Bai and Bai Lingyue. The two of them were sucked into the storm, but they did not move at all. Bai Lingyue's palm was still 3 inches away from the 6 wounds purple-edged sword. Her face was as pale as paper, and her eyes were dim. Cough. He coughed violently and spat out a mouthful of blood. It was as if he had used up all his energy. His hair was a mess, and he took a few steps back in the air. The heavens still chose my side. Ling Bai said calmly. The purple-edged sword made a clanging sound, and the 6 fangs were put away. It returned to its normal state and disappeared in his hand. The wind blew, and the white snow flew everywhere. The ferocious face gradually melted, and the god of slaughter's body began to shrink. The purple scales faded, and he returned to his normal state. It was impossible to tell what was real or fake under the Ramayana's face. Now, it was pale, and there was no color on his face. Ling Bai's white robe fluttered in the wind. He turned around and was about to leave. Stop right there. Why didn't you kill me? Bai Lingyue screamed. She looked mad. Hee hee, my poor little brother, what's the difference between you and being dead now? If I keep you alive, you'll be like a mad dog. I can use you to entertain myself when I'm bored. How nice is that? Ling Bai sneered, his footsteps did not stop. Ah. I'm going to kill you. Bai Lingyue's aura became very wild. It kept rising, and she looked very dangerous. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside him. It was Li Yi. He said anxiously, Lady Bai Lingyue, do not lose your mind. If you want to take revenge, there will be plenty of time. Scram! Bai Lingyue shouted angrily. She casually threw a palm strike without even looking. Li Yi was horrified, and an unusual sense of danger welled up within him. He hurriedly formed his palms and placed them in front of him to protect himself. Bang! A palm strike took out 3 liters of his blood. His body flew into the air like a kite with a broken string. Although he was also a great figure that attracted the attention of the entire world, not many people paid attention to him. Instead, they stared unblinkingly at the other 4 people. Even if I die, I'll take you down with me. Bai Lingyue was completely mad. She raised her strength to the limit, and her bony fingers slashed forward like a blade. Ling Bai's footsteps came to a halt. Under the whistling sound of the wind, the sky was filled with white snow. After decades of fighting, you've completely lost. You've lost so badly that I'm tired. He said softly, since you're tired, then take a good rest. Farewell, my poor little brother. Don't ever meet me again in your next life. A snowflake froze in front of him, forming a hexagonal ice crystal. It was beautiful. The entire time seemed to stop. Ling Bai raised his hand and gently pointed with his finger. There was an unparalleled beauty of tranquility, like a small flower in a snowstorm. White snow. The snowflake melted into Bai Lingyue's wild aura, and it seemed to freeze it. A white ray of light shot through the air and pierced through his chest. Just as a red mark appeared, it was immediately frozen by the light blue ice, and no blood seeped out. Bai Lingyue's wild eyes widened, and she became calm. Her eyes showed a hint of relief, and her lips curled into a bitter smile. If there's a next life, I'll definitely step on you. After making his last wish, he closed his unwilling eyes. His body fell backward, and he flew in the sky like a kite, getting further and further away. Heh, still not convinced? Such a stubborn personality. I'll wait for you. Ling Bai's eyes were filled with a cold smile. The white snow that filled the sky flew around him, and then disappeared. He seemed to be walking in a place where no one could stop him. He slowly walked past Ao Chongkong and Shui Qingfan, and he did not even look back. 3 figures gathered in the sky. Everyone felt an inexplicable excitement in their hearts. 3 of the 10 titled Emperor Wu's strongest. This was a scene that they would never see again. No one moved, and there was not a single sound. Only Ling Bai moved. He was like a willow leaf, like the white snow, and just like Bai Lingyue flew away. He was getting further and further away, and he kept disappearing from the crowd's sight. Phew, that homicidal maniac is finally gone. I was so scared. Shui Qingfan looked as if he had been relieved of a heavy burden. He patted his chest. He jumped up from the war halberd and put away vast sea-like dust. He smiled and said, "Brother Chongkong, that punch was so fierce. It almost killed me. Are you interested in having a drink or two, and eating some buns to calm down?" "Not interested." Ao Chongkong waved his sleeves, turned around, and left. It was as if he could not be bothered with anything else. "Young master, wait for us," the fat and thin monks exclaimed. They immediately turned into 2 rays of light and flew away. They landed behind Ao Chongkong, and they were still mumbling something. Soon, they disappeared. Li Yunxiao secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Ao Chongkong did not even look at him. He did not even try to hide his disdain. The reason was simple. At this moment, he did not have the strength to make Ao Chongkong look at him. This was the cruel reality of the world. No matter how strong you were in the past, you could only bury your head in cultivation and catch up to them. However, Li Yunxiao was not angry or unhappy. Instead, he relaxed. This meant that the matter of the tyrannical physique refinement technique was over. Even if he used it openly in the future, the world would know about it. Ao Chongkong would not bother him because of it. As for his status and the weight he carried in the eyes of others, they were all insignificant. As long as he continued to walk the path of martial arts, he would one day meet again at the peak. "Ah, what a boring person," Shui Qingfan complained. Wan Qianqi sat cross-legged on the ground. His face was gloomy. He hissed, "Shui Qingfan, the merchant union has never let you down. Today, you ruined my plans. This old man and you are irreconcilable." He had set up layers upon layers of traps, and all of them were killing moves. In a situation where victory was assured, Shui Qingfan had ruined his final move. How could he not be angry? How could he not be angry? Shui Qingfan quickly waved his hand and said, "Sir Wan Qianqi, you are old. Please don't be angry. Why don't we have a cup of tea to cool ourselves? Consider it my apology to you?" Hearing this, Wan Qianqi's beard trembled. He could not help but spit out another mouthful of blood. The little bit of true yuan that he had just recovered dissipated again. "Haha, tea is good. This young master loves tea. How can these ordinary people understand the art of tea? Brother Qingfan, why don't we have a drink together?" Duan Muyoyu clapped his hands and laughed. Shui Qingfan smiled, "That's fine. 2 drinking is better than 1. Moreover, I can ask young master you to read my fortune for free." Duan Muyoyu said, "There's no need to read it. From now on, you won't be able to buy anything from the merchant union no matter where you go." "Haha." Shui Qingfan laughed loudly. He formed a hand seal with one hand, and his body turned into a wisp of green smoke along with Duan Muyoyu. In a trance, they disappeared without a trace. The main characters were all gone. Only a desolate sky was left, full of holes. The ground was riddled with countless charred holes, and everything within a radius of several hundred kilometers had been reduced to ruins. At least a quarter of Nuyan City had been destroyed, and this was the result of the barrier set up by the experts in the dark. Huang Fubai looked at Wan Qianqi and said, "Brother Qianqi, take care of yourself. The future is long, so I'll take my leave first." Without waiting for Wan Qianqi's reply, his figure flickered in the sky and disappeared without a trace. Wan Qianqi could not help but cough violently. In an instant, he had aged a lot. He had accomplished everything in one go, but it had ended so tragically. Wang Baxiong's grand plan had also become a bubble. Li Yunxiao stepped forward and said, "Brother Qianqi, Huang Fubai is right. The future is long, don't be depressed. Wan Qianqi let out a long sigh and shook his head repeatedly. Everyone looked on in silence, each of them thinking about their own thoughts. After this battle, the merchant union was bound to go downhill. Everyone was calculating their own benefits and influence. Ding Shan said with concern, "Sir Qianqi, rest in peace and recuperate. As long as I'm here, the merchant union will definitely hold on and even rise to the next level." Wan Qianqi's pupils shrank, and his dispirited gaze suddenly became fierce. He shouted, "Ding Shan, what do you mean?" Ding Shan said leisurely, "Nothing. Brother Qianqi, you're overreacting. I'm just saying that while you're recuperating, I'll take over as the head of the merchant union. I'll definitely do my best and not disappoint the trust of my brothers." Bullshit. Wan Qianqi cursed angrily, his whole body trembling with anger. Who needs you as the head of the merchant union? Just focus on being the president of the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce. You won't disappoint us and let everyone down. Ding Shan sighed and said, "I just want to share Brother Qianqi's burden. Since you're not willing, I don't want to make things difficult for you. But in my opinion, Brother Qianqi and First Elder Qin Zhongxi are already heavily injured, and Myriad Treasure Tower's strength has plummeted. It's no longer suitable to stay in the Merchant Union's permanent council." What? Wan Qianqian was so shocked that his eyeballs were about to pop out. He screamed, "You want to expel Myriad Treasure Tower from the Merchant Union Council?" Everyone around was stunned, their faces stiff, unable to process what was going on. Myriad Treasure Tower had led the Merchant Union for many years, and the title of the world's #1 merchant union was deeply rooted in people's hearts. Today's battle also demonstrated its valiant strength. Now that Ding Shan opened his mouth to expel Myriad Treasure Tower from the Merchant Union Council, probably no one could react in time apart from himself. Li Yunxiao also choked. Although he expected the Merchant Union to split up sooner or later, he did not expect it to come so soon, so blatantly. Ding Shan said, "Not expelled, but Myriad Treasure Tower no longer has the ability to stay in the council. According to the Merchant Union's rules, Brother Qianqian can still apply next time." What a joke, you say no ability, so no ability? Since when was it your turn to make decisions in the Merchant Union? Wan Qianqian shouted angrily, "Although Myriad Treasure Tower is weak right now, this old man feels that it's still more than enough to eradicate a mere Heavenly Essence Merchant Union." Ding Shan said, "The Merchant Union is a place of rules. Brother Qianqian being so unreasonable is meaningless. However, the Heavenly Essence Merchant Union has never been afraid of unreasonable barbarians, and the other alliance members will not be afraid either. If Brother Qianqian wants to be so barbaric and arbitrary, then please draw the line. Today, all the heroes of the world are here, just nice to be a witness." Cough, cough, cough. Wan Qianqian's injuries worsened, coughing violently continuously, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. Ding Shan sighed and said, "Brother Qianqian is desperately vomiting blood right now. Could it be that you want to pretend to be pitiful and play the pity card?" Pooh! Wan Qianqian was so angry that he vomited a mouthful of blood, shooting several feet high. The vital essence that was previously regulating his breathing and recuperating completely collapsed, his injuries falling to the extreme. He was so angry that he could not even speak, his body constantly trembling. Qin Zhongxi panicked and said angrily, "Ding Shan, if you want to draw the line, this old man will take it." Everyone watched silently. Be it Wan Qianqian or Qin Zhongxi, they could not possibly be Ding Shan's match at this moment. Everyone felt a sense of vicissitude in their hearts. Could it be that the era was really changing today? Ding Shan nodded and said, "Might as well. As the Myriad Treasure Tower's head elder, you indeed have the qualifications to represent the Myriad Treasure Tower. How about this, I'll let you have 3 moves. If you win, Myriad Treasure Tower will continue to stay in the council. If you lose, you'll be placed under the name of my Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce for management." What? Qin Zhongxi was shocked. He knew that he was definitely not a match for Ding Shan, so he naturally could not agree to such a condition. Cough cough, Brother Ding Shan's conditions are a bit too harsh. Qianxin couldn't stand it either. He came out and said, "Why don't you wait for Brother Qianqian's injuries to recover before you two have a martial duel? That would be fair and just." Ding Shan smiled coldly and said, "Is Brother Qianxin colluding with the Myriad Treasure Tower here?" Wan Xianxian's injuries are so severe that he probably won't be able to recover for the rest of his life. So, Wan Baolu can stay in the merchant union for the rest of his life? Xianxia was speechless. Wan Xianxian could be considered powerful enough to not die from anger. He gritted his teeth and said, 3 years, give this old man 3 years to recover from my injuries. At that time I will fight you to the death. Ding Shan's eyelids twitched slightly, and he said coldly, 3 years? Do you think this seat's time is as worthless as yours? Sorry, I really don't have that patience. Moreover, the tide rises and falls, flowers bloom and wilt. The replacement of factions is a very normal thing. Can you stop the wheel of the era by yourself? Accept your fate. Although it is tragic, this is the choice of the era. 9 aurora lights gathered in his palm, shining out like light rotating, illuminating Wan Xianxian's face full of unwillingness and anger. There was even a trace of despair at the bottom of his eyes. The choice of the era? Is that something you say? Even if this old man can't step on the pulse of the era, I can kill you at any time. A violent aura swept up on Wan Xianxian's body. His dantian shone faintly. Forming a seal with both hands, he slapped it on the universe light disk. A stretch of light appeared, and time flowed. You. Ding Shan was startled and hurriedly retreated, saying solemnly, you actually want to self-destruct your dantian and universe light disk. Do. You want to die without a complete corpse? Don't you want any dignity at all? Haha, killing you is the greatest dignity. Wan Xianxian had already thrown caution to the wind. His eyes were filled with determination, and he had to kill Ding Shan. The universe light disk was pushed to its limit, and the sun, moon, and stars appeared once more. Sigh, who can break through fame and wealth and roam the universe? A soft sigh echoed, and then a yellow rune fell from the sky, pressing down on the universe light disk. It vaguely turned into the shadow of a palace that shook it. Then a ring of light appeared in the sky. It was a sleeve that waved and collected the universe light disk. A simple man in a gray robe appeared in the sky. There was no expression on his face, and he just casually looked at the people below. Wan Xianxian was shocked. His connection with the universe light disk had been directly cut off. Although he hadn't completely refined this treasure, he had been immersed in it for dozens of years and had refined more than half of it. How could it be cut off so easily? There must be something strange about the yellow rune that suppressed his connection with the universe light disk. After losing the universe light disk, Wan Xianxian hurriedly suppressed the raging power in his dantian. It circulated crazily in his body to prevent it from exploding. Song Wuqiong, what is the meaning of this? His eyes were filled with anger. At this time, he understood that the person behind Ding Shan was definitely him. No wonder the situation had developed to this day. There was actually a sage administrator interfering. He is actually Lord Song Wuqiong. The crowd in the distance was shocked, and some martial artists looked confused. Clearly, they didn't know who this person was. They only turned pale with fright after asking around. Even the sage administrator has come. Heavens, today's trip was not in vain. To be able to see so many important people, it was worth it even if I died in the turmoil. Many people were extremely excited. Song Wuqiong said, Lord Xianxian, this is just a fight for fame and wealth. Is there a need to bet your life? Is Lord Xianxian's life worth this resentment? Humph. Wan Xianxian sneered while cursing in his heart. Lord Xianxian didn't appear earlier or later, but now to save Ding Shan's life. I don't know what your intentions are. Could it be that Ding Shan is a puppet you planted in the merchant union? After failing to self-destruct his dantian, he calmed down. It was better to live than to die. It was never too late for a gentleman to take revenge even after 10 years. Immediately, he didn't want to die anymore. In for a penny, in for a pound, in for a pound. He directly pointed out his thoughts. Sure enough, all sorts of discussions broke out in the crowd. Song Wuqiong's expression changed slightly, and a trace of indignation flashed across his face. He snorted and said, Lord Xianxian, my kindness is truly unrequited. I acted to save you, but since you don't appreciate my kindness, then so be it. You can continue doing whatever you want. I don't care anymore. He flicked his sleeves and was about to leave. Wan Xianxian was instantly dumbfounded, and he almost fainted from anger again. He had forcefully suppressed the power of his Dantian's self-destruction, causing his already heavily injured body to be injured once more. Moreover, he had lost his universe light disc, and he didn't even have a trump card to perish together with Ding Shan. He had become a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Moreover, all sorts of mocking and ridicule could be heard from afar. That's right, he really doesn't know what's good for him. Now that Lord Kangwu Qiong has left, let's see how he will die. Ding Shan also sighed and shook his head, as if saying that Wan Qianxian had failed to live up to expectations. In the crowd, Ning Qiyun whispered, "Father, it seems like Myriad Treasure Tower is in trouble. The Merchant Alliance is probably going to change hands. Should we make a move?" Make a move? Ning Qiyun's eyelids twitched, and he smiled. Why should we? It's better to let the Merchant Alliance evolve on its own. Divine Firmament Palace is behind Star Moon House, and it won't be affected. I already knew that Ding Shan wasn't an ordinary person. Now that even the person behind him has appeared, it might not be a bad thing. Fear mostly comes from the unknown. Although Ding Shan is strong now, we don't have to fear him anymore. Ning Qiyun nodded. That's true. It's better to avoid trouble. Ding Shan won't dare to do anything to Star Moon House. Ding Shan walked toward Wan Qianxian step by step, and every step was very steady. The space rippled slightly, and the ripples in everyone's hearts seemed to indicate that a new Merchant Alliance's order was about to be born. Sigh, who can break away from fame and wealth, and roam freely in the great void? Suddenly, there was another long sigh. His white clothes flashed, and Li Yunxiao stood in front of Wan Qianxian, facing Ding Shan step by step. Everyone was slightly shocked, and their gazes focused on him, looking at him in shock. Now, everyone could see that the Plethora Treasure Tower was already on the verge of collapse. As the saying went, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Even Qianxing, Han Zhenting, and the others wouldn't force their way out. His appearance also stunned Wan Qianxian. Han Zhenting's eyes shone brightly, and she stared at Li Yunxiao without blinking. Ding Shan's expression changed greatly, and he said coldly, "Li Yunxiao, what do you mean by this?" Li Yunxiao said, "Nothing. It's just that the so-called new Merchant Alliance's order that you mentioned might not be to my liking. So I can only prevent this new order from coming." Nonsense. Ding Shan scolded angrily, but his expression instantly softened. He said in a harmonious voice, "Li Yunxiao, is Ling Er all right?" Li Yunxiao's expression didn't change, but he frowned slightly, and said, "Of course she's fine, but what does that have to do with you?" Ding Shan sighed, "From the beginning to the end, I'm that girl Ling Er's father. F***CKU. Li Yunxiao couldn't help but scold, and said, "Is there still someone as shameless as you in this world? But it's normal. Your shamelessness is already known to the world." Ding Shan frowned, and said, "The debt of raising her for these 20 years, the relationship between father and daughter, isn't it something you can erase just because of your wishful thinking? Where is she? I want to see her. It's better for us, father and daughter, to talk things out face to face." Li Yunxiao smiled coldly, and raised his hand. A beam of golden light shot out from his palm, and turned into a universe god steel, which slowly flew up. The steel's body was filled with flowing light, and various runes flashed. A dense aura rose into the air. "She is in my transcendent grade profound level weapon. I also think of the relationship between you and your daughter. She is very depressed now, and I hope that you can go in and see her." Li Yunxiao smiled, and he squinted his eyes. In the depths of his eyes, there was a cold light that was like lightning. Huh. Transcendent grade profound level weapon? Did he just say that this is a transcendent grade profound level weapon? Li Yunxiao's introduction instantly caused an uproar among the crowd far away, and they were all shocked. I've long heard that he has a supreme profound weapon. I didn't expect it to be true. As expected of Emperor Wu. He actually dared to show it in front of all the experts in the world. I don't think it's possible. Isn't Noah's Ark the only supreme profound weapon? What's up with the tablet? He really thinks he's Gu Feiyong. I'm afraid he'll be dismembered before he even leaves Nuyan City. Haha, it's an eye-opener today. Not only have all the experts appeared, but even a supreme profound weapon has appeared. Haha, how satisfying. All sorts of discussions arose. Most of them were extremely excited. Ding Shan took a look at the Universe God tablet and his heart fluttered. His arm couldn't help but tremble, but he quickly regained his composure and said, "No one wants to see something like this happen. I can understand how Linger feels right now. However, love can't be compared to the change of era. Moreover, the one who started the Nine Yin and Nine Yang incident was Wan Qian." His eyes glowed coldly as he glared at Wan Qian. He clenched his teeth and said, "It's this sanctimonious hypocrite who gave me a fake elixir recipe. That's why there was an accident during the refinement and caused the deaths of over 10 experts. Even my son was involved. This debt of blood must be paid with blood today." He cleverly turned the awkwardness of not daring to enter the Universe God tablet into hatred towards Wan Qian. At the same time, he blamed Wan Qian for the shameless extraction of others' true vitality. It was so logical and logical. Even Li Yunxiao was stunned. For the first time, he felt that he was at a disadvantage in a competition of intelligence. What? Wan Qian is the one who started it? What's going on? The incident of Ding Shan extracting the true vitality of 18 experts from Emperor Wu was infamous. The whole world knew about it, but no one dared to voice it out. Now that they heard it, they all revealed strange expressions. If it's really Wan Qian's doing, then he's going for wool and coming home shorn. He's shooting himself in the foot. I don't think so. He framed his opponent and allowed him to transcend mortality. Although Wan Qian is a little stupid, he shouldn't be that stupid. Otherwise, how did the Commerce Alliance survive all these years? I think this is a good idea. That was why the Merchant Alliance was declining year after year. After Songyang City was reduced to ruins, Nuyen City was about to follow in its footsteps. It's better to transfer power as soon as possible and establish a new rule. Wan Qianqian's pale face flushed with anger, but he didn't know how to refute this. After all, he was the one who had purposely spread the fake pill recipe for Ding Shan to obtain, but Ding Shan's extraction of the true essence of 18 people had nothing to do with him. He could only stammer angrily, "Yyuu, nonsense, shameless, lies." Ding Shan snorted coldly and said, "Whether I'm speaking nonsense or not, the public will decide. I will now avenge those experts who died unjustly and my son." He flew forward and passed by Li Yunxiao at lightning speed. He formed a seal with both hands and pointed at Li Yunxiao's forehead. At this moment, Wan Qianqian was like an arrow at the end of its flight. There was no way he could withstand a single blow from him. As long as they cut through the Gordian knot and killed 1,000 of them, everything would be settled. Not only was the reorganization of the Merchant Alliance no longer obstructed, but all of his scandals could also be piled on his head. After all, history was always told by the victors. No matter how fast he was, Li Yunxiao was even faster. As Ding Shan focused his gaze, the space around Wan Qianqian twisted, turning into an illusory figure that was shattered by Ding Shan's finger. Wan Qianqian was directly teleported 300 meters away by Li Yunxiao's eye power. "You? Do you really want to oppose me?" Ding Shan's expression darkened, as if he couldn't decide whether to attack or not. In the distance, Kangwu Qiong's expression was solemn as well. A complicated light flickered in his eyes. It would have been easy if anyone else had attacked, but this was Li Yunxiao. He didn't want to expose his inner thoughts unless he was completely confident that he could kill Li Yunxiao in a single blow. With Ding Shan's abilities, he would definitely not be able to kill Li Yunxiao. Heh, does Lord Kangwu Qiong find this difficult? Just as he was feeling conflicted, a voice suddenly sounded in his ear, causing his body to tremble. He cried out in surprise, "It's you. You're here too." The voice grunted, then said, "If Lord really wants to kill Gu Feiyang, now is not the time." "Oh? Do you have a good idea?" Kangwu Qiong's expression returned to normal after a moment of surprise, and he transmitted his voice to the voice. The voice snorted, "It's truly shocking that Gu Feiyang isn't dead. The rumors about him make me even more uneasy." "Lord, you're afraid of the true dragon avatar and his sage artifact, right?" Kangwu Qiong replied, "That's right. That sage artifact has an enormous origin, and even I can't find out everything about it. No one can say for sure how many experts there are in there, but we do know that the true dragon avatar is there." The voice said, since that's the case, all the more we can't attack now. Firstly, this place is too chaotic, and there are many people hiding in the shadows. Who knows what they're thinking? Secondly, if we show ourselves and join forces, we'll definitely become the target of gossip. Even if we kill Gu Feiyang, it won't be honorable, and if we fail, we'll become a laughingstock. Kan Guqiang said, that's exactly what I'm worried about. The voice said, since that's the case, tell Ding Shan to stop. There are too many opportunities to kill Gu Feiyang, because there are too many people who want to kill him. Kan Guqiang nodded, then raised his head and said in a daze, what does Ding Shan stopping have to do with me? He's not my subordinate. TSK, why are you pretending, Lord? Do you think I'm an idiot? The voice sneered, if it wasn't for Lord's support, would Ding Shan have come this far? Letting Ling Bai leave just now was also something you and the other administrators discussed, right? Kan Guqiang's expression changed slightly, and he said seriously, what nonsense are you spouting? Ling Bai is the sacred region's Emperor Wu, so the sacred region naturally would act against him. Haha. The voice couldn't help but laugh, Lord, you've been in the sacred region for too long, and you've taken everyone for fools. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that as long as Ling Bai is around, the Commerce Alliance will always have a sword hanging over their heads, and they'll have no choice but to submit to the sacred region. If Ling Bai dies, the Commerce Alliance's greatest enemy will be eliminated, and it will be difficult for the sacred region to control the Commerce Alliance. Kan Guqiang said coldly, that's just your personal speculation. How can you take it seriously? The person sneered, whether it's true or not, Lord, you know in your heart. At the same time, it's my own business, so you don't need to worry. I'll say as much as I can. As for how to deal with Gu Feiyang, I'll contact Lord later. After saying that, there was no more sound. Kan Guqiang looked in the direction that the voice had come from, and the voice had all come from the belly of a martial artist. That martial artist's strength was only that of two-star Emperor Wu, and he had a dull expression on his face. Li Yunxiao directly sent Wan Xianxian far away, into the protection circle of the Myriad Treasures Tower's many experts, and then said, it's only a matter of time before I go against you. This young master thought about it carefully, and we'll meet sooner or later anyway, so why don't we do it now? Ding Shan's heart burned with rage. He had watched Li Yunxiao grow up with his own eyes, and at this moment, he regretted not killing him when he first discovered his identity. Now, he had nurtured a tiger that would only invite disaster. He suddenly frowned, and then he heard Kan Guqiang's voice transmission, telling him to stop. He could not help but frown even deeper. Although he had submitted to Kan Guqiang on the surface, with his personality, how could he be willing to submit to someone else? If he missed this opportunity to unify the Merchant Union, it would probably be difficult for him to get another chance in the future. For a moment, he hesitated even more. Kan Guqiang's pupils shrank, and he seemed to have seen through Ding Shan's thoughts, and his eyes flickered with a bit of coldness. Ding Shan thought for a while, then said slowly, Li Yunxiao, since you want to stand up for Wan Xianxian, and I have a deep relationship with you, and you might even become my son-in-law, I can't not give you any face. How about this, as long as you can take 3 palm strikes from me, I'll drop the matter with Wan Xianxian, and I agree to let him lead the Myriad Treasures Tower out of the Merchant Union. From then on, we'll have nothing to do with each other. What do you think? Li Yunxiao was taken aback, and then he began to think carefully. In front of the world, he believed that no matter how shameless and cunning Ding Shan was, he would not go back on his word. Kan Guqiang's face flashed with joy, and he secretly praised Ding Shan's wit. Even if he could not kill Li Yunxiao in 3 moves, he could at least find out his real strength and even injure him severely. In that case, it would be much easier to kill Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao said, okay. If I can take 3 moves from you, not only will the Myriad Treasures Tower withdraw from the Merchant Union, but the Tianyi Pavilion will also leave. In the distance, Su Liani trembled, and a look of joy came over her face. Ding Shan frowned and said, oh? Since when did you make the decisions in the Tianyi Pavilion? Su Liani hurriedly said in a loud voice, everything that Lord Yunxiao has said represents the Tianyi Pavilion. Humph. Ding Shan was extremely displeased, but since the Myriad Treasures Tower had given up, it was not unacceptable to abandon the Tianyi Pavilion as well. He said, fine, I'll do as you say. But you have to be careful. Don't lose your life in 3 moves. A vast and mighty force spread out. Ding Shan raised his arms and curled them into a ball in front of him. From all directions, the colors of the aurora, crimson, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple, all converged into the ball, creating a magnificent scene. Li Yunxiao was on high alert. He took a few steps back. He performed an incantation gesture with both hands and summoned his golden body with 3 heads and 6 arms. Layers of golden light appeared on his skin like the sun. The appearance of his golden body immediately shocked the people around him, and they all turned to look at him. Not only was the golden body dazzling and similar to Ao Chengkong's body art, but the golden body with 3 heads and 6 arms was also unheard of. Li Yunxiao put his palms together in front of him and shouted. The primordial heaven eye between his eyebrows opened. Countless strands of black demonic qi gushed out and began to fill his body. Hundreds of demonic patterns were branded on his golden skin. His other 4 arms were holding the hammer, the sword case, the cold sword, and the Xianxia defensive saber. Facing the attack of a divine transcendence expert, he did not dare to be careless or hold back. He immediately revealed his strongest form. Whether it was the cultivation method or the profound weapon in Li Yunxiao's hand, they were all rare treasures in the world. It was just that they were a mixture of different things. Biting off more than one could chew. Many of the cultivation methods and profound weapons could only unleash a fraction of their power. Ding Shan's expression turned serious. The light ball in his hand spun rapidly, gathering power from all directions and compressing it. The multicolored light became fainter and fainter, gradually turning into a pure white light. Li Yunxiao only saw a figure flash before him, and Ding Shan disappeared from where he stood. All that was left was a terrifying blazing white light that appeared in front of him in an instant. 9 Extremities Transformation Sun. Ding Shan's cold voice rang out. It was bone-chilling, forming a stark contrast with the blazing white light. Li Yunxiao was shocked. The power of this move was far beyond his estimation. Even when he was fighting against Ling Bai, he didn't see such power. Wan Qianqian's expression was even more gloomy. His face was ashen, and he didn't say a word. Li Yunxiao gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it." He raised the heaven hammer behind him, and a thunder realm opened up. Lightning gathered within it, and he smashed it down. At the same time, he formed a seal with both hands, forming a heaven and earth seal. Boundless golden light flashed and shot out. Boom! The thunder realm instantly collapsed, and the heaven and earth seal also melted. Li Yunxiao was struck by the 9 Extremities Transformation Sun, and he was swallowed by the terrifying power. The white light shone on his body, and it turned into countless auroras. It was like thousands of blades slashing down, and countless wounds appeared on his indestructible golden body. Some of the white light even broke through his defenses and shot into his body, cutting his limbs and bones. It was excruciating. Damn it! Why didn't you act so awesome when you were fighting Ling Bai? Li Yunxiao cried out in pain. His skin and flesh were torn open, and blood spurted everywhere. He raised his arm behind him and shouted, "Sword, rise!" The heaven light sword case surged with a silver light, and it seemed to pierce through the white light. A wave of sword qi spread out like an umbrella, swimming in the sky. The pain on Li Yunxiao's body was slightly alleviated, but his muscles were still cut open, and some of his bones were even faintly visible. Not bad. Take my second move. Ding Shan's cold voice sounded again. What? Li Yunxiao was shocked and said angrily, "Do you have any shame? 3 consecutive moves?" Ding Shan sneered, "Why do you care about my 3 moves? If you can't take it, then die." A fierce astral wind condensed and engulfed all the white light, instantly increasing its power by several times. Li Yunxiao was extremely shocked in his heart. The feeling the astral winds gave him was extremely familiar. It was precisely the primeval astral winds of the starry sky, and it was exactly the same as that stupid crocodile. What he did not know was that the primordial gale in Ding Shan's hand was the crocodile's half-body. Back in Songyang City, Di Jun had fought with him, and half of the crocodile had been swallowed by his scattered world. That was why Li Yunxiao had obtained the other half in the dragon transformation pool of the burial grounds. Second move, Aurora Transformation. The light and wind gradually fused together, turning into a perfect storm of light and shadow. All the pores on Li Yunxiao's body stood up, and a huge sense of danger spread in his heart. He could not be bothered with the pain in his flesh. He pointed in the air with one hand, and the 36 northern sky-cold star swords formed a formation. It was like a galaxy of stars in the sky, and there were thousands of sword shadows floating in it. Subsequently, he clenched his 6 arms, and a ball of golden sphere appeared in each of them, slowly rising into the sky. His hands moved rapidly in front of him, and the devil sky armor appeared in a flash. He wore it, and boundless devil power rippled out and spread in all directions. Those golden spheres condensed in front of him, and it was as though he was hugging a vast golden universe in front of him. Star Jade Explosion. Li Yunxiao pointed at the golden universe with one hand and raised his other hand high. The violent aura inside the golden whirlpool exploded, and a golden light rushed out, rushing up along with his finger. It penetrated the silver sword chi world formed by the myriad sword illustration, and the golden light spewed out and shot into the aurora storm. Boom! That storm trembled violently, and the sky collapsed continuously. The horrifying power collapsed layer by layer and spread out in all directions. Especially the power of the aurora, which was released by the soldiers, turned into 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. They broke through the sky, and a large number of martial artists screamed in the distance. This Ding Shan is indeed a wily old fox. During the battle with Ling Bai, he was able to endure in the face of life and death, and his performance was mediocre. Now, he is showing his extraordinary splendor, and his strength has multiplied. An aurora suddenly penetrated through the sky and shot toward Ning Qian. She grabbed it with one hand and extinguished it in front of her. Instantly, their faces darkened, and they all spoke with extreme dissatisfaction. Hee hee. Ning Kuei laughed lightly and said, "This person is a treacherous hero, and he is very dangerous. Fortunately, the person behind him has been exposed, and the danger is much smaller." Ning Qian said worriedly, "Can Li Yunxiao withstand 3 moves from him? The second move is already so powerful. If there is another move..." Her tone was filled with worry. Ning Kuei frowned and said, "If Ding Shan is dangerous, then Li Yunxiao is even more dangerous than Ding Shan. I also don't know if he can withstand the third move, but I know that if he doesn't have that ability, he wouldn't rashly agree to it." Ning Qian said, "I hope so." The horrifying aurora storm continued to press down, and the 1,000 silver lights in the sea of 10,000 swords were all shattered. The power of the Star Jade Explosion was also pressured to the point of collapsing. Li Yunxiao held the sword in his right hand, and his left hand formed a seal on the body of the sword. There was constantly sword intent revolving around the frost on the cold sword, and as it withstood the huge pressure, the body of the sword trembled non-stop. Sword whirled. The seal on his left hand changed, and he lightly formed a seal. Dang! The seal knocked on the body of the sword, and circles of sword light rippled out in all directions aimlessly, emitting blinding light. Boom! Those countless circles of sword light were suppressed by the aurora transformation, and they all exploded. Boom! That aurora storm finally landed on Li Yunxiao's body, and the runic patterns on the devil sky armor continuously shattered, and the ice powder disintegrated. Ah! A violent roar came from within the storm, and it contained an unyielding will and a stubborn soul. The aurora continued to slice his body, and the primordial astral winds blew at his skin. His wounds turned yellow, and there was actually no blood flowing out. The moisture in his body was continuously eroded, and his muscles started to wither. "You want to kill me? Dream on." An earth-shattering roar was heard and Li Yunxiao's body began to crumble, turning into bolts of lightning that surged forth. Subsequently, a sword chi actually slashed a hole in that storm, and a purple thunder dragon broke through the sky, and the roar of the dragon shook the 9 heavens. All the martial artists in the city trembled. That dragon roar seemed to come from afar, and it resounded in everyone's heart, lingering for a long time. Outside the aurora storm, the purple dragon soared into the sky and reached out its 5 claws to grab the storm. Boundless lightning condensed in its palm, and it blasted into the storm. Bang! 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 The entire storm started to be filled with countless lightning bolts, and it gradually turned into a pale green color. The 2 kinds of elements, light and wind, were continuously weakened under the devouring of the thunder dragon. Ding Shan frowned, and he clenched his right hand tightly. The veins on his fist bulged, and his face showed a struggling expression, as if he was hesitating about something. Bang! The storm gradually weakened, and the purple dragon shattered, turning into specks of lightning that floated around. It once again condensed 100 feet away, and it transformed into Li Yunxiao's body. His skin was white and flawless, and there was not a single wound. It was just that his face was so pale that it was almost transparent, and the blood vessels on his arms and body could be seen clearly with the naked eye. Pooh! Originally, there was no color on his face, but after he spat out a mouthful of blood, it actually turned slightly red. Ding Shan said in a deep voice, "To be able to block 2 of my moves is within my expectations, but it still gives me a great shock." Li Yunxiao sneered and said, "There are many more shocking things. Didn't you want to use 3 moves in a row? Why aren't you using the last move?" Ding Shan said, "You definitely won't be able to take the last move. I don't want to kill you. After all, there is no real enmity between us. Instead, we have Ling Heir's relationship." Li Yunxiao said, "You're starting to joke again." Ding Shan frowned and said, "Why are you so stubborn? You know your current state very well. Not to mention my third move, even if I use 9 Ultimate Sun, you still won't be able to take it." Li Yunxiao said coldly, "Why do ignorant people always like to use their own thoughts to interpret others? There are many things in this world that your intelligence can't understand." He formed a seal with both hands, and a huge black shadow surged behind him, forming the true demon form in the air. 3 ferocious faces of different shapes appeared. Each of the 6 arms formed a seal, and the corners of their mouths curled into evil smiles as they looked coldly at the ground. "Hey! What is this?" All the martial artists in the city were shocked, and they hurriedly retreated. Demonic technique. It's an unparalleled demonic technique. Someone recognized the origin and cried out in shock. Li looked up, his face full of horror and disbelief. A feeling of despair spread in his heart, and he kept moving forward. Every time he made a leap that ordinary people couldn't reach, he would always be full of confidence that he could trample on Li Yunxiao and trample on him. But there was not a time when he was not disappointed, and he was close to despair. No matter how fast he improved, or how abnormal he was, it seemed that he could never catch up to that figure. Not only that, the gap was constantly widening to the point that he was disheartened and even lost all hope. A heart-wrenching pain came, and he fiercely clenched his fingers into his flesh. Only then could he feel a little better. The air that was held in his chest was like a millstone, almost suffocating him. "Ding Shan, the last move, come." Li Yunxiao took a deep breath and formed a seal with both hands. His body didn't change at all, but demonic energy constantly surged out of his body, and the true demon form became stronger and stronger. Nebulae surged around the Dharma form, and indistinct demonic weapons flashed, emitting vast power. Ding Shan stared at the 3-headed and 6-armed true demon giant spirit for a while, and said seriously, "No need for the third move, you pass." What? Ding Shan actually gave up? Everyone was shocked, and they thought that they had heard wrong. Kang Wuqiang's pupils also shrank, and a cold light shot out of his eyes. He seemed to be thinking about something. Ning Qian was also shocked, and he said, "This. Why did Ding Shan give up on the third move? Li Yunxiao's true demon form seems to be overflowing with power, but even I can sense that it's strong in appearance, but weak in reality. There's no way that he can't see it. The possibility that Li Yunxiao can take the third move is too low." Ning Kuei said, "Perhaps he gave up because he considered that Li Yunxiao wouldn't be able to handle it." What's going on? Father's words have confused me." Ning Qian frowned deeply. Ning Kuei sighed. Ding Shan is indeed a treacherous hero. His schemes are unfathomable. Kang Wuqiang is probably playing with fire if he wants to control him. Ding Shan doesn't want to kill Li Yunxiao for 2 reasons. Firstly, he doesn't want to cause trouble. After all, Yu is stronger than him. Killing Li Yunxiao will inexplicably provoke many powerful enemies. Secondly, he wants to use Li Yunxiao to counter Kang Wuqiang. Using Li Yunxiao to counter Kang Wuqiang? Ning Qian was shocked. What's the meaning of this? Ning Kuei said, "This agreement of 3 moves is most likely Kang Wuqiang's idea. He wants to use Ding Shan to kill Li Yunxiao. However, Ding Shan isn't stupid. Although he wants Li Yunxiao to die, he doesn't want Li Yunxiao to die by his hands. So, he has achieved his goal by heavily injuring him. As long as Li Yunxiao leaves Nuyan City, he will most likely be killed by Kangwu Qiong. Then, the trouble will be directed to Kangwu Qiong. Ning Qiyun was stunned. It's that complicated? Is Ding Shan really so meticulous? Could it be that you're overthinking things, father? Hee, overthinking things? Ning Kuei sneered. I'm afraid I'm overthinking things. Also, Ding Shan's strength doesn't seem to be limited to what he showed. He didn't use the third move and continued to hide his strength. When he proposed the agreement of 3 moves, he probably already thought of this outcome. Ning Qiyun was stunned. If that's really the case, then this person is too terrifying. Ning Kuei's brows furrowed and he said in deep thought, scary, if this is what Ding Shan is thinking, then what does Li Yunxiao think? Can he take Ding Shan's third move? Cough, cough. In the battle ring, Li Yunxiao coughed twice and said, did I hear wrongly? You're not going to make the third move? Ding Shan nodded and said, that devil giant spirit's might is boundless. It is definitely not as simple as I thought. Even if I use the third move, I most likely won't be able to kill you. So, I won't embarrass myself. Oh? Are you telling the truth? Li Yunxiao asked in a playful tone. Ding Shan's expression did not change as he said, of course. He turned around and left, no longer attacking Li Yunxiao. He took a few steps forward and announced in a clear voice, from this day on, the 10,000 Treasure Tower and the Tianyi Pavilion will be expelled from the Commerce League. It was a simple statement, but it would affect the situation of the world for decades, affecting the hearts of countless people. Kangwu Qiong said, you've worked hard. Ding Shan's footsteps stopped beside him, and he said, that's what I should do. Unfortunately, it was all for naught in the end. However, I've already heavily injured him. I'm afraid he won't be able to recover in a year or so. Kangwu Qiong nodded and said, thank you. Leave the rest to me. Ding Shan said, thank you for your trouble. The conversation between the two was brief, and it was done through secret voice sending. No one could tell what was going on. Ding Shan continued walking forward. Everyone's gazes were on him. In the Battle of Nuyan City, he was the one who had profited the most, the newly risen hegemon of the world. Are you sure you won't be able to kill him if you use the third move? Kangwu Qiong suddenly transmitted his voice again. Ding Shan stopped in his tracks, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile as he said, who knows? Kangwu Qiong said, I see. The two figures crossed each other in the silent sky. Li Yunxiao withdrew his true demon form and retracted his aura. There was a faint smile on his pale face. The crowd could not help but feel disappointed and grumbled at the end of such a dangerous battle. Ding Shan looked around at the crowd and said, Nuyan City has suffered a great loss after this battle. It will take some time to recover. My friends, I'm very grateful that you've come all the way to help me. However, I must see my guests off now. There were 4 teleportation portals in Nuyan City. 2 of them had been destroyed, and the other 2 were in the boundless desert outside the city. Ding Shan ordered the city to be sealed for 10 days to recover, and asked Lai Lai to bring all the outsiders to the 2nd teleportation portal. Li Yunxiao, I've expelled the Myriad Treasure Pagoda and the Tianyi Pavilion from the Commerce League. If they can't evacuate in 10 days, the Commerce League will take them in. It was impossible for the Myriad Treasure Pagoda and the Tianyi Pavilion to evacuate in 10 days. Wan Xianxian and Su Lianyi looked upset. Li Yunxiao said with a smile, don't worry. 10 days is enough for us to take the important things away. As for the land deeds and other fixed assets, we'll sell them to the Star Moon Temple and the Money Sect. We won't leave you a single primal stone. Humph, that's good. Ding Shan's face twitched. Realizing that he had been snubbed, he turned around and left unhappily. Li Yunxiao said, Brother Xianxia, the current situation is a blessing in disguise. Let's go back and think about it. As long as we're alive, there will be a day when we can recover. Wan Xianxia nodded and said emotionally, this time, it's all thanks to you, Fei Yong. Li Yunxiao said, you don't have to be so polite. This is what I should do. At this moment, the martial artists who were invited by the Myriad Treasure Pagoda also took their leave. They all looked rather embarrassed. Xianxia sighed, "Thank you for your kindness today. I will always remember it. It's what we should do." After a few words, they flew into the sky. They traveled together. Instead of using the teleportation portal that Lai Lai was responsible for, they flew directly out of the city and left by warship. Although it would take a lot of time, they felt more at ease. At this moment, Xianxia had Ding Shan on the inside and Ling Bai on the outside. Both of them were powerful enemies. Coupled with his severe injuries, it was extremely unwise to associate with him at this time. Xianxia understood this, so he couldn't force them to stay. Lord Xianxia, rest well. I'll take my leave first. Li Yi walked forward lazily, his eyes looking at his fiddling fingernails. He blew away the dust and said, "Lord Ding Shan has become the new head of Commerce Alliance. I still have to hurry to congratulate him on behalf of Crimson Moon City. I'll take my leave now." He cupped his hands and sneered, "If you pass by Crimson Moon City in the future, remember to come in for a cup of tea, ha ha ha." Xianxia's body trembled with anger, but he quickly calmed down. Life was fickle. Li Yi raised his eyes and glared at Li Yunxiao, glaring at him for a few times. He wanted to throw out a few harsh words, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not find the words. All he could do was snort loudly and leave with a flick of his sleeves. Li Yunxiao only found it funny. He was quite interested in Li Yi's strength. Back outside Crimson Moon City, he had devoured a portion of Tingguang's martial Wudao fruit and absorbed a portion of Death's power. He seemed to have obtained great benefits. Now, he felt like he couldn't see through him. This kid's luck is not small. He has the bloodline of the Myriad Demon Matriarch, so he has absorbed the power of the demonic race very thoroughly. I'm very curious to see how far he can go in this era. Xianxia followed Li Yunxiao's gaze and said, "Fei Yong knows this person?" "Oh, I forgot. You and him both came from the southern region's Aquasky nation." Li Yunxiao nodded, "That's right. I am a reincarnated body, so it's not strange that I have my current level of cultivation. On the other hand, this kid has an absolutely mortal body, but he was able to become Crimson Moon City's vice-castellan. His luck is not small." Xianxia's face darkened, there are many monsters in troubled times. This kind of clown won't be able to jump for long. Perhaps. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "The world is fickle. Brother Xianxia, there's no need to be so emotional. Let's go back and rest first. We'll think about it later." That's the only way. All sorts of feelings welled up in Xian's heart. He turned his head to look at the bustling crowd in the distance. They were all congratulating Ding Shan. He stared at one of them and shouted, "Kangwu Qiong, return my cosmic disc to me." Everyone immediately quieted down and looked over. Kangwu Qiong's expression changed slightly, and he said solemnly, "That universe disc's killing intent is too heavy, and Lord Xianxian is in a bad mood right now. It's not suitable for him to use this profound artifact. I'll bring it back to the sanctuary. When Lord Xianxian has calmed down, he can come find me in the sanctuary to retrieve it." Everyone could tell that he didn't want to return it, but as the administrator, he couldn't openly take it, lest he become the laughingstock of the world. "You are a robber." Xianxian cursed angrily. If he didn't return it in front of all the heroes of the world, it would be impossible for him to get it back when he went to the sanctuary to look for him in the future. The universe disc was a peerless profound artifact, and its other half was called the universe disc. When the two were combined, they were famous even in ancient times. It was no wonder that Kangwu Qiong would be tempted by such a precious treasure. He didn't care about his reputation and tried to steal it. Kangwu Qiong's expression darkened, and he said coldly, "Xianxian, shut up. You still have the face to ask for it back after you threw it away? You're a hero, but do you still want your old face?" Xianxian was instantly speechless. There was indeed no reason for him to take back a profound artifact that had been stolen. Everyone whispered to each other, and many mocked him. Everyone loved to give a man a shove when he was down. Kangwu Qiong softened his tone and said, "Brother Xianxian, I won't take your profound artifact. Once you've recovered from your injuries and calmed down, you can come find me in the sanctuary." Having said that, he turned around and ignored the crowd. Xianxia felt countless scornful eyes on him, and his cheeks burned. He lowered his head and shouted in a hoarse voice, "Just you wait, all of you. I'll get back what I lost today 100 times over." Xianxia said, "Indeed, the situation is against your will. Brother Xianxian, you should be more open-minded." Xianxian heaved a long sigh and said, "A friend in need is a friend indeed. I didn't misjudge you, Feiyong." He glanced at the ruins below and said with emotion, "Now that the Myriad Treasure Tower's territory has been destroyed, I still have a few courtyards in the north of the city. Let's go there first." Su Liani said hurriedly, "It will take some time to get to the north of the city. If you don't mind, you can rest at the Tianyi Pavilion for a while." Xianxian paused and said, "That's fine. The Tianyi Pavilion and the Myriad Treasure Tower are on the same boat now." The crowd didn't bother to use their flying artifacts. They turned into a few beams of light and disappeared into the sky in a flash. Ding Shan, who was chatting with the crowd in the distance, glanced at them out of the corner of his eye and sneered. Ning Qian sighed softly in the crowd, "I didn't expect it to end like this." Xianxian was an ambitious man, but he ended up in such a miserable state. Ning Kuei said, "It's a blessing in disguise. Xianxian still has a chance to make a comeback. But it depends on how well his wounds can heal." Ning Qian said, "Father, do you think the Plethora Treasure Tower has a good chance of making a comeback?" Ning Kuei said, 50-50. But the Plethora Treasure Tower has fallen. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. What they need most now is allies, and what we need most is allies. Ning Qian was surprised and said, "Father, do you mean to form an alliance with the Plethora Treasure Tower?" Ning Kuei nodded and said, "Yes. It's easy to add flowers to a brocade, but difficult to provide timely help. If we form an alliance at this time, it will be the most popular and most reliable." Ning Qian said, "Will the loss outweigh the gain? After all, the Plethora Treasure Tower has a strong enemy, Ding Shan, and Ling Bai outside. Now they have even offended the Saint Zone. Will we get into big trouble if we go to them now?" Ning Kuei said, "Your worry is not unreasonable. Ding Shan and the Saint Zone are fine. After all, they have to think about propriety and face. The most troublesome one is Ling Bai. If we confront him directly, I'm afraid it will be a disaster. But no matter how stupid the Plethora Treasure Tower is, they will not provoke Ling Bai at this time. Ling Bai's injuries today will not recover without a year and a half." Ning Qian said worriedly, "I still think father should be more cautious." Ning Kuei nodded and said, "I will think about it. For us, there are not many chances to make a comeback. We must be careful. In the Red Moon City, I chose Li Yunxiao. Now that Li Yunxiao chose Xianxian, I believe he has a reason." The two fell silent. Their black robes emitted a faint light, and then they disappeared in the surging crowd. Li Yunxiao and the others were extremely fast. In a moment, they appeared in the Tianyi Pavilion. Su Liani immediately arranged for everyone to settle down. At the same time, she ordered them to pack up and prepare to leave. Xianxian said worriedly, "The Chamber of Commerce's main assets are scattered all over the heavenly martial arts realm. I'm afraid that from today on, Ding Shan will suppress and annex them wantonly." Chen Zhongxi sighed. At a time like this, money is just a worldly possession. Besides, the real treasure is still in our hands. Xianxian nodded. "That's right. As long as we have those top-grade treasures, everything else is easy. Although Ding Shan let us go, he will definitely not stop here. The true danger may have just begun. Everyone should take advantage of these 10 days to heal. Let those below do the cleaning up." Everyone retreated to make their own preparations. After leaving the main hall, Su Liani caught up with Li Yunxiao and asked, "Young Master Yun, have you thought about where to move the Tianyi Pavilion after leaving Nuyan City?" Li Yunxiao said, "I haven't thought about it yet. But no matter where it is, the whole world's mess can't be taken back. You must be mentally prepared." Su Liani said with a smile, "I've already prepared for this. From now on, no matter what happens, the Tianyi Pavilion will be tied to you and will obey all your orders." Li Yunxiao said with a smile, "You will still be the master of the Tianyi Pavilion. I won't come to you unless there are special circumstances." You can stay in my universe divine steel for a while, but it's not a long-term solution. Su Lianyi said, I understand. She glanced at Li Yunxiao and said, Young Master Yun, you seem to have something on your mind. Li Yunxiao couldn't help but laugh. Master Lianyi is indeed meticulous. I don't have anything on my mind. I'm going to meet a friend. A friend? Now? Su Lianyi's eyelids twitched. She said, New Yen City is too dangerous now. Young Master Yun, you are seriously injured. I've just ordered people to prepare the largest secret cultivation chamber. Li Yunxiao said, it doesn't matter. I'll use it when I come back. He disappeared from the yard in a flash. A tiny bolt of lightning flickered in the air as he headed out of the city. The city was too chaotic at the moment. There were all kinds of powerful fighters. He didn't dare to be too conspicuous and tried to avoid the crowds. Several hours later, in the wilderness outside Crimson Moon City, a bolt of lightning fell and revealed Li Yunxiao's true form. A cold snort came from the empty ground. You're finally here. Aren't you afraid that I'll wait for a long time? Aren't you ashamed to waste other people's time? Then, a beam of green light flickered, and a majestic figure walked out. It was Luo Qingyun. Li Yunxiao carefully sized him up, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Luo Qingyun's body had a kind of wild, surging power. Under this human skin, it was as if he was an ancient beast. Is this the power of a level 10 god's blood? Luo Qingyun was the only level 10 god's blood in this world. No one knew how far he could go. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly. I came here right after I settled down. There are too many strong fighters in the city. I'm seriously injured, so I don't dare to make too much noise. Humph. Is there anything you don't dare to do? Luo Qingyun said coldly. Speak. Why did you call me out? Li Yunxiao smiled. Crimson Moon City sent Li Yi. I didn't expect you to sneak here. Aren't you afraid of chaos in the city? Luo Qingyun said, of course I want to watch the battle between titled Emperor Wu and Ling Bai. As for chaos in the city, I don't care. Li Yunxiao smiled. In terms of Castellan, Li Yi is much more competent than you. Luo Qingyun frowned. He's in charge of the city now. Why did you call me out? Don't waste my time. He looked unhappy. Li Yunxiao said, didn't you want to fight me? Luo Qingyun was stunned. Now? He sized up Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao's breathing was weak. If he didn't treat his injuries soon, it would be a miracle for him to survive. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly. It's not the best time, but I need your level 10 dragon blood. Luo Qingyun's pupil shrank. Coldness shot out from his eyes. What? The dragon might shook Li Yunxiao, forcing him to take several steps back. His face turned pale. He quickly said, of course I won't let you bleed for nothing. I'm betting with you. As long as you win, you can leave. If you lose, you know. Luo Qingyun said coldly, why should I bet with you? Li Yunxiao raised his hand. The World God Monument flew out from his palm and hung in the air. Didn't you want to defeat me? In this World God Monument, I'm the master of this world. I can unleash my full power through my consciousness. In other words, if we fight in the World God Monument, I'll be at my peak. Li Yunxiao grinned and said, do you dare to fight this battle? Looking at Luo Qingyun's hesitant expression as if he was facing a formidable enemy, he knew that the other party was struggling in his heart. Thus, he chuckled and egged him on, this is a sacred tool. Don't you want to defeat me when I'm at my peak strength and inside my sacred tool? If you lose this chance, I won't give you another chance to enter the saint weapon. Plus, I've already revealed that I have a saint weapon in front of everyone. I might be hacked to death on the streets someday. Then, you'll never have a chance to fight with me again. Luo Qingyun said, don't provoke me. It looks like you're confident that you can suppress me in there. Li Yunxiao chuckled and said, even though you know it's a trap, I can see that you still can't help but be eager to try. Luo Qingyun said seriously, that's right. If I can defeat you in the saint weapon, my biggest inner demon will be eliminated. My confidence will be unparalleled. It won't be a problem for me to reach the top in the future. Li Yunxiao crooked his finger and smiled sinisterly. Hee, bring it on. All right. Since you're so confident, I'll try to crush your confidence. Luo Qingyun's face grew solemn. His heart was filled with fighting spirit as he walked toward the World God Monument. Although Li Yunxiao had a cynical and flirtatious expression on his face, he was full of praise for Xiaoqian in his heart. Such a firm heart of martial arts, unwavering despite all setbacks, he was truly a true dragon. The World God Monument swirled and sucked Luo Qingyun in. Hee, you've entered my trap. The god's blood is mine. However, as a reward, I'm willing to fight with you. With a smile, Li Yunxiao turned around and stepped inside as well. Under the blue sky, there were no clouds. Li Yunxiao and Luo Qingyun looked at each other. Luo Qingyun's face was solemn and serious. Li Yunxiao was still smiling with his hands behind his back. Luo Qingyun looked around and said, "The world and the weapon is really magical. There are no wounds on your body. Is it an illusion?" Li Yunxiao said, "It's hard to explain. It's an illusion. After all, my real body is seriously injured. However, it's not an illusion because it's formed by my will. Right now, I can extract the power of the world. I'm stronger than I am outside. Hee, it's better to be stronger. Otherwise, I'm afraid it won't be enough." Luo Qingyun's lips curled into a sinister smile. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He raised his hand and slapped. Boom. As his palm landed, the space in front of him was instantly pierced. Li Yunxiao's body exploded, turning into countless lightning bolts that condensed once again. Luo Qingyun took a step forward and grabbed with his 5 fingers. Suddenly, the space became unstable and circles of green light bound Li Yunxiao. Then, a spear light bloomed and he charged forward with his spear. Li Yunxiao was shocked. This green light contained a strong dragon's aura. It actually suppressed his body and caused his aura to circulate very slowly. Chi. The spear pierced into his body and mercilessly stirred. Suddenly, the sharp spear light exploded. Bang! Li Yunxiao's body exploded and turned into countless lightning lights. He reappeared hundreds of feet away. His face finally became serious. He stared at Luo Qingyun with a pale face. Originally, he was in the form of will. His power was inexhaustible and indestructible. However, in order to fight a fair battle, he deliberately simulated a state that was no different from his real body. After the lightning transformation was shattered twice, his physical strength dropped sharply. You've reached divine transcendence? Among the pure bloodline dragons, there's no such thing as divine transcendence. Luo Qingyun's eyes sparkled like stars. In front of me is the 10 directions divine realm. Li Yunxiao's heart trembled. In this world, he was the only one who dared to speak like this. Luo Qingyun sneered, "Why? Are you afraid?" Li Yunxiao raised his hand and grabbed the ice frost sword. The sharp sword gleamed under the sunlight, and the cold light reflected off the water. Slash! He let out a shout and didn't move at all, but the blade of the sword trembled and a halo of light blossomed. Luo Qingyun was shocked. He placed his spear in front of him. Dang, dang, dang. Countless sword intents attacked like 100 rivers in the sea. The torrent of swords slashed from all directions. Luo Qingyun waved his spear and created a barrier. A dazzling light surged out. Break! Luo Qingyun spat out one word. The desolate god Bright Moon spear roared and shook the space. A golden light pierced through the boundless sword intent. Li Yunxiao flashed and appeared next to Luo Qingyun. He was just a sword's length away. His frost sword swept across. Luo Qingyun raised his spear. Dang! The sword was knocked away. He took a step back and brandished his spear. However, Li Yunxiao was one step ahead of Luo Qingyun. He kept a sword's distance away from Luo Qingyun. All kinds of sword wills wandered under the cold sword's frost, covering his entire body and preventing him from unleashing the power of the long spear. Luo Qingyun was shocked. He retreated quickly. However, he kept a sword's length away from Li Yunxiao. Ha! He slapped the spear with his palm. Suddenly, an angry roar came out. Then, a beast appeared on the spear. It roared and circled around him. Then, it pounced on Li Yunxiao. He then formed a hand seal with both hands. His entire body turned into a half-demon. He raised the desolate god spear and struck down. Boom! Li Yunxiao slashed the beast and felt the boundless spear light. He formed a hand seal with his left hand and pointed at the sword. Suddenly, a layer of light blue ice crystals appeared. Bang! The tip of the spear landed on the frost sword. All the layers of ice shattered. The momentum of the spear surged on the sword, constantly attacking. Li Yunxiao only felt his arm sink, and a boundless force came from his opponent's spear. Not only was he unable to move, but he also had to constantly consume his true essence to support himself. What are you doing? You want to compete in true essence with me? He frowned. Of course not. Luo Qingyan said coldly, although you've tried your best to condense your true form, your will is just that. It can't replace your true self. What I'm facing is just a cold and hot-blooded consciousness body. I can't feel any battle intent. What a disappointing duel. Oh? That is indeed the case. Li Yunxiao laughed softly and said, in this universe god monument, I am undying and indestructible. I can't feel any nervousness or fear. It seems like it will be very difficult to pretend to be serious. Humph, you're insulting me. Luo Qingyan's eyes flashed with a cold light as he shouted, therefore, this game is meaningless to me. Forgive me for not accompanying you. Boundless dragon's might burst forth from the spear and instantly suppressed Li Yunxiao. Bang! The space under the spear completely exploded, and Li Yunxiao's figure exploded as well. A green whirlpool appeared, and a passageway appeared in it. It actually blasted a hole in the space of the universe god monument, and it connected to the outside world. Li Yunxiao appeared above the whirlpool and said in shock, you can't leave. Luo Qingyan laughed coldly and said, I can do whatever I want. How can this level of power of the world stop me? The desolate god spear made a hua-hua sound, and a golden light pierced through Li Yunxiao's body. The spear light turned into a golden circle and dispersed, and it exploded him again. Luo Qingyan retracted his spear and stepped forward, as if no one could stop him. In the sky, Li Yunxiao's figure appeared again. He frowned and said, if it weren't for the fact that my main body is too heavily injured, I wouldn't mind fighting with you and drawing your blood. But reality always makes it hard for people to get what they want. He formed a seal with one hand, and a golden light appeared. Chains that looked like spider webs suddenly appeared around Luo Qingyan, entangling his limbs. The chains extended to infinity. World Force Lock? Luo Qingyan was shocked, but he calmed down and said, it should be formed by the rules of this world. Since I can easily break through the space of this world, I naturally won't be bound by the world force. Li Yunxiao, you've run out of tricks. A cold smile flashed across his face, and a vast dragon's might burst out from his body, causing the chains in the sky to make hua-hua sounds and tremble in the air. Li Yunxiao's face darkened, and he took out the Tusida heavenly mountain and said coldly, brat, don't force me to smash you with this rock. When the Tusida heavenly mountain appeared, even Luo Qingyan's heart skipped a beat. He had seen the power of that thing with his own eyes, and he couldn't help but tremble and struggle even more. You won't cry until you see the coffin. Li Yunxiao directly threw the Tusida heavenly mountain, and it immediately flew in a parabola, falling toward the chains of laws. Luo Qingyan was shocked, and his eyes widened. If he was hit by that thing, he would most likely die. He roared, and his aura instantly climbed to the extreme. Suddenly, a sword light swept past, and with a clang, the chains of laws were cut in half. Luo Qingyan instantly broke through the suppression of the Tusida heavenly mountain, and he retreated several hundred meters away. Only then did he relax, and his eyes were filled with fear. Li Yunxiao frowned and said, Old dragon, what is the meaning of this? Cheiyu's figure slowly appeared in the air, and he said, you tricked this brat into coming here, and then used a rock to smash his blood. I just can't stand it. Li Yunxiao said angrily, when did you become a moral saint? Cheiyu waved his hand, and said, go to the side, let us dragons' matters be settled by me. This brat is very talented, and his martial Tao is very firm. I like him very much. Li Yunxiao pondered for a moment, and then retreated to the side. Luo Qingyan knew that this was not good. He also recognized this person in front of him, and the strength he displayed in the Battle of Red Moon City was still vivid in his mind. He immediately became vigilant, and he asked, "What are you trying to do?" Yu said slowly, "I just want to draw a little blood, there is no need to be so nervous. We are both dragons, and as a senior, it is not good for me to bully you. How about I exchange 2 forms of divine ability with you?" 2 forms of divine ability? What a joke. No matter how strong your divine ability is, it cannot be exchanged for my blood. Luo Qingyun's face darkened. Let's take a look first. Yu's figure moved, and the Sumeruinata sword immediately appeared in his hand. He raised it up, and it turned into a sky full of sword shadows, overlapping and spreading behind him. Li Yunxiao was shocked. This sword momentum was completely different from his sword Dao. Although Yu was also an expert in the sword, he had always been deeply influenced by him. Why did he suddenly have another kind of sword intent? First form, Xianxia Peak. A vast sword intent slashed down along with the Sumeruinata sword, and the entire space shattered. The sword intent that filled the sky was like many lonely mountains, and it kept on overlapping. Luo Qingyun was shocked. The sword was like 100,000 mountains pressing down, and it was completely unstoppable. Real dragon doppelganger. He soared into the sky and turned into his strongest doppelganger. He held his spear with both hands, and a stretch of golden light sword. Rumble, the mountains and blades shattered, and it attacked Luo Qingyun's defense. It shook him so much that he felt dizzy, and his blood was boiling. Li Yunxiao stared at the sword momentum, and his frown deepened. His sword Dao was the sword of life. Every move and every form was in the time of inhaling and exhaling, and it resonated with him, merging into one. However, Yu was currently displaying the intent to control swords. With a casual wave of his hand, everything in the world could become a sword. The so-called Thousand Autumns Peak should have been a palm technique, but he was able to easily control it and transform it into a sword. This old dragon has always been in my universe god monument. Since when did he have such a comprehension of sword Dao? Li Yunxiao was shocked, and he also understood that the reason why Yu performed it with a sword was because he wanted him to see it. As for how much Luo Qingyun could comprehend, it would depend on his own luck. Very good. You are strong enough to be able to take on this Xianxia Peak. Then, the second form will come as well, undescending dust. Yu's sword momentum changed, and he slashed down in the same direction. However, the entire scene had completely changed. The majestic thousand peaks wave had turned into an emptiness and a transcendent intent that seemed like the end of the world. Li Yunxiao's mouth was wide open. It was a completely different sword intent, rumble. Luo Qingyun finally couldn't take it anymore, and all his defenses collapsed. The vast dragon's might was swept away like dust under the sword, and all his power was instantly gone. Bang! He was sent flying, and he retreated thousands of feet. I used too much force. What a waste of so much dragon blood. Yu cried out. He looked at the blood that spurted out and was annoyed. Li Yunxiao, on the other hand, was still immersed in the 2 mystic arts. From before. He seemed to be a little obsessed as his face became dull. It was only when Yu's sword landed on his shoulder and he felt some pain that he regained his senses. What? CK your sister. Don't you want dragon blood? Li Yunxiao was shocked, and he instantly appeared next to Luo Qingyun, and his 5 fingers clawed down. Luo Qingyun was furious, and he immediately turned into a dragon. He formed a seal with both hands and was about to counterattack. Suddenly, Yu's voice was heard, and he said, "Kid, how about the 2 forms just now? If you want to learn another 2 forms, then listen to me." Another 2 forms? Li Yunxiao and Luo Qingyun were shocked, and their movements slowed down. Luo Qingyun looked like he was struggling. After a heavy snort, he turned around and raised his arm. He actually agreed to let the blood go. The 2 forms just now shocked him greatly. It was as if they were created for dragons, and he could feel the true essence of them when he was there. If he could comprehend and learn them, his power would probably go to another level. Especially when he thought that there were still 2 forms, he was even more excited. Li Yunxiao's eyes were also shining. Even someone as strong as him in sword Dao benefited a lot from the 2 forms just now. Yu was completely demonstrating the sword intent, and he let the 2 feel it. TSK, The cold sword's frost directly cut Luo Qingyun's arm, and then there was the sound of blood dripping into the purple glassware. Luo Qingyun's face was full of shame and anger. He turned around, and boundless anger burned in his heart. But when he thought of the two forms, his anger lessened a lot. Qiyu laughed and said, "Haha, don't look displeased, kid. You're the one who got the best deal." Luo Qingyun suppressed his embarrassment and said, "Senior, these two martial arts techniques are..." Qiu's eyes narrowed, and he said solemnly, "I comprehended them from the two world swords. They're the martial arts techniques passed down by Sir True Dragon." True Dragon? Li Yunxiao's pupils constricted, and he was extremely shocked. Luo Qingyun's body trembled, and the blood in his body heated up. No wonder that feeling was so shocking, it was actually a martial arts technique left behind by the ancient True Dragon. In his agitation, the blood in his body dripped even faster, like flowing water. Luo Qingyun felt a little dizzy, and he turned around and said angrily, "Are you done?" He almost fainted at a glance. Li Yunxiao was holding a bucket-like glassware that was already half filled. The dizziness in his head intensified, and he almost could not stand steadily. "Get lost!" He roared, clenched his fist, and a wave of dragon power spread out, shaking Li Yunxiao away. The wound on his hand healed at a speed visible to the naked eye until it disappeared. "You shameless villain, I'll definitely take your life the next time we fight." Luo Qingyun's face was gloomy, and he felt pained for his own flesh and blood. Li Yunxiao chuckled and said, "You make it sound like you've suffered a loss. There'll be more blood after you bleed. Without my dragon, you wouldn't have been able to learn the ancient True Dragon's martial arts technique in this lifetime." Luo Qingyun thought about it and agreed, but he felt that something was wrong. He snorted coldly and did not say anything. "Senior, although I've comprehended the two techniques just now, it's not complete. Can you demonstrate it again, Senior?" he asked respectfully. Qiyu rolled his eyes at him and said, "How much you can comprehend depends on your own comprehension. There's no reason to teach it a second time." Luo Qingyun was speechless for a while, and he said gloomily, "All right, I'll go back and recall it carefully. I'll have to trouble you to demonstrate the two magical powers, Senior. I'll definitely watch it carefully." Qiyu touched his chin and said, "There are a total of 4 world swords, and I only have 2, and I've only learned these 2 techniques. When I get the other 2, I'll pass them to you." Luo Qingyun, Qiyu glared at him. "What, dissatisfied?" Luo Qingyun hurriedly said, "No, it's just..." For a moment, he was speechless. He felt like he had been tricked. However, the other party was an ancestor of his clan, and the value of those 2 techniques was indeed extraordinary to him. Qiyu waved his hand and said, go on, don't disturb my cultivation. When I learn the other 2 styles, I will teach you. I won't go back on my word." Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Go back and comprehend it properly. I'm looking forward to the next real battle." With a wave of his hand, he teleported Luo Qingyun out. "Old dragon, you're really shameless. You tricked me into giving up so much blood." Li Yunxiao looked at the bucket of dragon blood, his eyes shining. "Lie?" Qiyu jumped up and said angrily, "You can't talk nonsense. These 2 styles are indeed priceless treasures. If I didn't admire this young man, I wouldn't have shown them to him. I exchanged all of the dragon blood for them. Give it to me." "Give it to you? Are you kidding me?" Li Yunxiao saw Luo Qingyun charging at him. He disappeared on the spot in a flash. Qiyu said angrily, "Don't use all of it. Leave some for me." It was the 10th grade dragon blood, which was also very useful to him. However, the sky was quiet, and there was no response. A moment later, Li Yunxiao returned to the Tianyi pavilion and began to cultivate in seclusion. After giving a portion of the 10th grade divine blood to the listening shepherd flute, he began to absorb it himself. He grabbed a ball of it and spun it in his palm. The vast dragon power flowed through his meridians, nourishing and repairing his body. "What a waste of dragon blood to temper your body." Qiyu said angrily, "You could have just found some rubbish dragon blood. Why did you use 10th grade divine blood?" "Shut up. I'll use all of it if you keep talking nonsense. I won't give you a single drop." Li Yunxiao responded. Then, he began to perform the tyrannical physique tempering technique and made all kinds of strange postures. The wounds on his body were torn open. He felt as if his internal organs were being torn apart. His face turned as pale as a sheet, and beads of cold sweat dripped down from his forehead. However, he was surrounded by a faint red glow that was being absorbed into his body. There were a few lines of blood flowing through his transparent skin. The blood flowed through his acupoints and nourished his body. Whoosh! The power of the blood was too strong and hot. Li Yunxiao's body was on fire. The fire grew stronger and stronger, and his entire body was burning in the secret chamber. After a long while, the fire gradually died out. A charred body was revealed, and white smoke was rising from it. Upon closer inspection, one could see that his entire body was charred. His dark skin had turned into charcoal. Only the breath coming out of his nostrils proved that he was still alive. Crack! Li Yunxiao's body moved slightly. The charcoal scabs on his body began to crack and turned into powder. In the cracks of the carbon scabs, there was a smear of gold. As the large pieces of charcoal fell off, brilliant golden skin was revealed. It was filled with pure spiritual energy, and it was a bit dazzling in the secret room. Li Yunxiao opened his eyes, and a bolt of lightning flashed. He performed a hand seal with one hand, and a golden seal appeared on his palm. The golden light on his body was withdrawn, and his skin became as white as jade. There was not a trace of injury on his body. He looked down at his body and mumbled to himself, "The opening of the sixth gate of the divine body has absorbed all the power of the dragon blood. My plan to reach the peak of 9 stars has failed. I wonder if this is a good thing or a bad thing." The tyrannical physique tempering technique had created its own path. With the help of many divine powers. It was completely different from Ao Chongkong's. Of course it's a good thing. You should know that no matter how much you improve your realm, you will never be able to reach the immortal state. Only the great accomplishment of the physical body and the divine body manifestation can become the strongest in this world. A voice was heard in his head. It was Bin Sun who was communicating with him through telepathy in the Universe God Monument. It turned out that he had also opened the sixth gate. After Li Yunxiao had broken through to the sixth gate, there was a slight resonance between his divine body and Bin Sun had caught it. The great accomplishment of the physical body manifestation? Apart from the tyrannical physique tempering technique, no one can become a divine body manifestation unless they are extremely talented. It's a pity that my martial art has deviated from the path of the tyrannical physique tempering technique. My divine body is also acquired. I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to progress further. Li Yunxiao sighed with worry. Bin Sun said, "Indeed. That's why I'm very surprised that you could open the sixth gate so quickly. This should be fate. Don't worry too much. Everything is going in the right direction." Li Yunxiao said, "Your talent is known as the strongest divine body. How confident are you that you can reach the saint state?" Bin Sun said, "Opening the seventh gate will give me the power of divine transcendence. As for the last gate, I'm not the only one who has the strongest divine body." His tone was filled with self-mockery and helplessness. To improve further, one needed to spend more effort and opportunities than the previous 100 feet. Who dared to say that they would definitely be able to do it, apart from people like Luo Qingyun who had God's blood and Li Yunxiao who had countless opportunities? The end of martial arts was a shackle for many people. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Do your best and leave it to fate. You know that fate has its own destiny." Bin Sun nodded and said, "I've opened the sixth gate for quite some time. During this period, I've been comprehending in seclusion. Now is the right time to exchange some insights with you." Li Yunxiao was overjoyed and said, "I couldn't ask for more." He immediately sat down cross-legged and began to communicate with divine consciousness through the divine monument. Several days later, the secret chamber was illuminated by a red light. The entire room was lit up and the light shone on Li Yunxiao. He raised his eyebrows slightly and opened his eyes. Then, he made a grabbing motion in the air. A jade pendant appeared out of thin air. He held it in his hand. The runes on the pendant flickered and a divine consciousness was read. 10 days had passed. The Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce had sent someone to drive them away. Li Yunxiao walked out of the secret chamber and saw Su Liani standing guard outside the door. "How's the preparation going?" "Everything is ready. Those who couldn't be taken with us are fine. Why are you alone? Li Yunxiao scanned the area with his divine consciousness and knew everything within a radius of several miles. Not only were there few people in the Tianyi pavilion, but there were also few people in the surrounding area. Su Liani said, I didn't want to be a burden to them, so I dismissed them all. Li Yunxiao said, that's good. If there's a chance in the future, we can gather them again. Su Liani said, yes, Ding Shan wants to take over the Tianyi pavilion. He will need these old people. At least in the short term, they will be fine as long as they obey the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce. I'm just afraid that they will be wiped out in the long run. Li Yunxiao said, don't worry. Ding Shan wouldn't have come this far if he couldn't tolerate such a trivial matter. Let's go. There's no point in staying here any longer. Wan Qianqi and the others had already packed up. There were more than 100 cultivators in the tower who were willing to leave with him. Obviously, they were unwilling to submit to the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce. When Li Yunxiao saw Wan Qianqi, he frowned and said, Brother Qianqi, are your injuries that serious? He scanned Wan Qianqi with his divine consciousness and found that Wan Qianqi's injuries had not improved at all. Chen Zhongxi said angrily, the tower master's injuries had been suppressed and were starting to improve. However, Kangwu Qiong used the cosmic light plate to counterattack the tower master, causing his injuries to relapse and expand. Li Yunxiao said in shock, really? Although Kangwu Qiong is not a good person, he shouldn't be this despicable, right? Humph, if I hadn't cut off the connection with the cosmic light plate in time, I would have died on the spot. Wan Qianqi looked old and clumsy. His eyes were full of resentment. Li Yunxiao rubbed his chin and muttered, he must have wanted to completely refine the cosmic light plate, so he had to erase the traces you left on it. You must have resisted. It's normal for you to suffer a backlash in a battle. Wan Qianqi said hatefully, how despicable. As the administrator of the sanctuary, how dare they covet my natal artifact? I will not let them get away with it. Li Yunxiao said, that universe light disk is too powerful. No wonder he would spy on it. Brother Qianqian, don't think about revenge right now. Recover first and then rise again. Wan Qianqian said coldly, they think this old man is easy to bully now. I will make them cry soon enough. Li Yunxiao frowned slightly. He felt that Wan Qianqian's current state of mind was extremely unstable. In his current state, even if he recuperated and bided his time, he would not be able to make a comeback in less than a decade. In truth, for them, a decade was just a blink of an eye. It was not uncommon for many cultivators to go into seclusion for decades at a time. Wan Qianqian said, Feiyang, you must think I'm about to be driven mad? Li Yunxiao did not deny it. A little. I don't think your state of mind is good, Brother Qianqian. Heh heh. Wan Qianqian grinned, seeming to think of something. His mood improved. I hope that Feiyang can send us to Thousand Leaf Island. Thousand Leaf Island. Fuyao Holy Palace. Li Yunxiao said in shock. Wan Qianqian's eyes focused. Yes, Fuyao Holy Palace. Have you been to Thousand Leaf Island, Feiyang? His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Li Yunxiao thought of the Fuyao Holy Palace elder Bu Xiu he had met on the Eastern Sea, the green-cloaked woman with the Fuyao Holy Body, and Li Huaqi's deceased fiancé, Xianxia. I have not been to Thousand Leaf Island, but isn't Fuyao Holy Palace a secluded cultivator? Does Brother Qianqian have secret dealings with them? The Merchant Alliance had businesses all over the world. He knew that the Murong family and the puppet clan Mu family all had business dealings with the Merchant Alliance, but that was limited to the flow of goods. These families did not participate in worldly conflicts. Wan Qianqian said, I have a close relationship with the Palace Lord of Fuyao Holy Palace. Now that I am in trouble, I plan to seek refuge with her. Thousand Leaf Island is isolated from the world, so it is a good place to go. Li Yunxiao was full of doubts. If Thousand Leaf Island was a secluded cultivator, why would they accept a hot potato like him just because of some friendship? But seeing Wan Qianqian's confident look, he didn't say anything. Since Brother Qianqian is familiar with Thousand Leaves Island, do you know what happened to Xianxia? In the years that I reincarnated, how could Xianxia have died? Li Yunxiao finally asked the question that he had been suppressing in his heart. Xianxia possessed the Fuyao Palace saintly physique, and could be said to be a peerless genius. Her strength might not be inferior to Li Huaqi's, yet such a peerless figure died without a sound? Wan Qian's expression changed drastically. He sighed, I've heard about this matter, and I have the same question as you. I even went to Thousand Leaves Island for this matter, but I didn't get an answer. I've seen that girl before. If she wasn't born in a reclusive family, I'm afraid she would be a peerless beauty comparable to Chu Hongyan. Li Yunxiao said, this matter directly destroyed all of Li Huaqi's thoughts, and he went into seclusion. I hope that you can understand the reason behind it. If Brother Xianxia goes to Thousand Leaf Island, please ask around for me. Alright, since it's Fei Yang's order, I'll definitely do my best. Wan Qian patted his chest and promised. Suddenly, several figures appeared above the crowd. One of them, dressed in fluttering white robes, was Tianjue. He looked at them coldly with his hands behind his back and said, Sirs, are you still not done talking? Please leave Nuyan City immediately and find another place to discuss this matter. Don't interfere with our business. Chen Zhongxi shouted angrily, a petty person intoxicated by success. Since when did you have the right to interrupt our conversation? Tianjue said indifferently, indeed, it's not my turn. Sirs, you are all-powerful figures, and I hope that you will keep to your word. Chen Zhongxi said coldly, when did this old man go back on his word? Could it be that you brought these people here to chase us away? Just a few ants? Are they enough? Tianju replied indifferently, of course it's not enough. I only brought them here to put on a show. 10 days have passed, so if you still care about your face and keep to your word, please leave immediately. Don't make things difficult for a small fry like me. You. Chen Zhongxi was furious. His aura surged, and it pressed down like a mountain. Tianjue and the others were pushed back, their faces full of panic. Only Tianju remained calm. He merely frowned slightly and said, Great Elder Chen Zhongxi can easily kill us. If Great Elder doesn't want his face anymore, then go ahead and do it. We can't fight back anyway. Li Yunxiao patted Chen Zhongxi's shoulder and stopped him. Let's go. Don't waste time with these minions. Killing them will only make us look more like a joke. Only then did Chen Zhongxi let out a heavy snort and retracted his aura. Tianjue said, that's right, I'm here to inform you. The teleportation formation has been too ordinary these past 10 days, so it's being repaired now. Chen Zhongxi laughed angrily. Haha, that's good. We'll reluctantly stay for a while longer and leave after the teleportation formation is repaired. Tianjue raised his brows. My apologies. Although Nuyan City is big, it doesn't have an inch of land for you. The president has already guessed that you will shamelessly go back on your word, so he prepared a green phoenix warship for you. Sirs, hurry up and leave. A person behind him wore a mocking expression. He formed a seal with one hand and threw a storage pouch into the air. It exploded with a bang, and a miniature green phoenix warship appeared in the sky. The Heavenly Essence Trading Association's emblem was imprinted on it. Wan Qianqian's face darkened as he said coldly, Ding Shan is unforgiving after gaining power. What a vile character. Humiliating us like this before leaving, is this really how a hero should act? Tianjue laughed lightly. If not for the fact that you're shameless, how could we have humiliated you? You're the ones who are humiliating yourselves. Everyone was speechless and could only glare angrily. Li Yunxiao smiled. I wanted to capture you and extract your soul just now. If I do that now, wouldn't it seem like I'm angry out of humiliation? Never mind, I'll let you jump around for a while longer. Only then did Tianjue reveal a terrified expression, his face somewhat pale. He had killed Yu Wenbo in front of Li Yunxiao. The latter would never let him off. The difference in strength between the two was like the difference between heaven and earth. It was only a matter of time before Tianjue killed him. If Li Yunxiao really wanted to sneak into Nuyan City to assassinate him, not even Ding Shan would be able to stop him. Tianjue's expression became extremely ugly. Wan Qianqian said, the nearest city to Nuyan City is Fengshui City. We can get there in about half a month. Let's go there. Su Lianyi looked troubled. I've just learned that Ding Shan has taken over 1/3 of the assets of the Myriad Treasures Tower and the Tianyi Pavilion in the northern region in just 10 days. Fengshui City is also a small city attached to Nuyan City. I'm afraid it's already under their control. Wan Qianqian sneered. So what if they're under their control? Do you think Fengshui City can stop us? He seemed to have deliberately raised his voice, as if he was speaking to Tianjue or Ding Shan behind him. Clap, clap, clap. Tianjue clapped his hands and sneered. TSK, how domineering. As expected of the former leader of the merchant union. He emphasized the word former. Wan Qianqian choked on his breath and coughed violently. Li Yunxiao said, Brother Qianqian, let's go. There's no point in staying here any longer. It'll only give people more opportunities to make fun of us. Wan Qianqian understood and said angrily, let's go. I'll be back one day. This sentence sounds so familiar. An expert of the Myriad Treasures Tower flew into the sky and released a huge 9th-grade warship that blotted out the sky. Then, everyone flew into the warship. Li Yunxiao was about to go up when Tianjue called out, Li Yunxiao. HM? What, you want to beg for mercy? Li Yunxiao raised an eyebrow. Tianjue's expression was cold. He sneered and said, if you want to take my life, I'll be waiting for you in Nuyan City. Even if you kill me, it's because I'm not as strong as you. He raised a hand, and a golden beam shot out. Li Yunxiao saw that it was a jade pendant. He reached out and grabbed it. A series of runes flashed on it. Clearly, it had been sealed by an extremely high level. This is what head shopkeeper Han Junzi asked me to give to you, Tianjue said coldly. Li Yunxiao kept the jade pendant and said, where is she? Tianjue said, she has already left Nuyan City. Li Yunxiao was surprised and said, she left at this time? I'm curious. How are you going to arrange the positions of the Star Moon House and the Gold Money Gang? Tianjue said, that's for the president to worry about. I don't care and don't know. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, not bad. I'm quite satisfied with this answer. He turned and flew into the warship. Tianjue's face twitched as he watched his figure disappear. His eyes were filled with worry. Although as a martial artist, everyone was prepared to lose their life in the next moment, the feeling of certain death floated in their hearts, and it was incomparably oppressive and uncomfortable. Rumble. The warship rumbled, and countless formation lights flickered. It turned into a stream of light and flew toward Plentiful Water City. Plentiful Water City? In the sky above Nuyan City, Ding Shan walked out of the void and watched the warship disappear from his sight. My lord, should we set up an ambush in Plentiful Water City? Old Lai followed behind and asked. Ding Shan shook his head and said, no need. They might not really go to Plentiful Water City. Moreover, one must know one's limits. Obtaining the merchant union is already beyond my expectations. There are many eyes watching Wan Qianqian's ancient treasures. I'd better not join in the fun. Old Lai bowed and said, my lord is wise. Ding Shan sighed and said, it's not wise, but self-knowledge. At that time, my goal was to split the merchant union equally with Myriad Treasure Tower and form an opposing force between the eastern and western regions and the northern region. Who knew that Ling Baiyu was so strong and forcefully defeated Wan Qianqian and all his trump cards, allowing me to take advantage of them? One must be content. Old Lai nodded and said, this subordinate understands. My lord has always been cautious. This subordinate knows very well. Ding Shan said, Wan Qianqian's biggest trump card is the ancient treasures. However, it's a double-edged sword. Let's just wait and see. Immediately send a message to Plentiful Water City and let them destroy the teleportation formation. Although I'm not sure if Wan Qianqian will really go, it's better to give them some trouble. Yes. Old Lai bowed and retreated. Ding Shan gazed into the distance, his lips curling into a smile as he muttered to himself, Brother Qianqian, will you be able to return? I'm looking forward to it. Outside Nuyan City, the Myriad Treasures Tower's Grade 9 warship had transformed into a streak of light, piercing through the air at breakneck speed. Su Liani praised, so this is Sire Qianqian's monarch warship? It's extraordinary indeed. At this speed, we'll arrive in half the time. Wan Qianqian pondered for a moment. Pass down the order to head for Shirchuan City. Shirchuan City? Su Liani exclaimed, that's too far from Nuyan City. Even if Sire wants to avoid detection, there are still many nearby cities to choose from. Wan Xianxian said, at our current speed, it'll take about a month to reach Sichuan City. I'll be able to suppress my injuries during that time. What about you, Fei Yong? Li Yunxiao muttered, a month or so. Alright, I'll go with Brother Xianxian. I have some questions I'd like to ask Brother Xianxian. Wan Xianxian said, asking is too polite. After settling everyone down, Wan Xianxian and Li Yunxiao went to a guest hall. This grade 9 warship was massive, much larger than the Baiming family's warship that Li Yunxiao had taken out to sea. Staying anywhere inside was as easy as walking on flat ground. It didn't feel like they were flying at all. Fei Yong, if you have anything to say, just ask. The living room was very spacious. There were more than 10 chairs inlaid with gold and jade. Wan Xianxian randomly picked one and sat down. With a wave of his long sleeve, a pot of fine wine appeared, along with 2 exquisite cups. This is the inferior wine I brought with me. If Fei Yong doesn't mind, you can have a taste. He filled the 2 cups to the brim, and an aroma filled the entire hall. Li Yunxiao said, Brother Xianxian, you look very relaxed right now. You don't look like you've suffered a setback at all. I'm quite impressed with your attitude. Wan Xianxian handed the cup to Li Yunxiao with a wry smile. I'm just trying to find joy in hardship. Do I have to wear a gloomy expression all day? How about trying this wine? Li Yunxiao chuckled and led the way. He was full of praises and said, even if I don't drink it, I know it's a peerless treasure. How could Brother Xianxian carry inferior wine with him? Wan Xianxian laughed and said, sometimes when I think about it, who can break away from fame and wealth and roam freely in the great void? For the rest of their lives, they might as well let go of fame and go into seclusion. How carefree would that be? Li Yunxiao sternly said, it's not impossible. Wan Xianxian bitterly smiled. Unfortunately, it's easier said than done. I can't do it. He shook his head and said, Fei Yong, if you have anything to say, just ask. Li Yunxiao narrowed his eyes and said, then I'll get straight to the point. Where did the tyrannical heavenly tempering art that Brother Xianxian gave me come from? How is it related to what Ao Chongkong has learned? Wan Xianxian pondered for a moment, then said, I knew you would ask this. When I told you that I got it from Ao Chongkong and told you not to reveal it, I wasn't lying. That tyrannical heavenly body refinement art was indeed given by Ao Chongkong. Given? Li Yunxiao's face darkened. What's going on? Wan Xianxian said, it's a long story, but I definitely have no intention of harming Fei Yong. You can rest assured about this. This time, Ao Chongkong agreed to make a move against Ling Bai to return the favor from back then. That's because the tyrannical heavenly body refinement art he learned was also taken from me. What? Li Yunxiao was extremely shocked. He seemed to be in a mess as he said, what exactly is going on? Wan Xianxian sighed and said, do you know why I have the confidence to return to Nuyan City to fight Ding Shan? Li Yunxiao said, Brother Xianxian's strength is extraordinary. As long as he recovers, he'll be able to contend against Ding Shan. Add to that the experts by his side, and more than half of the Myriad Treasure Pagoda's countless years of accumulation, it won't be difficult to fight Ding Shan. Wan Xianxian said, what you said makes sense, but my greatest trump card isn't this. Rather, it's a trump card that the Myriad Treasure Pagoda already had when it was founded. Even the Myriad Treasure Pagoda rose to prominence because of this. When the Myriad Treasure Pagoda was founded? Wouldn't that be tens of thousands of years ago? Li Yunxiao was shocked. The Myriad Treasure Pagoda had a long history, and he knew that what Wan Xianxian was going to say next would be extremely secretive. As expected, Wan Xianxian's consciousness spread out in all directions. He then formed several hand seals and sealed the entire hall. Seemingly still worried, he said, I'm very weak at the moment. Fei Yong, help me monitor the surroundings. Make sure no one hears us. Li Yunxiao said, don't worry. Everyone on the ship is under my perception. No one will eavesdrop. Only then did Wan Xianxian nod in relief. Tens of thousands of years ago, my ancestor accidentally obtained an enormous treasure trove. That's why he established the Myriad Treasure Pagoda and rapidly developed it to become the #1 merchant association in the world. Enormous treasure trove? Li Yunxiao seemed to have understood in an instant. If I'm not wrong, the treasure trove hasn't been emptied after so many years. It's enough for Brother Xianxia to make a comeback. Moreover, the tyrannical heaven-tempering art also came from this treasure trove? Not bad. It's so comfortable to talk to smart people. Xianxia praised. Brother Feiyong should know that it's impossible to step into the god state in the current world. If you want to rule the world and obtain godlike power, tempering your body and making it a saint is a very feasible method. Xianxia was startled. If that's the case, why didn't Brother Xianxia cultivate the tyrannical heaven-tempering art yourself, but instead gave it to Ao Chongkong? This kind of peerless divine ability couldn't be passed down through a jade slip. It must be passed down through a very special medium. Just like how he inherited Tsutsumi's divine art in Crimson Moon City. Moreover, it could only be passed down once. Xianxia couldn't cultivate this art anymore after giving it to Ao Chongkong. And from the looks of it, he really didn't cultivate it. Xianxia smiled bitterly. Because I can't trigger the medium. Xianxia was stunned. He suddenly realized that he had asked a stupid question. Just like Tsutsumi's divine art, it had been in Crimson Moon City for many years. It was as if it was waiting for him, allowing him to take advantage of it. Perhaps the tyrannical heaven-tempering art was waiting for Ao Chongkong. Xianxia said, "Who is this Ao Chongkong? Why did you pick him?" Xianxia said, "Who the hell knew about Ao Chongkong at that time? But I knew that the Ao clan was good at physical skills. Moreover, they were very famous among the secluded clans. That's why I looked for them. They sent Ao Chongkong over, and I succeeded after one try." Xianxia smiled bitterly. The shadow in his heart was hard to calculate. Ao clan? This was the first time Xianxia heard of it. He only knew that Ao Chongkong suddenly rose up and shone like a comet. Then he disappeared without a trace. Very few people heard of his whereabouts. He also guessed that Ao Chongkong might be from a secluded clan, but he couldn't prove it. How strong are these secluded clans? Xianxia couldn't help but furrow his brows. It seemed that there were still many strong existences in the realm of heaven martial arts, apart from the two holy lands and the 7 factions. Xianxia said, "If you want to talk about understanding the secluded clans, no one can compare to the Merchant Alliance, especially my treasure tower." He was slightly proud of himself as he said, "Those clans don't interact with the world, but they exchange all kinds of resources. The truly strong existences aren't inferior to the 7 factions. If all the secluded clans came out, I'm afraid that at least 1/3 of the world would belong to them." 1/3, Xianxia muttered. It seemed like he wanted to judge how strong the secluded clans were from this ratio. Xianxia said, "Feiyong, you don't need to think too much. Most of them won't come out. The only public platform is the Heaven's Moat Cliff. Although the Heaven's Moat Cliff's position in the secluded aristocratic families is not as transcendent as the sanctuary, its position is still extremely high. It has the vague image of a leader and is highly respected by many powers." Xianxia said, "The Heaven's Moat horizon is indeed mysterious, and it holds the key to the fairyland of Longhuan in the north. Even the sacred zone couldn't negotiate with them many times. They could only let them control it." After saying so much, Xianxia's mood eased. He said with a smile, "That's why there's always someone better than you. Even if you suffer a setback in the realm of heaven martial arts, you still have a great chance to make a comeback." Xianxia said, "The immortal realm of Longhuan heaven is about to open. Brother Xianxia, are you going to disappear?" "What?" Xianxia trembled as if he was greatly shocked. He grabbed Xianxia and screamed, "Where did you get this information? How come I don't know about such a big event?" Xianxia briefly told him about Nanqiuyu's appearance in the sky. Damn it. Damn Nanqiuyu and Huang Fubai. How could they not tell me such a big thing? Xianxia's face turned livid. He sat on his throne and didn't say anything. Xianxia said, "It should be because the news hasn't spread yet. I just happened to run into Nanqiuyu when he went to look for Huang Fubai. With Brother Xianxia's strength and status, he naturally had to go." "Well, that should be it." Xianxia's mood improved a little. He said, "Otherwise, with the Merchant Union's intelligence network, it would be impossible for there to be no news. I didn't expect the immortal realm to open. Heaven is really on my side." His face was slightly flushed, and his eyes were shining with excitement. He stood up from his throne and paced back and forth. He couldn't calm his excitement. "Oh? Brother Xianxia, are you familiar with the immortal realm?" Li Yunxiao asked. Wan Xianxia said, "Well, I do know a bit about it. It's not that I'm stingy. It's just that I can't tell anyone about it now. On the day it opens, Fei Yang should stay by my side to avoid danger." "Danger?" Li Yunxiao was suspicious. Wan Xianxian laughed and said coldly, "The world thinks that the immortal realm leads to the immortal realm. Although it's generally correct, it's also incorrect." Li Yunxiao listened to these ambiguous words and carefully chewed on their true meaning. Wan Xianxian said, "This time, I can visit Nanqiu at Heaven's Mode Horizon and inquire about the inside story. In short, Fei Yang, don't worry. When the immortal realm opens, I won't let you suffer a loss." Li Yunxiao saw him talking excitedly as if the immortal realm was his home. He smiled and said, "Since Brother Xianxian is so confident, I'm also very happy. Why did Ao Chong Kong give me the upper part of the tyrannical body refining art through you?" Even though they were talking about the heavenly martial arts realm's secrets, they had gone off topic. So, Li Yunxiao continued the topic. "Oh." Wan Xianxian came back to himself and said, "Because he found that except for Ao Chong Kong, no one else in the Ao family could practice this body technique." This surprised him. The Ao family is famous for its body techniques. It has been passed down for tens of thousands of years, and there have been experts who have mastered the body technique. Li Yunxiao said, "So you thought of me as an experiment?" Wan Xianxian was a little embarrassed and stammered, "This can't be considered an experiment. There were many talented experts in the world at the time, but the only one who caught his eye was you, Fei Yang." Li Yunxiao was angry. He said coldly, "He really thought highly of me. He wasn't afraid that I would die during the practice. There were many difficulties and dangers when practicing the tyrannical body refining art. Especially in his strange state, he had too many opportunities, which led to many cultivation methods being mixed together. Now, it had deviated from the body refining art and was gradually leaning toward a demonic technique." Wan Xianxian said embarrassedly, "Fei Yang, you are too serious. At most, I would stop practicing it. How could I die? It's my fault. I didn't think it through and let you take the risk. I apologize to you." He cupped his hands and bowed to Li Yunxiao, full of guilt. Li Yunxiao waved his hand and said, "Forget it. I knew it would be very difficult when I saw it. It would definitely conflict with my own cultivation method and magical power. So I didn't dare to touch it until I had a chance to reincarnate. Then I tried to practice it. Brother Xianxian, please show me the second half of the cultivation method." Wan Xianxian looked embarrassed. He said, "I don't have the second half of the cultivation method." He saw that Li Yunxiao's expression was becoming more and more unsightly. He hurriedly raised his hand and pointed to the sky, saying, "I can swear. Back then, I gave the entire cultivation technique to Ao Chong Kong. Later on, he only returned the first half of the inheritance to me." Li Yunxiao's expression softened a little, but it was still as cold as ice. He sneered and said, "Ao Chong Kong, not only did you use me as an experiment, you even planned to use this cultivation technique to keep me in check. If I really cultivated according to the first half, I would have no choice but to beg him now." Wan Xianxian was shocked. "It's that serious? I really misjudged him." His face was full of anger, but it was hard to tell if it was real or fake. Li Yunxiao said, "Forget it. The body tempering art that I am cultivating has already deviated. I'm afraid that Ao Chong Kong has also noticed this, so he did not come looking for trouble with me. Fei Yang, your physique art is indeed unique, and from your complexion, it seems like your injuries." Wan Xianxian was amazed. Li Yunxiao nodded and said, "I've fully recovered." "How can it be so fast?" Wan Xianxian was startled and cried out involuntarily. Although he had guessed that he had recovered a lot, he did not expect that he would recover completely. His face was full of shock. Li Yunxiao chuckled and said, "This is what it means when the body tempering art goes astray, there is a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel." Although his divine body was also very strong, the reason why he could recover so quickly was because of the dragon blood. However, he did not want to tell the truth and deliberately surprised Xianxia. It can have such a miraculous effect. Sure enough, Xianxia was stunned. Haha, opportunity, opportunity, Li Yunxiao said goodbye and said, Brother Xianxia, rest well and recuperate. I will also go into seclusion to cultivate. Xianxia was startled and hurriedly said, Fei Yang, can you teach me your body tempering art? Li Yunxiao said, Brother Xianxia, what are you talking about? Of course, I can. However, this is a path that I found by luck after cultivating half of the tyrannical heavenly body tempering art. If Brother Xianxia really wants to learn it, then learn the first half of the body tempering art first. I will teach you later. Xianxia said. Ahem, I'm old, I'm afraid I can't learn it. Li Yunxiao smiled faintly and left the hall, looking for a secret room to cultivate. Xianxia's face was full of contemplation. He thought to himself, from beginning to end, he did not show any interest in the hidden treasures. Is he really not interested or is he pretending not to care? One must not have the heart to harm others, but one must always be on guard against others. It is better for me to be on guard. After all, things are different now and I cannot afford to make the slightest mistake. Xianxia also went to the secret room to heal. It was not that Li Yunxiao was not interested in the hidden treasures, but with Xianxia's foresight, he would most likely not let him touch it or take advantage of it. His own top priority was to quickly reach the peak of 9 stars and step into divine transcendence. One more thing about the hidden treasures would probably cause a lot of trouble for no reason. He did not want to get involved in any more troublesome matters. After entering the secret room, he set up some barriers and took out the jade pendant that Han Zhenting gave him. The jade pendant was entwined with a series of complicated runes. It was a kind of dead knot talisman. The only way to read the jade pendant was to break it. Pa! The jade pendant broke. Li Yunxiao scanned it with his divine sense and his expression changed instantly. Sichuan City. What a coincidence. The message hidden in the jade pendant was that he had already received news about Luo Yunsheng. Moreover, the jade pendant clearly stated that Han Zhenting had already told Chu Hongyan about Li Yunxiao's identity and asked him to meet in Sichuan City. For whom did the beauty dance? Who could topple the world for the beauty? The peerless dance flashed in Li Yunxiao's mind and his whole body was in a mess. He could no longer calm his heart while cultivating. He directly used the creation energy art and began to absorb large amounts of primal stones. Countless top-grade primal stones exploded, and the terrifying spiritual qi within them was instantly sucked dry. Li Yunxiao continued to madly absorb the primal stones to calm his heart. The warship flew through the sky, traveling 1,000 miles in an instant. After more than a month, the image of a city was finally seen on the huge sky observation mirror. We've arrived. Immediately pinpoint Sichuan City. We'll arrive in about half a day. Activate all the concealment formations to avoid being discovered by the people in the city. Excited voices came from the warship. After flying at top speed for more than a month, the people in charge of the warship were also starting to feel a little tired. Xianxia and the others quietly watched in front of the sky observation mirror. Most of them heaved a sigh of relief. Xianxia coldly snorted. So what if we're discovered? Do they dare to refuse us using the teleportation formations? His tone was full of resentment. Ever since the defeat at Nuyan City, Xianxia's temper had gradually become more violent. Li Yunxiao looked at the image of the city projected on the mirror. He was in a trance. It wasn't real, and it was difficult for him to see the whole picture. Su Lianyi looked at him and said, Young Master Yun, is something bothering you? Everyone's gazes turned to him. Xianxia also said, Fei Yang, after a month of seclusion, I indeed found that you have something on your mind, but it's not convenient for me to ask. Li Yunxiao said, It's nothing, but I'm afraid I won't be able to go to Thousand Leaves Island with Brother Xianxia. Xianxia was shocked. Why? If there's anything, just say it. I'll shoulder it with you. Li Yunxiao sighed. It's a private matter, and it's not appropriate for outsiders to interfere. When we arrive at Sichuan City, I have to meet someone. I'm afraid we'll have to part ways. Xianxia asked curiously, Who? His expression suddenly changed, and he said cautiously, Could it be that someone knows our whereabouts and is waiting for you at Sichuan City? Li Yunxiao shook his head. It should be a coincidence. Do you remember when we left Nuyan City, Tianjue gave me a jade pendant? Wan Qianxian said, I remember. I've thought about it for a while, but I can't figure it out. Li Yunxiao glanced at him, thinking that this Wan Qianxian was really shrewd. Although he was full of doubts, he didn't ask him. Han Junting sent me a message. Someone is waiting for me at Sichuan City. Who is it? To think that you, Fei Yang, would pay so much attention to him. The true master of the Star Moon House, Han Junting's master. Ah? Wan Qianxian couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes filled with disbelief. He naturally knew who Han Junting's master was. Su Lianyi and the others, on the other hand, looked doubtful. She really came out of seclusion? Wan Qianxian asked in shock. His eyes flickered as if he was calculating the situation. Li Yunxiao turned his head slightly and stared at Sichuan City, which was becoming clearer and clearer in the sky mirror. He said, who knows? The battleship soon arrived outside Sichuan City. However, because of the concealment formation, almost no martial artists in the city could detect it. The people of Million Treasure Tower quickly put away the battleship. More than 100 people stood in the sky outside the city, looking down. Sichuan City was not a main city in the north region, but it was still very large. The huge teleportation formation was on the east side of the city, and it was heavily guarded. Li Yunxiao said, through Sichuan City, Brother Qianxian should be able to reach Thousand Leaf Island very soon. I won't send you off. Farewell, take care. He and Su Lianyi flew down and headed into the city. Wan Qianxian looked at his back and suddenly shouted, Fei Yang, wait for me. Li Yunxiao stopped and turned around, asking in surprise, what, Brother Qianxian wants to go with me? Wan Qianxian laughed and said, haha, the most beautiful woman in the world came out of seclusion. I also want to see her. He winked and smiled ambiguously. Su Lianyi's body trembled, and her expression changed. Only now did she know who Li Yunxiao wanted to see. Li Yunxiao felt a headache coming on. Fine, with Brother Qianxian's company, it might be better. Wan Qianxian ordered the million or so experts of Million Treasure Tower to stay in the sky, and flew into the city with Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao used his divine sense and sensed a very familiar aura. It was faintly discernible, and he followed that aura. In the bustling city, it suddenly opened up. Green willows floated in the wind, and the sound of flowing water could be heard. A small bridge stretched across the flowing water, and in the distance, there was a 3-story building. It was exquisitely carved, and seemed to be scheming. The magnificence of the building did not match the surrounding environment. 4 words were written on the building, 9 heavenly wave. Wan Qianxian said in shock, spatial profound artifact, heaven wave building. I didn't expect it to be in the hands of Divine Firmament Palace. Suddenly, a circle of ancient music rippled in the building. There was the sound of flowing water, towering mountains, thousands of soldiers and horses, and a flowing house. A new poem slowly came out. 1,000 feet of sorrow hangs on a jade hook, 1,000 feet of light in the cold late autumn. If you ask how deep the feelings are, the waves of the 9 heavens flow without measure. Li Yunxiao stood quietly on the bridge, listening to the sound of the strings, not moving at all. Su Lianyi and Wan Qianxian were nervous. Their palms were sweating under the rhythm of the music. The water under the bridge seemed to have stopped flowing, listening to the music. The whole scene seemed to be frozen, like a poem or a painting. After an unknown amount of time, the music gradually stopped. The air was filled with a lingering sound. A willow leaf fluttered in the wind, attracting Li Yunxiao's attention. Finally, it fell under the bridge. The water moved and slowly carried the leaf away. A graceful figure stood in the 9 heaven wave tower. Her face was so beautiful that it could topple the world. The woman was not Chu Hongyan, but Han Junting. She had obviously dressed herself up, making the scenery pale and the flowers dim. Wan Qianxi and Su Lianyi also sucked in a breath of cold air. Although they could guess Han Junting's appearance from their daily interactions and knew that she was a stunning beauty, they didn't expect her to be this beautiful. Li Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat. In terms of appearance, Han Junting was not inferior to Chu Hongyan. She just lacked the temperament of a peerless heaven's favorite. Young Master Yunxiao, my master has been waiting for you for a long time. Han Zhenting said. Her voice was different from her usual old voice. It was pleasant and comfortable, making Wan Qianqian and Su Liani a little uncomfortable. Li Yunxiao cupped his fists and said, then I will have to trouble you. He lifted his feet and walked forward. His pace was extremely slow, and every step he took was very careful. Han Zhenting said, Master Wan Qianqian and Sister Liani, come with us. Wan Qianqian and Su Liani came back to their senses and hurriedly followed behind Li Yunxiao. Han Zhenting led the way. The 9-heaven wave tower was a spatial Xian artifact. Once inside, it became extremely spacious. A 9-story exquisite tower appeared in front of him. It was surrounded by white clouds and flashing neon lights. Inside, there was a bridge from the north to the south. There seemed to be an array formation on the bluestone bricks in front of the building. Han Zhenting's footsteps were very strange, and the three of them followed her carefully. After walking past the bluestone bricks, the scenery in front of them changed. The three of them appeared on the sky bridge. Opposite them was the peak of the 9 heavenly layers. There was an exquisite pavilion with a jade screen in it. There was a faint shadow of a person plucking the strings of a zither behind it. Master, Li Yunxiao is here. Han Zhenting retreated to the side of the screen respectfully and waited on him carefully. You came. After a short period of silence, a silvery female voice came from behind the screen. It was as if spring water was pouring into the ears. There was actually such a beautiful sound in this world. I haven't seen you in years. How are you? Li Yunxiao didn't know how to respond, so he asked with a long sigh. What do you think? The voice came over, and there was a hint of reproach and questioning in it. As long as he can eat and sleep well, that's probably good enough. Li Yunxiao thought for a while and replied. Wan Qianqian and Su Liani were speechless. They suddenly regretted following him. This was basically a reunion between two old lovers. Why did they get involved? Wasn't he just a candle, but now was not the time to retreat, so they had no choice but to stay. Humph. The voice said with a hint of reproach, you should be able to eat and sleep well after all these years. Li Yunxiao smiled awkwardly and said, I'm fine. Han Zhenting should have told you why I'm here this time. Let's not talk about what happened in the past for now. Luo Yunsheng is also your disciple, and she is currently in a very dangerous situation. I hope you can resolve the danger in front of you first. I've heard about Yunsheng from Zhenting. But you came to see me just to say this? You don't even want to see me? The voice said slowly, and the white clouds around them seemed to freeze. Li Yunxiao's hands were also sweaty. He said nervously, of course I have to see her. But this jade screen is strange. It's blocked my divine sense and ocular techniques. The voice said, then why can't you come forward and walk around the screen to see me? The voice was seductive and gentle, and when it entered the ears of those who heard it, they felt their bodies go limp. Even Su Liani, a woman, couldn't help but blush. Wan Qianqian reacted to the voice and hurriedly circulated his energy to suppress his emotions. Only then did his surging blood slowly calm down. A trace of haziness flashed through Li Yunxiao's eyes. He said, all right, I'll walk around the screen to see you. He raised his foot and stepped on the skywave bridge. He had to pause for a long time with every step, and the entire 9 floors pavilion felt a little stifling. It was only a dozen meters, but it felt like centuries had passed before he finally arrived in front of the jade screen. Sigh, I suddenly feel like it's better not to see you. Li Yunxiao suddenly sighed. He was just one step away, but he stopped. Why? The voice suddenly became hurried and angry. There seemed to be a shadow swaying behind the screen. Li Yunxiao said, I'm afraid I'll be disappointed when I see you. What? The voice trembled a little. Han Zhenting's eyes flashed with a strange look, but it was quickly replaced by anger. She shouted, Li Yunxiao, what is the meaning of this? Fine, I'll see you. Li Yunxiao sighed. He seemed to have mustered his courage and walked around the screen. What he saw was a mediocre face. His eyes were full of anger, but the corners of his mouth were curled up in a cold smile. A bone-chilling sword had already arrived at Li Yunxiao's heart, stabbing down fiercely. Swoosh! The sound of the sword disappeared, but the blood hissed in the wind. In an instant, Li Yunxiao's robe was dyed red with his own blood. Swoosh! Swoosh! Another two sounds of swords piercing through flesh. Han Junting held her swords with both hands and stabbed them into Li Yunxiao's back, coming out from the front. Ah! This unforeseen event caused Wan Xianxian and Su Liani to turn pale with fright. Although they didn't understand what was going on, they knew they had fallen into a trap. The two of them were about to attack when their bodies flickered and more than 10 figures appeared. They were all women dressed in palace robes. Each of them held a cold sword and pointed it at them. An ice-cold sword intent rippled among the 10 people. Everyone's position was excellent. Clearly, it was an extremely powerful array formation, suppressing the two so much that they did not dare to make a move. Heh, hee hee. Li Yunxiao suddenly laughed. Because he had lost too much blood, his face had become pale. His laughter was somewhat strange. Hong Yan, how did you become so ugly? The woman said angrily, Gu Feiyong, are you blind? This seat is not Lord Palace Master. You and I have met several times. Could it be that you have forgotten about Lord Palace Master's flux women? Her voice had also become sharp, and it wasn't as pleasant as it was before. Oh, so that's how it is. No wonder you can play such beautiful zither music and imitate it so vividly. Scared me to death. I thought Hong Yan had become ugly. Li Yunxiao heaved a sigh of relief. Damn it. Damn it. The flux woman was furious. She suddenly pulled out the cold sword and stabbed it again, piercing a second hole in his heart. The pain caused Li Yunxiao to twitch uncontrollably, his face contorted. Any woman who was called ugly would fight with her life. Not to mention she had lived like a princess. Who dared to say she was ugly? Han Junting also said coldly, Li Yunxiao, you can still be so calm at this time. I can't help but admire you. It seems you have some good points. But to make my master like you, you are not enough. You are not worthy. You will never be worthy. Her beautiful face turned sinister. She seemed to have endless hatred. The two swords in her hands began to move. A large piece of flesh was cut open. Scarlet blood kept spurting out. Killing is just a small matter. How can you women be so cruel? You want to eat my flesh. How did I offend you? Li Yunxiao's face distorted in pain. But he still frowned. He didn't seem to understand where this deep hatred came from. Ha ha ha. Han Junting laughed loudly. She seemed to have gone crazy. She said hatefully, what deep hatred? Making my master hurt because of you. This is a deep hatred. Even 10,000 deaths can't make up for it. Li Yunxiao cursed, your mother is abnormal. What does the matter between me and your master have to do with you? Hong Yan didn't say anything. Why are you shouting? Han Junting was furious. The two swords in her hands moved even more fiercely. Little by little, she cut Li Yunxiao's flesh. The flux woman couldn't stand it anymore. Junting, enough. Don't torture him. Send him to heaven. Chi. The cold sword was pulled out, and with a backhand slash, Li Yunxiao's head was chopped off. Immediately, blood spurted out like a fountain, reaching a height of 3 feet. Ah? Su Liani screamed. She couldn't believe it. Apart from shock, there was a trace of fear in her eyes. Wan Xianxian's face also turned pale. He had just recovered from 10 to 20% of his injuries. His strength was about the same as Su Liani's. It was impossible for him to escape from this sword formation. These people from Divine Firmament Palace killed Li Yunxiao behind Chu Hongyan's back. They wouldn't let them go. They would most likely kill them. You women are really ruthless. Everyone knows that Palace Mistress Hongyan loves Gu Feiyong. You dared to kill Gu Feiyong behind her back. Aren't you afraid that Palace Mistress will blame you? Wan Xianxian shouted. His face was full of hatred. But in his heart, hundreds of thoughts were running through his mind, constantly thinking of a way to escape. Oh? Blame? TSK. Lord Xianxian seems to know my master very well. Han Junting pulled out her sword from Li Yunxiao's body. This damned bastard tortured my master for decades. Even if he dies 10,000 times, he won't be able to atone for his sins. Also, after Li Yunxiao dies, I will kill you too. My master won't know about this. Wan Xianxian's face changed. He immediately calmed down. Shopkeeper Han, although Star Moon Temple hasn't been in the Merchant Union for long, I have always taken good care of it. Don't you care about that? Hee hee. Han Zhenting sneered. Speaking of which, the development of Star Moon Temple is indeed thanks to Lord Xianxian. But I must hide what happened today. If my master finds out, he will have no choice but to kill you and Sister Liani. Wan Xianxian hurriedly said, please let us go. I can swear to the heavens that I won't tell anyone about what happened today. Su Liani also hurriedly nodded, indicating that she would keep it a secret. Secret? I believe that only dead people keep secrets. Han Zhenting sneered, moreover, the two of you are carrying the resources and treasures of two big merchant associations. If I can get them, Star Moon Temple will become even more powerful and even compete with Heavenly Yuan Merchant Association. I won't need to be under Ding Shan then. Wan Xianxian and Su Liani's faces turned pale, they could already feel the killing intent coming from the sword formation. The Flux girl suddenly said, Zhenting, something is wrong. Han Zhenting's body shook, what's wrong? The Flux girl pointed at Li Yunxiao's headless corpse and said, although Li Yunxiao's strength is limited now, he was after all a titled Emperor Wu. Is it really so easy to kill him? Han Zhenting's face turned grave. In Nuyen City, he took 2 moves from Ding Shan, it was already a miracle that he didn't die. Now, he must be seriously injured, and our arrangement is flawless. Isn't it normal to kill him easily? The Flux girl's face didn't turn for the better, instead, she became pale. Then where is his head that I just cut off? Han Zhenting's face turned pale, a bad feeling spread in her heart, she hurriedly spread her divine sense, and sure enough, Li Yunxiao's head was nowhere to be seen. According to reason, the head shouldn't have fallen far after being cut off. Flux girl, be careful. Suddenly, a loud voice came from the sky, and a force that could topple mountains and overturn seas was pushed out, instantly hitting the Flux girl and sending her flying. Then, without any warning, a sword light appeared and cut the space where the Flux girl was standing into 2. The sword light appeared, and with a flash of red light, a red-dressed woman holding a sword with one hand appeared, her eyes filled with shock. Oh, it's Elder Xuelei, even you want to kill me? An ice-cold voice resounded, Li Yunxiao's body instantly appeared in front of Xuelei, and he struck out with his palm. Immediately, the wind and clouds rose, and the heaven and earth changed color. Han Zhenting and the Flux girls' faces turned pale, and their hearts couldn't help but tremble. That flawless attack, which couldn't fail, actually failed. Great Wind Cloud Palm. Xuelei was horrified. She quickly formed a seal with both hands and retreated at the same time. She shouted urgently, what are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? Li Yunxiao's heart inexplicably trembled. An aura of death that he had not felt for a long time appeared in his heart, as if a great catastrophe was about to befall him. In his shock, he could no longer push his palm forward. Instead, he hastily withdrew his hand, and his body instantly turned golden. The Dharma idol with 3 heads and 6 arms materialized and immediately formed a barrier of light. The demonic sky armor automatically flew out and covered his body. At this moment, the emerald screen beside him dissolved, revealing a figure hidden within. In an instant, the figure turned his hand into a palm and slapped down from a distance of a few feet. My Tao is boundless. It was actually the first move of Beiming Profound Palace's Outer Heavens 3 styles. Boom! A mountain-like force slammed into the golden barrier and shattered it in a flash. The vast and boundless darking cold chi broke through and descended. Li Yunxiao was horrified. His 6 arms formed a seal and punched forward, filling the sky with fist shadows. However, under the influence of the darking cold chi, the fist shadows actually penetrated his skin and started to freeze his meridians. The force of the fist was instantly affected and slowed down. Boom! That surging palm force changed in the sky. Through the boundless cold light, the figure moved, and countless strange phenomena appeared around him. The power of my Tao's boundless palm increased by several folds and transformed into the second move, graceful and graceful. The entire sky was filled with cold chi that flowed like a nebula. It was as if a move that shouldn't exist in this world had descended from the sky. Bang! Li Yunxiao's fist shadows were completely crushed, and countless black patterns appeared on the demonic sky armor. The entire armor actually left his body and transformed into the form of a giant demon for the first time. Millions of roars could be heard from within. However, it was useless. The demonic sky armor was instantly suppressed after it transformed. That palm landed squarely on Li Yunxiao's chest, and he spat out a mouthful of scorching blood. Li Yunxiao's aura instantly dropped, and he only managed to stabilize himself after retreating several hundred feet. So powerful. You didn't die after taking 2 of my moves head-on. No wonder you didn't even put Ding Shan's 2 moves in your eyes. The cold chi slowly dispersed, and that person's figure was revealed. He wore a white silk robe, and his hair was tied up with a jade hairpin. The cold chi gradually retracted and transformed into a light cloud that flowed around his body. Dark North Duanju! Xianxia exclaimed, and his face was filled with deep shock. Su Lianyi's heart was also palpitating with fear. She looked at that imposing figure in shock, emitting waves of cold chi. Even though she was far away, she still felt a chill. Greetings to Lord Duanju. Han Junting finally reacted and hurriedly went forward to greet him. The Flux girl and Ma Yinglei also went forward to greet him. There was a slight tremor in the air, and a lady in a pink palace dress appeared. She looked somewhat similar to Ma Yinglei. She went forward and said, "Ma Yingmei greets Lord Duanju." Dark North Duanju said, "No need to be so polite." The ladies of Divine Firmament Palace stood up and stood on both sides of Dark North Duanju. They all looked at Li Yunxiao with complicated gazes. Dark North Duanju, as a sect master, you actually launched a sneak attack. Xianxia suppressed the extreme shock in his heart and roared angrily. Dark North Duanju glanced at him and said with extreme disdain, "Ao Chongkong was ordered by you to launch a sneak attack on Ling Bai in Nuyan City. What does this seat's sneak attack count for?" Xianxia was actually speechless. Dark North Duanju raised his hand and pointed at Li Yunxiao. "Gu Feiyang, I didn't expect that heaven-shaking mountain range didn't take your life and even gave you a heavenly fortuitous encounter. But can you still escape today?" Li Yunxiao's internal energy was extremely chaotic at this moment. A large number of his meridians were frozen to death and couldn't circulate. He coughed out blood whenever he moved his vital energy. He couldn't even speak. Ma Yinglei said, "This Gu Feiyang is extremely powerful." He saw through the flawless arrangements of Junting and the Flux girl. If not for Lord Duanju, I'm afraid he would have escaped again today. Dark North Duanju said, "Gu Feiyang possesses Tsutsumi and can see through everything. It is indeed very difficult to deceive him. Fortunately, your Divine Firmament Palace has this green lotus jade screen that can block all divine senses. Otherwise, it would really be difficult to launch a sneak attack." He didn't feel ashamed of launching a sneak attack at all. Instead, he was very pleased after succeeding. Erlei looked at the jade fragments on the ground with some heartache and said, "Palace Lord likes this screen very much. We stole it and destroyed it. I don't know how to explain it in the future. But as long as we can kill Gu Feiyang, it is worth it even if we risk being scolded by Palace Lord." Heh, hee hee. Li Yunxiao swallowed a large number of medicinal pills and natural treasures before his injuries were gradually suppressed. He couldn't help but sneer. Indestructible golden body was doing its best to absorb the profound cold energy in his body and convert it into its own power. But the effect was extremely weak. It could only stabilize his injuries for a short period of time. Actually, Lord Duanju doesn't need to hide in the jade screen at all. Just this thick face is enough to block all divine senses. Li Yunxiao said sarcastically. "Haha, Gu Feiyang, you're still as humorous as ever." Dark North Duanju laughed angrily and said, "To be praised by Emperor Wu Pejuan, I am truly in awe and trepidation. But this kind of honor is a bit too much." Li Yunxiao was speechless. He wanted to say a few more sarcastic words, but he knew that it wouldn't be of any use. So he just shut up. Right now, his mouth was still very useful. It was stuffed to the brim with natural treasures. He swallowed them in one gulp, replenishing as much as he could. Dark North Duanju laughed lightly and said, "What? You don't need to provoke me to stall for time? You've been struck by my profounding true chi. You're already very lucky not to die. It's impossible to suppress your injuries in a short period of time. The longer you delay, the worse it will be." He had never expected that Li Yunxiao's fleshly body would be so freakish. He had instantly suppressed his injuries and was now swallowing pills to recover without a care for anything else. Li Yunxiao's mouth was stuffed to the brim as he said unhurriedly, "Since that's the case, why don't you let me stall for 2 or 3 days, and let my cold poison act up and die?" "Haha, good idea. But 2 or 3 days is too long. This seat doesn't have that much patience." Dark North Duanju said, "I heard that there's a dragon's expert hidden in your saint artifact. Let him come out. If he's strong enough, he might be able to stall for 4 or 6 hours." Li Yunxiao rolled his eyes at him and said, "Just because you say let him come out, how much face would he have? Who the hell do you think you are?" Ma Yinglei snorted and said, "Since that's the case, then I can only send you to heaven." The long sword in her hand swept horizontally. A red shadow flashed across the sky as she stabbed forward. The sword was extremely swift and went straight for the throat. Li Yunxiao's heart was very heavy. Ma Yinglei and Hu Mei were both extremely powerful elders of the Divine Firmament Palace. They used to follow Chu Hongyan and had seen each other many times. He knew that their strength was not ordinary. There was also the sword array that trapped Wan Qianshan and Su Liani in the distance. It was also the Divine Firmament Palace's extremely powerful one-heart sword array. It was set up by 13 people, and they worked together seamlessly. In the current situation, it was almost impossible to turn defeat into victory. They could only think of a way to escape, and recovering a certain amount of strength was the key to whether or not they could escape. Thinking of this, he immediately summoned Che Yu, Beijing Nan, and Bin Sun. He instantly transmitted his thoughts to them about the current situation. He said, "Brothers, I can only rely on you guys." Beijing Nan was expressionless. He directly reached out to grab Ma Yinglei's sword. "Madman!" Ma Yinglei was shocked. Her long sword danced in the air, creating countless sword flowers. Bang! But it was still grabbed by Beijing Nan. Then, he slammed his palm down and pushed her back. "You, who are you?" Ma Yinglei was shocked. Her sword was so swift and fierce that even an ordinary 9th-grade profound artifact would be cut in half, let alone a mere physical body. Baiming Duanju's pupils also shrank. He carefully sized up Beijing Nan. No matter how he searched his memory, there was no information about this person. After Beijing Nan pushed Ma Yinglei back with one move, he stood beside Li Yunxiao indifferently. He did not care about the enemies in front of him at all. Che Yu snorted angrily, "You call me Long Long when there's nothing going on, but now you're calling me brother?" Li Yunxiao laughed and said, "I'm ashamed, I'll reflect on it. I'm relying on you guys. I'll go find a place to heal my injuries first." He leaped up, changed his figure a few times in the air, and was about to retreat. Suddenly, the space shook slightly. A swift and fierce slash broke through the air and suppressed his figure. Li Yunxiao was startled. His injuries were too severe. Although the power wasn't strong, it was enough to deal with him. He had no choice but to reveal his true form and land on the ground. Then, the space surged and formed a large number of profound weapon silhouettes, condensed from pure energy. Sabers, swords, axes, halberds, all fell down. Li Yunxiao looked carefully and realized that it was Han Junting's doing. She was borrowing the power of the 9 Heaven Wave Pagoda's profound weapon. The place where everyone was at was the interior of the profound weapon. Those weapon silhouettes slashed down unceasingly. Normally, it wouldn't be much of a threat, but at this moment, it was extremely fatal. Li Yunxiao formed a seal with one hand and a treasure mirror flew out from his palm. It turned into countless facets in the air and reflected a rainbow luster. The attacks condensed by the light silhouettes landed on the surface of the mirror and were instantly disintegrated into rays of rainbow light, changing their direction. A portion of the energy rays were refracted by the treasure mirror, and the rest were reflected from a physical angle. They turned into rays of light that filled the sky and dispersed around Li Yunxiao's body. Not a single one of them injured him. Han Junting was shocked. Her control was extremely exquisite. She had accurately calculated the attack without any blind spots. She didn't expect there to be such a miraculous treasure mirror. Die! The Flux girl cried out in alarm. She held a zither in her left hand and plucked the strings. Urgent clanging sounds came out as a huge blade slashed down in the air. At the same time, Han Zhenting condensed the power of the 9-heaven wave pagoda again. It surged over like endless waves and shackled him. Suddenly, a huge shadow appeared in front of Li Yunxiao. It was the Heaven Patrol Bull. Its eyes were red like precious jade. It let out a long moo and stomped down. Countless green lights appeared under its feet and scattered the shackles of the profound weapon. Then, its huge body leaned forward and its horns fiercely collided with the huge blade ray. Boom! The saber radiance instantly exploded, turning into countless noisy melodies that pierced the eardrums. Ma Yinglei and the rest were shocked. How many things did this Li Yunxiao hide? The power he displayed was enough to contend against them. Han Zhenting shouted, "One heart sword formation, kill Wan Qianni and Su Lianni quickly." The 13 women replied in unison, "Yes." Rays of piercing cold light and killing intent blossomed from every single one of them, flowing through them like water. They were completely uniform, like a flawless piece of tortoise jade. Wan Qian was enraged. How could he sit and wait for death? He roared, "Lord Lianni, let's kill our way out." Ignoring the injuries on his body, surging power surged out and a long spear appeared in his hands. There was a huge beast on the spear's shaft. Su Lianni's face was also pale, but her eyes flashed with determination. She was ready to risk it all. At this moment, Li Yunxiao's clone flew up and put away the great sorrow twilight cloud mirror. Like a great rock spreading its wings, he flew above the 9-heaven wave and looked down. Han Zhenting frowned and said coldly, "You want to escape? Dream on. This 9-heavens wave building will be your burial ground." Is that so?" Li Yunxiao raised his eyes lazily. The Tusada heavenly peak flew out of his hand and grew to a size of half a mu. He smashed it towards the 9-heavens wave building. Although this spatial profound artifact was huge and powerful, it couldn't be moved. It could only stand there waiting to be smashed. Pung! Han Zhenting sucked in a breath of cold air. Her face turned green and her eyes bulged. That beautiful face of hers instantly turned ugly. No! She screamed in fear. She had seen the power of the Tusada heavenly peak with her own eyes. Even a transcendent and saintly expert couldn't take a hit from it. How could Li Yunxiao care about her scream? With a cold smile, he formed a hand seal. The half a mu of space doubled in size and smashed towards the 9-heavens wave. Han Zhenting's heart was in her throat and her eyes widened. She hoped that the 9-heavens wave would be able to withstand it. After all, it was a famous profound artifact. Even an attack from a transcendent and saintly expert wouldn't be able to withstand it. But the Tusada heavenly peak wasn't something a transcendent and saintly expert could withstand when it was 4-colored. Now that it was 5-colored, the entire sky caved in and a huge black hole appeared. Rumble! The mountain fell on the 9-heavens wave. The exquisite building collapsed instantly, inch by inch. Han Zhenting's hopes were completely shattered. Ah! She screamed in grief. This profound artifact was her most beloved treasure. Her eyes reddened and she rushed forward. Gu Feiyang, die, die. You stole my master and destroyed my building. I'll eat your flesh. She crossed the short blades in front of her and struck out with a huge slash. It left a long crack in the ground and slashed towards the sky. After the huge slash and the 9-heavens wave were destroyed, the independent space continued to disappear, attracting everyone's attention. Ma Yinglei said in shock, "Zhenting, you." Han Zhenting's expression was sinister. Her peerless face became distorted as if she was possessed. Beside her, the Xiannu was also secretly shocked. She felt the monstrous killing intent and said anxiously, "Zhenting, guard your soul. Don't mess up your qi." She turned the zither in her hand and played the decadent concubine music. The sound waves rippled like the spring breeze, blowing Han Zhenting's hair and gradually calming her down. Along with a huge rumble, the 9-heavens wave rolled down from the Tusada heavenly peak and turned into ruins. The power of space disappeared, and everyone returned to Stone River City. Wan Qianqi was overjoyed. He let out a long roar that shook Jyotian. More than 100 powerhouses of myriad treasures tower were waiting in the sky. If they were all summoned, they would have a high chance of winning this battle. But after a few breaths, the entire sky was silent and there was no movement at all. Wan Xianxia. Su Liani said in shock, "What's going on? Is there a barrier blocking the sound waves?" Wan Xianxi's expression became extremely unsightly. "There's no barrier." The reason for that was because he saw some unfamiliar cultivators flying over. The strongest among them was only a 6-star martial emperor. Evidently, they were the original cultivators of Stone River City. Su Liani had a bad feeling. What's going on? Suddenly, a ray of light shot down from the sky. As if it had appeared out of nowhere, it landed beside Wan Xianxi's feet and rolled a few times. "Ah! Great Elder!" Wan Xianxia felt dizzy and couldn't stand stably. That head belonged to Chen Zhongxi. Although Chen Zhongxi had been injured by Ling Bai in Nuyan City, his inner core hadn't been damaged like Wan Xianxia. He had recovered more than half in a month. Even ordinary peak 9-star powerhouses weren't his match. How could he have been killed without a sound? Li Yunxiao's pupils also constricted as he cried out in his heart. This proved that there were enemies in the dark, and they were extremely powerful. Chen Zhongxi's head was separated from his body, and the more than 100 powerhouses of myriad treasures tower were annihilated. Who are you? The 20 to 30 Sichuan city martial artists that flew over immediately sensed the powerful auras in the field. The yuan power undulations from every single person's body caused them to tremble in fear. A few of them were so terrified that they wanted to kneel down on the spot. The 6-star Emperor Wu was the leader of Stone River City. After asking, he regretted it immediately. Even a blind person could see that the powerhouses of two sects were fighting. He scolded himself for being stupid. He should have turned around and fled immediately. This was a fight between immortals. If he was even slightly affected, he might be smashed into pieces. Fortunately, no one paid attention to him. No one even looked at him. The 20 to 30 people were like air. The leader of Stone River City heaved a sigh of relief. He wanted to turn around and leave secretly to avoid getting involved. A martial artist behind him frowned and said angrily, "Leader. Where did these reckless things come from? How dare they behave so atrociously in Stone River City and ignore your existence?" "Ah." The leader of Stone River City sucked in a breath of cold air. His heart sank into the abyss. He even felt a few sharp eyes glancing at him. He was so scared that his soul almost flew out of his body. This subordinate of his was usually quite capable and knew how to adapt to the situation. He liked him very much. Why was he so blind today? He fiercely struck out with his palm, hitting the chest of this subordinate. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels were shattered. Fresh blood spurted out like a fountain. "Can't you see these seniors practicing here? You blind man." The leader of Stone River City roared angrily, "All of you scram. Turn the surrounding 10 miles into a forbidden zone. Anyone who dares to disturb these seniors practicing will be killed without mercy. No, exterminate their entire families." He roared hysterically. The fear in his heart was like a vast ocean. His body was trembling. Yes. His subordinates were also quite frightened. In addition to being intimidated by the auras of the people present, they were also frightened by the city lord's anger. They had never seen the city lord so angry before. Even his favorite subordinate was almost killed by a single palm strike. They also realized the severity of the situation and hurriedly retreated. The legs of the leader turned soft. He only retreated with the support of his subordinates. Li Yunxiao looked into the sky. There was no cloud in the sky. There was no trace of anyone. His heart sank. The more he couldn't find them, the more powerful this person was. "Who is it? You dare to kill, but you don't dare to show yourself?" He shouted towards the sky. There was no reply. Actually, at their level, it was very difficult to be provoked by a few words. After all, this was a life and death battle. Any carelessness could lead to death. Those idiots who were impulsive because of a few words had long become corpses on the path of martial arts. They had become someone else's stepping stone. That was why Ao Changkong could calmly sneak attack. Baiming Duanju could calmly sneak attack. Li Yunxiao had also calmly done many immoral things. This was a matter of life and death. Who would play with you in the open? Hee hee. Han Junting smiled charmingly. She smoothly tied up her messy hair and recovered her beautiful face. No need to shout. If you can deal with us, that person will naturally come out. If you can't even get through this, then there's no need to know who it is. Li Yunxiao already knew this would be the result. After shouting a few times, he stopped worrying and continued to devour natural treasures. He recovered as much as he could. Everyone from the Divine Firmament Palace felt suspicious when they saw this. The precious ingredients that Xiaochen had swallowed were probably enough to feed a few mid-stage 9-star cultivators. Duanju's face twitched, revealing a solemn expression. If Li Yunxiao was constantly running for his life or fighting in anger, he would feel very at ease. But at this moment, he was calmly seizing the time to recover from his injuries. It could be seen that his heart was still very firm. There was not even a trace of fear or anger, as if he had a card up his sleeve. I don't understand. As an extraordinary and peerless expert, why would he submit to Emperor Wu and listen to his orders? After Yu appeared, Duanju did not move at all. He just stood there quietly. Li Yunxiao's calm demeanor made him feel a little uneasy. He finally spoke. Yu said lazily, "The world is so big. There are many things you don't understand." Neither of them was willing to make the first move. They both sensed the powerful aura of the other. Not only was it hard to predict who would win, but once they fought, it would definitely be a disaster. The entire city would be turned into ruins. Duanju said, "I'll give you double the benefits that Gu Feiyang can give you. Will you submit to Baiming Palace?" Yu laughed and said, "You can't give me that." "Oh?" Baiming Palace is also one of the top sects in the continent. I'm quite curious about what he can give me that I can't. Duanju said. Yu had a sinister smile on his face as he chuckled, "He eats my shit every day. Do you want a double portion?" Blarg. Li Yunxiao, who was swallowing the treasures, instantly vomited them all. A large number of materials were choked into his trachea. His entire face turned red and he coughed violently. Cough, cough, cough. Blarg, blarg. Li Yunxiao vomited all that he had eaten. His body, which was originally nourished, suddenly lost a large amount of spiritual energy and began to wither. The women of the Divine Firmament Palace frowned. Most of them covered their mouths and noses with their hands, revealing looks of disgust. Han Junting said disdainfully, "Li Yunxiao, you're considered a powerhouse of your generation. Can't you have some manners?" Cough, cough, cough. Li Yunxiao's face flushed red as he vomited his bile. He glared at Yu with a face full of resentment and roared, "You disgusting thing, you're ruining my reputation." Ha ha ha. Yu looked at his miserable appearance and felt incomparably delighted in his heart. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Dark North Duanju's face also turned slightly pale, his stomach churning. He was truly disgusted as he scolded, "Vulgar, disgusting." A cold glint flashed across his eyes as killing intent burst forth. The Dark North Duanju pointed out with 2 fingers, and a cold chi shot out. Yu immediately stopped laughing. The corners of his mouth curled up into a mocking smile. He opened his 5 fingers and turned them into dragon claws. The cold chi immediately exploded in his palm, turning into layers of light blue ice crystals that covered his palm. But in the blink of an eye, it evaporated. The Dark North Duanju looked over, and his heart became even heavier. The profounding chi was extremely powerful. One of the important reasons was that it carried extremely strong elemental damage. It was very difficult for those who were hit to recover, and it would even leave behind a great disaster. But Yu's dragon body was extremely strong. When he probed with his finger just now, his profounding chi was unable to harm the dragon body at all. This caused his extremely strong reliance to lose its effect. "What, not playing anymore?" Yu mocked. He understood Dark North Duanju's moves and abilities very well, but Dark North Duanju knew nothing about him. Weighing the two, he had the upper hand. Dark North Duanju said, "If you and I fight, it will be very difficult to determine the victor in a short period of time. So there's no need." We can just restrain each other. Let them fight on their own. If you say there's no need, then there's no need? Then wouldn't I lose face? Qieyu's lips curled into a sinister smile. Come, let's warm up. Green light flashed in his hand, Sumeru's selfless sword slashed out a sword ray, and a huge wound was cut in the sky, tearing it apart. Dark North Duanju's figure swayed, and only an afterimage was left. Qieyou snorted coldly, and flew high into the sky, chasing after Dark North Duanju. The two flew in a spiral, facing each other, chasing each other in the sky. Dark North Duanju didn't seem to want to fight him head-on, and intentionally dodged. Most of his attention was still on paying attention to Li Yunxiao's condition. Li Yunxiao vomited for a long time before his complexion improved slightly. He definitely couldn't eat anymore. He took out a large amount of Spirit Dawn, and crushed them all, absorbing them in front of everyone from Divine Cloud Palace. What a vulgar man. My master is really blind. Han Junting's eyes were filled with disgust, and a bewitching sense of superiority appeared on her face. Lord Flux Maiden, take advantage of his illness. And take his life. Her two hands separated in front of her body, and let out a metallic sound. Like transparent thin wings, she appeared in front of Li Yunxiao, and chopped down with the simplest force. Li Yunxiao couldn't be bothered with her, and dodged with a slight sway of his body. Han Junting brandished her two hands, and chased after Li Yunxiao in the sky. Her chaotic blade technique was waved in an airtight manner, and the essence of it was revealed. Her specialty was fine control, and there was order in the chaos, without any excess strength. In an instant, Li Yunxiao was enveloped by a layer of light. But no matter what angle those blade lights came from, they were always 10 zhang away from Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao's movement technique was even more exquisite than her chaotic blade technique. Han Junting's heart was in chaos, and her attacks became more and more urgent. The chaotic blade technique lost its order, but it was not chaotic, and allowed Li Yunxiao to deal with it more easily. Although dodging Han Junting's attacks did not require much effort, in this state, not only was he unable to absorb spirit energy, it was also starting to aggravate his injuries. He flew to the back of the heaven patrolling bull, and formed a seal with one hand. The bull's body surged with a layer of green light, and it raised its leg, and fiercely kicked at Han Junting who was chasing after him. Bang bang bang. A series of explosions occurred in the space, and an incomparably wild power surged out. Han Junting nimbly dodged, and her body shrunk by an inch using a curling technique. She nimbly stepped on the bull's head, and her two blades chopped down on Li Yunxiao's head. Suddenly, a red light appeared, and the hands that were holding the two blades were restricted, as if they were tied up. She looked down in shock, and a red light rose from the neck of the heaven patrolling bull, and covered her body, making her unable to move. At the same time, a layer of white light appeared on the two horns, and turned into a sharp halo, tearing apart everything in its surroundings. Pung! Han Junting was greatly shocked, and an extremely terrifying aura surged out. She raised her true qi, and her whole body directly shot out, somersaulting a few times before flying away. The halo on the heaven patrolling bull's two horns fiercely chased after her. Flowing water. The Flux girl lightly shouted, and 7 rays of light shot out from the guqin, condensing into a shape in the air, and went to meet the halo. Pung! The two forces collided in the air, and the aftermath unexpectedly suppressed the Flux girl's direction, making her step back in shock, and get rid of the backlash. What exactly is this bull? The Flux girl was greatly shocked. Han Junting's eyes became incomparably grave, and said, "This bull is a god, it cannot be underestimated." At this moment, her whole body was still covered by a layer of red light, and she was unable to move the two blades, and only after struggling with all her might did she gradually move them. God? The Flux girl was shocked, and for the first time, she wrinkled her brows, and seemed to be somewhat shaken. Han Junting said in a deep voice, "Don't be afraid, wait for the senior sisters to kill Wan Qianyi and Su Lianyi, then use the sword formation to kill this bull and Li Yunxiao." The Flux girl said with some worry, "Can you really do it? Heaven knows how many things he has." Han Junting said coldly, "Almost, I have fought side by side with him several times, and have a certain understanding of his strength and trump cards. Today's battle, we will definitely win. Don't forget that there are not only people from our divine firmament palace here." The Flux girl said, I always feel that this person is not simple, although he is not as arrogant and free as he was in the past, he has another kind of temperament, and does not lose to him in the past. Han Junting's eyes flashed with anger, and she shouted, Flux girl, what's wrong with you? Is your Dao heart going to be shaken? The Flux girl's complexion became somewhat unsightly, and said, actually, my Dao heart was already shaken when the plan failed. With my impersonation of the palace master, it was absolutely flawless, without any flaws, but it was still seen through by him. Even now I don't dare to believe it. I don't know how I lost. Han Junting's heart was also moved. The Flux girl had followed her master for tens of years, even she herself could not distinguish the imitation, and with the green lotus jadeite screen isolating divine sense, there was absolutely no reason for her to fail. Cough cough, this is actually very simple. After listening to them talk for a while, Li Yunxiao suddenly could not help but interrupt them. What's going on? The two of them asked in unison. Li Yunxiao clenched his right hand into a fist and coughed twice, and said, my mood is not good, I don't want to say. Then go and die. Han Junting shouted angrily, the blades in her hands suddenly transformed into countless blade lights, and flew forward. After suffering a loss from the heaven-searching bull, she did not dare to approach again. The Flux girl also flipped open the zither, and unceasingly plucked the rhythm, transforming into countless weapons to attack. The heaven-searching bull stomped down, and a green barrier spread out, forming a square under its feet. Finally, it opened its mouth, and a ring of red light flew out from its neck, transforming into a Jiutian Great Luo ring in the air. Round sky and square earth, the top and bottom were combined together, like a world. The countless attacks of the two of them landed outside, but only caused aftershocks, and did not cause the slightest damage. Li Yunxiao was overjoyed. Although the power of this heaven-searching bull was not as strong as extraordinary and sage, it was more than enough to deal with the Flux girl and Han Junting. He sat diagonally on the bull's back, forming hand signs with one hand, and did not stop absorbing the essence to repair his body. Moreover, he was constantly vigilant of the surroundings, in case the person lying in ambush launched a sneak attack again. Not far away, the two elders, Hu Lei and Hu Mei, were completely pinned down. After opening the sixth door of divine body, Vincent's physical strength was tyrannical. In addition to his unyielding martial arts, he was fighting happily with Hu Lei and Hu Mei. All kinds of fist lights and sword lights were continuously released. The most intense battle in the entire battlefield was between the two of them. On the other hand, Bei Chunnan was much more graceful and indifferent. He basically did not take the initiative to attack, and only continuously used sword signs to suppress Hu Lei. Even his left hand was placed behind his back, and he seemed to be at ease. Hu Lei was extremely shocked. No matter how she attacked, she could not break through the opponent's defense, and the difference in strength was instantly determined, making her angry and anxious. Biming Duanju's heart sank. The power of Divine Cloud Palace's people was completely suppressed. If they couldn't break through, it would be difficult to kill Li Yunxiao. At this moment, he didn't want to waste too much energy. After all, the mantis was chasing the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. He didn't want to be the one to benefit others. Everyone's attention was on the Unity Sword formation. Under the continuous attacks of the 13 Divine Cloud Palace's experts, Wan Qianqi and Su Lianyi were already like arrows at the end of their flight, covered in blood. Feiyang, save us! Wan Qianqi cried for help, his eyes filled with anxiety. At this moment, he didn't care about his injuries, activating a profound weapon that looked like a tent. It danced in the sky, but it was already riddled with holes and was in imminent danger. The sky full of sword rays kept pressing down, piercing through the tent and slashing at the two of them bitterly. Li Yunxiao patted the bull's back and said, "Go." The heaven-patrolling bull took a step forward, moving towards the sword formation. Han Junting and the Flux girl were shocked and angry. Their attacks became even fiercer, slashing at Jiutian's de Luo Huan, shooting out rays of light. Li Yunxiao took out the world god steel, formed a seal, and shot out of the light circle, saying, "I'll leave these two women to you." The three figures were the crocodile, the profound thunder cloud roar, and the evil spirit. In the Battle of Red Moon City, the evil spirit had seized the body of the demon race's clan leader Chang'an. After a long period of continuous cultivation and fusion, it had completely fused into one. After devouring the thunder beasts of the thunder tiger and fire leopard, the profound thundercloud roar had also stepped into the ninth rank. Its wild demonic chi soared into the sky, and its body flickered with golden lightning. The crocodile was extremely ugly, and just looking at it would make people shiver. Its body was formed by two kinds of extremely strong elements, and it was covered in black spots, which made people's hair stand on end. Three silhouettes appeared in front of Xianxia and Han Zhenting. The two women jumped in fright and couldn't help but retreat. Hee, I haven't used this body since I got it. The evil spirit let out a loud roar, and an imposing aura burst forth from its body. The demonic energy at the peak of 9 stars swept through the sky, creating a myriad of phenomena. Moreover, he kept the axe that had been part of the dragon's bodies. Later, he shamelessly asked Yuan Gaohan to refine it. At this moment, it was even more powerful and wild in his hands. Bitch, eat my axe. His body flickered and appeared above the Flux female, fiercely slashing down. The Flux girl slapped her zither in great alarm. Countless rhythm threads twined around it, but they were unable to restrain his enormous strength. Clang, when the giant axe struck the zither, the 7 strings vibrated continuously, emitting a decadent vibrating sound. There was even an axe mark on the body of the zither. Ah! The Flux woman screamed as she stared at the axe mark, as if it was even more painful than if it was on her body. Both of her eyes turned red and tears fell down. The evil spirit widened its eyes and wailed, "What lousy axe! Yuan Gaohan, that old man lied to me. He can't even chop a wooden zither. When I return to the World God Monument, I am going to chop off that old man's head. He actually dared to lie to me." He let out a few loud shouts and raised his axe to chop down. The Flux girl was so frightened that she hurriedly ran away with her zither. The instant the evil spirit made his move, the profound thundercloud's shocking roar also turned into thunder and pounced towards Han Zhenting, bringing along a sky full of golden thunder and lightning. Han Zhenting's expression turned extremely ugly. She had seen the lightning beast and the evil spirit with her own eyes. Especially that evil spirit, she had personally seen him seize the body of the demon race's Chobuan. She didn't expect him to be able to completely fuse with him, flawlessly. What gave her a headache was that An's body was almost immortal and could be reborn after being chopped off. With the sudden appearance of these 3 powerful enemies, her confidence collapsed. Northern Dark Duanju was also shocked, a bad premonition welled up in his heart. In this way, Divine Cloud Palace's power was completely suppressed, and only heaven knew what other things were in Xianxia's sacred tool. Just as he was deep in thought, Qiyu suddenly swept over with a rainbow-like sword energy, like 1,000 peaks and 10,000 waves, layer upon layer, endless. It was as if the power of 100,000 mountains was condensed under this sword. Xianxiu Peak. Northern Dark Duanju was shocked. He hurriedly turned his right arm, a layer of ice armor covered his arm, releasing a cold light, then he clenched his fist and punched. Circles of profound cold chi spread out from his fist, and the boundless might of the fist landed on the sword force. Rumble. The ice armor instantly shattered, and the sword wave swept up a storm, sucking him in. Northern Dark Duanju's body kept tumbling in the storm, but he kept forming hand seals with both hands, and a layer of gang chi protected his body. He didn't panic, he quietly stared at Qiyu outside the storm, not daring to divert his attention to other places. Qiyu saw that his sneak attack didn't work, he grinned and laughed, then continued to attack. After suppressing the Flux girl and Han Zhenting, Xianxia rode Iron Bull to the sword formation. Heaven Patrol Bull turned its neck, and the Jiotian Daluo ring in the sky instantly flew out, pressing down on the sword formation. Pung 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 pung. Countless sword lights surged, all striking the Daluo ring, shooting out countless sword lights. The pressure on Wan Xianxian and Su Lianyi was greatly reduced. The two shrank the battle circle, retracting their defense, and desperately swallowing medicinal pills to heal their injuries while supporting the battle circle, waiting for reinforcements. Li Yunxiao said, "One heart sword, it really is a bit troublesome, but as long as I separate you, you won't be able to be united." The leading woman snorted, "We 13 have practiced this sword formation for more than 30 years, we have long been united, I really want to know how you can make us not be united." Li Yunxiao didn't say any nonsense, directly throwing out Tisada Heavenly Peak. It kept growing in the air, becoming 3 or 4 mu in size, pressing down on the sword formation. "Not good, quickly retreat." The leading woman was shocked, She had just seen this thing crush the 9-heaven wave tower, how could she dare to face it head-on? Moo! Heaven Patrol Bull suddenly stomped its foot, and countless green lights spread out, sticking to the feet of the 3 women closest to it. The 3 women were shocked, they struggled to break free, only to see the Daluo ring falling from the sky, instantly covering them. Boom! Heaven Patrol Bull took a step forward, and the Jiutian Daluo ring shook violently, as if it was being stepped on. The 3 women inside were also shaken dizzy. Their internal organs were injured and they vomited blood. To said a heavenly peak didn't smash down, it was just a feint by Li Yunxiao, and he instantly retracted it, saying, "One more kick." Boom! 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 Heaven Patrol Bull lifted its foot again, and stomped 3 times. The 9 heavens records Grand Luo ring vibrated thrice, and the 3 women inside coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Their complexions turned extremely pale, and their breathing became weak. The other 10 people immediately cried out in alarm, and they stood in the sky in a daze, not knowing what to do. For more than 30 years, they had advanced and retreated together, all for the sake of practicing this sword formation. Now that 3 people were missing, they didn't know what to do. Wan Qianqi and Su Lianyi hurriedly ran out, and hid behind the Heaven Patrol Bull, looking very miserable. Wan Qianqi shouted angrily, "Fei Yang, quickly kill these 3 bitches, and then kill the other 10 people." Li Yunxiao said, "After all, I have some relationship with Divine Firmament Palace, let the 3 of them go." The Heaven Patrolling Bull let out a long moo, and the great Luo Huan of the 9 heavens records instantly flew back and wrapped itself around its neck. The hearts of the Divine Firmament Palace women fell to the bottom. With the sword formation broken, they had completely lost the chance to turn defeat into victory. Moreover, the Flux women and Han Junting were at a disadvantage, and it was very dangerous. Everyone! Stop! Li Yunxiao let out an unexpected cry. Everyone frowned slightly, but they still obeyed the order. Even the evil spirit, who was excited to kill, also retreated. Northern Dark Duanju's face was very gloomy, and he stood in the sky and looked coldly. Li Yunxiao said, "There is no need to talk about the relationship between me and Divine Firmament Palace, but in the end, it is a private matter between me and Hong Yan. What are you bitches so excited about? For Hong Yan's sake, I won't kill you, except for Han Junting, the rest of you can scram." The women were stunned, they didn't expect Li Yunxiao to let them go, but Han Junting's face was as pale as ash. Ma Yinglei cupped her fists and said, "Lord Feiyang's magnanimity makes us feel ashamed. But Junting is Lord Palace Master's beloved disciple, I hope Lord can also pardon her." "Impossible," Li Yunxiao said coldly. If Han Junting hadn't tried to kill him several times, he really would have let her live and let the Divine Firmament Palace people scram as soon as possible. After all, he didn't know how much danger there was in the surroundings, and it was wiser to have as few enemies as possible. But Han Junting had crossed his bottom line many times, she must stay. Ma Yinglei's face turned ugly, and she seemed very determined as she said, "If you can't let Junting go, then we won't leave either, we can only fight to the death." Her gaze swept across the void, and she said coldly, "Those who want to take advantage of us, if our Divine Firmament Palace and Lord Duanju retreat, will you still have the chance to take advantage of us?" Li Yunxiao said slowly and leisurely, "I don't know how many people are hiding in the surroundings, but since they haven't come out, I will pretend I don't know. If anyone dares to show themselves, then they will be my great enemy. Even if I don't kill you today, I will remember this debt, and I will come back to kill you after I break through the shackles of the martial path." His words and shuelays were meant for the hidden experts to hear. The sky was silent, and everyone was clearly hesitating. "I will show my face first." Suddenly, a clear wave spread in the sky, and a transparent rune appeared, slowly turning into water and disappearing, and several figures immediately appeared. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank, and he said, "Clear invisibility talisman, no wonder my divine sense couldn't detect you." The 3 people who appeared looked familiar, but he couldn't remember who they were, but they were most likely famous people in the past. After that person appeared, he cupped his fists and said, "Broken Valley, Zhonghong greets the lords." Broken Valley? One of the 10 sects of the North region, no wonder I also found you familiar. Li Yunxiao suddenly remembered. Then, his face darkened and he sneered, "You want to take my life with just a piece of trash like you?" Zhonghong hurriedly said, of course not. I am not here for Lord Yunxiao, but for Wan Qian. Brother Qianqian? Li Yunxiao turned around. Wan Qianqian's expression changed and he said coldly, Zhonghong, what's the matter? Zhonghong smiled and said, actually, it's nothing big. Rundown Valley and Myriad Treasure Tower have business dealings all year round. Now that Milord Qianqian is in trouble, I want to invite Milord to the valley as a guest. Wan Qianqian said, guest? I almost lost my life just now. If you really want to invite me as a guest, you should have saved me just now. Zhonghong smiled and said, Milord thinks too highly of me. Divine Firmament Palace's sword formation is unparalleled in the world. How would I dare to make a move? Wan Qianqian sneered and said, in that case, there's no friendship between us. There's no need to talk about being a guest. Go back. Zhonghong said, since I've come out, how can I be willing to return empty-handed? I hope Milord will reconsider. Although the world is chaotic, Rundown Valley is still a local tyrant. I believe I can still protect Milord. At this point, everyone understood Zhonghong's intentions. Wan Qianqian sneered and said, protect me? What a joke. If you kill these Divine Firmament Palace bitches, I'll go with you. Gue Mei said angrily, Wan Qianqian, watch your dog mouth. Zhonghong said, Milord, don't make things difficult for me. I know my limits. Milord coming with me as a guest is better than going with someone else. I believe I have the strength to compete with those who came to invite Milord today. Li Yunxiao's expression changed and he said, many people came? He looked at the sky and said suspiciously, all of them are using clear invisibility talismans? Zhonghong smiled and said, most likely. Since Milord Yunxiao can't detect such high-grade talismans, I naturally won't know. Li Yunxiao said, clear invisibility talismans are top-secret high-grade talismans. Those who can refine them are few and far between. Why are there so many? Zhonghong said, I don't know about that. I bought these talismans from Heavenly Essence Chamber of Commerce. I spent 100 million supreme-grade essence stones to get one. Apart from the talismans, they also gave me a jade slip with detailed records about Milord Wan Qianqian possessing an ancient secret treasure. What? Wan Yiqian's eyes bulged as he roared, damn Ding Shan, I hate you. Zhonghong said with a pained expression, Ding Shan is indeed sinister. After I bought it, I found out that almost everyone had a copy. The news had already spread throughout the entire northern region. It's impossible for me to keep the ancient treasure to myself. Lord Qian, I don't expect to earn a lot of money. It's enough for me to recoup my losses. Wan Qianqi's face darkened as he coldly said, recoup? How about I give you all the treasures? You mustn't do that. You're making things difficult for me. Zhonghong hurriedly said, I know my own limits. I can't accept this fortune. If I really take it all, I'm afraid I won't be able to walk out of Sichuan City today. Milord can just give me one or two profound weapons like the Universe Light Disc. Wan Qianqi was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He said furiously, fine, I'll give it to you. With a wave of his hand, he tossed out 7 to 8 golden beads, each of which had runes flickering on them. When it flew in front of Zhonghong, it exploded. Bang bang bang. The metal-type beads emitted countless rays of golden light, each of which shot out like thousands of sharp blades. Zhonghong didn't dare to be careless. He took out a sword and brandished it, sending out countless rays of sword light that covered his body like a light screen, destroying all the attacks. Wan Qianqi was at his wit's end. In his current state, he was no match for Zhonghong. All he could do was glare angrily. Zhonghong said, Lord Qianqi, it's best if you know what's good for you. Lord Yunxiao is busy dealing with the Biming family and Divine Firmament Palace. He doesn't have the energy to care about you. Don't drag Lord Yunxiao down. Wan Qianqi sneered. Even if I die, I won't give the treasure to trash like you. At this point, I also know that I don't have the ability to protect it. Whoever has the ability to do so, take it. His expression was one of despair, but his eyes were resolute. A pitch-black metal cube was tossed out from his sleeve, constantly reflecting light in the air. An image appeared, and one could vaguely see the silhouettes of countless treasures flashing non-stop. This is the key to the ancient treasure that has been passed down from generation to generation in my myriad treasure tower. Not only is it the key to opening the treasure, but it also contains a map. I believe that whoever is capable will get it. Trash like you, Zhonghong, can stop dreaming. Wan Qianqi's face kept twitching, his eyes flashing with anger and helplessness. Zhonghong was shocked, and he hurriedly grabbed the key. Suddenly, the space shook slightly, and a large hand reached out from around the key, grabbing it and disappearing. Zhonghong was shocked. Just as he was about to give chase, the space began to fluctuate. A huge saber light slashed down from the sky, striking dozens of feet in front of him. Boom! The space was split open, and a black-robed man appeared in a sorry state. He couldn't be bothered to look for the culprit. He made a hand seal and activated his escape art to the maximum, traveling 100 miles in an instant. Boom! Before he could travel 1,000 feet, he seemed to hit a wall, and he coughed up a large mouthful of blood. The space opened up, and a huge axe chopped down. Boom! The black-robed man was no match for it. He was hit head-on, and he died on the spot. The owner of the axe turned out to be a short old woman. She grabbed the key of the black cube in the air and grinned. All that was left was an afterimage, and it slowly disappeared. Ah! Suddenly, the old woman screamed, and her body was revealed. She was actually covered by a huge glass cup, unable to escape. Li Yunxiao and the rest, who were standing on the ground, were all dumbfounded. Just how many experts had come to Sichuan City? Zhonghong was also dumbfounded, and he somewhat regretted exposing himself too early. Li Yunxiao sneered at the Divine Firmament Palace people. Everyone's plan has failed. These people are all here for the ancient treasure. Apart from you stupid women and Lord Duanju, it seems like no one wants my life. Come to think of it, I, Gu Feiyang, am still a decent person. Why would I have so many enemies? Ma Yinglei also panicked a little, and she hurriedly said, Lord Duanju. Duanju of the North Ocean's face had been gloomy, and he was starting to feel restless. What he feared the most was not the people in front of him, but the unknown of the World God Monument. The fear of the unknown. No one knew what kind of people were in the World God Monument. If he was determined to fight with his life on the line, and the other party came up with a few more peak 9 stars, or even divine transcendence, he might lose his life. A month ago, he was the one who had sent a voice transmission to Kangwu Qiong in Nuyan City. Back then, Han Junting had looked for him to discuss in detail the plan to join forces to deal with Li Yunxiao. Ding Shan had defeated Li Yunxiao, and his injuries would take at least a year and a half to recover. Together with Kangwu Qiong, 2 divine transcendents, they had an absolute advantage over Cheiyu. Moreover, there were the experts from the Divine Firmament Palace setting up a trap. They should have had a 90% chance of winning, but they had never expected that they would be suppressed by the other party. Cheiyu's abilities were above his expectations. Although the cold-looking man and the divine iron bull did not have divine transcendence, they were existences that surpassed peak 9 stars. As for the others, although they looked repulsive and had strange appearances, they were also very powerful. Putting aside the appearance of another divine transcendence, even if a few more of these strange characters appeared, it would be hard to determine the outcome of the battle. Kangwu Qiong was also hidden in the void, and his expression was very gloomy. Like Duanju of the North Ocean, he was also measuring the depth of Li Yunxiao's abilities. He was more cautious than Duanju of the North Ocean, and he wanted to hit the mark with one strike. However, the result of the measurement caused their hearts to sink. If they were to test further, they would definitely have to invest even more strength. That would practically mean exposing all their trump cards, and they would have to fight with their backs against the wall. Li Yunxiao sneered and said, Duanju of the North Ocean, I looked down on you in the past, and I still look down on you now. Although your abilities are commendable, you are irresolute and indecisive, and you will do anything to achieve your goals. It will be very difficult for you to succeed like this. Duanju of the North Ocean said coldly, stop bluffing in front of me. Right now, you have already used up all your trump cards. If we really fight, the price might be a little high, but the victor will definitely be me. Li Yunxiao sneered and said, since that's the case, what are you waiting for? Duanju of the North Ocean clenched his fists so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. He knew that Kangwu Qiong was also hiding in the surroundings. Not only that, but there were also a few experts from the Baiming family hiding nearby. Killing Li Yunxiao was the primary objective, and the 10,000 ancient treasures were also part of the plan. Now, it seemed that they might not even be able to complete the first one. The pitch-black cube-shaped metal key was still being fought over. The old woman who had been covered by the glass cup had already been beheaded, and even the owner of the glass cup was heavily injured. These minions were not important, and Duanju of the North Ocean did not care about them at all. He was waiting for Kangwu Qiong's message. As long as Kangwu Qiong was determined to fight with his back against the wall, he would immediately throw caution to the wind. However, apart from the battle cries, there was only silence. No one was transmitting their voices. This made his heart even more restless. It meant that even Kangwu Qiong was not confident. The evil spirit cried out and said, "If they don't make a move, then let's do it. Let me go chop those women to death first." His eyes shone, and his face was filled with demonic chi. The women from the divine firmament palace were so frightened that their faces turned pale, and they could not help but retreat. Li Yunxiao cursed the fool in his heart. They clearly had the upper hand in terms of strength, but Duanju of the North Ocean still did not leave. It was obvious that the other party was still hiding his strength. He was only hesitating because he was afraid. If they were provoked to fight again, his side might not be able to win. Although he cursed the evil spirit for being stupid in his heart, he still put on a playful smile and said, "Calm down first. There will be plenty of opportunities for you to chop them up." Suddenly, a voice came from the sky and shouted, "All of you, stop. If anyone takes another step forward, I will destroy this key." All the sounds of fighting stopped instantly, and everyone looked over. Li Yunxiao also raised his head, and he immediately revealed a shocked expression. The person who had snatched the key was actually Li Yi. "Brat, don't mess around. If you dare to harm the key, you will definitely be turned to dust today." 7 or 8 people surrounded Li Yi, and they all had sinister expressions. When Li Yi saw that he had intimidated everyone, he could not help but feel smug. He chuckled and said, "It's easy to get the key." A fierce glint flashed in his eyes, and he looked down and said, "I will give the key to whoever takes Li Yunxiao's head." Everyone was stunned, even Li Yunxiao. A bare-chested, bald warrior sneered, "Boy, you want to use us as weapons? You're too naive. Destroy the key if you dare." The rest of them also gave off a violent aura, which made Li Yi pale. He kept retreating and shouted, "One more step and I'll really destroy it." A ray of light flew out of his hand, wrapped around the key and spread out, and kept pressing down. Everyone suddenly stopped, with panic on their faces, for fear that he would really destroy the key. Li Yi sneered, "I'm a man of my words. If you're not afraid of getting nothing, just come up and try." A warrior said coldly, "You can take the key, but you're too naive to use us as weapons." Li Yi said, "Now that the key is in my hands, I have the initiative and the right to speak." Li Yunxiao colluded with Wan Qianni. "If we don't kill him, do you really think you can get the key? This little brother is right. Kill Li Yunxiao and we'll open the secret treasure together." Duanju of the North Sea also spoke at this time. "Instead of fighting for the key, it's better to focus on opening the secret treasure. As long as you help me kill Li Yunxiao, I, Duanju of the North Sea, guarantee that I'll take you to find the secret treasure, and everyone will get a share." Now everyone was a little moved. They also knew that it was impossible to take the secret treasure for themselves, but who was willing to give up the benefits that were within reach? At least they had to earn back the 100 million top-grade primordial stones. If Duanju of the North Sea took the lead to find the secret treasure, it would be much safer. Li Yunxiao suddenly felt many malicious eyes looking at him. "Hee, after so many years, why haven't you made any progress?" Li Yunxiao chuckled, suppressed his injury, took a breath, and teleported directly in front of Li Yi, looking at him with a sneer. "Ah!" Li Yi jumped in fright. Panicking, he took a few steps back. Li Yunxiao raised his foot, always 3 feet away from him, and stretched out his hand to choke him. "Don't move. Move again and I'll destroy the key." Li Yi's heart was in a state of panic. His face was pale, and he did not know why he was overwhelmed with fear. Only then did he realize in shame and anger that it was impossible for him to take revenge in this life. The gap between him and the other party was getting bigger and bigger. The scene of revenge that he had imagined countless times seemed so laughable in the face of the huge fear in his heart at this moment. After countless failures and blows to his confidence, he didn't realize that he had completely lost his confidence in front of Li Yunxiao. He even lost the courage to fight. The fear caused him to tremble and sweat like rain. "Destroy it, go ahead and destroy it," Li Yunxiao said casually. His claw turned into a palm in the air and slapped down fiercely. "Pa!" A loud slap rang out, and Li flipped in the air, spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood. The key also fell into Li Yunxiao's hands. This change happened too fast. Everyone was dumbfounded, and at the same time, they were shocked by Li Yi's incompetence and trash. The black metal cube was tossed around in his hand. Li Yunxiao waited a few times and sneered, "Now if you want the treasure, it depends on my mood." The bald martial artist cupped his fists and said, "Lord Yunxiao, we didn't mean to offend you. We don't want to get involved in the grudge between you and the Baiming family and Divine Cloud Palace. Why don't we separate and go our separate ways? You settle your grudge and return the key to us to fight for." Yes, you're right." The others also nodded in agreement. "Return?" Li Yunxiao sneered and said, "Who does this key belong to? In terms of starting, it naturally belongs to Brother Xianxia. In terms of ownership, it should be mine now. Why should I give it to you?" A martial artist said, "If Lord thinks this way, it'll be troublesome. Holding the key will definitely make everyone an enemy." Li Yunxiao licked his lips and revealed a cold smile. He said, "Don't worry, you can be bold and be my enemy. I won't directly use the key to threaten you. I'll kill you first, and when I can't kill you, I'll destroy the key." Everyone was speechless. Zhonghong also said, "Lord Yunxiao, why do you have to make things difficult for us?" Li Yunxiao said, "It's not that I'm making things difficult for you. It's just that I'm naturally afraid of death and want to have a life-saving treasure. As long as I'm fine today, I'll give this key to you for free. If anything happens to me, or a few strands of my hair are injured, it'll be troublesome." The bald martial artist frowned and said, "What does Lord want us to do?" Li Yunxiao said, "It's simple. Just watch from the side. After I kill Northern Dark Duanju and those fools from Divine Cloud Palace, I'll give the key to you." When everyone heard this, they were all shocked and looked at him in disbelief. Not to mention that Northern Dark Duanju's strength was too high and it was impossible to kill him. Even if there was a chance, would he really dare to kill the Baiming family sect leader and the women from Divine Cloud Palace? Even Northern Dark Duanju himself was stunned. The question he was considering now was whether he could kill Li Yunxiao with his life on the line. As for being killed by Li Yunxiao, this was something he had never thought of. At the same time, he felt that it was extremely absurd. He snorted coldly. Zhonghong said, "Lord Yunxiao is so bold. He actually dares to form a death feud with the two strongest sects in the world." Li Yunxiao said leisurely, "This is not a matter of boldness. The two sects want to kill me at the same time. It's them who have a death feud with me. They're the ones with the boldness." What he said was extremely arrogant, but no one could refute it. Zhonghong and the others also quietly retreated to the side. Anyway, they didn't need to do anything. They were happy to see the strong fight. Li Yunxiao glanced at everyone coldly and said, "If there's no need, all of you can just watch. But I'll say this first. If I encounter danger that I can't resolve, I'll destroy this key at the first moment. What ancient treasures? Die with me." Everyone looked at each other. This was too much of a hooligan. They still had to protect him from death. Wouldn't that mean that they would still become enemies with the Baiming family and Divine Firmament Palace? If that was the case, they might as well not have the key. Northern Dark Duanju's expression became even uglier. He had thought that he had an opportunity, but who knew that things would turn out to be even worse? Kangwu Qiong also did not reply. He had most likely given up. There was no point in staying any longer. He could not be bothered to waste time. He snorted coldly and left, not even bothering to say another word. "Hey, don't go. Hey, stop. I'm calling you. Don't not give me any face." Li Yunxiao shouted at Northern Dark Duanju's back, but there was no response. Seeing Northern Dark Duanju disappear from Stone River City, The faces of the Divine Firmament Palace members were even more ashen. They knew that the situation was completely over. There was absolutely no chance of turning the tables. What's there to be afraid of? At most, I'll just die. What's more hateful is dying in the hands of a scumbag like you. I might as well end my own life. Han Zhenting knew that there was no hope of survival. She did not want to drag her fellow sect members down, so she grabbed the dagger and slashed at her neck. Bang, a figure appeared in front of her. He tapped on the dagger with 2 fingers and knocked it away. He shouted, "No." The newcomer's face was filled with shock and anxiety. Li Yunxiao looked over and revealed a hint of surprise. It was Qin Chuan. "TSK, hey, Yuhu is here too." He was slightly shocked. He felt that the situation was more severe than he had expected. If Northern Dark Duanju did not leave and joined forces with He Yuhu, he would really be in danger. "What are you doing?" Han Zhenting was furious. "Do you want me to be humiliated to death by this scumbag?" Ma Yinglei said solemnly, "Zhenting, don't worry. We will definitely not abandon you. If we die together." Qin Chuan looked at her affectionately. "If you die, what will happen to me?" Everyone was startled. Han Zhenting was also startled for a moment. She immediately mocked, "Who do you think you are to care about my life and death? Stop your wishful thinking. You disgust this lord." Qin Chuan said, "I don't care about your life and death. I just don't want you to die." Han Zhenting laughed coldly. "You like me?" Qin Chuan appeared rather nervous. He wiped the sweat off his hands and nodded. "Yes, it's been a long time." Han Zhenting raised her brows. "Fine. Go kill Li Yunxiao for me, and I'll marry you." Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Ma Yinglei was startled. "Zhenting, she thought for a moment. Her life was in danger now. If Qin Chuan could save Zhenting, then with Qin Chuan's status, the two of them would be a good match. Therefore, she swallowed the words that were at the tip of her tongue. Li Yunxiao also frowned. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. He said coldly, "Looks like you won't give up on killing this young master. Today, don't blame me for not giving face to your master. Even if I don't take your life, I'll first destroy your dantian and cripple your cultivation." Han Zhenting's face paled. Fear flashed in her eyes. But she still said calmly, "This lord isn't even afraid of death. Do you think I'll be afraid of you crippling my cultivation?" Qin Chuan hurriedly said, "Zhenting, don't be agitated." Han Zhenting sneered. "Don't you like me? Now that someone wants to cripple my cultivation, just watch from the side." What a promising man. Qin Chuan revealed a troubled expression. "With my current strength, it's impossible for me to kill Li Yunxiao. But I'll work hard. Since you want him dead, I'll work hard with you." Han Zhenting looked at him coldly. "Work hard? If I can't kill him now, he'll kill me. You work hard alone in the future. It has nothing to do with me." Qin Chuan said, "Don't be agitated. I'll definitely save you." "Save? That's too difficult." Li Yunxiao said coldly, "Even with Heiyu's protection, Han Zhenting won't be able to escape today. This young master won't allow such a dangerous person to exist. I've already given her enough chances." Qin Chuan calmed himself down. He cupped his fists and said, "My master didn't come. It's just me." Li Yunxiao said mockingly, "Oh, so you're going to fight all of us alone? Ha ha ha, come on, let this lord go first." The evil spirit laughed loudly. He waved his broad axe in the air. Qin Chuan said, "Young Master Yun must be joking. I'm no match for any of you, so I can only negotiate with you." Li Yunxiao said coldly, "What qualifications do you have to negotiate with me? What do you have to negotiate with me? To put it bluntly, who do you think you are?" Qin Chuan was neither servile nor overbearing. He knew that he couldn't afford to panic at this moment. Otherwise, not only would he not be able to save Han Zhenting, but he might also lose his life. In order to save his lover, the strong conviction made him extremely calm. "I am indeed nothing in young Master Yun's eyes, but everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses. How can young Master Yun know that I have no value?" Qin Chuan said unhurriedly. He spoke very slowly, but his mind was racing at lightning speed, afraid that he would make a mistake. Li Yunxiao said unhurriedly, "That's right. Even a roll of toilet paper can be of great use. But Han Junting's life is not something that can be exchanged with a roll of toilet paper." Han Junting said angrily, "Tui. Disgusting, vulgar, and vulgar." Qin Chuan nodded. "Of course. Junting's life is a priceless treasure. I have thought about it again, and I have to use young Master Yun's priceless treasure to exchange for it." Li Yunxiao's pupils constricted, and he said coldly, "My priceless treasure?" Qin Chuan said, "Exactly. I heard that young Master Yun accepted a disciple called Meng Bai when he was in the southern region's Aquasky nation." Li Yunxiao's heart shook. He slapped Iron Bull with his right hand, and a vast pressure rippled out. The heaven patrolling bull let out a low roar, and a green light appeared under its feet, instantly suppressing Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan's expression changed drastically. He felt like he was carrying a mountain on his shoulders, and his body couldn't help but tremble. "Young Master Yun, what is the meaning of this?" Li Yunxiao said coldly, "Nothing, just to prevent you from escaping. If the conversation is not satisfactory, I will let this bull kick open your stomach, pull out your intestines, and choke you. TSK, that scene will most likely be very handsome. I wonder if the goddess in your heart will find it disgusting, vulgar, and vulgar." Qin Chuan's entire body trembled. He wasn't afraid of death, but when he thought of that disgusting and miserable state, he felt incomparably terrified. Not to mention that it was in front of his goddess. His face instantly paled, and his eyes were filled with resentment. Li Yunxiao said, "You don't have to look at me like that. As long as the conversation is satisfactory, I think everyone will be happy. Tell me, I mentioned that I have a disciple named Meng Bai, and then what?" The experts who were watching from the sky all sighed in their hearts. Qin Chuan was too young, and Li Yunxiao was too cunning. Under such an unequal situation, Qin Chuan's body and mind were under great pressure. He would definitely take a step back during the conversation, and he would be at an extreme disadvantage. Although Qin Chuan knew the other party's intentions, he was still unable to remain calm. He calmed himself down and said, "Then Meng Bai has an older sister called Meng Wu?" A cold light flashed in Li Yunxiao's eyes as a wave of aura pressed down. Qin Chuan only felt a sudden pain in his shoulders. His shoulder blades shattered with a crack. It was so painful that he bared his teeth, and said in shock, "What are you doing?" Li Yunxiao said coldly, "I don't have the mood to waste words with you. I'll give you one chance. Finish what you need to say. You'd better choose your words carefully. This will determine the fate of you two lovebirds." Qin Chuan's shoulders were in intense pain. He originally wanted to drag out some information with his words so that he could state his conditions. He didn't expect Li Yunxiao to be so barbaric, and completely shatter his little plans. "I know where Meng Wu is. I can use her to exchange for Junting's life." Qin Chuan revealed his inner thoughts. Li Yunxiao said coldly, "Just Meng Wu? Where is my disciple Meng Bai?" Qin Chuan's body trembled violently as he said, "I don't know where Meng Bai is. He should be somewhere in the sacred region, but I really don't know where." Li Yunxiao said, "Meng Wu only has the cultivation of a martial warrior, but Han Junting is Emperor Jiuxing. Using a martial warrior's life to exchange for the life of an Emperor Jiuxing, Qin Chuan, do you think I'm a fool?" Qin Chuan was instantly dumbfounded. He said in a daze, the surrounding people were also speechless. Could it be calculated like this? This was too much of a bully. Kang Guqiang continued to stand in the void, watching calmly. Zhou Chu stood behind him, her expression constantly changing according to the situation. She kept sneaking glances at her master, but Kang Guqiang's face remained calm and expressionless. Qin Chuan said in pain, How do you want to exchange?" Li Yunxiao said calmly, "Go back and have a good rest first. Treat the injury on your shoulder. Then, bring Meng Wu and her brother here. I'll give Han Junting to you unscathed." Qin Chuan said anxiously, "I really don't know where Meng Bai is. I have great confidence in bringing Meng Wu out, but I have no clue how to bring Meng Bai out." Li Yunxiao's heart sank. That Meng Bai was most likely imprisoned in a secret place by Wei Qing, and he must be extremely valuable. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Qin Chuan not to know. Li Yunxiao said coldly, if that's the case, then there's no other way. You want to use a martial warrior to exchange for Emperor Wu? You're just bullying me. I can only kick your goddess's stomach open and wrap her intestines around her neck for you to see. Han Junting was so frightened that her face turned white. She cursed angrily, scum, you'll die a horrible death. Haha, good idea. Let me do it. Evil Spirit shouted excitedly. Ever since he had obtained Yaoan's body, he hadn't had a chance to show off. This iron bowl is too reckless. It won't be fun if he breaks her intestines. Let me use my axe to cut open her stomach. A surging demonic aura spread out. Yaoan was the leader of one of the 8 factions of the demonic beast race. He was extremely powerful. Coupled with Evil Spirit's sinister smile, it was enough to make one's hair stand on end. Many of the experts in the sky frowned, and expressions of fear appeared on their faces. Qin Chuan shouted, stop. I'm begging you to let him go. I'm willing to agree to anything. As long as it's within my power, I beg you, young Master Yun. His shoulders were a bloody mess from the pressure, and his clothes were dyed red. Tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. Bin Sun couldn't help but say, Li Yunxiao, this brat is a good man. Let his woman go. Woman? Han Junting was stunned. Her face immediately turned red, and she said angrily, shameless, despicable. You're all shameless people, each more despicable than the last. Bin Sun chuckled. It looks like you're not as simple as you think, little girl. I'll kill you. Han Junting was about to go mad with rage, and she charged forward without a care for anything else. Junting, calm down. Ma Yinglei took a step forward and blocked her way. Ma Yingmei also acted at the same time. She patted Qin Chuan's shoulder and pressed her down. Li Yunxiao said, it's not that I don't want to let her go, but this brat's conditions aren't sincere at all. Qin Chuan's tears continued to fall as he said in a trembling voice, as long as it's within my power, I'm willing to die. I only ask that young Master Yun be magnanimous and let her go. Li Yunxiao pondered for a moment. That's something I can consider. He patted the iron bowl and immediately retracted the boundless pressure. Qin Chuan's shoulders relaxed, and the blood vessels that had been suppressed burst open, causing him to spew out a large mouthful of blood. He almost fell to the ground. He staggered and couldn't stand steadily. Li Yunxiao said, how about this? You bring Mengwu out first. As for that B*TCH Han Junting, she can stay in my saint artifact for now. Don't worry, as long as you listen to me, I won't hurt a single hair on her head. Li Yunxiao gave the evil spirit a look, and the evil spirit charged forward while laughing. He swung his broad axe at the people of Divine Firmament Palace and shouted, all of you, scram. Boom. The axe light blasted the Ma Yinglei sisters away. The evil spirit grabbed Han Junting and threw her in front of Li Yunxiao like an eagle carrying a chick. Han Junting was just about to resist, but she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her shoulders. Li Yunxiao's 2 hand seals landed, and they entered her shoulder well acupoints on both sides of her body. They flowed down along her yin linking meridian and directly turned into a net, sealing her dantian. She turned pale with fright, and she felt a wave of fear in her heart. If her dantian was destroyed, it would be even more terrifying than death. Li Yunxiao said, you don't need to look at me with hatred. I'm just sealing your dantian. As for whether there's any danger, it'll depend on your man's performance. He threw out the Universe Deity's monument and said, go in. The Universe Deity's monument turned into a jade monument and stood erect on the ground, instantly attracting the gazes of countless people. All of them revealed looks of greed and envy. The hatred in Han Junting's eyes did not decrease, but she was a beauty after all. She quickly calmed down and turned to Qin Chuan, saying, you don't need to save me. I won't feel grateful even if you save me. If you really want me to like you and marry you, then kill Li Yunxiao. Qin Chuan revealed a troubled expression and said, I'll think of a way to save you first. As for killing Li Yunxiao, we'll take our time to think about it. Han Junting sneered and looked at the experts in the sky. She said loudly, I, Han Junting, swear that whoever kills Li Yunxiao, no matter if he's old, ugly, weak, or disabled, I'll marry him. Her words shocked everyone, and everyone's heart trembled. Qin Chuan's face was filled with shock, and he cried out, Junting, you. Han Junting smiled and said, Qin Chuan, you're one of the top figures in the young generation. If you want to marry me, then work hard. But I don't think there's much hope for you. Why don't you ask your master to come? It's not bad for me to marry him. Cha. Qin Chuan clenched his fist and pressed it on the ground, breaking countless rocks and dust. There were tears in his eyes. Everyone in the sky looked at her. It was impossible for them not to be moved. Han Junting's appearance was comparable to Chu Hongyan's. Moreover, she was an Emperor Jiuxing at such a young age. Her future was limitless, and she might even become the master of Divine Cloud Palace. She was talented and beautiful, and her future was limitless. There was probably no man who wouldn't be moved. Li Yunxiao immediately felt many malicious gazes, and he knew that many people were tempted. Moreover, his universe deity's monument was placed here, and it was more attractive than Han Junting. I'm curious. Do you hate me so much? The sky wants to rain, and your mother wants to marry. Can you care about your master's matters? Li Yunxiao frowned, as if he didn't understand. Do you want to know? Han Junting leaned over and pressed her beautiful face against Li Yunxiao's ear. Her breath was like an orchid, blowing into his ear until it softened. It was an exceptionally enjoyable experience. Yes, I want to know. Li Yunxiao nodded and said, You won't not tell me just because you're in a bad mood, right? Haha. Han Junting burst into laughter. She looked a little crazy and said charmingly, I'm not as bad as you. Li Yunxiao said, That's good. I'm all ears. Han Junting put her mouth on Li Yunxiao's ear and said softly, Because I love master. Ah? Li Yunxiao's mouth widened in shock. He stared blankly at her. Looking at her beautiful yet crazy appearance, he casually pulled open a barrier and enveloped the two of them in order to prevent others from eavesdropping on them. But, he was stunned for a long time. He couldn't help but swallow and said, But you're a girl. So what if I'm a girl? Han Junting's face became ferocious. She said fiercely, Who said a daughter can't like a daughter? Who said that? Her eyes shot out an ominous glint as if there was endless hatred. I have a peerless appearance, a peerless talent, and I stay by master's side day and night. But why? Why can master like a scumbag like you but not me? You're the one who hurt master, and you're the one who took master away, so I'm going to cut you open and grind your bones to ashes. She rushed forward like a madwoman and grabbed Li Yunxiao's neck with both hands. Her fingers were as sharp as blades as she squeezed him. But her energy was sealed. She couldn't even leave a mark. Han Junting was furious. She punched and kicked. Finally, she rushed up and bit Li Yunxiao's ear with her teeth. But she couldn't hurt him at all. Why? Why? How am I inferior to you? How am I inferior to you? You scumbag, tell me. How did you steal master's heart? Han Junting fought for a while. She felt very tired and stopped. She panted and stared at Li Yunxiao with hatred. Li Yunxiao did not move from the beginning to the end, because he was also a little stunned. After a while, he said in a daze, This. Does Hongyan know? Han Junting said, I know, of course I know. Her eyes reddened and she cried, but she couldn't accept me. She had the same reaction as you. She said that a daughter can't like a daughter. Why? Who made this rule? Who said it's not allowed? Gulp. Li Yunxiao swallowed his saliva and said, There's no rule against it, but, since she doesn't like it, there's nothing we can do. Even the most powerful divine ability in this world cannot make someone who doesn't love you fall in love with you. Han Junting's manic face suddenly became sluggish, and she muttered to herself in a daze, No matter how powerful the divine ability is, it can't make someone who doesn't love you fall in love with you. Li Yunxiao slapped his head and said, What a headache. The world is so big and full of strange things. I suddenly don't want to kill you anymore. Go and stay in the Universe God Monument for now. Han Junting cried like a madwoman, But I can't accept it, I can't accept it. Why? Why? How are you better than me? She pounced and bit again. Li Yunxiao opened the barrier and with a flick of his finger, he sent Han Junting flying into the Universe God Monument. The whole world suddenly quietened down. Qin Chuan said with hatred, what did Genting say just now? Why was she so crazy and desperate? Li Yunxiao looked at him and said, Kid, this woman is a madwoman. You can't touch her. I advise you to repent. Humph, repent? Ha 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 ha. Qin Chuan laughed in grief and anger and said, You captured my lover and you want me to repent? Li Yunxiao was speechless and could only say, But she doesn't love you. Qin Chuan said coldly, It's enough that I love her. I will do my best to find Meng Bai and bring the siblings back to you. Also, before I have the ability to kill you, you must not die. Qin Chuan's fingers dug into his flesh and blood flowed like water onto the ground. Extreme hatred and humiliation spread in his heart. Ah! He let out an unwilling roar and immediately turned into a beam of light that shot into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Li Yunxiao gazed at the disappearing light and let out a long sigh, Become stronger, I'll wait for you to kill me. He didn't know that Qin Chuan was Ding Shan's son and didn't have much enmity with him. In this world, among the true younger generation, other than Luo Qingyun, Qin Chuan and Han Zhenting were the most outstanding. He also hoped that on the path of martial arts, there would be more outstanding juniors who would continue to walk forward. Li Yunxiao's gaze swept across the people of Divine Firmament Palace and said, Huan Lei, Elder Mei, and Flux Maiden, we are all old friends and shouldn't have fought each other. Huan Lei and the others were extremely embarrassed. Flux Maiden said, If you think of old friendship, then let Genting go. Otherwise, Palace Master will definitely find you personally. Li Yunxiao said, Has Hong Yan come out of seclusion? Flux Maiden was startled and thought for a while before replying, Soon. Li Yunxiao nodded and said, I also know that she has not come out of seclusion, otherwise she wouldn't have allowed you to act recklessly. Huan Lei snorted, Act recklessly? Humph. You caused Lord Palace Master to go into seclusion for 20 years and caused Divine Firmament Palace to seclude themselves. Today's plot to kill you is not wrong. Li Yunxiao said, Then Elder Huan Lei means that I should kill all of you? Huan Lei's expression changed and she didn't say anything. Li Yunxiao said, I won't bicker with you about today's matter, but I hope you can tell me where Yunshang is right now. Not only is it related to Yunshang's safety, but it is also related to Divine Firmament Palace's inheritance. Han Zhenting is most likely crazy. If something happens to Hongyan's other disciple, Divine Firmament Palace will be in trouble. Crazy? What do you mean? Huan Lei said in shock, What did you do to Zhenting? Li Yunxiao said, Don't worry, I won't touch a hair on her head. Huan Lei said with a dark expression, I hope so. Otherwise, how are you going to explain yourself to Lord Palace Master? As for Yunshang, it is a top secret of our sect. We don't know anything about it. Li Yunxiao was irritated and said angrily, A bunch of useless fools who only know how to cause trouble. Scram. You. Huan Lei and the others were furious, but when Li Yunxiao looked at them with murderous eyes, they shuddered and turned livid. Let's go. Shui Lei said angrily before leaving with everyone else. A life-and-death crisis was finally resolved. Li Yunxiao sighed in relief, but he couldn't relax. Han Zhenting was captured, and there was no way to find Luo Yunshang. Young Master Yun, can you give us the key now? In the sky, the bald expert asked carefully. Li Yunxiao took out the key and fiddled with it for a while, then said, Brother Xianxia. Wan Xianxian sighed and looked a little old. This key is on me, so I'll leave it to Fei Yang to deal with. Li Yunxiao said, In that case, I'll throw it out. I have no interest in some ancient treasure. He picked up the key and tossed it into the air. It flew towards Li Yi and said with a smile, Back to you. Li Yi was surprised, but he caught it with his bare hands. Dozens of gazes and consciousnesses immediately locked onto him, followed by monstrous killing intent. His expression changed drastically. He knew that Li Yunxiao was up to no good, but he couldn't bear to throw away the key. With a shout, he demonized and turned into a streak of light to escape. Humph, you think you can leave with this measly strength? Dream on. Zhonghong sneered and gave chase. Light flickered in the sky, and in an instant, 20 to 30 figures flew out in pursuit of Li Yi. Li Yunxiao praised, Ding Shan really has a mind for business. Instead of fighting for the ancient treasure himself, he probably made a killing selling talismans and information. Humph. Wan Qianqian snorted angrily. One day, this old man will come back and crush his bones. Li Yunxiao said, I hope so. With Ding Shan's strength and thoughts, revenge wouldn't be so easy. Wan Qianqian said, it seems that Fei Yong has no confidence in this old man. Oh well, you'll find out in the future. Let's go. Li Yunxiao said, the teleportation formation in front leads directly to the major cities of the northern region. A few more turns and we'll reach Thousand Leaves Island. I still have matters to attend to, so I won't be accompanying Brother Qianqian. Wan Qianqian was stunned. Why you're not going? Li Yunxiao said, Brother Qianqian has already thrown away the key, so there won't be too much danger on the way. We can teleport to the northern region's capital and rest for a month or so before leaving. Wan Qianqian thought for a while, then said, oh well, the road ahead is indeed smooth, so there won't be any danger. Even if you send a gentleman off for 1,000 miles, you will still have to part ways. He didn't act pretentious and stepped forward to grab Li Yunxiao's hand. I'm indebted to you for not abandoning me during this disaster. You've saved me many times. Qianqian will remember this in my heart and never dare to forget. Li Yunxiao smiled. Brother Qianqian is too polite. I promised to be a guest again that day, so I naturally have to do my best. Hurry up and leave. The sooner you reach Thousand Leaves Island, the sooner you can revive Myriad Treasure Tower. Then I'll take my leave first. Wan Qianqian cupped his fists again and flew away without looking back, heading in the direction of the teleportation formation. Li Yunxiao said, Master Liani, how are your injuries? Su Liani hurriedly said, thank you for your concern, young Master Yun. Although they're serious, they've been suppressed. I'm afraid I won't be able to use force for 10 days to half a month. Li Yunxiao said, it's all right. You should also return to the Universe God Monument to recuperate. He struck a seal on the Universe God Monument, and it slowly flew up. Everyone entered it in a flash. Finally, the monument turned into a stream of light and flew into the space between Li Yunxiao's eyebrows. His eyes swept across the void, and with a cold laugh, he teleported away. After a long time, there were many fluctuations in the air, and there were even lights that split open, heading in the direction that Li had escaped. 2. These people originally wanted to wait for a chance to snatch Li Yunxiao's Universe God Monument, but they didn't have a chance to win, so they could only settle for the next best thing, which was to chase after the ancient treasure. Li Yunxiao didn't want to be followed, so after a few flashes, he turned into an ordinary young man and started drinking in Sichuan City. Brat, you really gave up on the ancient treasure? This isn't your style. Cheiyu's doubtful voice sounded in his mind. Oh? Do you think I'm such a greedy person? Li Yunxiao drank his tea leisurely, oblivious to the noise outside. Everyone was talking about what happened in the city. The shockwaves from their battle had a great impact on the surrounding area. Cheiyu sneered, isn't it? Alright, let's say you're right. Li Yunxiao said, when I was weighing the key just now, I realized that although it was beautifully made, it was a fake key. What? Fake? Cheiyu was shocked and said, this Wan Qianqian is really an old fox. I'm afraid he made this fake key long ago to confuse everyone. Li Yunxiao said seriously, Wan Qianqian has placed all his hopes on this treasure. He won't give it up even if he has to sacrifice his life. If he really lost it, would he still have the mood to go to Thousand Leaves Island? Cheiyu said angrily, this old fox, he even deceived you. No wonder you don't want to travel with him anymore. You've seen through his character. Not really. Li Yunxiao drank his tea leisurely and said, my consideration is that although Wan Qianqian can use the fake key to deceive others for a while, he can't deceive them forever. The fake key will be discovered soon. When that time comes, there will be a lot of trouble. It's better for me to leave as soon as possible. As long as he can get to Thousand Leaves Island, this trouble will naturally belong to Thousand Leaves Island. Cheiyu said, that's true. You have enough treasures on you. No matter how rich the ancient treasure is, it can't be more than what you have on you. There's no need to get yourself into trouble for something of little value. Where do you plan to go now? Li Yunxiao held the teacup and looked at the green ripples in it. He drank it in one gulp and said, I originally planned to use the dragon blood to refine my body and step into the 9 Stars Peak before going to meet Qi Xingfeng. Who knew that the power would be absorbed by my body and I would open the 6 gates of the divine body? My cultivation would still be at the intermediate level of 9 stars. I thought about finding the extreme north ice essence and refining the god-refined steel first. Ever since Lord Moody invited Yuan Gaohan to participate in the next stage of the refinement, that fellow has been urging me to find the extreme north ice spirit. Cheyu, isn't that thing still missing? Li Yunxiao said, Yuan Gaohan found some clues in the sacred region's ancient records, it's worth a try. Cheyu called out, it's a waste of time. Why don't you come with me to the rainy land of the East Sea? Land of rain? Li Yunxiao asked in surprise, you want to snatch Dragonhead's world sword? Yes. Cheyu did not hide his thoughts at all, and answered, it's not just the world sword. The so-called Land of Rain should also have evolved from a dragon domain, and it's a very large one. His tone was filled with greed and excitement. Li Yunxiao said, let's not talk about whether we can snatch it or not. After all, it belongs to others. Wouldn't we be robbers if we snatch it? What do you mean by belonging to others? The things left behind by Lord True Dragon belong to every descendant of the dragons. Why should it belong to them? In terms of bloodline and identity, I'm more orthodox than them. Cheyu cried out in dissatisfaction. Li Yunxiao asked curiously, by the way, Dragon, what is your origin? You look so mysterious. Cheyu said coldly, I'm a descendant of the supreme dragons. Do I still need any origin? I'm an orthodox dragon, completely different from Luo Qingyun and Long Qianmiao, who have dragon blood in them. Li Yunxiao said, aren't the royal families of the 4 seas also descendants of the dragons? Cheyu said, yes, the true inheritance of the dragons only exists in the 4 seas now. It's very rare in the continent of Tianwu. Even if we find it, it's just a hybrid of some other species. Li Yunxiao said, then what about the dragon realm? Isn't it a realm created by your own strength after you break through the limits of space? Cheyu said, yes, it's a realm. The realm of the dragons is completely different from the realm that human cultivators have when they break through to the martial venerable realm. Martial venerables of the Bahuang province are extremely strong. They can suppress the space around them. Their qi is strengthened by their own strength. That's why they call themselves martial venerables of the Bahuang province. The realm of the dragon realm is an independent space. It's filled with their own strength. Li Yunxiao said, so that's the realm of realms? For example, my world of thunder and world of swords. Cheyu said, but it's above the realm of realms. Your so-called realm power is just a barrier filled with the power of a magical ability after one's magical ability reaches its limit and uses it to absorb the rules of the heavenly martial arts realm. The realm of the dragon realm is formed by the power of the 3 realms. It's completely independent of the realm of heaven. In other words, it's beyond the 3 realms. Li Yunxiao was surprised, but he still said, you're saying so much. Are you trying to say that you're stronger than us? Cheyu laughed and said, haha, even if you don't want to admit it, it's true. When I use the powers of the dragons, I can form a part of the realm of the dragon realm, but it's too weak. It's just a prototype. The land of endless rain in the eastern sea was formed on its own after the dragon domain formed by Lord True Dragon shattered, and it contains an extremely powerful true dragon's power. Li Yunxiao understood most of it. It was no wonder that the dragons could recover no matter how badly they were injured in the land of rain. You want to go to the land of rain to absorb the dragon power and snatch the tribulation sword? But don't forget that a real ancient real spirit is hiding in the center of the land of rain, at the end of the sky. Thinking of the Archaeosaurus's roar, Li Yunxiao couldn't help but tremble and feel powerless. The Archaeosaurus was the ancestor of the East Sea dragons. He was the son of a real dragon. Even among the ancient real spirits, he was very powerful. Cheyu said, it must have fallen asleep because the rules of heaven and earth changed. Even if it wakes up, it won't have the power it had in the past. Li Yunxiao thought for a while and said, but it's still too dangerous. Let's go when we're confident. Last time, we emptied the East Sea Palace's underground veins and treasures. Next time, we'll dig up their ancestral cemetery and the land of rain. A drop of cold sweat dripped down his face and he smiled embarrassedly. I'm afraid the 4 seas won't be able to sit still. Braun is going to bring people to kill me again. Haha. Cheyu laughed. Hurry up and settle Bron's daughter. I don't think that little girl can resist at all. You can do it at any time. As long as you make her belly big, you'll have your own people in the key positions. Hee hee. Li Yunxiao wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said embarrassedly, "You idiot, you only know how to give me bad ideas. Wait until I reach divine transcendence, then I'll go with you to East Sea." With that, his figure disappeared from the tea house, leaving only the faint aroma of tea. Hey, where is he? Why is he gone? He was here just now. After a while, the tea house waiter realized that someone was missing. He looked out from his seat by the window and saw no one. His face immediately turned green. There was only cold tea on the table and no primordial stones. The young man just left without paying. Pa. The waiter's head received a heavy blow. The shopkeeper angrily ran over and punched him. Who told you to open your eyes a bit? Someone drank the overlord tea again. This old man's tea house will be ruined by you sooner or later. This is the highest grade spirit tea. It costs 8 mid-grade primordial stones. I'll deduct 2 months of your salary. Ah? The waiter was stunned. He said with a sad face, that person just now was so refined. Who knew he was a scoundrel? Sir shopkeeper, you've already deducted half a year of my salary. My family has no rice to eat. I really can't hold on any longer. The shopkeeper twisted his ear and angrily said, Who told you to be so blind? You saw a little white eye and let your guard down. You even like to look at men. You deserve to die. The waiter's ear was in pain and he kept screaming. Don't be noisy, be quiet. I'll pay for the person in front of me. Bring another pot of the same tea. Clang. A pile of primordial stones was thrown on the table. There were more than 10 high-grade primordial stones. The shopkeeper and the waiter's vision blurred. They found that 2 men were already sitting in Li Yunxia's previous seat. The 2 knew that they must be masters. They didn't dare to be negligent. They quickly took the primordial stones and brewed a new pot of tea. The 2 were Kan Wuqiong and Zhou Chu. They didn't say a word, as if they had something on their minds. Zhou Chu carefully weighed the tea and brought it to Kan Wuqiong. He said, Master, please have some tea. Then, he quietly sat down. Kan Wuqiong hadn't said a word since he entered Sichuan City. Zhou Chu couldn't guess what he was thinking, so he didn't dare to say anything. Kan Wuqiong picked up the teacup. The green color suddenly changed. It instantly turned into a light blue ice crystal. His entire arm was also frozen, and a layer of frost covered it. Ah! Master! Zhou Chu was shocked. He couldn't help but stand up. His face was full of vigilance. Kan Wuqiong raised his eyelids and looked at him reproachfully. Zhou Chu immediately swallowed and didn't dare to say anything. Kan Wuqiong moved his arm, and the frost instantly retreated. The teacup was placed back on the table. The tea turned back to its original green color. It slowly emitted light smoke and heated up again. Another person had appeared beside the tea table. He was expressionless, but his eyes were cold and full of seriousness. Lord Duanju. Zhou Chu was shocked. He hurriedly bowed, but he didn't dare to make a noise. The tea is cold. You can heat it up again. Once the opportunity is lost, it will be hard to get it again. Duanju's eyes flashed with coldness. Kan Wuqiong drank the tea in his hand. Are you blaming me for not doing anything? Duanju snorted. If you had done anything, you would have had at least an 80% chance of killing Li Yunxiao. 80%? Kan Wuqiong smiled. Do you really think that I have an 80% chance, or are you blaming me? Duanju said, it's at least 50-50. Kan Wuqiong nodded. Your estimate is the same as mine. It's 50-50. This chance is far from enough. Duanju's expression was solemn. Gu Feiyang is too terrifying. His current body is only 20 years old. The next time we meet, I'm afraid he won't even have a 50-50 chance. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Kan Wuqiong said seriously, with the power he displayed today, I'm afraid even 3 divine transcendents working together might not be able to kill him. Zhou Chu was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Duanju's face was full of hatred as he gritted his teeth. I think so too. Unknowingly, he formed such a terrifying force that is probably enough to fight against the 7 great sects. I didn't pay too much attention to him when he rose up, until my son, Baiming Lifeng, died at his hands. By the time I found out the truth, he had already grown to the point where we can't get rid of him. The atmosphere at the tea table became heavy, and the expressions of the 2 peerless experts of the current era didn't look good. Kangu Qiong said, that's why it's very important to kill him in one strike. We must have at least an 80% chance of winning before we act. An 80% chance of winning? Will such a day come? I thought we had a 100% chance of winning, but... Duanju's eyes were filled with deep worry. Kangu Qiong said, it will, be patient. I already have a preliminary idea. Let's wait for the situation to change. Alright, I trust Lord Kangu Qiong. Inform me when you kill Gu Feiyang. I need to go back and prepare. Duanju nodded solemnly as if he didn't want to stay any longer. He disappeared from the table without any warning. Kangu Qiong continued to taste his tea, and after a while, he suddenly murmured to himself, Meng Wu, Meng Bai, this name. His pupils constricted as he said, if it's really as I think, Wei Qing, you're really brave. I really admire you. Zhou Chu frowned and muttered in his heart a few times, but he didn't find anything special. He was puzzled. Let's go. Kangu Qiong drank all the tea in the teapot, and the 2 also disappeared from the tea house. World Deity Steel, Fengsuan Mountain, in front of a jade disc. A faint map appeared, emitting an ancient aura. As the light gathered, it gradually became clearer, and it seemed familiar. Yuan Gaohan pointed at a corner and said, this is the extreme north, covered in ice and snow. Even today, it's uninhabited. In front of the map, Li Yunxiao and Su Lianyi stood. Su Lianyi pondered and said, I didn't expect the earth boundary to have changed so much. Now, this area is completely the North Sea, and there's nothing here. It's almost impossible to find the ice essence. Yuan Gaohan said, not necessarily. I carefully studied the information about the northernmost small ice sky in the past. It was suddenly erased from the heavenly martial realm by a power, and the entire space disappeared from this place. However, there is still a large amount of ice and rocks that have sunk into the boundless earth. Now, it seems to be the bottom of the sea. There was a square stone in front of the jade disc, and the light and shadow were projected from it. Yuan Gaohan cast a few spells into the stone, and the whole image suddenly changed. A familiar picture slowly unfolded in front of the jade disc and overlapped with the picture behind it. This is the current heavenly martial arts realm. Everything has changed, and the spatial coordinates of the northernmost small ice heavens were here. Yuan Gaohan pointed at the map and said, if we can't find the northernmost ice essence here, the entire heavenly martial arts realm will cease to exist. We will have to find a way to replace it with other materials. Su Lianyi looked at the map and said with furrowed brows, this sea area might not be as simple as it looks. Oh? Li Yunxiao and Yuan Gaohan were both puzzled. Yuan Gaohan said, this sea area should be a no-man's land. Are there any fierce beasts here? With their strength, they wouldn't be able to deal with anything unless it was a divine transcendence fierce beast. Su Lianyi said, I don't think it's a fierce beast. The Tianyi Pavilion has businesses all over the world, and they often do business overseas. In addition to the Sea clan, they also do business with the reclusive families. I've tried to find out the situation of these forces. Although I don't know much, I have some guesses. There might be some reclusive families around this sea area. Is that so? Li Yunxiao was taken aback. He frowned and said, if there are reclusive families around, I'm afraid the resources at the bottom of the sea are. Yuan Gaohan's face darkened. He said, anyway, we have to give it a try. Let's go now. He had been restless ever since he received the invitation from Divine Refinement. He had been dreaming about how to find the northernmost ice essence. Su Lianyi suddenly said, Wan Xianxian also went to the reclusive families. Could it be a coincidence? Yuan Gaohan said, that's impossible. The Thousand Leaves Island is a semi-reclusive sect. Although its location is well hidden, many people know about it. It's not in this sea area. Li Yunxiao nodded and said, then let's not waste any more time. Let's go now. Yuan Gaohan said, let's find a ninth-grade warship. Noah's Ark is too conspicuous. You have so many precious treasures and have become a thorn in the side of the world. We'd better be careful. Li Yinzhao smiled and said, a ninth-grade warship? I don't have such precious treasures. Why don't we find a nearby sect and rob one? Yuan Gaohan snorted angrily and said, don't make trouble. Don't you think the realm of heaven martial arts is chaotic enough? Li Yinzhao laughed loudly and said, ha, ha, actually, the realm of heaven martial arts has never been peaceful. Yi Fan is in secluded training. I won't disturb him. Lady Liani, can you get a warship? Su Liani said, I have a ninth-grade warship, but it's not as magnificent as the one in the treasure tower. She rolled up her sleeves and revealed a delicate bracelet on her wrist. She turned her right hand slightly, and suddenly, a projection was projected on the wall. It showed the pictures of 3 ninth-grade warships in different shapes. She said, Child Yun, choose one. Li Yunxiao said, we don't have many people. We just need to be fast. He stared at the smallest warship, which was decorated with pink and many plum blossoms. It was very feminine. Yuan Gaohan said, this one is great. Let's go to Fixed Sky City first. I've already contacted Chen Qingyu and asked her to wait for us in Fixed Sky City. Li Yinzhao said hurriedly, how is the Myriad Stars Valley? Do you know Tianxingzi's whereabouts? Yuan Gaohan shook his head and said, I'm afraid Tianxingzi was seriously injured in the battle on the Fighting Soul Mountain. Now, there are only 2 possibilities. First, he was seriously injured and was trapped in some strange space. Second, it's not convenient for him to show up. In order to avoid unnecessary accidents, he will go back after his injuries are healed. Li Yunxiao said, yes. At that time, he was shaken into a space-time storm and swept away. I think it's most likely the latter. There are very few strange spaces in the world that can trap him. Yuan Gaohan said, since this person has a friendship of life and death with you, he's a force that is worth roping in. If 3 of the 7 major forces stand on your side, with the support of Sea Emperor Braun and your own strength, it's enough to become an important force in keeping the world in check. 3? Li Yunxiao raised his eyebrows. Yuan Gaohan said, Tian Ling Long family, Myriad Stars Valley, and Divine Cloud Palace. Li Yunxiao pulled a long face and said with black lines, don't talk nonsense. The people from Divine Cloud Palace wanted to kill me just now. Yuan Gaohan said, for the sake of the world, you should sacrifice your body. Moreover, Palace Master Chu's appearance is unparalleled. You're taking a huge advantage. It's not a sacrifice. Li Yunxiao said, Brother Gaohan, Lord Mudi's divine refinement is in my world deity steel. I'm the master of the world deity steel. Whether I'm qualified to participate or not is up to me. Have you forgotten so quickly? Yuan Gaohan was covered in cold sweat and said anxiously, I spoke too much. I spoke too much. Young Master Yun, please don't take offense. Li Yunxiao snorted and said, don't say I didn't warn you next time. As for Sea Emperor Braun, no one knows what he's thinking. It's too childish to say that he supports me. Let's go to Fixed Sky City first. I hope that the search for the extreme North Ice essence will go smoothly. At this moment, a shocking battle was taking place outside of Stone River City. Energy fluctuations constantly surged into the city, causing the buildings nearby to collapse. Everyone fled into the city. The Stone River City Lord and the other powerhouses stood in the sky and looked into the distance. They didn't dare to approach at all. They could only pray that the battle would end quickly. Any one of those powerful existences could crush them to death. Li Yunxiao knew that the people fighting for the secret treasure keys had finally begun. He didn't know how Li would fare, but that brat's strength wasn't bad. He was also very slippery, and his luck wasn't bad either. He would most likely be able to escape. Of course, it would be best if he died. Li Yunxiao thought evilly. Then, he squeezed into the crowd and headed for the teleportation array. Several hours later, Li Yunxiao appeared in Fixed Sky City. After the battle at Seawood Town, the entire town had been completely destroyed. At this moment, it had become an extremely small, isolated island. Very few people lived here. Fixed Sky City had become a city that people had to pass through to get to the sea. It was much more prosperous than before, and the largest family in the city was the Mu clan. Li Yunxiao arrived in front of the city lord's residence. When the guards saw that there was an additional person, they immediately surrounded him vigilantly. One of them shouted, "Who are you?" Li Yunxiao chuckled and said, "I have some matters to discuss with Mu Yuyun." When the guard heard the city lord's name and saw that this person was so young, he immediately shouted, "Do you have a visitation card?" Li Yunxiao said, "I don't." The guard's expression immediately darkened, and he shouted, "Are you joking with me?" The rest of the people's expressions also became unfriendly. Li Yunxiao smiled and said loudly, "Lord Mu Yuyun, an old friend has come to visit. I hope to meet you." His voice was like the waves of the sea, layer upon layer, entering the residence. The guards were shocked, and they all shouted, "Shut up! Who allowed you to make a fuss? Hurry up and leave, otherwise don't blame us for being impolite. The city lord is currently in seclusion, he definitely won't meet you." "The visitor is," a shocked voice suddenly resounded in the residence, and all the guards immediately shut up. They only felt their vision blur, and then they saw the city lord, Mu Yuyun, who had been in seclusion for a long time, appear in front of them. Moreover, he went up to greet the visitor with great respect and surprise. "Haha, it really is young Master Yunxiao. Come, hurry up and come in." Mu Yuyun passionately went forward and pulled Li Yunxiao's hand as he walked in. Seeing that the guards were still standing at the door in a daze, he immediately shouted in a deep voice, "What are you still blocking here for? A bunch of idiots, hurry up and move aside." He flicked his sleeve, and a gust of astral wind swept over, blowing away the guards mercilessly. Without even looking at them, he passionately pulled Li Yunxiao inside. "Ever since our last parting, I've been thinking about you day and night. I'm delighted to finally see you again, young Master Yun. This time, we must stay here for a year or so." Mu Yuyun was abnormally enthusiastic. He pulled Li Yunxiao's hand and led him into a small living room. Only after leading him to the seat of honor did he reluctantly put his hand down. When the guards outside the mansion heard the voice, they immediately understood who the young man was. All of them were scared silly, and all of them kept quiet out of fear. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Staying here for a day or two is not a problem. I came to Dingtian City to wait for a friend, and then we will set sail together." He went straight to the point. "Going out to sea?" Mu Yuyun asked curiously. "Why does young Master Yun want to go out to sea now?" Li Yunxiao saw his eyes flicker and asked curiously, "What's wrong? Is there a problem with going out to sea now?" No, of course not." Mu Yuyun smiled and said, "It's just that something big has happened in Nuyen City, and young Master Yun's name has spread far and wide. Could it be that you're trying to hide from something by going out to sea?" Li Yunxiao laughed and said, "Haha, Lord Yun is thinking too much. I went to sea purely for a private matter, to wait for a friend in Dingtian City. We have already arranged to meet here. I have no choice but to disturb you for a few days." Mu Yuyun was immediately infuriated and reproached, "Young Master Yun's words are treating me like an outsider. The Mu family of Dingtian City will always welcome young Master Yun. You can come at any time. Just treat this place as your own home." Li Yunxiao said, "Then I'll have to trouble you." Mu Yuyun patted his chest and said, "Merely a small matter. If young Master Yun is still so courteous, it would really be giving me too much credit. May I know why young Master Yun has gone out to sea? Can my Mu family help you? As long as it is within our capabilities, we will not frown even if we have to face mountains of blades or sea of flames." Li Yunxiao thought for a while and said, "Have you heard of the little icy sky in the far north?" Mu Yuyun was taken aback. Pondering for a while, he shook his head and said, "Never heard of it, but the extreme north of the Sky Martial continent is indeed the Northern Sea. I'm very familiar with this sea region since my family lived in the same era." Li Yunxiao casually waved his hand, and a ray of light spread out from his hand, projecting a map of the sea in the air. One area was circled in red. "Is Lord Yun familiar with this area?" "This is," after looking for a while, Mu Yuyun suddenly exclaimed, "Deep Serene Water Trail." "Oh? It actually has a unique name. It must be something extraordinary, right?" Li Yunxiao was surprised. It was just a casual question, but he actually got something out of it. Mu Yuyun said, yes, this sea region is indeed strange. Those who go out to sea will do their best to avoid it. Once they sink in, they will most likely die. But with young Master Yun's strength, it's naturally not a problem. 9 out of 10? Li Yunxiao was taken aback. He then smiled bitterly and said, there's always a higher mountain and a higher sky. Sir Yun overestimates me. Since I know there's danger, I'll pay more attention. There was a little more hope in his heart. If it was ordinary, then perhaps he would really gain nothing. Mu Yuyun stared at the sea and said with a frown, even though people who go out to sea will try their best to avoid the sea, they might not be able to find it if they intentionally look for it. Li Yunxiao was startled and said, what do you mean? Mu Yuyun said, even though this area is marked in all versions of the sea map, most of the time, it's an ordinary scene. Li Yunxiao frowned and said, you mean there's a spatial overlap? This deep serene water trail is actually not in the sea? Mu Yuyun praised, young Master Yun is indeed incomparably intelligent. You've already deduced the crux. I don't know much about the specific situation. I'll send someone to gather information about the deep serene water trail. Young Master Yun, please wait patiently. I wonder who young Master Yun's friend is, and when he'll arrive? Li Yunxiao said, that person is called Xianxia. He'll most likely arrive in a few days. Mu Yuyun pondered for a moment and said in shock, is he someone from the Holy Region? I've also heard of him. He's a peak 9 stars expert. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, that's him. Mu Yuyun didn't dare to delay and immediately sent someone to make arrangements. 3 days later, Chen Qingyu arrived as scheduled. A level 9 warship appeared above Fixed Sky City and flew towards the North Sea. Li Yunxiao slowly took the jade scroll off his forehead and threw it to Su Liani, Yuan Gaohan, and the others beside him to see. Su Liani frowned after reading it, but didn't think much of it. She said, the information Mu Yuyun gathered isn't of much value. The only thing worth noting is that an 8 stars Emperor Wu entered the deep serene water trail 5 years ago and never came out. There are 2 possibilities. 1, there's a level 8 or higher vicious beast inside, and that Emperor Wu died. 2, there's a spatial passage inside, and that Emperor Wu directly left. Either way, we can deal with it calmly. Yuan Gaohan said after reading the Jade Scroll, there are still many details inside. For example, it's cold all year round, and there are often stiff sea beasts dying nearby. They should have frozen to death. To be able to freeze sea beasts to death, it's not easy. He was a little excited. Li Yunxiao laid down on a bench and said lazily, I hope everything goes smoothly. Su Liani smiled and said, young Master Yun worries too much. With our current strength, there aren't many places we can't go. The only problem now is to find the spatial crack so we can enter smoothly. Yuan Gaohan agreed and said, it's just an ancient site. Li Yunxiao looked up at the sky and said, an ancient site? An ancient remnant is capable of preventing an 8-star martial emperor from returning? Chen Qingyu frowned and said, perhaps it's already the territory of a vicious beast. Yuan Gaohan and Su Liani also nodded in agreement. Li Yunxiao said, how can there be a frozen sea beast in the territory of a vicious beast? A vicious beast that can kill an 8 stars Emperor Wu, normal sea beasts would die in a single touch. Yuan Gaohan said unhappily, you're making it sound more and more mysterious. Why do you have to make simple things complicated? Li Yunxiao said, it's not complicated, it's just that the more you calculate, the more you win, the less you win. I think this serene water trail is not simple, and it's definitely not the only 8 stars Emperor Wu who entered it. I'm afraid more powerhouses have died inside. Everyone should be more cautious. The rank 9 warship shuttled across the North Sea for a few days before it slowed down and finally stopped. Li Yunxiao, Su Liani, and the others flew down from the sky and hovered a few feet above the sea surface. They looked around and saw a vast expanse of water with no end in sight. Yuan Gaohan frowned, it's really normal, my divine sense reached the bottom of the sea, and there's nothing wrong. Li Yunxiao lowered his head to look at the azure sea beneath his feet. After staring for a while, he said, this is the place. What did you find? The others gathered around, revealing expressions of disbelief. Their divine sense had already investigated clearly, and it was no different from the other seas. Li Yunxiao said, within a radius of 10 miles, there are a total of 13 sea beasts of rank 5 and above. Chen Qingyu said, isn't that normal? It seems to be a little more than other places, but that's normal, right? Yuan Gaohan suddenly paused, all water-type sea beasts? Li Yunxiao smiled, that's right, although the majority of sea beasts are water-type, that's normal. But every area, unless it's occupied by one race, there will be existences of the other 4 elements mixed in. And Brother Gaohan, carefully look at the existences below rank 5, they're all water-type. Yuan Gaohan clapped his hands excitedly, exactly. If that's the case, it must have been affected by the overlapping space, and there's a large amount of cold air leaking out, that's why the water-type sea beasts are attracted here. Li Yunxiao said, to find the coordinates of the overlapping space, Brother Gaohan will have to spend some effort. Yuan Gaohan said seriously, that's what I should do. I can't help much, leave the search for the spatial nodes to me, we'll still have to rely on young Master Yun. When 2 spaces overlapped, there would definitely be a node that intersected, which was also the key to entering from one to the other. This kind of node was extremely difficult to find, requiring a special Xian artifact, or a powerful divine sense to conduct a carpet search, and Yuan Gaohan was undoubtedly the best candidate. It was just that it was a waste of talent for a peak rank 9 arcane master to do this kind of work. But Yuan Gaohan clearly didn't mind, and was very happy. He sat down cross-legged, and with himself as the center, he slowly spread out his divine sense in all directions, searching inch by inch. Su Liani said, the rank 9 warship also has the ability to search nodes, I don't know if it can find the intersection point in this state, I'll go try. Saying so, she flew into the warship, and activated all kinds of search arrays. Chen Qingyu quietly stood next to Yuan Gaohan, protecting him. He suddenly frowned, looking at the water below, a huge shadow slowly floated up. It was a rank 7 sea beast, with the body of a whale, but it had long fangs and fur all over its body. The sea beast's eyes were a strange blue, shooting out a fierce glint, refracting through the surface of the sea. In fact, beasts were far more sensitive to danger than humans, but Li Yunxiao's group had already returned to their natural state, completely concealing their presence, not letting out a single trace. And this demonic beast's rank was not high, it couldn't sense the danger, so it wanted to devour them. Chen Qingyu revealed a cold smile, 2 fingers together like a sword, and pointed forward. Whoosh, the surface of the sea was slightly split open, the finger sword directly penetrated the sea beast's head, and shot down. Gulp, gulp. The sea beast died on the spot, but there was no blood, only a large amount of seawater gushed into the wound, and its huge body quietly floated in the sea, neither moving up nor down, becoming deathly still. Li Yunxiao grabbed at the sea beast, and with a pop, a hole appeared on its back, and a blue beast core the size of a pigeon's egg flew into his hand. Chen Qingyu smiled, what's the use of such a low-level beast core? Li Yunxiao swallowed it in one gulp and closed his eyes. Then, he slowly opened his eyes, there is a trace of extreme cold air inside the beast core, it must have stayed here for a long time to absorb the cold air leaking out of the Little Ice Sky ruins, and then condensed into this. His eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, after so many years, there is still such cold air, it is very likely that the ice spirit essence still exists. Cold sweat appeared on Chen Qingyu's forehead, she was shocked by his meticulous mind, to be able to find clues just like that. Li Yunxiao said proudly, any energy that is absorbed will eventually be deposited in the Dantian, where it will be continuously condensed and consolidated. The frost energy in this sea beast's body is of sufficient quality and quantity. Moreover, it has been hiding here for a long time. The frost energy in the Little Ice Sky ruin is very tempting. Chen Qingyu was full of admiration and praised sincerely, young Master Yan's eyes are truly sharp. I will kill this sea beast, it should be able to intimidate the others, and we can have peace for a while. Just as she finished speaking, an even bigger shadow appeared from the sea. Chen Qingyu's face turned red as she angrily said, what a beast, without any intelligence, it doesn't know life from death. The one that appeared was a sea snake. It coiled in the depths of the sea and was hundreds of meters long. It was almost a giant beast, reaching the peak of the 8th rank. If it rushed up and opened its mouth, it would be able to swallow everyone. Chen Qingyu naturally wouldn't wait for it to make the first move. She formed a sword with her finger and shot it down. The sea serpent twisted its body, and its huge body trembled, becoming blurry. The sword ray pierced through it, but missed. What? Xianxia's eyes widened in disbelief. Splash! Not far away, the sea exploded, and a huge snake's head emerged. Its eyes were cold as it opened its mouth to bite. Damn beast, you dare to embarrass me. Watch how I will cut off your head. Xianxia's attack didn't hit its target, and she became angry. She formed a blade with her fingers and gathered chi. Saber rays shot out from her fingertips. The sea snake seemed to sense great danger and stopped its attack. It stuck out its tongue and wanted to retreat. Now you know fear? Xianxia sneered. Just as she was about to attack, she was interrupted by a loud shout. Stop! The voice seemed to appear out of nowhere, but it was clearly heard by everyone. Li Yunxiao and Xianxia were shocked. They looked towards the direction of the voice and saw that it came from the belly of the giant snake. Yuan Gaohan couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. He opened his eyes and looked at the snake's belly. This is... He had a guess, but he didn't dare to confirm it. Who is it? Who's in the snake's stomach? Xianxia shouted. The sea serpent's body was covered in blue patterns that could actually block divine sense, making it impossible for anyone to see through it. Li Yunxiao said, Brother Gaohan, you recognize the snake? Yuan Gaohan pondered and said, I've seen some records, but I'm not sure. After the snake spoke, it stopped moving. It looked at them warily, fear in its eyes. Li Yunxiao said, I definitely know one person. There was a flash of light between his brows and the world god monument appeared. A white figure then appeared. This is a gluttonous snake. The white figure was Narcissus. When she saw the snake, she immediately cried out in alarm. So it really is a gluttonous snake? Yuan Gaohan revealed a look of disbelief and said, This is an ancient species. Narcissus jumped excitedly on the surface of the sea and said, I raised one when I was young. I don't know where it went, but it's much worse than the one in front of me. This gluttonous snake should have formed an independent space, right? Independent space? What do you mean? Li Yunxiao and Xianxia were both puzzled. Narcissus said, It's an independent space. She gestured with her hands, but the two still had blank expressions. Cough, let me explain. Yuan Gaohan said, The gluttonous snake is a descendant of a true spirit that possesses spatial divine sense. This kind of snake's cultivation process is to eat continuously, as if it will never be full. Its body will grow bigger as it eats, and when it reaches a certain limit, the substances it ate before will gather in its body and start to condense into a space. Xianxia said in shock, It's that mystical? No wonder there are people in the snake's stomach. Yuan Gaohan said, There are large and small spaces as well, and there are countless different levels. I just don't know how the inside of this gluttonous snake's stomach is. Li Yunxiao and Xianxia looked at it strangely in shock. The world was so big that nothing was too strange. Very big. Narcissus suddenly said, It's the size of half a city, and there are many people. What? The three were shocked. There was a faint golden circle around her eyes, and they knew that she had used the eye of truth to see through it. Li Yunxiao was even more shocked. If his wondrous spell Spirit Eyes was cultivated to the extreme, its power should be above the eye of truth, but it was far inferior at this moment. Although his cultivation was not enough, the degree of Narcissus's bloodline was also not enough. You can see inside clearly? Li Yunxiao probed. Yes, it's blurry, but I can basically see clearly. There is a small city inside, and there are many people, tens of millions. Narcissus said. What? So many? The three of them were startled. Yuan Gaohan immediately reacted, and said in shock, Hidden aristocratic families. Xianxia also understood, and said, It must be so. This hidden aristocratic family is really hidden, actually hiding in the snake's stomach, who can find them? Although Li Yunxiao was also shocked, he was more concerned about the eye of truth, and asked, Did your spirit eyes strengthen a lot? Narcissus nodded, and, I lost too much blood in Crimson Moon City. After recovering, my strength has increased a lot, and my eyes are also more powerful. Hearing this, Li Yunxiao thought for a moment and understood, it was most likely due to the power of the transcendent lotus seat. The truth was just as he had guessed. The power of the Eye of Heavenly Tao was contained within the rumor of the way, and it was used by the Sea Emperor Braun in the Crimson Moon City. That power was immediately activated, and as water deity continued to assimilate and refine the rumor of the way of Heavenly Tao, the power of the Eye of Heavenly Tao gradually manifested on her body. Who are you? A voice came from the snake's stomach again, and then a vortex appeared in the space around the snake's body. 8 vortexes appeared, and a person walked out from each vortex, and all of them held a sword in one hand, and looked coldly at the 3. Only then did Li Yunxiao look over, and muttered to himself, "Space beasts, mysterious indeed." As soon as the 8 sword-wielding men appeared, they immediately looked at the warship in the sky with vigilance. The leader was a man in blue, whose cultivation was higher than the other 7, and was obviously the leader. He suddenly exclaimed, "That's a 9th-order warship." The other 7 were also shocked. Although they had been in seclusion for a long time, they were still very clear about the power of a 9th-order warship. "Who are you, and why are you here?" This time, the man in blue became even more vigilant. Su Lianyi was also startled, and flew down from the warship. Her eyes were filled with shock. Yuan Gaohan said, "Friend, may I know which sect you are from?" "We are here to search for the ruins of the Northern Little Ice Sky. Do you know about it?" "What Northern Little Ice Sky?" "I don't know." The man in blue shouted, "As for our sect, how would you mortals know about it? This is our heartless sect's territory. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and scram. Otherwise, it will be too late for regrets." Chen Qingyu frowned, and there was a flash of anger in her eyes. Li Yunxiao, on the other hand, was calm. He knew that these hidden families had been away from the continent for a long time, and did not understand the situation at all. Each of them thought that their father was the number 1 in the world, and this was not the first time he had seen it. Yuan Gaohan was not angry, and cupped his fists. "So you are an expert from the Heartless sect, how dare you, what? How do you know about our sect?" The man in blue shouted, his face full of shock. Everyone, Narcissus was also curious. "Yeah, how did Lord Gaohan know about their sect? Did you have business dealings with them?" "Everyone, I understand." The man in blue thought seriously. "Although the Heartless sect has been in seclusion for many years, but we still left a great name in the continent, which made you all afraid, so you guessed it." Yuan Gaohan was a little speechless, and did not care about this nonsense, so he asked politely, "Friend, do you know where the node of the overlapping space is?" "What? You are looking for the deep water path." The expression of the man in blue changed, and he said angrily, "How dare you? The deep water path is not something you mortals can casually enter." Li Yunxiao was not angry, but happy instead. It seems that I did not find the wrong place." Yuan Gaohan also revealed a knowing smile. I hope I can gain something." Chen Qingyu said, "Why don't you let me take down these idiots, and let them lead the way?" Yuan Gaohan said, "Be careful." Is there any use in being careful? You mortals dare to have ideas about us. It seems that I must let you see the true hidden power of this continent." The man in blue had a cold smile on his face, interrupting Yuan Gaohan's words, the sword in his hand shining brightly. Yuan Gaohan continued, "Be careful. Don't kill them all. After all, this is their territory. You must be kind to them, and try not to make enemies." "Yes." Chen Qingyu accepted the order. Her figure flashed, and rushed forward. "What? You dare to look down on us, you deserve to die." The man in blue was furious. He raised his sword, only to feel a blur in front of his eyes. A huge force slapped his face. "Pa!" After a crisp sound, his whole head went numb, and then he lost consciousness, but he could clearly feel his face becoming bigger. Bang! Bang! Pooh! Pooh! Ah! Ah! A few short sounds of a sword breaking, blood spitting, and screams, then everything became quiet, without any sound. The man in blue turned around, only to see his 7 subordinates lying on the big snake, all unconscious. Ah! He suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air, finally understanding that he had met a tough opponent. His whole body could not help but shine. Chen Qingyu coldly said, "Your mouth is swollen like this, can you still speak?" The man in blue hurriedly touched his mouth, and found that one hand could not cover it. He was shocked. Opening his mouth was especially strenuous. Wu Wu whimpered a few times, and gradually began to feel the pain. Chen Qingyu coldly said, "If you can't speak, then I'll kill you and change to someone else to interrogate." Her sword chi rose, a sense of danger immediately spread in the man in blue's heart. Can speak. The man in blue was shocked, shouting with all his might, although the syllables were a bit distorted, his pronunciation was still clear. Chen Qingyu sneered, "Sir, please ask, he is honest." N. Yuan Gaohan replied, "Qingyu, you can't be so violent, we must use virtue to convince people, reason to convince them." Yes. Chen Qingyu looked like she had learned something. Only then did Yuan Gaohan ask, "Where's the spatial node of the abyssal water trail?" The man in blue said indistinctly, "I don't know." He even shook his head. Still so stubborn? Li Yunxiao couldn't help but laugh. Have these hidden sects degenerated to the point where they don't understand reason and don't care about morality? Let's reason with them a little more. Seeing that Chen Qingyu was about to make a move again, the man in blue was so scared that tears came out. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, "I really don't know, boo-hoo-hoo." Yuan Gaohan stopped Chen Qingyu and asked in surprise, "What's going on with this abyssal water trail?" The man in blue said hesitantly, "That's our sect's land of exile. Any disciple who commits a grave mistake will be banished there. Once you enter, you can't come out anymore." Li Yunxiao said, "Land of exile? Then at least you know how to go in. Won't there be a time when these two spaces intersect? Why can't we come out after going in?" The man in blue touched his mouth and stopped the bleeding. He said, "Our sect's heartless bell can send people directly into the abyssal water trail, but it can't bring them back. The two spaces will indeed intersect, but there's a power limit. Those who have grasped the 5th level rule can't pass through the barrier of the two spaces." Li Yunxiao immediately understood. Just like Mount Meru back then, it suppressed the transmigrator's power. Yuan Gaohan looked over and said, "Young Master Yun, if we go in, how confident are we of coming out?" Li Yunxiao said, "I can't say for sure without trying, but it shouldn't be too difficult for us." Yuan Gaohan said, "Yes, even if it's difficult, we still have to go in. This friend, please lead the way. We want to borrow your heartless bell." "What? This?" The man in blue was stunned. He had never encountered such a situation and didn't know how to deal with it. Chen Qingyu shouted, "Still not leading the way? Do you want me to reason with you again?" The man in blue shuddered. If he didn't lead the way, he would most likely die. If he led the way, he would at most be punished. It was the lesser of two evils. Thus, he put 2 fingers in his mouth and blew a whistle. Gluttonous snake immediately shook its body, and the patterns on its body actually danced, dazzling. Li Yunxiao and the others felt the space around them turn blurry. It was as though there was a strange power flowing around them. Next, the scenery before them changed. They were now standing on a huge beacon tower, and beneath their feet was a spatial formation. Yuan Gaohan took a few glances at the formation and said, "The purpose of this formation is to connect the spatial energy of the gluttonous snake. This beacon tower is the sentry post that connects the inner and outer worlds." The beacon tower was 1,000 feet high, and at a glance, there were scattered buildings below. Although it was somewhat different from the modern style, it did have the scale of a medium-sized city. Li Yunxiao asked, "Where is the heartless bell?" The man in blue was stunned, as if he couldn't believe it. You really want to steal the heartless bell?" Li Yunxiao chuckled and said, "It's not stealing, it's borrowing." The man in blue shook his head, "That's the treasure of the sect. The sect will definitely not lend it." Li Yunxiao patted his shoulder and said, "Don't worry, we will reason with him. He will borrow it." The man in blue, Yuan Gaohan suddenly said, "Is everyone in this space the heartless sect?" The man in blue shook his head, "There's also the phaseless sect and the Gui family. It's a tripartite balance. However, the heartless sect is the most powerful. The tower that connects to the outside is also controlled by the heartless sect. If the other two want to go in and out, they need our permission." He said with a proud face, "Among the hidden sects, the strength of the heartless sect can be ranked in the top 10. Which sects are the top 10? Li Yunxiao was interested. The man in blue shook his head, "I don't know. My duty is only to guard the entrance." The other hidden families are the same as us. They all have their own hiding places. Many of them are unknown. I only heard it from the sect elders last time. Li Yunxiao was speechless. He waved his hand and said, "Forget it. Lead the way to the Heartless Bell." Lead the way, the man in blue was dumbfounded. If he led the way, he would be treated as a traitor. He pointed to a building in the distance and said, "The grandest building is where the sect is located. The bell tower is at the top." Li Yunxiao looked over and saw a small bell tower. It was protected by a formation, but he could vaguely see a bell-shaped profound weapon with his spiritual eyes. "Alright, let's go." Li Yunxiao locked on to the target. They turned into a stream of light and flew towards the bell tower. The man in blue watched them leave. He immediately took out a beacon plate and imprinted it with a seal. Suddenly, a dazzling light shot into the sky and exploded above the entire city. Boom! The sound shook the entire space. Not good. There are enemies. Exclamations came from all over the city. In a few blinks of an eye, dozens of light rays shot into the sky. F***ck, we've been tricked. Chen Qingyu shouted in anger, "We should have killed that bastard." Li Yunxiao said, "Don't be stupid. Let's borrow the Heartless Bell and leave." Hundreds of people came from all directions. Although they were not fast, they arrived very quickly. Li Yunxiao stopped in his tracks and took a deep breath. The spiritual energy in his body surged into his stomach, and a wild and domineering pressure overflowed from him. Yuan Gaohan and the others were all shocked. Woo-woo. A sound came from his mouth. It almost turned into a dragon. It soared into the sky and exploded. Kaboom! The entire city shook violently. Many of the hundreds of people were shaken down. More were sucked into the sound wave and pushed far away. In the North Sea, the gluttonous snake could not help but twitch violently. It stirred up the seawater. Huge splashes kept exploding from the surface of the sea. The sky gradually darkened. After Li Yunxiao roared, he once again rushed towards the bell tower. The people around him were all shocked silly and could not catch up to him for a moment. Dang! Suddenly, the crisp sound of a bell rang out in the building, spreading far and wide. Their bodies suddenly turned sluggish as a powerful spatial power swept over them. The surrounding buildings kept disappearing before their eyes, teleported away without a trace. However, they were all powerful. They made hand seals and the sound wave rippled on their bodies. It kept distorting the space, but it could not take them away. Boom! An explosion came from the bell tower. Then, a huge light shot into the sky. Li Yunxiao looked up. In the light, there was a huge shadow of an ancient bell. A figure stood on the bell. That is, he was shocked. He changed the hand seal and instantly turned into lightning. The bell tower was in a mess. Everything had been turned into dust. A man in luxurious clothes stood on the ground. There was a big hole in his chest. Blood was still flowing. Obviously, he had died not long ago. The dome was completely destroyed. After the huge light shot into the sky, it quickly disappeared. A figure appeared in the sky. He was flying on an ancient bell. Huh? That person was also taken aback. He turned his head and looked down. His eyes were lifeless, but there was a glimmer of light in them. That is, young Master Yun, how is it? Yuan Gaohan and the others also rushed in. They asked in shock when they saw the mess. Li Yunxiao said in a deep voice, "Someone got ahead of us. Chase." He immediately teleported out and soared tens of thousands of meters into the sky. Then, he turned into lightning and chased after the figure. Yuan Gaohan and the others were shocked. At the same time, the people of the Heartless clan also rushed in. They surrounded the place. The four people's expressions changed. Clan leader. A few elders with messy beards cried out in sorrow. They bowed to the dead man. Clan leader, clan leader. Cries and screams were heard everywhere. Yuan Gaohan and the other three people immediately felt the intense killing intent. It almost solidified and floated in the sky, surrounding the four of them. Who are you? What hatred do you have against the Heartless clan? An elder was shaking, but he still suppressed the sadness in his heart. He gritted his teeth and said angrily. Yuan Gaohan explained, when we came in, your clan leader was already dead. One of my friends has already chased after the murderer. The elder sneered, haha, do you think the people of the Heartless clan are idiots? Already dead when we came in? His eyes landed on the body of the man in luxurious clothes. He said coldly, the wound has just shrunk. Obviously, he was killed when you came in. The people of the Heartless clan were all filled with anger. The killing intent was getting heavier and heavier, pressing down like a mountain. Chants of kill them for revenge were heard. The atmosphere was very heavy. Yuan Gaohan did not panic. He said, yes, that's why one of my friends went after the murderer. Think about it. With your clan leader's capability, how could we do it in an instant? You are overestimating us. That's true. Not only the elder was shocked, everyone else was as well. They were very confident in their clan leader's capability. They would not believe that he was killed in an instant. Yuan Gaohan continued, plus, before we came in, we heard the Heartless bell ringing. You all should have heard it too. The elder said in a low voice, then who are you, and where did you come from? About that. Yuan Gaohan said embarrassedly, it is a long story. We are indeed outsiders, but we mean no harm. Head elder, do not listen to them. These people are here for the Heartless bell. Our clan leader's death is most likely related to them. A loud shout came from behind the crowd. Then, with a flash of blue light, the man in blue appeared in the bell tower. He said in anger, Head elder, I was the one who sent the signal. It was also these people who wanted to kill the greedy snake. They even used the lives of our clan members to force me to bring them in. I am guilty, head elder. I have wronged the clan. I should not have brought them in to save the lives of my 7 friends. Head elder, please punish me. The man in blue beat his chest and stomped his feet. He looked like he was crying. Yuan Gaohan and the other 3 were speechless. They knew that he was trying to excuse himself, which was why he made them sound dirty. The elder's face darkened as he yelled, capture the 4 of them. Hundreds of Heartless Martial School's disciples rushed forward, their murderous aura shaking the sky. The small clock tower was already broken, and now it exploded, no longer existing. Xianxia stood in front of Yuan Gaohan and yelled, Master, be careful. Yuan Gaohan pushed him away and said, I can handle it alone. You protect Princess Narcissus. If something happened to the Princess of the 4 Seas, it would be more serious than him. Su Liani hurriedly said, Chen Qingyu, you protect Master Gaohan. I will protect Princess Narcissus. She was also a famous warrior, and her strength was not any weaker than Chen Qingyu. The moment the 2 of them performed their moves, it was as easy as breaking dry branches, killing a large number of Heartless Sect's disciples who were charging fearlessly into pieces. Narcissus yelled, I don't need your protection. These ants can't hurt me. A few pieces of golden Poseidon armor covered her body, shining with golden light. Even Yuan Gaohan and the other 2 were stunned. Ah! Everyone was shocked. Those who did not die all felt cold all over, their palms were covered in cold sweat as they quickly retreated. They had been living in seclusion for a long time. Most of them had never seen a snake before. Heartless Martial School was the ruler of this place, so they had never seen such a bloody scene. His friends, who usually ate and drank with him, were instantly scared silly when they saw that only their heads or half of their bodies were left. Some were dead, and some were even more miserable than the others. Don't go, come eat my sword. Narcissus stared at them coldly and taunted, didn't you want to kill us? Don't go. 9 Stars Pinnacle. These 2 are both 9 Stars Pinnacle Emperor Wu. The first elder screamed, as if someone was choking him. He was dumbfounded. The entire Heartless Martial School was stunned. The murderous aura from before was gone, and even their temper was gone. Chen Qingyu sneered, so you are all ants. I thought you were all powerful. I was almost scared by you all. Seems like I have to talk sense and morality with you all. Suddenly, dozens of people flew in from outside, and their auras were extremely powerful. A loud shout came from afar and reached its peak in the blink of an eye. Great Elder, don't be afraid. We're here to help you. The heartless martial school's people were overjoyed when they sensed the dozens of powerful auras approaching. It's the Gue clan. The people from the phaseless sector here too. The great elder was overjoyed. He cupped his fists and saluted. Thank you, Sir Gue LV. Thank you, Sir Xiaoqing. It's the Gue clan's patriarch and the phaseless sect's patriarch, as well as many other powerhouses. Haha, we've won for sure. The disciples of the Heartless Martial School cheered immediately. Their previous fear was gone, and their bodies were filled with hostility, wanting to take revenge. Xianxia warned, be careful, these people are not simple. Narcissus said, I'm not afraid. The three of you, be careful. If you can't do it, tell me. I'll come and save you. The three of them were speechless. They thought to themselves, you should thank the heavens and earth if you can survive. They were all annoyed that Li Yunxiao didn't take her away. As they were thinking, a golden light flashed, and Narcissus dashed out toward the two reinforcements. Bang! Su Lianyi was shocked and hurried over to help. The top of the Heartless Martial School's palace suddenly turned into a killing field. All kinds of bloody lights and screams resounded. Li Yunxiao chased after the figure. He had already passed through the gluttonous snake's territory and was flying above the North Sea. The speed of the person in front of him was also faster than he expected. With the lightning escape, every time he got close, the distance between them would increase. This stalemate lasted for several hours. The person in front of him suddenly laughed loudly and stopped in the air. He turned around and said with a smile, Li Yunxiao, long time no see. Your strength is even more unfathomable. Li Yunxiao was so tired that his face was a little pale. He said, it's really you, Master Mu Zhao. Why are you in the Heartless Martial School? Why did you kill the Heartless Sect's patriarch and steal the Heartless Bell? That person was Mu Zhao, an elder of the Mu family. Back in the Black Tortoise Star Palace of the Two-World Mountain, he had a good relationship with Li Yunxiao. Haha, it's a long story. I should be the one asking you. Why are you in the Heartless Martial School? Mu Zhao's eyes flickered with a strange light. He said with a face full of disbelief, my spirit eyes can't see through your strength. What kind of opportunity did you get this time? Li Yunxiao said, I went there specifically for the Heartless Bell, but you got it first. I hope you can borrow it. I will return it to you after a while. Oh? Mu Zhao held his chin with his right hand and said, I can borrow this bell. How about the thing I asked you to think about in the Two-World Mountain? Li Yunxiao pretended to be confused and said, what thing? Haha, you don't have to pretend in front of me. Mu Zhao said, marry into the Mu family and give you the surname Mu. From now on, you will be superior. Li Yunxiao said, I really don't see what is so superior about the surname Mu, haha, you will find out sooner or later. This is my condition. If you want the Heartless Martial School, marry into the Mu family. You should know that this bell is quite useful to the Mu family. That's why I made a trip here. How can I just give it to you? Mu Zhao said. Li Yunxiao said, you are making things difficult for me. Mu Zhao sighed, I am not making things difficult for you. I am just pointing out the right path for you. Forget it. Li Yunxiao waved his sleeves and said coldly, long time no see. It seems like I have to reason with you. Huh? Reason? Morality? What's that? Mu Zhao was startled and frowned in confusion. That's it. Li Yunxiao's body flashed and turned into a golden body. He threw a punch at Mu Zhao. Flames rose on the surface of the sea. The air was burning under the pressure of the punch. The seawater was separated and huge waves surged. Wow. Do you think I am afraid of you? Mu Zhao snorted and started to move his arms. Green lights shot out from his skin and turned into many arrays that rotated around his arms. The horrifying power stacked up bit by bit and expanded. The seawater under his feet couldn't bear it anymore and exploded, forming a whirlpool. Splash! Li Yunxiao's punch broke all the waves and pressed forward. Boom! The two fist energies clashed together, creating a shockingly powerful shockwave. The sea was evaporated for thousands of miles, and a terrifying vacuum zone appeared. The huge spiritual pressure surged around the two of them. They both looked ferocious and showed no mercy. Musu's heart was in turmoil, and his shock was even more turbulent than the waves around him. His arms had been completely modified into mechanical puppets and could withstand hundreds of millions of kilograms of force. However, he felt an obvious shock from the punch and some of the structures inside were loosening. Damn it! Mu Zhao roared and punched with his left hand. Boom! The two fists collided again and created 1,000 waves. The two of them flickered in and out of the waves. They didn't use any skills to fight head-on. Li Yunxiao was also surprised. Even though Mu Zhao had hidden his strength last time in the Two-World Mountain, he was much more powerful now. He must have encountered a lot of opportunities. Hee, now both of your arms are suppressed by me. Let's see how you are going to deal with this. A ferocious smile appeared on the corner of Musu's mouth. He slightly bent his arms inwards, and his elbows joined together to form a wedge. 7 metal dots appeared on his skin. Ding! A crisp sound reverberated from the metal point. From 1 to 7 points, it continuously emitted a ding-ding sound. Then, these sound waves stacked on top of each other, and the rhythm started to become chaotic. It was irritating and irritating. Hee, take this new movement of mine, knock gold and hit stone. Bang! Bang! The tune instantly transformed into a terrifying vibrating sound that tore apart the space and the surroundings. Li Yunxiao's sleeves turned into ashes instantly. His skin was also cracking. The power kept increasing and swept his body like a storm. At the same time, Mu Zhao increased the power in his fists again. He wanted to suppress Li Yunxiao so that he couldn't move and resist the sound wave storm. What a joke! If I can't handle this, how can I live in the realm of heaven martial arts? A bell-shaped pattern appeared between Li Yunxiao's eyebrows. Suddenly, the dynasty bell appeared in the air and pressed down on Mu Zhao. The sound wave storm hit the dynasty bell and created strange notes, which flew over the sea. As the bell kept falling, the whole area of the sound wave was suppressed. At the same time, through the counterforce of the bell, the sound wave burst out under the dynasty bell and became much stronger. Ah! Mu Zhao screamed. The sound wave storm from his arms was suppressed by the dynasty bell and became much more powerful. All of it hit Mu Zhao's body. Splash! The surface of Mu Zhao's body cracked. He couldn't bear it anymore. He took back his fists and retreated. Li Yunxiao spread his fists and pressed them down. The entire sea was stirred up. The fist force landed on Musu's body and blew up his puppet body. Boom! Mu Zhao was like a boat in the sea. He was thrown into the boundless sea like a cannonball and disappeared. The dynasty bell fell into Li Yunxiao's hand. He stared at Mu Zhao and said coldly, "You want to leave?" In the storm, Mu Zhao flashed and appeared at the bottom of the sea. Mu Zhao's chest was smashed. It was a bloody mess. Some metal materials could be vaguely seen in his chest. However, his real body was hurt. His face turned pale and he kept retreating. We got to know each other in the borderline mountain. Do you want to kill me? His face was full of hatred. Li Yunxiao was surprised. He smiled and said, "Master, you think too much. I just wanted to borrow the heartless bell. You forced me to do it." Mu Zhao said seriously, "You won't kill me if I give you the heartless bell?" Li Yunxiao said, "Of course not." Mu Zhao was silent for a while and said, "The clan leader sent me to take the heartless sect. If you take it away, you will make a big enemy. If you really want it, why don't you go back to the Mu family with me and borrow it from the clan leader?" Li Yunxiao frowned and said, "Master, you must be joking. Since when did the bell belong to you? You should borrow it from the heartless sect." Hee, the bell is in my hand. It's mine now. Musu laughed. Li Yunxiao said coldly, "Master, you want me to kill you." Musu's face changed. He said cautiously, "You won't." "Oh? Why are you so confident?" Li Yunxiao raised his eyebrows. Musu said proudly, "Because you don't dare to offend the Mu family. Once you offend the Mu family, you will be hunted down even if you run to the ends of the earth. No one in this world dares to take this risk." Li Yunxiao suddenly felt that he was so bored. Why did he have to talk so much nonsense with Musu? For the sake of the past, give me the merciless bell, and everything will be fine. Otherwise, you will only have yourself to blame and die. Li Yunxiao reminded Musu one last time. Then he appeared in front of Musu in a flash. His 5 fingers were like hooks. Crack! His 5 fingers stabbed into Musu's right shoulder. It was a hard metal. Crack! With a forceful twist, the entire right arm was torn off. Inside was a puppet structure, but there were meridians running through it to control it. Li Yunxiao severed all of them. Bang! Musu could still feel the pain. He said in horror, You dare to kill me? Do you really want to go against the Mu family? I don't want to talk to you. Li Yunxiao sneered and continued to cut off Musu's left arm. Musu was frightened again. This time, he was really scared. He said in surprise, Lunatic. You are a complete lunatic. How dare you go against the Mu family? Stop. Stop. I will give you the merciless bell. In the face of the cruel reality, he abandoned his sense of superiority as a disciple of the Mu family and compromised. Li Yunxiao withdrew his claws and said with a smile, People are cheap. They don't realize it until they are about to die. By then, it is usually too late. However, we are good friends. Besides, the Mu family is so powerful, so I don't dare to offend you. I will give you a chance to repent. Musu's face was livid. He said, Li Yunxiao, you have made a big trouble for yourself by taking the merciless bell. Li Yunxiao frowned. You're still nagging at this young master? Musu said, I'm just reminding you out of goodwill. Don't you have a bell-shaped Xian artifact? Just now, you broke my sonic wave combat skill. I can feel its power. It's not inferior to the Heartless Bell. Li Yunxiao said, I did not borrow the Heartless Bell for its power. If it was really that powerful, the leader of the Heartless Martial School would not have been killed by you. I just want to borrow it to go to the Deep Water Trail. Deep Water Trail? Musu asked in surprise, what are you going to do there? Li Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat. Oh, a narrow escape? It seems that Master Mu Zhao knows something about this place. Can you tell me a thing or two about it? Musu suddenly understood and said, No wonder you want the Merciless Bell. Although there are many ways to enter the Deep Water Trail, the Merciless Bell is the most reliable one. This bell had the absolute coordinates of the water path, so it could be teleported there directly. If you just want to borrow the way, why don't I send you there? In that case, the Merciless Bell will still belong to me. Nothing has happened between us. There's no need for us to be enemies. As if he was afraid that Li Yunxiao would not agree, he added, although the Merciless Bell can enter the Deep Water Trail precisely, not everyone knows how to do it. I happen to know it. Li Yunxiao pondered for a while and said, if that's the case, that would be great. Master and I have fought against the enemies together in the Two World Mountains. We can be said to be friends of life and death. We really shouldn't have fought each other. I was too impulsive. Musu sneered inside. He thought, even you know how to be impulsive. You almost killed me. I won't let you off so easily. However, he still said politely, it's my fault. I was too impulsive and arrogant. That's why the conflict happened. Speaking of which, I'm the one to blame. Li Yunxiao thought, so you know you're arrogant too. You're a complete idiot. However, he was still touched. He said in a hurry, Master, you're too serious. You're too serious. The two of them had just been fighting fiercely and the sea had been evaporated. Now, they acted like nothing had happened. They called each other brothers and were very friendly. Li Yunxiao said, Master, how much do you know about the Deep Water Trail? From what you've said, there seems to be another way to enter. Musu looked at him strangely and said, I find it strange. Why is young Master Yun going to the Deep Water Trail? That place is very strange. It seems to lead to many unknown spaces. Many? Li Yunxiao was stunned. He said, isn't the Deep Water Trail the ruins of the Little Icy Sky of the Extreme North? Musu said, you know about the Little Icy Sky of the Extreme North too? Did you go to the Deep Water Trail just to go there? No wonder. The closest and most stable space to the Deep Water Trail is the ruins of the Little Icy Sky of the past. Li Yunxiao was instantly interested. He flattered Musu enthusiastically. He said, the Mu family is really extraordinary. You even know the top secrets of the realm of heaven martial arts like the back of your hand. I'm really amazed. I'm ashamed of my inferiority. Master Musu, I hope you can tell me more about the inside story so that I won't be in danger when I go to the little icy sky. Musu was delighted. He stroked his beard and said with a smile, actually, it's nothing. Just some secrets. Hee hee. The deep water trail is like a spatial river. Although it's possible to lead to other places, it's too dangerous. If you get involved in it, you'll definitely die. The ruins of the little icy sky of the extreme north are on the other side of this spatial river. You can reach there by crossing it. It's quite safe. Spatial river? It was the first time for Li Yunxiao to hear about this concept. It seemed a lot of inherited knowledge and wisdom had been buried in history. The aristocratic families that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years had inherited a lot of knowledge. Yeah, all the spaces in the world are connected. That's why when you're strong enough, you can break the space barrier and be transported to another place directly, Musu explained. Li Yunxiao understood this. He asked, in that case, the deep water trail is just a spatial river. Master, why did you say it's a dangerous place? Musu frowned. He looked at Li Yunxiao and said calmly, because this deep water trail leads directly to your destination, the ruins of the little icy sky of the extreme north. It's a dangerous place. Li Yunxiao was surprised. He asked, it's a ruin that has existed for tens of thousands of years. How could it be dangerous? Musu said, I don't know. Li Yunxiao cursed him in his heart. Musu's words were clear and logical. However, when he asked about the key points, he became unclear. Apparently, he didn't want to tell him. Musu changed the topic and said, why do you want to go to the little icy sky? As far as I know, it's dead and cold there. Everything is depressed there. I don't think it's worth going there. Li Yunxiao said directly, Master, you should know about the extreme north ice essence, right? So it's for that. Musu was surprised. Most of the ruins still have it, but it's hard to find it. Although it's precious, it's not that valuable. Unless. The Mu family was the #1 family in the puppet industry, so they knew all kinds of materials for making weapons. Oh, unless what? Li Yunxiao asked tentatively. Musu's eyes became serious. He said, for countless years, almost all the things that need to be made from the extreme north ice have been replaced, or they've been lost. However, there's one metal that was very powerful in the ancient times that needed this material. It's irreplaceable. His eyes lit up. He stared at Li Yunxiao and said, don't tell me you want to make the godly smelting steel. Li Yunxiao was shocked, but he still laughed and said, Master, you're thinking too much. The godly smelting steel is a rank 10 material. How can it be made in the current world? Musu looked at him suspiciously and said, although it's difficult, it's not impossible. Li Yunxiao said, oh, did someone make it before? Musu's face twitched. He became silent. Li Yunxiao was surprised. Master, look at you. Did someone really make it before? Musu snorted. There's no need to talk about this. I have nothing to tell you. If you really want to make the godly smelting steel, you should give up. The extreme north ice essence is not enough. It's far from enough. Li Yunxiao watched the whole process of making Ling Mu's flute, so he knew how difficult it was. However, looking at Musu's expression, it was possible that someone had made it before, and that person must be from the Mu family. He couldn't help but think more highly of the Mu family. Thinking of Wan Xianxian's estimation of the hidden family's strength, it was probably true. Musu said, my injuries are too serious now. I will use the ruthless bell to send you there after I recover a little. But it must be on the sea where the gluttonous snake is. That's where the two spaces overlap, and the teleportation power is the least. Li Yunxiao's pupils suddenly shrank. He said in shock, oh no. My companions are still in the Heartless sect. Will they be in danger? Musu laughed. What do you think? I killed their lord, so they will probably think that we are in cahoots. Li Yunxiao's face darkened. He said, Master, please come with me. We will teleport directly after we save our companions. Musu said, but my injuries. Young Master Yun is really cruel. Li Yunxiao's face darkened. He said coldly, these injuries are not a problem for you. If you don't come with us and run away, how can I find them? Musu was unhappy. Young Master Yun, is this how you see my character? Li Yunxiao sneered. If that's the case, Master should find a place to heal your injuries first. I will keep the ruthless bell for now. I will wait for you in that sea area. Musu was in a dilemma. He didn't want to hand over the ruthless bell, but Li Yunxiao had run out of patience. Thinking of Yuan Gaohan and the others, he was a little annoyed. His eyes kept shooting out cold light, which made Musu feel guilty. Fine, I will leave the bell with young Master Yun for now. Left with no choice, he finally took out the bell. It was the size of a bell in his palm. It was blue. But remember, young Master Yun, don't use it carelessly. Otherwise, you will die if you teleport to the wrong place. He was afraid that Li Yunxiao would leave on his own, so he warned him again and again. Li Yunxiao said, I know. He grabbed the small blue bell and turned into a lightning bolt. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the sea. Musu's expression kept changing. After thinking for a long time, he finally took out a transmission device and reported everything that had happened to the Mu family. He also asked them to send more people. In the part of the sea where the serene water paths overlapped, the gluttonous snake was writhing in the sea, as if it was in extreme pain. Wave after wave soared into the sky. Walala! The seawater kept exploding. Within a radius of several hundred miles, all the sea beasts fled. They were intimidated by the gluttonous snake's terrifying 9th-level aura, not daring to stay any longer. After several hours, the snake's body gradually calmed down. It swayed its body slightly and swam slowly in the seawater. The bottom of its belly rose and fell as it swallowed the spiritual energy in the seawater. Inside the gluttonous snake, in the center of the city space, everything was in ruins. A large number of buildings were destroyed. Corpses and broken walls were everywhere. It was a terrible sight to behold. Out of the hundreds of people before, only 30 to 40 people were left. Most of them were heavily injured, covered in blood and fear. A metal chain floated above the ruins, forming a formation in the air. Like a spider web, it trapped Yuan Gaohan and the other three, preventing them from breaking free. Other than Narcissus, who was still clean, the other three were in a sorry state. They were covered in blood and had consumed a lot of their true origin. They basically could not fight anymore. Furthermore, the formation of the metal chain was very powerful. It kept extracting the four people's energy and turning it into the formation power. As time went by, the four people lost all ability to resist and could only be tied up weakly. Finally, we subdued these four fiends, Gui clan's patriarch, Gui Lu, said with a trembling voice. His eyes were filled with fear, and he looked like he was about to cry. In this battle, the elites of Gui clan were almost destroyed. The other two clans were the same. They had never suffered such heavy casualties before. Although these four people are strong, those who offend Heartless Clan must be killed. Heartless Clan's great elder, Long Yuanwu, shot out endless coldness from his eyes. He suddenly pulled his hands in front of him. The metal chain swayed with walala sounds. It seemed like it was getting tighter. The four people started to show painful expressions. Formless Clan's patriarch, Xianxia, said, we still have to rely on Great Elder's divine might. Otherwise, we would not have been able to hold on. His eyes were filled with lingering fear. Narcissus said angrily, if you have the ability, don't tie us up with chains. Fight us fair and square. Her golden sword slashed at the chains, creating some sparks, but it could not hurt them at all. At this moment, her strength was also continuously weakening, flowing along the iron chain. She even gradually lost the strength to hold the sword. After grumbling for a while, her hands also softly drooped down, and her whole body weakly hung on the internet. Furthermore, the internal space of the gluttonous snake seemed to be restricted by the rules. She could summon the deep-sea giant beast at any time, but she couldn't contact it at all. Xiaoqing's son, Xiaojiong, stepped forward and said, Father, this woman is exceptionally powerful and beautiful. Why don't you let her be my wife? Hasn't Dad been worrying about my marriage recently? I think this girl is very suitable. Xiaqing was taken aback. This, Narcissus was indeed beautiful and had extraordinary strength. If he could subdue her and make her his daughter-in-law, it would indeed be the best of both worlds. However, these people were not captured by him, so how could he have the right to deal with them? Long Yuanwu also saw his dilemma. He frowned and said, although these 4 people have harmed countless people of my sect and deserve to die 10,000 times, without the help of the experts of Faceless sect, this old man will definitely not be able to survive this calamity. However, without the help of the experts of the Faceless school, this old man will certainly not be able to survive this calamity. If Lord Xiaqing has taken a fancy to this woman, then you can take her away. However, you must be able to subdue her, otherwise there will be no end of trouble. Xiaqing was overjoyed. He quickly cupped his fists and said, many thanks to Great Elder. Jiong quickly thank Great Elder. Xia Jiong was also overjoyed and was about to express his gratitude. Suddenly, another person stood up and said, Father, this woman is too overbearing and hard to tame. It would be a pity to cripple her cultivation. If I don't cripple her, I'm afraid third brother won't be able to subdue her. Why don't I marry her? This person was Xiaqing's eldest son, Xiaqiong. His eyes were filled with greed, and his tongue licked his lips. Xiaqiong, you idiot, you dare to fight with me over a woman. Xiaqiong was furious and fiercely slashed with his saber. Clang! That saber was caught by Xiaqing, and he slapped it with the back of his hand. He said angrily, who are you scolding? Slap. Xiaqiong was dizzy from the slap and couldn't even stand steadily. Everyone thought it was funny, but now that there was blood and corpses everywhere, they couldn't laugh. Long Yuanwu was also speechless, amused and angry at the same time. He snorted and said, Lord Xiaqing can take this woman away. Do as you see fit. Xiaqing hurriedly said, many thanks, Great Elder. His 2 sons also hurriedly thanked him, excitement shining in their eyes. However, they also looked at each other with hatred as though they wanted to stare each other to death. Gualv said, we cannot easily kill the remaining 3. After we interrogate them about their origins and goals, we will slowly skin them alive and slowly kill them to take revenge for our countless casualties. Large numbers of Gue family experts had been killed, and even he himself had almost died. He was already gritting his teeth in hatred. Long Yuanwu's eyes flashed with coldness as he said coldly, we naturally cannot let them off easily. However, these 3 are very strong. It would be a pity to kill them just like this. Why don't we pay Corpse Fiend sect to refine them into corpse puppets for us to use? Everyone's eyes lit up as they praised, that is good. The corpse puppets made by Corpse Fiend sect can retain more than 90% of their strength. If these 3 succeed, the strength of our 3 sects will increase greatly. At this time, the survivors were all overjoyed. This battle was too tragic. They had never experienced such a tragedy since they were born. Xiaqing said worriedly, these 2 are peak 9 stars martial practitioners. Corpse Fiend sect will probably take such powerful corpses for themselves. Long Yuanwu said, we can't worry about that now. Even if Corpse Fiend sect wants them, we can do them a favor and sell them for a good price to make up for our losses. Gualv nodded and said, that is right. We can also increase our position in the Heaven Alliance. When we rule the continent in the future, we can get more benefits. Long Yuanwu nodded and said, I think so too. Gualv said sorrowfully, originally, I was full of confidence in dominating the continent. With the strength of our 3 sects, even if we cannot win against Sacred Realm and Divine Transformation Sea Cultivators, we are at least on par with the 7 super forces. I did not want to lose more than half of our strength in this battle. Even your sect master. Long Yuanwu said hatefully, Lord Sect Master died before achieving victory. What a pity. Ha ha ha. Xianxia couldn't help but laugh and said mockingly, you want to dominate the continent with just this bit of strength? Ha ha ha, this seed is laughing my teeth off. To tell you the truth, any one of the 7 great sects can instantly kill 100 existences like you. Ha ha ha, you are truly frogs at the bottom of a well. The expressions of Long Yuanwu and the others changed greatly. Anger and hatred filled their hearts. You are courting death. Long Yuanwu suddenly slapped out with his palm. It transformed in the air and hit Chen Qingyu's chest. Pfft. Chen Qingyu had already suffered serious injuries. At this time, he vomited a mouthful of blood and fainted on the spot. Xiaqing hurriedly said, "First Elder, go easy. If you kill him, he will be worthless." Humph, who told him to make irresponsible remarks? Cut out his tongue before selling him to Corpse Fiend sect. Long Yuanwu said coldly. Narcissus shouted, "What irresponsible remarks? Chen Qingyu is right. Your strength is not enough." Seeing everyone's ugly expressions, Xiaqing hurriedly pointed with one hand and hit Narcissus's throat, sealing her mute acupoint. He was very satisfied with this daughter-in-law of his. He was afraid that if she angered everyone, they would kill her. Narcissus's expression was anxious. She struggled a few times but couldn't speak. Gualv coldly said, "The martial artists from these continents are all extremely arrogant. They really don't know how high the mountains are and how deep the seas are. They think that the Sky Martial continent is the peak. The ones who are laughing their teeth off are them." Long Yuanwu nodded and said, "According to this old man's detailed analysis and calculations, the Sky Martial continent is only worth looking at. The Spirit-Severing Realm and Spirit-Severing Realm are super-existences, and their strength is most likely above our 3 sections. We should avoid them and not provoke them easily. As for the 7 great sects, while their strength is not as great as ours, they are not far off. We can take them down one by one if we are careful." Xiaqing said, "First Elder is right. Our 3 sects have suffered such a great change and cannot forcefully occupy the continent's sections. We should just drink some soup from the Heaven Alliance. We will make further plans after we recover." Yuan Gaohan was shocked and couldn't help but ask, "What do you want to do? Rule the Sky Martial continent? Aren't you all living in seclusion?" "Humph, living in seclusion? Are you going to live in seclusion forever? The resources in the sea are becoming more and more scarce. Why should large amounts of resources be given to weak existences like you?" Gualv sneered and said, "Right now, the Sky Martial continent is like a bunch of frogs being boiled in warm water. They will soon have a taste of the strength of our hidden sections. At that time, they can only choose to submit or die." Yuan Gaohan was shocked. He hadn't thought that the usually peaceful sea was also in great danger. At this time, the division chief in charge of the Spirit-Severing Realm's intelligence, Bai Lingyue, had died in Muyan City. He didn't know who was in charge of the intelligence division right now, and if they could find out about the dangers in the sea. Yuan Gaohan said, "Is this what the Heaven Mode Horizon is thinking?" The expressions of Long Yuanwu and the others changed. They snorted softly and said, "The Heaven Mode Horizon is aloof and does not care about these things." Yuan Gaohan said, "Then what kind of organization is the Heaven Alliance you spoke of?" Gualv saw that Long Yuanwu was about to answer and hurriedly stopped him. She said, "First Elder, there is no need to speak with them. Just sell them to Corpse Fiend sect and let them die in confusion." Yuan Gaohan cursed, "Fuck, you guys are too ruthless." Long Yuanwu nodded and said, "Amen, after my essence converting chains absorb all of their spirit energy, I will imprison them and interrogate them to reveal their identities and goals." Runes continued to rise from the chains, further squeezing out the force strength. Yuan Gaohan smiled bitterly and said, "There is no need to torture them. Ask whatever you want to ask. I will tell you everything I know." "Humph, spineless." Long Yuanwu sneered disdainfully and continued to cast his art. Soon, the force spirit energy was completely sucked out, and strange talismans were stuck on their bodies. They could not use any power and were imprisoned in specialized metal cages. The snake that was floating in the water kept swallowing the spiritual chi in the water and slowly recovered. Then, it started to sneak away. After a few flashes, it disappeared into the water. Half an hour later, a green lightning flashed in the sky and Li Yunxiao appeared. He scanned the area with his divine sense, which went all the way to the bottom of the sea and covered 1,000 miles in radius. Suddenly, his face changed. "Oh no, the snake is gone." When the snake entered the sea, it disappeared without a trace. There was no way to trace it. Did something happen to old Yuan and the others? Li Yunxiao's heart sank. Although Chen Qingyu and Su Lianyi were not weak, they were in someone else's territory. If they were surrounded, it would be hard to say what would happen. The snake disappeared without a trace, and there was no blood. It must have left by itself. The sea is so big, this is going to be troublesome, he thought for a while and disappeared in the air with a flash of green light. The next moment, 100 miles away, at the bottom of the sea, 1,000 meters deep, a majestic palace stood there, surrounded by a powerful aura. On top of the palace, there was a hideous beast head staring straight ahead. Suddenly, a green light appeared and shot into the palace. The guards on both sides frowned and could not help but turn their heads to look at each other. Just now. Did something go in? You saw it too? But it was too fast, too fast. That shouldn't be possible, right? Air. That was probably an illusion. Yes, you must have drunk too much last night. I didn't sleep last night, and my mind was a little dazed. It must have been a hallucination. Suddenly, a few screams came from inside the palace, followed by the sound of weapons breaking. The two guards were horrified. Their bodies trembled as they hurriedly rushed in. The palace was a mess. The clan leader was shivering on the ground. He had almost transformed into his beast form. It was a big fish with a big body and bubbles were coming out of its mouth. His body was constantly changing between a human and a beast form. He looked at the human man in front of him with fear. The guards in the palace were all lying on the ground, twitching and moaning. Xianxia said coldly, "Why don't we talk nicely? We can all live in peace. Why do you have to act so superior? Are you feeling better now? Spare me, spare me, spare me, spare me." The leader transformed into his human form and kept kowtowing and begging for mercy. Tears streamed down his face. Xianxia said, "You don't have to be so courteous, I don't want your lives. I've said it before, I'm here to inquire about something. Not long ago, there was a rank 9 gluttonous snake near the southern sea region. Where did it go?" The leader was stunned for a moment and said in shock, "Did that gluttonous snake leave?" Xianxia frowned and said, "To think that you are the overlord of this sea region. You don't even know about such a big matter?" The leader's anger surged and he cursed, "Those useless bastards, they actually didn't report such an important matter. I'll tear their heads off." "Sir, please wait for a moment. I will definitely find out their whereabouts within a day." Xianxia said coldly, "1 day? I'm sorry, but I can't wait that long. 4 hours at most. If you can't tell me the direction after 4 hours, then there's no point in your clan's existence." The leader was startled. He hurriedly got up from the ground and ran out, shouting, "Investigate! Hurry up and investigate for me." After roaring for a while, as if venting the fear in his heart, the leader immediately had people serve spirit fruits and spirit wine, and treated them well. Xianxia was also bored and started chatting, saying, "Sir, how much do you know about that gluttonous snake?" The leader replied carefully, "That snake is an ancient species with a noble bloodline. We don't dare to approach it normally." "Oh, then you don't know that there's a group of humans living inside?" "Haha, what are you saying, sir? Our clan has been with that snake for thousands of years. We naturally know. There are 3 sects of hidden human clans inside, and they are all extremely powerful. That snake has not left this place for thousands of years. To think that it actually left," the leader said with some regret. At the same time, he revealed a puzzled look and said, "Maybe something big happened?" Xianxia's heart jumped, and he became even more uneasy. "It seems that Sir is very familiar with the situation in your sea. Then, does Sir have any speculations about where that snake will go? That gluttonous snake should have no relatives, friends, or friends. It roams the world alone, but it only likes that sea because there's an overlapping space there. From time to time, there will be extremely cold air leaking out, which is in line with its habits. I really don't believe that it will leave. It's most likely because of the humans inside." Xianxia was quite surprised. It seemed that these sea race really weren't useless. Their analysis was quite accurate. "Then, do you know where these humans will go?" The leader held his chin with one hand, and his whole body shrunk into a ball. He said, "About 100,000 miles southeast from here, there is a hidden aristocratic family. They seem to be in contact with the gluttonous snake." Xianxia's eyelids twitched, and he said in shock, 100,000 miles, 100,000 miles was very far, but it was not a big distance in the four seas. The leader nodded and said that hidden aristocratic family is stronger than these three sects, but I'm not too sure about the specific situation. After all, it's already out of my jurisdiction. A moment later, a clansman hurriedly reported that the gluttonous snake had left in the southeast direction. After asking for the direction of the hidden aristocratic family, Xianxia immediately bid farewell. He left behind some treasures from the East Sea as repayment, and then he turned into lightning and left. Every time he arrived at a sea region, he would find groups of high-level sea race members, and after asking a few times, he was almost sure that the gluttonous snake was heading toward another hidden aristocratic family. He immediately used his escape technique to the extreme without hesitation, and he was so fast that the naked eye couldn't catch him. Half a day later, a storm suddenly rose on the sea surface, and a huge circle of light came from the sky, covering the lightning. The circle of light kept shrinking, and the lightning instantly turned into Xianxia's figure. He raised his cold sword and slashed down directly. Boom! A huge sword aura fell, and thousands of sword talismans danced around, instantly breaking through the circle of light, and a vacuum path appeared under his feet. He carried his long sword and walked out calmly. Eh? A surprised voice came from the sky, and it seemed that he didn't believe it. I told you, this kid is different from before, Musu's voice was heard. Xianxia's eyes turned cold, and he looked up into the sky. There was a blur in the clouds, and then 5 figures appeared. They were all dressed in the same gray robes, and they looked very arrogant, as if they were superior. Xianxia had seen 2 of them before, and he said in surprise, Mu Ijuan, Mu Itong? Musu's body was now complete, and his arm was back, but his combat ability hadn't recovered yet. 2 of the other 4 were the brothers of the Mu family who had saved Guan Yuan when they escaped from the East Sea. The other 2 had pale faces, and they looked cold and disdainful. Mu Itong said in surprise, a scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at in a new light. When we parted at the East Sea, you were only a 5-star Emperor Wu, and now you have reached the peak of 9 stars. How did you cultivate? The peak of 9 stars? How is that possible? The faces of the other 2 Mu family members changed. Mu Yurong said gloomily, Elder Itong, are you sure it's the peak of 9 stars? Mu Itong said, judging from the power of the sword just now, it's most likely correct. Elder Mu, what do you think of your divine eyes? Musu blushed, and he coughed with his right hand in front of his mouth. He said, my divine eyes were damaged by this kid in the previous battle, so I can't see it for now. The other 4 people all had a strange look on their faces. Mu Ijuan said, what about what you saw before? Before, what before? Musu played dumb and waved his hand, saying, don't worry about his cultivation. Let's get the merciless bell back first. This kid still has a great treasure. His eyes flickered, revealing greed. When the Heaven Patrol bull fell into Xianxia's hands in the Two-World Mountain, he was still brooding over it. Great treasure? The other 4 people's pupils constricted, and cold light shot out of their eyes. They knew that Musu had a very high standard, so anything that he called a great treasure must be something extraordinary. Musu chuckled, let me keep you in suspense. If he gets this treasure, he will definitely be the second most powerful person in the Mu family. The second most powerful person? Musu, are you kidding me? The other person, Mu Wencheng, said in shock, do you know what you are talking about? Musu nodded and said, of course I do. If I hadn't been in poor health recently and been defeated by him, do you think I would have asked the family for help and let you have a share of the loot? Mu Wencheng licked his lips and chuckled, if that's the case, then let's take this kid down first. He stretched out his hand, and a thick, black saber fell into his hand. In a flash, he slashed at Musu. Xianxia had been staring at them coldly without saying a word. However, he didn't expect that Musu would attack him without saying a word. This time, it was a blatant disdain. Whoosh! The black saber was very heavy. It was like a piece of black iron with a sharp edge. Just from this sound, one could feel the force of thousands of kilograms. Xianxia didn't want to use his cold sword and frost to collide with this kind of magical weapon. He immediately transformed into his 3-headed and 6-armed form and grabbed forward with his 2 golden hands. Clang! Musu's palms hit the side of the saber, and then his forearms locked the saber tightly. Mu Wenchang tried his best but couldn't move the saber at all. His face darkened. His saber was made of the world's heaviest material. Ordinary Emperor Wu powerhouses couldn't even move it. You practice body skills? His pupils shrank, and he immediately realized that Li Yunxiao's supernatural power was unusual. However, Li Yunxiao didn't bother to pay attention to him. With his remaining 2 arms, he made a gesture with one hand and slashed at Mu Wenchang with the other. A bright sword instantly condensed and slashed down, trying to split the opponent vertically. It was extremely overbearing. Mu Wenchang was shocked. He tried his best to pull out his saber, but it didn't move at all. He could only let go of the saber and retreat to avoid the sword chi. Li Yunxiao snatched the saber and shook it in his hand. He sneered and said, "What a broken saber. I will sell it as scrap metal when I get back." Then, he put it away. Mu Wenchang was both angry and ashamed. He threw away his weapon after 1 round and shouted, "Damn it. Despicable." Li Yunxiao was speechless. "I took your weapon back after 1 strike. How is that despicable? Do you want me to stand still and let you strike me? That's not despicable?" Mu Wenchang sneered. "It's useless no matter how glib you talk." Li Yunxiao suddenly realized that he couldn't communicate with them at all. He slapped his forehead and said, "Musu, I have something to do now. I don't have time to play with you guys. If you move away, I can pretend that nothing happened." Musu said, "Hee. Actually, I don't want to make things difficult for you. After all, we are allies. As long as you hand over the merciless Belle and the sky patrolling bull and marry into the Mu family, I will not only let you go, but I will also keep my promise and send you to the deep water trail." "What? Marry into the Mu family?" The other 4 were shocked. Mu Wenchang said angrily, "What does he have to marry into the Mu family? Elder Yun, don't be fooled by him." Musu said slowly, "You don't have to worry about this. I have reported it to the clan leader, and he agreed." "What?" The 4 of them were shocked once again, revealing looks of astonishment. Then, they looked at Li Yunxiao as if he had struck gold. Mu Yurong frowned and said in disbelief, "Elder Yun, it's not that I doubt you. It's just that it's unbelievable." Musu said, "Have you guys forgotten about this year's martial arts contest?" Mu Yurong said, "The Mu family has a high chance of winning this martial arts contest. Even if we can't win, we don't have to let an outsider marry into the Mu family." Musu looked serious and said, "The martial arts contest this time is different from the past. You will know the details when the time comes." Since the clan leader also agreed, you don't have to doubt it. Mu Wenchang frowned and said after a while, "If so, we will obey. However, even if we changed our surname to Mu, we are still outsiders. Don't think that you can get the same treatment and honor as the pure-blooded Mu family." He looked at Li Yunxiao coldly. "Mother asterisk Kerr, are you done yet?" Li Yunxiao was furious when he heard that. He was worried about the safety of Narcissus and the others. He said coldly, "Since you refuse to move aside, then all of you can die." He finally realized that communicating with them was futile. He had to reason with them. The heavenly light sword case instantly appeared in his hand. As he made a gesture with one hand, the sword case automatically opened, and endless silver light soared into the sky. 36 northern sky frigid star swords flew out and formed a formation in the sky, pressing down fiercely. The boundless sea of sword chi instantly enveloped the 5 of them. The seawater rose and vaporized into countless wisps of steam, confusing their eyes. Although the 5 of them were surprised, they did not take it to heart. As the sword barrier pressed down, millions of sword rays danced within it, forming a huge pressure. The 5 of them were all on guard, but the sword might did not slash down, only suppressing the space. Mu Yurong sneered, "Is this sword formation just for show?" Li Yunxiao threw the universe god steel out. It danced on the sea waves and emitted thousands of golden rays. Apart from Mu Su, the other 4 of them felt pain in their eyeballs and were shocked. Mu Yitong stared at it and said, "Elder Su, is this the treasure you were talking about? What kind of profound level weapon is this? It has such a powerful weapon power. It is boundless." Musu was also stunned. He kept blinking his eyes, but he could not identify the level of this profound level weapon. Suddenly, the 5 of them glowed with golden light. Li Yunxiao kept making strange gestures, and the golden light rippled on the sea surface. Walala. Gradually, the sound of chains rippling could be heard. In an instant, the 5 of them were locked by the universe God Steel's chains of law, and they circled around them a few times. Musu was shocked and looked at the golden chains. They did not have any metallic substance, but they were metallic in nature. Moreover, they were all formed by tiny runes, and they were connected to infinity. A bad premonition and a guess came to his mind, the chains of boundary power. The others also struggled hard, but they couldn't get rid of the chains. Their faces changed drastically. Musu was shocked and said, Li Yunxiao, what is this thing? Is it the legendary chains of boundary power? The other 4 of them were shocked when they heard the words chains of boundary power. Mu Yurong laughed and said, haha, Elder Su, you are overthinking. How could it be the power of that world? If this guy had such power, we would have been killed long ago. The rest of them finally calmed down. Musu thought it was reasonable, but the golden chain still made him feel pressured, and he couldn't get rid of the heaviness in his heart. It doesn't matter what it is. The important thing is that I don't have the energy to waste with you guys. Li Yunxiao's eyes were as cold as a knife. The Tusada heavenly mountain slowly rose from his palm and turned into a huge mountain, pressing down on the 5 of them. The huge pressure made the air explode. Even the northern sky cold star sword formation was trembling, and it couldn't withstand the pressure. Only then did the 5 of them realize that the sword formation and the golden chains were just to shackle them, and the mountain was the real killer move. Mu Yitong's expression was solemn, but he still sneered and said, you want to defeat the 5 of us in one move? Even if you are a peerless expert who has transcended the mortal realm and entered the divine realm, you can't do it. The space behind him blurred, and a shadow appeared, growing bigger and bigger, like a real demon. Li Yunxiao's eyes narrowed, and he stared at the shadow. A huge puppet stood on the sea, towering into the clouds. He had seen the power of this puppet in the Battle of the East Sea, and it was called the Mountain Splitter. Mu Yitong's body trembled, and the chains of law shook non-stop, and a large number of runes were shaken up. The Mountain Splitter suddenly opened its eyes, and the huge eyes that looked like lanterns reflected down. Then, it raised its hand and grabbed at the Tusada heavenly mountain. Mu Yurong laughed and said, haha, Elder Yitong's Mountain Splitter can overturn the seas and move the stars. No matter how magical this mountain is, it can be split open with its bare hands. Boom! The Mountain Splitter grabbed the Tusada heavenly mountain with both hands, and with a crash, its whole body suddenly sank, and its feet entered the sea, causing boundless splashes to rise. Mu Yitong's face changed greatly, and he made hand seals. A formation appeared on the Mountain Splitter's feet, and it swayed on the water. Then, he bent down and used his head and shoulders to carry it over, trying to push off the mountain peak. Rumble! A huge tremor sounded inside the Mountain Splitter's body, as if thousands of horses were galloping. Its head was pressed into its neck, and its shoulders sank inch by inch. What? The 6 people were greatly shocked, and they exclaimed at the same time. The 5 people of the Mu family naturally knew the structure and power of the Mountain Splitter. At this moment, it seemed like it was falling apart, and the sound coming from its body proved that the main structure was collapsing. Li Yunxiao's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. This was the first time he had seen something that could withstand the force of the Tushita heavenly peak. Even though it wouldn't be able to withstand it for much longer, it was still able to push the mountain several dozen meters away and change its landing point. He turned into a flash of lightning, and directly appeared on the Tusada heavenly mountain. His eyes were cold, and he raised the heavenly hammer in his hand and smashed it down. Boom! Countless lightning talismans shot out from the hammer, descending along the mountain peak and directly bombarding the Mountain Splitter sky ding. It was as if millions of lightning bolts had exploded. Bang! 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 The Mountain Splitter finally couldn't hold on any longer, and its huge body instantly collapsed like a pillar supporting the sky, turning into countless broken pieces, as if it was a garbage dump. The 5 people below were already pale with fear, and they kept struggling with all their might. Mu Yijuan's face turned cold, and he forcibly made a hand seal with his bound hands. Suddenly, a golden light scattered from his hands, and turned into a magnificent army of thousands of horses, suddenly attacking the golden chains. The other half of the puppet army rushed to kill Li Yunxiao. Bang! 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 The sky was filled with the sound of metal clashing, and it was noisy. Li Yunxiao pinched his fingers in the air, and under the sword art, the 36 northern sky frosty star swords flew up into the sky, turning into countless swords. That slashed down. 1,000 swords flow. Bang! 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 The dense sound of swords condensed into a vortex, and the thousands of puppets kept attacking hundreds of feet away. At this moment, Mu Ajuan and the other 4 broke free from the chains of law, and quickly fled into the distance. Boom! The Tusada heavenly mountain finally fell, crashing directly into the sea, creating endless waves. The seawater spiraled into the sky, and a huge circle of waves slapped in all directions. The sea and the sky were completely connected, and there was no distinction between them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Their ears were filled with noise, and it hurt their eardrums. After a while, the sea gradually calmed down, but a large amount of seawater accumulated in the sky, turning into continuous raindrops. The 5 figures gathered in the heavy rain, and the rainwater did not stain their clothes, but the 5 people's faces were extremely ugly. What do? We let him escape. Mu Wencheng's face was gloomy, and he gritted his teeth, and said angrily, "My black moon saber is still in his hands, we must get it back." Mu Ajuan said, "The black moon saber is not important, but the heartless bell, and the god's puppet in his hands." What? The 4 were shocked, and their bodies trembled. Mu Yitong said in a deep voice, "Elder Yu, what did you just say? God's puppet?" Mu Ajuan nodded, "Yes, he has a god's puppet. I have already reported this to the clan leader, and originally planned to look for him when we conquer the continent, but we did not expect him to come to us, and even the 5 of us couldn't take him down." This time everyone's face was extremely ugly. Mu Yurong said, "No wonder the clan leader sent the 4 of us to help you. If it really is a god's puppet, then we must get it no matter what." "Humph, that's easy to say. Tell me how to do it." Mu Yitong's face was pale, and he snorted, "Everyone should know the strength of the mountain splitter, and he couldn't even withstand a blow from that mountain. If it landed on us, even if we have the 100-tempered steel body, we will still die." Mu Ajuan said, "We did not see him with this mountain during the last 2 mountain splitters, so it must be something he obtained recently. I think there must be something wrong, or else why would he escape if he is so powerful? He can easily kill us." Mu Yurong also pondered and said, "Elder Kuei is right. Before he used the mountain, he first laid down a sword array and a locking array, and then used the power of the 2 arrays to imprison us. Only then did he unleash that earth-shattering attack. This thing is powerful but not very agile. If it cannot lock onto the enemy, it is useless no matter how powerful it is." Right, agility must be a weakness. Mu Yitong's eyes lit up. The 5 were all experts and understood the situation after some analysis. "Elder AI, did you see where he fled to?" Mu Yurong asked. Mu AI said, "Southeast, that seems to be." Mu Yurong's eyebrows jumped. "Corpse Fiend Sect?" Mu Yitong asked, "Why did he go to Corpse Fiend Sect? Do they have some connection?" Mu AI thought for a moment and said, "When I fought him in the sea, he said he had companions in Gluttonous Snake when he left in a hurry. When we went to the deep serene water trail, Gluttonous Snake was long gone. From this, Emotionless Sect and Phaseless Sect most likely went to Corpse Fiend Sect." Mu Yitong said, "Gluttonous Snake has not changed its coordinates for many years. Did you kill their sect master and cause them to panic? Is that why they all left to side with Corpse Fiend Sect?" Mu AI said, "Very likely. The 3 sects have always been subservient to Corpse Fiend Sect. Now that the Heaven Alliance has been established, great changes are coming. It is very reasonable for them to go." Mu Yurong said, "This means that Li Yunxiao is in a hurry to save people and will most likely clash with Corpse Fiend Sect?" Mu Yitong said, "Elder Yurong means, to let them fight?" Mu Yurong said, "Fighting is a good thing. I fear that Li Yunxiao will fall into Corpse Fiend Sect's trap and they will take the divine puppet. That will be troublesome." Mu AI's eyes shone with cold light. "How about we help him turn Corpse Fiend Sect upside down? This way, the Mu family's status in Heaven Alliance will be even higher. Mu AI said worriedly, if we are discovered, we will cause internal strife in Heaven Alliance. We will be surrounded by enemies. Mu Yitong said, we cannot care so much now. If it concerns the divine puppet, it does not matter if we leave Heaven Alliance. Let's act according to the situation. Our priority is to intercept the god's puppet. Then, the 5 of them turned into a huge ray of light and flew towards the southeast. 50,000 kilometers away from the deep serene water trail, a flash of lightning suddenly appeared and transformed into Xianxia's figure. After the battle with the 5 people from the Mu clan and then hurrying on with all his might, his origin power had been greatly depleted. He took out some medicinal pills and swallowed them before recovering a little. According to the sea race, Corpse Fiend sect should be in this region of the sea, being carried by an enormous sea turtle. But this place is boundless as far as the eye can see. Where are the sea turtles? Li Yunxiao pondered, constantly releasing his divine sense. The spiritual energy in the nearby sea was extremely rich, and there were very few giant sea beasts. It was indeed the sign of a powerful existence occupying this area. Could it be that I have to evaporate all the seawater here to force the turtle to appear? His expression turned unsightly. Under Tsutsumi, he couldn't see any clues within the perimeter. There wasn't even the slightest fluctuation of a powerful existence's aura. Could it be that he hid in another space? If this place is right, as long as I make some noise, their sect guardian disciple will definitely appear. After thinking, Li Yunxiao took out the imperial bell and rang it continuously. Clang! Clang! The sound of the bell was long and resounding, passing through space and time, shaking the sea and sky. Sure enough, not long after, Li Yunxiao noticed something strange. Some powerful existences started to appear at the bottom of the sea that was 10,000 meters deep. They're hiding at the bottom of the sea? Li Yunxiao stilled, finding it hard to imagine such a scene. Splash! Not long after, 2 figures broke through the seawater and flew into the air. Both of them wore large and strange clothing, and their expressions were grave. One of them shouted harshly, "Stop, who dares to provoke us?" Provoke us? Li Yunxiao shook his head and said, you misunderstood. I was just passing by and couldn't help but ring the bell to have some fun when I saw the beautiful scenery. Have fun? The man frowned and shouted, you're just ringing the bell, what kind of fun are you having? You've caused chaos in my unmovable returning forest. Follow me back and explain to the sect. Oh. Li Yunxiao put away the bell and said, okay, let's go. The 2 of them were stunned for a moment, and then they revealed a sinister smile. One of them said, go? Let me seal my dantian first before we go. Without saying a word, he pointed his finger at Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao stood still, his face was filled with fear, and he said anxiously, this. When the finger touched his dantian, he immediately felt a wave of murderous aura surging in, spiraling above his dantian, but in an instant, it was struck by the purple lightning until nothing was left. Only then did the 2 guards reveal a satisfied expression, and they looked at Li Yunxiao with sinister smiles. Kid, that bell of yours is not bad, let me have a look. Li Yunxiao was speechless, I'll follow you back to the sect first. One of them said. You seem to want to follow us to the forest of returning unmoving? Li Yunxiao said, isn't it because I want to quickly clear up the misunderstanding so that I can leave? Kid, you're quite arrogant, huh? I'm talking to you, and you have so many excuses? The 2 surrounded him, their eyes flashing with a murderous glint. Li Yunxiao said, I'm crazy, how am I arrogant? He felt that he was wronged. You still dare to talk back? Hit him. Hit him until he's honest first. One of them shouted. The 2 attacked at the same time, one on the left and one on the right. They seemed to think that he had sealed his dantian and could not fight back, so they were afraid that they would kill him, so they showed some mercy. Damn, I'm also a fool, why am I pretending to be a grandson in front of you? Li Yunxiao reached out with both hands, and immediately grabbed the 2's arms. At the same time, he pointed at their meridians, cut off the circulation of their origin energy, and struck out with both palms. Ah? The 2 were shocked, and they cried out in alarm, you. They turned around to escape. With a bang, one of them turned to dust under Qin Lai's palm. The other slightly stronger guard was sent flying by Li Yunxiao's palm, and then he grabbed at the air and pulled him over. Then his eyes turned the color of the moon, and he looked over. Ah! The guard screamed and lost consciousness. Li Yunxiao's consciousness rushed into the guard's mind and wantonly read his memories. A moment later, Li Yunxiao's eyes returned to normal. You've become an idiot, a fate worse than death. Let me help you free yourself. A ball of flame shot out, and that person was instantly burned to ashes. No wonder I couldn't find the location of that giant turtle, so it's a dead turtle buried in the deep sea. This corpse fiend sex art seems to be similar to Chumujia's corpse control art, but it's much more profound. It looks like I have to be more careful. After searching the soul, he understood the basic situation of corpse fiend sect. The so-called unmoving forest was a dead turtle that had been refined into a turtle corpse. It was like a giant island that floated under the sea. It could live in the underground space, and sometimes, it could also float on the surface of the sea. Moreover, the information he obtained from the guard's mind confirmed that the gluttonous snake had entered the unmoving forest. Li Yunxiao immediately dived to the bottom of the sea, found the entrance, and formed a set of hand seals. After forming a set of hand seals, a faint blue light appeared under his feet, and he teleported inside. The inside was deep and serene, and a deep blue light shone from it. Under Tsutsumi, he could see the shape of an island covered in dense forest. Why did you go out for so long? Did you kill that idiot who rang the bell? Hurry up and return to your position, we're about to dive to the surface. A shout came from far away, but it resounded in Qin Lai's ears. Li Yunxiao knew that it was the enforcer in charge of the island's defense. He cursed inwardly. I just came in, and this big turtle is about to float to the surface. He hurriedly flashed and arrived in front of the two small formations. After a few glances, he formed several hand seals. The corpse fiend sect disciple had the hand seals for this formation in his mind. He only needed to modify it slightly, and he could activate both formations at the same time. Rays of formation light rushed out of the formation, and countless runes flew in the air. The earth began to tremble. Looking through Tsutsumi's eyes, he saw a colorful light spread out from the center of the island, instantly enveloping the entire island. Other than the huge tremors, there was no other discomfort. Then, he felt the island rise rapidly, and the seawater receded. Splash! The surface of the sea was broken, and a giant turtle-shaped island floated on the sea. Layers of colorful light spread in the sky, forming a barrier that flashed and disappeared. The heartless sect people went to seek corpse fiend sect master Jingqi. This Jingqi is indeed a godlike existence in corpse fiend sect. I don't know his true cultivation. If I rush in recklessly, I will definitely be surrounded by the entire sect. I don't know if I can save him. Li Yunxiao was very worried. From his memories, he knew that this corpse fiend sect was also an abnormally powerful existence, and their relationship with the Mu family wasn't very good. It could even be said that these hidden families were very independent existences, and they would rarely be on good terms with other sections. But recently, many hidden sects had come to visit, and they seemed to be very close. It was a pity that the guard's level was too low. Other than a general understanding of corpse fiend sect and this unmoving forest of returning, he didn't know anything else. His figure flashed, and he went to Jingqi's palace. There was a giant stone coffin in the center of the island. Because corpse fiend sect mostly refined corpses, the island was filled with the dried corpses of all kinds of sea beasts and a large number of stone jade coffins. The surroundings were filled with thick corpse fiendish energy, causing ordinary people to feel extremely uncomfortable. After flying for a while, Li Yunxiao's eyes suddenly lit up. That gluttonous snake was circling in front of the giant stone coffin in the center, its head drooping on its body as it quietly coiled up. His palms were slightly sweaty, and he thought to himself that nothing must happen to everyone. Otherwise, this young master will turn that gluttonous snake and corpse fiend sect into dust. Suddenly, a blue light appeared, causing his body to freeze slightly. An extremely oppressive and nauseating aura came over. Not good. It's a barrier created by the corpse fiendish energy. He was shocked. In that split second of distraction, he accidentally bumped into the barrier and disappeared in a flash. In that instant, the space in front of him blurred, and a few figures appeared. However, only the person in the lead had a normal expression, and his eyeballs were moving. There were 4 other figures behind him, all of them corpse puppets with shriveled skin and dull expressions. The person looked around and immediately frowned. He shouted, "Come out." No one responded for a while. The person sneered and said, "You think you will be fine if you hide? Since you are not willing to show yourself, then die." He raised his hand, and a ball of green energy continuously changed in his palm. Then it exploded with a bang. The green light dispersed around his body and instantly enveloped the surrounding area. Xianxia was hiding at a node. The green energy surged in and stuck to his skin like powder, corroding his flesh. The smell was abnormally pungent, very similar to the corpse energy on the island. Thinking that this thing was extracted from corpses, Xianxia felt a wave of disgust, but he could only endure it. The man outside waited for a while, his expression changing slightly but quickly recovered. He snorted coldly and left with the corpse puppets. Xianxia finally circulated his vital energy slightly, controlling the water essence of the world to cleanse his body and wash away the green powder. He then continued to move stealthily, not daring to charge in openly. The stone coffin hall was dark and terrifying, filled with green corpse energy. Inside the hall, Long Yuanwu, Gualv, and Xiaoqing were slightly restless, extremely uncomfortable with this kind of environment. It's been so long, why hasn't Lord Jingqi come yet? Could it be that we don't want to see him? Gualv was a bit impatient and started to complain. Long Yuanwu glanced at him and said, "Calm down, eat some tea, and calm down. This is someone else's territory, and Lord Jingqi still hasn't appeared. Something must have happened." "Humph, something? You are looking down on us," Gualv said coldly. He picked up an insect the size of a palm from the tea tray. Its body was covered in red and green spots, and its eyes were like flies. He said angrily, "And the tea they served us is actually an insect." "Pah!" He angrily threw the insect to the ground and crushed it under his foot. Xiaoqing frowned and said, "This spirit insect is good for medicine, but it is too disgusting to swallow it raw like this." Gualv sneered and said, "Corpse Fiend sect probably knew that we would not eat it and purposely took it out." Suddenly, the 3 of them sensed something and hurriedly looked out of the hall. A person slowly walked in. He wore a pair of gold-threaded purple cloud clogs and a jade-green robe with 100 butterflies. His face was waxy yellow, making him look a little strange. When the 3 of them saw this, they immediately stood up and cupped their fists. "Lord Guang." The corner of Corpse Fiend Sect's Vice Sect Master Jiao Guang's lips rose slightly as he returned the greeting. "You are too courteous. This seat has been negligent and made you wait impatiently." Guilu's expression changed slightly as she became a bit embarrassed. Long Yuanwu hurriedly said, "What are you saying, Lord? We are only waiting for a moment. It's just that the corpse chi in this hall is too heavy, causing one to feel somewhat restless." "So that's how it is. In that case, it was I who didn't think things through. This corpse energy is coming from Ganqi's body." Jiao Guang smiled. "Ganqi?" The 3 of them were startled as if they had heard something terrifying. Immediately, they felt their hairs stand on end and cold sweat seeped out of their temples. Jiao Guang smiled and said, "Everyone, don't be nervous. It's just some aura being released." Xiaoqing's face was slightly pale as he said, "Just some aura has such a strong elemental effect. As expected of the #1 corpse in the world." Jiao Guang did not disguise his smugness as he smiled and said, "Of course. This is a god corpse that has been evolving for tens of thousands of years. This is also why Lord Sect Master cannot appear to meet you. This seat can only receive the 3 of you. Please forgive me." Long Yuanwu said, "So Lord Sect Master is refining Ganqi. No wonder. The 3 of us have come for no important matter. We just caught 3 powerful enemies and want to ask your sect to help us refine them into corpse puppets." "Oh? I'm afraid this foreign enemy is pretty strong." Jiao Guang's eyes turned and he said with a light smile, "I heard that your sect master has been killed, and even your sect treasure, the Heartless Bell, was lost. Even the gluttonous snake that has not moved for 10,000 years has left its territory and come to unmoving returning forest. What happened?" "Ah." Long Yuanwu sighed and said, "The sect has suffered such a great change, and everyone is anxious. It is difficult to speak. Jiao Guang smiled and said, never mind. Since Elder Long is not willing to speak, then don't think too much. Just stay in unmoving returning forest. I wonder how strong the martial artists you have brought are. Long Yuanwu said, 2 of them are 9 stars peak Emperor Wu, and 1 is only 1 star Emperor Wu. Jiao Guang was shocked and lost his composure. He cried out involuntarily, 9 stars peak Emperor Wu, and 2 of them? His reaction was within the 3's expectations, and they all sneered inwardly. Gue Lu said in a low voice, yes. We paid a great price and suffered countless casualties to capture these 3. Jiao Guang's face was full of complex emotions. His eyes flickered as he said slowly, do you know the identity of these 3? Long Yuanwu said, 2 of them are Sacred Region people, and 1 is from Merchant Union. They wanted to take the Heartless Bell and enter the deep serene water trail. Lord Sect Master was killed by them, and 1 of them escaped. Sacred Region, Merchant Union, escaped. Jiao Guang pondered over the information in detail. He continued to analyze in his mind, and said to himself, in Sky Martial Continent, those that have 9 stars peak strength are only the 2 super sacred lands and the 7 big sections. I did not expect Merchant Union to have 9 stars peak martial artists, they are not simple. Long Yuanwu said, that's right. When these few people made their move, I guessed that they were definitely strong martial artists from these few big forces. I just did not expect Merchant Union to have 9 stars peak Emperor Wu. Jiao Guang said, the world is big, and not everything can be seen. It is normal for some sects to hide some of their strength. It is easy to refine that 1-star Emperor Wu into a corpse puppet, I can immediately get people to refine it. But these 2 9 stars peak Emperor Wu. Refining a corpse puppet will consume a lot of resources, and it may not succeed. Once it fails, it would be equivalent to wasting all the previous efforts, and all the resources invested would be wasted. The 3 of them laughed coldly in their hearts. With so many excuses, he still wanted to monopolize them. Long Yuanwu kept his cool, and said, why don't we give up 1 of them, and treat it as the cost of refining? Your sect can help us refine 1. To be able to add a 9 stars peak corpse puppet, it would be a great help to the 3 sects that had just suffered heavy losses. Jiao Guang used his finger to knock his forehead, and said awkwardly, I will try my best, but I cannot guarantee success. After all, refining such a high-level thing is too risky. In my opinion, why don't the 3 of you sell these 2 martial artists to my sect? After all, my sect has a lot of resources, and we can still take this risk. As a reward, my sect will help the 3 of you to refine that 1-star Emperor Wu, and at the same time, give the 3 of you an 8-star Emperor Wu corpse puppet. How about it? The 3 of them had ugly expressions on their faces, and their hearts were filled with anger. Peak 9 stars Emperor Wu would become 8 stars, and as for that 1-star Emperor Wu corpse puppet, it would be a free gift, not essential. This deal was too much of a bully. Jiao Guang saw that the 3 of them had ugly expressions, and he smiled embarrassedly, saying, how about this? I will make the decision on my own again, and replace the 8-star Emperor Wu corpse puppet with an initial 9 stars corpse puppet. How about it? This condition is already the limit of my sect. If you cannot agree, then forget it. He flicked his sleeves, and crossed his hands behind his back, waiting for a reply with an indifferent expression. The 3's expressions changed, and they exchanged glances. They were all helpless, knowing that the other party had them in his grasp, and could only give in. Many thanks to Lord Jiao Guang for such preferential treatment. Long Yuanwu suppressed the anger in his heart, and said expressionlessly with cupped fists. Haha, you're welcome, you're welcome. Jiao Guang was overjoyed, and a smile blossomed on his face. He said cordially, we are all neighbors, and helping each other is something we should do. Furthermore, we are all members of the Heaven Alliance, so there is no need to be polite with me. Haha, quickly bring me to see those 2 experts. In his heart, those 2 were already corpse puppets, and could only be described as corpses. When the 4 of them walked out of the hall, they saw the gluttonous snake lying there motionlessly, its head resting on its body, as if it was sleeping. But looking closely, they would discover that the patterns on the snake's body were constantly flowing, and there was a spatial power appearing, absorbing the corpses around it, preventing the corpse energy from invading its body. Jiao Guang's eyes revealed a bright gleam, and he praised, if this huge snake is refined into a puppet, its might will be inestimable. The three's expressions changed drastically, and they were filled with shock and anger. Gualv said angrily, "What is the meaning of this, Lord?" Jiao Guang laughed loudly, and said, "Haha, don't be nervous. I'm just saying it casually. This gluttonous snake and my sex unmoving forest are both ancient species. Even if it's really refined into a puppet, it's not a big deal. Look at this unmoving forest, isn't it very good? It is also easier to control." Long Yuanwu said in a deep voice, "Forget it. This snake is the foundation of our three sects, so it is best for everyone not to have any ideas, or else." "Haha, it won't, look at how nervous you are." Jiao Guang's eyes flashed as he snickered. Gualv said coldly, "It is best that it won't." The four walked in front of the gluttonous snake, and Long Yuanwu sent out a hand seal that flew onto the gluttonous snake's body. The snake immediately raised its head to look. Then the space around the snake's body blurred, and the four were teleported inside. A blue light flashed, and Li Yunxiao also appeared in front of the snake. After a moment of thought, he moved forward. The space suddenly froze and became firm. Li Yunxiao's body was fixed in the air, unable to move. Half of his body was already inside, and the other half was outside. The snake raised its head, and its eyes shot out a vicious gaze as it stared warily at Li Yunxiao. It seemed to recognize the person in front of it. "Aya, you beast, are you courting death?" Li Yunxiao's mind spun. If he attacked and killed this snake, it would definitely attract the attention of Corpse Fiend sect. So his hands turned golden, and he forcefully tore open the space and went inside. Hiss hiss. The gluttonous snake was extremely dissatisfied, and it opened its mouth to bite down. Bang! Divine fire rose in Li Yunxiao's hand, and it turned into a heavenly phoenix that swam in his palm. The powerful aura caused the gluttonous snake to tremble, and its body immediately stiffened. He laughed coldly and charged into the space. Suddenly, a surge of corpse energy rushed in from behind him, covering the sky and earth, wanting to devour him. Li Yunxiao turned his hand and struck out with a palm. Boom! The two forces shook, and the vast corpse energy was immediately dispersed. The person who came let out a miserable scream as the bones in his hand shattered. It was the man who had appeared inside the barrier earlier, and he looked at Li Yunxiao with a terrified expression. "Who the hell are you?" That person felt his arms go numb, as if all the bones in his hands were broken. It was extremely painful. Just as he was about to summon his corpse puppet, the flowing space instantly collapsed, and a storm swept over. Both of them were sucked into it, and fell inside. The gluttonous snake shuddered, and only then did it recover from its awakening state. It hissed a few times, and continued to sleep with its eyes closed. The space Li Yunxiao fell into was the inside of the gluttonous snake. Everything in front of him was the same as before, except that the heartless sect in the center was almost destroyed. Who is it? The fall of him and that man immediately caused a commotion, and a large number of martial artists surrounded them. Li Yunxiao swept out with his divine sense, and immediately sensed the location of Narcissus and the others, and hurriedly teleported over. The man who fell with him shouted in shock, "Quickly take him down, he is an enemy." He immediately released 4 corpse puppets, and at the same time saw Jiao Guang in the distance, and shouted, "Lord Jiao Guang, there is an enemy." In the center of the gluttonous snake, a cobweb of iron chains floated in the air, and below it hung 4 metal cages covered in all kinds of runes. The iron chains pierced through, and turned into a huge formation, constantly extracting the power of the 4 people, causing them to be in a state of exhaustion, with only the power to breathe. There were powerful martial artists guarding all around, and they all had ominous glints in their eyes, wishing they could rush up and cut off the flesh of the 4 people. Suddenly, a figure flew up, and directly hovered in front of the metal cage on the right, and softly said, "Beauty, beauty, can you hear me?" Narcissus softly fell asleep in the cage. She drowsily opened her eyes, wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth, and blankly said, "Who are you?" That person said, "This one is the young master of Phaseless sect, Xia Jiong, and I am the one who saved Beauty from the edge of death." "Saved, you saved me?" Narcissus was overjoyed, and excitedly stood up. She found that her body had no strength at all, and was on the verge of collapse, and fell down again, saying, "Why do I have no strength at all?" Xiaojiang looked at her soft, jade-like, powerless body, and immediately had a reaction. He felt a thirst in his throat. He swallowed hard and said, "Yes, it was me who saved you. Otherwise, you'll become a corpse puppet just like them." Narcissus was stunned. Corpse puppet? What was a corpse? These cages and chains are strange. They seem to drain my strength. Get me out of here first. Xiaojiang coughed twice and said, "Not now, unless you agree to marry me." "What? I'll marry you." Narcissus jumped up and suddenly had strength. "Exactly," Xiaojiang said. "In this way, you will be the formless school's young mistress. After we dominate the continent, you will be the world-famous young mistress of the formless school. Your status will be incomparably honorable. You toad, scoundrel, you dare to have designs on me, you will die a horrible death." Narcissus was so angry that she almost cried. She wanted to kill someone, but she didn't have the strength to do so. "Haha, well said. He's a toad, how dare he have designs on the young mistress?" A voice came from the side. Xiaoqiang slowly walked out and stared coldly at Xiaojiang. "You want to touch my woman when I'm not here? You really are my good little brother. Xiaoqiang, you bastard, how dare you steal my love? I'll cut you down today." Xiaojiang was so angry that his face became distorted. He roared and slashed. "Humph, if I'm a bastard, then what are you?" Murderous intent flashed past Xiaoqiang's eyes. He took a step forward and drew his saber. Both of them knew that if they wanted to obtain this beauty, one of them would have to lie down. Moreover, this battle was not only related to seizing the beauty, it was also related to the fight for inheritance in the future. Therefore, they were merciless and each move was fatal. The group of people below frowned. But firstly, this matter did not concern them. Secondly, the two young masters were also of noble status. It was inconvenient for them to interfere, so they were happy to watch. Yuan Gaohan took a few glances and said, "Xiaojiang, your cultivation is not as good as your brother's. Don't fight recklessly. I see that your movement technique is not bad. You should learn from your strong points to make up for your weak points and win through tricks." Xiaojiang was being forced into a corner. When he heard this, he immediately understood. He was overjoyed and used his movement technique with all his strength. He created countless afterimages and immediately turned the situation around. Xiaoqiang was shocked and angry. "This damned thief, I'll kill you in a moment." Yuan Gaohan laughed and said, "Aren't you going to refine us into corpse puppets? How are you going to explain to your father and the rest if you kill me?" Xiaoqiang was angry, but this was not the time to bicker. After Xiaojiang changed his strategy, he was at a disadvantage. Chen Qingyu was puzzled. "Sir, they are fighting like dogs. Why are you giving them advice?" Yuan Gaohan said, "Anyway, it's boring to lie here. Isn't it more interesting to let them fight a little more fiercely?" Chen Qingyu suddenly said, "That's right. Sir is wise." Suddenly, a golden light appeared. No one knew when Xiaoqing had appeared in the field. He furiously slapped his two sons and sent them flying. 2 lines of blood sprinkled down from the sky. It could be seen that he was extremely ruthless and merciless. It was too shameful. "I've let everyone see a joke." Xiaoqing's face was ashen. He turned around and was full of shame. At this time everyone noticed that Long Yuanwu and the others had returned. They all stood up and saluted. "Haha, youngsters are hot-blooded. It's normal for them to fight over women." Jiao Guang stroked his beard and laughed. His gaze swept across the 4 cages and finally landed on Narcissus. He squinted his eyes and praised, "TSK, she is indeed a stunning beauty." No wonder he was tempted. Xiaoqing had nowhere to hide his old face. He said bashfully, "They should really kill those 2 bastards." Jiao Guang smiled and said, "They are youngsters. Find a few more girls for them to enjoy and they won't be so hot-blooded." Xiaoqing bowed and said, "Sir is right." Jiao Guang squinted his eyes and happily said, "These 2 warriors are indeed not bad." His gaze sized up Chen Qingyu and Su Lianyi. His gaze made the 2 of them shudder. Yuan Gaohan hurriedly said, my strength is weak. I'm not of much use. I don't need to refine them, right? Jiao Guang glanced at him and said, one-star Emperor Wu is indeed a bit of trash. But he is still the Jiutian Emperor Wu who has grasped the rules of Emperor Wu. Let's use him as a medicinal primer. Yuan Gaohan, suddenly, there was a commotion in the distance, and the man with the 4 corpse puppets arrived in an instant. Jiao Guang frowned and said, Diao Wu, why did you come in? The man pointed in front of him in fear and said, Sir, this person trespassed on our unmoving forest island. Jiao Guang and the others trembled and looked over in shock. Only then did they realize that a young man was standing on top of Yuan Gaohan's iron cage. A large number of disciples from the 3 sects also flocked over. In an instant, there were hundreds of people gathered. Big brother Yunxiao! Narcissus shouted in joy. She jumped twice before she lost all her strength and fell into the cage. Her eyes were filled with tears of grievance. Ugh, don't jump if you don't have the strength. Li Yunxiao looked at her clumsy appearance and felt both funny and heartache. He sighed in relief. The 4 of them were fine. Yuan Gaohan said, You're finally here. Li Yunxiao said, Oh? You look like you're afraid. You've lived for so many years and you're still so afraid of death? Yuan Gaohan smiled and said, I'm not worried at all. With Princess Narcissus here, you'll definitely come to save them. If it was just the 3 of us, we would really be afraid. Li Yunxiao laughed and said, At least you have some self-awareness. I'm indeed here to save Narcissus. You guys can stay here for a few more days. Chen Qingyu and Su Liani were speechless. Narcissus was extremely touched. She said softly, Woo-woo, big brother Yunxiao specially came back to risk his life for me. Li Yunxiao, who are you? Long Yuanwu's face darkened. Killing intent shot out of his eyes. Li Yunxiao said, I'm naturally their accomplice. You guys really don't know what's good for you. I helped you chase the murderer, but you captured my companions. Biting the hand that feeds you. Humph, chasing the murderer? Do you think we'll believe such a childish excuse? It seems like you're the one who escaped that day. Gualv sneered. Li Yunxiao spread his hands helplessly and said, It's not important whether I believe it or not. I've already done what I wanted to do. Now, I'm going to take the 4 of them away. Just give me some face. Haha. What a joke. I've never heard such a joke before. Gualv laughed wildly and said malevolently, Then I'll give you face and let you be refined into a corpse puppet. Sir Jiao Guang, do you think this brat is suitable to be a corpse puppet? Jiao Guang had been sizing up Li Yunxiao. He was shocked. He realized that he couldn't see through the other's cultivation. He sneered and said, That depends on his strength. If he's about the same as that 1-star Emperor Wu, then he can only be a dregs. Diao Wu hurriedly said, Sir, this brat can't be underestimated. I just exchanged a move with him, and both of my hands were almost crippled. Jiao Guang looked at his arms and said coldly, Who's going to capture this person? Long Yuanwu said, Naturally, it'll be our 3 sex people. Since he dared to come back to save them, he must have some ability. Everyone, don't be careless. Gualv said coldly, No matter how capable he is, can he escape from this inescapable net? Go. With his order, the several hundred martial practitioners in the surroundings all charged forward. Shouts of killing shook the heavens. Li Yunxiao was speechless. He sweated profusely and said, You're just sending your lackeys to die like this? There are so many of them, should we kill them or not? He was put in a difficult position. Yuan Gaohan said, Your eye technique is unparalleled in the world. You're still worried about this? Li Yunxiao scratched his head and said, How could I have forgotten? My studies are a bit complicated, so I didn't remember. His eyes instantly turned blood red, and his entire face became monstrous. Everywhere he looked, the bodies of the martial practitioners became sluggish and sluggish. Their faces were filled with confusion. Gualv was shocked, and shouted loudly, Close your eyes, don't look at his eyes. However, it was useless. Even if they closed their eyes, they couldn't escape from Tsutsumi's large area illusion technique. Because they didn't need to look at him. As long as he looked at them, they would be finished. Ah! Long Yuanwu and the others turned pale with fright. They immediately understood that they had encountered an expert. Even for them, they couldn't help but feel uneasy. Jiao Guang suddenly shouted, "Focus!" He bit his lips and spat out a bit of his heart's blood, which cleared his eyes. The other three also bit their tongues. A bit of pain instantly assaulted their minds and drove away the trance. Long Yuanwu shouted, "This person is not simple. Let's attack together." The three experts immediately flew up and attacked Li Yunxiao at the same time. Suddenly, a violent wind blew between heaven and earth, like a raging sea wave, and attacked Li Yunxiao in an instant. With the three of them working together, their power was monstrous. Li Yunxiao did not want to take it head-on. He took a step and retreated. "Want to leave? Dream on!" Long Yuanwu shouted and charged forward. At the same time, he also attacked with his left palm. He formed a seal in front of him and slammed it down. The other two followed closely behind and attacked from both sides, sealing off Li Yunxiao's escape route. The violent aura almost turned into a dragon, surging around his body and causing the blood in Li Yunxiao's body to surge. He immediately stood with his sword in hand. The cold sword of frost instantly split into 3 sword shadows. They were all different sword moves and sword wills that stabbed out. Some were as vigorous as the waves, some as heavy as the mountains, and some were as sharp as thunder. With one sword, the 3 sword wills flew through the air, each with a different meaning. What? Long Yuanwu and the other two were shocked. Although the sword moves were not enough to defeat them, they were colorful and had a kind of limitless beauty. Jiao Guang and Diao Wu were dumbfounded. "Don't panic. No matter how many changes there are, they are just for show," Xiaoqing shouted. His eyes were ferocious. He put one hand in front of him and pointed at the air. His other hand formed a fist and punched out. 2 waves of energy fused and whistled through the air. It actually condensed into an astral wind and slashed out. Bang! The astral wind slashed on the sword ray and emitted a strong spiritual pressure that tore the surrounding space apart. The sword ray was layered like 1,000 green mountains, endless and endless. It was the Xianxia peak that he had comprehended from Cheiyu. Xiaoqing's expression changed. The shock in his heart was like waves in the sea. Just one of the 3 styles of the one-sword technique was able to contend against his divine ability and was not at a disadvantage. If it was a one-on-one fight, he would probably be defeated on the spot. However, even though he was shocked, he did not panic, because Long Yuanwu and Goe Lu had also attacked at the same time. With the 3 of them working together, even a transcending mortality and entering sainthood would not dare to underestimate them. Sword World. Li Yunxiao let out a light snort. His cold sword rose into the air, and a pure and vast sword power rippled out. A cyan sword barrier spread out, covering the entire area within a radius of a few miles. The 3 sword intense auras suddenly surged and swept through the world like fierce beasts. Bang! Xiaoqing's astral wind suddenly collapsed. Xianxia Peak was like 100,000 mountains moving horizontally, crushing everything in its path. Long Yuanwu and Goe Lu were also affected, their minds were greatly shaken, and their entire bodies were swallowed by the world of swords. The 3 of them were no longer in the mood to injure the enemy. Instead, they retracted their energy and turned it into a defense to avoid being injured by this vast sword energy. Bang! 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 After enduring bitterly, it was difficult for them to fight again. The 3 of them consciously retreated, allowing the sword energy to shake them out of the barrier, minimizing the damage to themselves. However, their hearts were still agitated, and their mouths were full of bitterness, but they still swallowed it. Li Yunxiao had forced the 3 of them back with a single sword, shocking everyone present. Those martial artists who had been restrained by the eye technique were also awakened by the vast sword ocean, and all of them looked on in fear. He put away his sword and stood upright, stepping on an iron cage again, and said, "I'm going to take the 4 of them away now. Everyone, please give me some face." This time, there was no sarcasm, not even a sound. The whole place was deathly silent. Long Yuanwu and the other two's faces were whiter than paper. "Impossible, this doesn't make sense." Jiao Guang suddenly said, "This brat's strength has always been at the middle stage of 9 stars, Emperor Wu. According to his cultivation, even if he fought one-on-one, he would not be a match for the 3 lords." How could he force the three of them back with a single sword? Even transcendence and sainthood cannot do this. The trio's expressions were ugly, and they felt greatly humiliated. Gui Lu said angrily, "Is Lord Jiaoguang mocking us? If Lord has doubts about this brat's strength, you can test him yourself." Jiaoguang frowned and said, "I have no intention of mocking you, it's just that." Long Yuanwu interrupted him and said loudly, "Brat, of the 4 people in the cage, we have already given the 2 peak stage 9 stars Emperor Wu to immovable Gui Lin Corpse Fiend sect. We do not have the right to deal with them. As for this 1-star Emperor Wu and this little girl, if you want them, take them away." Jiaoguang's expression suddenly changed. Long Yuanwu was trying to direct the spearhead at him, and he couldn't help but show anger. Long Yuanwu sighed softly and said, "Lord Jiaoguang, you saw it just now. It is not that we do not want to protect these 2 experts, but we are powerless. If Lord does not want these corpse puppets, I will refuse on Lord's behalf and let him take them away." Jiaoguang was in a difficult position. If they fought, they were most likely not this brat's match. If they did not fight, they would lose 2 peak stage 9 stars corpse puppets. This would be a great loss even for Corpse Fiend sect. But this was immovable Gui Lin, their headquarters, and they naturally would not give it up easily. Lord Long Yuanwu is right. 2 of the corpses belong to my Corpse Fiend sect. Friend, please give us some face and take the other 2. This way, we will be friends and not enemies. Friend is very welcome to visit immovable Gui Lin often. Not often. This young master does not want to come to this ghastly place for the rest of my life. This young master has no interest in being friends with Corpse Fiend sect. After we part today, we will not meet again." Li Yunxiao rejected him mercilessly, causing everyone to feel a chill in their hearts. In their secluded families, Corpse Fiend sect was like Mount Tai and the Big Dipper. Who dared to not give them face? This brat was courting death by slapping their faces at any moment. Long Yuanwu and the other 2 were overjoyed and exchanged smug looks. If Jiaoguang was enraged, Corpse Fiend sect would act, and this brat would die without a doubt. As expected, Jiaoguang's face immediately turned green. He said in a cold voice, "Your arrogance knows no bounds. Do you think that just because you can do as you please in the Sky Martial continent, you can do as you please in my immovable Gui Lin? Even if the experts of your 2 sacred lands come to this island personally, they will have to kneel." Li Yunxiao pointed at Yuan Gaohan in the cage and gave him a thumbs up. "Look, this is the expert from the sacred lands. He really did kneel, amazing." Yuan Gaohan was enraged and scolded, "You scoundrel, you still don't forget to mock and humiliate me at this time." Li Yunxiao said, "A gentleman has no worries and fears, and seeks truth from facts. Brother Gaohan, are you afraid that others will know your identity?" Yuan Gaohan was speechless and snorted heavily. He laid in the cage and closed his eyes to avoid getting angry. Jiaoguang said, "I can see that friend's background is not small, and you don't seem to have a good relationship with the person in the cage. Why act on impulse and cause a great disaster?" Li Yunxiao smiled coldly and said, "I can also see that friend's status is not low. Why act on impulse and lose your life?" Jiaoguang had a belly full of anger and finally could not endure it any longer. He scolded angrily, "Since you are seeking death, then this seat can only refine you into a corpse puppet. Only then will I be worthy of your repeated courting death. Diao Wu, send my order to summon 18 corpse puppets to surround Gluttonous Snake. The rest of you, attack with me. Anyone who retreats will be treated as traitors." "Yes." Diao Wu was greatly shocked. Those 18 corpse puppets were the top fighting force of Corpse Fiend sect and had almost never been mobilized in full force. However, he also knew that this was a serious matter and hurriedly turned to leave the space. The people of the 3 sects looked at each other in shock. Jiaoguang was clearly going to use them as cannon fodder. Long Yuanwu said in a low voice, "My lord, you saw this boy's strength just now. The people of the 3 sects are weak and will not be of much use. If we go, we will only be going to our deaths." Jiaoguang said in a cold and vicious voice, "We can at least exhaust some of his strength, right? With a great enemy in front of us, how can we care about our own lives? My lords, since you brought Gluttonous Snake to Unmoving Forest of Returning, you most likely intend to side with Corpse Fiend sect? Now is the time for you to show your allegiance. Otherwise, humph." His cold and dark snort caused the hearts of the people of the three sects to sink. Long Yuanwu and the other two did indeed intend to side with them. They had not said anything because they wanted to negotiate a good bargaining chip and use favorable conditions to side with them. If they were truly dissatisfied, they could lead their group and leave. But right now, they were in a situation where they had to choose sides. If they did not listen to Jiao Guang's command, not only would their plan to side with Corpse Fiend sect go up in smoke, they would also offend Corpse Fiend sect. It would be difficult for them to leave unmoving forest of returning. Jiao Guang said coldly, "My lords, do not be indecisive. This opportunity will disappear in a flash." Long Yuanwu gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with determination as he shouted, "Kill, kill, kill. Tear this boy to pieces and take revenge for Lord Sect Master." Xiaqing and Goe Lu also trembled. They immediately made up their minds and shouted, "Kill, kill together, we will not retreat." Jiao Guang finally revealed a cold smile and said, "Attack with me. If we are of one mind, even if we transcend mortality and enter sainthood, we will still have to kneel. I do not believe that this boy can overturn the heavens." 4 people immediately rushed forward. The 3 of them were afraid that too many of their sect disciples would die, so they gritted their teeth and charged at the front. "The first time, we showed mercy because we were afraid of killing too many people. The second time, if you do not repent, then you deserve to die." Li Yunxiao's eyes turned cold. Surging killing intent shot out of his body and turned into bolts of lightning that spread in all directions. The entire interior of the gluttonous snake was covered in blue lightning. In order to end the battle quickly and avoid falling into Corpse Fiend Sect's quagmire, he also released the profound thunder cloud's shocking roar and the evil spirit. Under the power of the thunder realm, the profound thunder cloud's shocking roar was like a fish in water. Its body continuously absorbed the lightning in the surroundings, and its body grew more than 10 times larger. It spat out golden lightning from its mouth, and every time it spat out a large amount of lightning, it was as if it was swatting flies. The evil spirit shouted loudly and was extremely excited. He picked up his axe and swung it at Jiao Guang and the others. He fought as if he was not afraid of death. Because his ugly race's demon body had the undying power of decomposition, it was most suitable for a mad warrior like him who did not care for his life. What is going on with these 2 demonic beasts?" Long Yuanwu exclaimed in shock. Could he be a beast tamer? Scold your grandma. You dare to call this lord a beast, this lord will kill your entire family." The evil spirit's eyeballs exploded as it roared and chased after Jiao Guang. Jiao Guang's entire body shook as a chill spread from the bottom of his heart. He knew he was in big trouble. He shouted, "Don't be afraid, don't be scared by his aura. We have more people, we will definitely win." After shouting, he suddenly gathered his true qi and flew into the air, intending to escape. Shameless enough. Li Yunxiao teleported, leaving only lightning where he was. He appeared in front of Jiao Guang and slashed down with his sword. Thousand Autumn Peak. Endless verdant mountain ranges flowed with the will of 100,000 mountains. It was as though an endless mountain range was being moved and pressed down. Jiao Guang was shocked and quickly formed a seal with his hands. 2 corpse puppets appeared beside him and gave off nauseating corpse energy. Bam! The 2 corpse puppets took the blow head-on and were sent flying 100 meters. Deep sword marks appeared on their bodies, and their chests were completely split open. However, no blood flowed out. Jiao Guang said in shock, "Friend, we can talk. I don't want the bodies of those 4 experts. You can take them all. Just treat it as making a friend. Who wants to make friends with you?" "It's too late to say anything now." Li Yunxiao's killing intent rose. His brow flashed and a fireball rolled out. It was filled with black particles that turned into a crocodile in the air. It stood on its feet and roared as it charged towards the 2 corpse puppets. The crocodile's body was covered in rank 10 divine fire and was the bane of this kind of fiendish beings. Adding on the power of the immemorial astral wind, the wind could create fire. Its power instantly multiplied. Just the aura from its body was enough to turn the sky into a sea of fire. The 2 corpse puppets were sprayed by the flames as they charged. Their bodies crackled and burned as they held in the air. Their evil aura turned into thick white smoke. Jiao Guang was really scared now. If he had fled at the start, it was because he didn't want to fight this young man head-on to avoid getting injured. As long as he left the gluttonous snake space and summoned the experts of Corpse Fiend sect, they could trample him and refine him into a corpse puppet. But now he found it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens if he wanted to leave. On the other hand, the other party seemed to have an endless number of trump cards. He was always at ease, completely suppressing him. Since the beginning of time, the undying starlight. Li Yunxiao approached with his sword in hand. A vast sword will filled the entire space, as if there was only a shadow left in the world. Everyone stopped fighting and stared at the figure in horror. Bang! Jiao Guang sucked in a breath of cold air, a boundless chill spreading from the bottom of his heart. The danger of death had never been so close before. No, don't! He screamed at the top of his lungs, spare me, I beg you, spare my life. His voice was hoarse and sobbing. The morale of the people from the three sects immediately collapsed. Their fighting spirit instantly vanished like smoke in thin air, and they immediately became scattered sand. The hearts of Long Yuanwu and the other two had sunk to the bottom. Li Yunxiao's face was like water, and his eyes were calm. There was nothing left in his perception except the endless sword will. Star-cutting sword. The cold sword created a boundless sword mark on the frost, rippling in the air as it slashed downwards. Everyone was stunned as they looked at the absolute beauty of that sword. It was like the law of heaven and earth, and the great Tao was the simplest. Jiao Guang cried and begged for mercy, but his hands did not stop. He continuously formed hand signs, using all of his knowledge to form a huge blue palm print, and fiercely slammed forward. Rumble. The sword light was like water without a trace, like moonlight sprinkling down. The blue palm print suddenly split in the air. Jiao Guang's eyes widened, and his pupils instantly shrunk to the size of mung beans. He did not have time to call for help, and could only watch as his body was split in two. Rumble. On the unmoving returning forest island, the gluttonous snake painfully rolled in the air. Suddenly, its stomach exploded, and a sharp sword will rushed out, shooting towards the boundless sea. Bang! The snake's body was immediately split in two. It opened its mouth and stuck out its tongue, hissing in pain. But the space exploded, and a whirlpool was formed, rushing towards the nine heavens. The two halves of the gluttonous snake's body were pulled in by the spatial whirlpool, until it disappeared without a trace. Rumble. The enchantment above the unmoving returning forest was directly blasted apart by the storm, and the entire island began to tremble. The huge turtle beast floated quietly on the sea, and as it felt the impact, it slowly opened its two huge eyes. Its eyes were a dark green, and a deathly grey color. Inside the stone coffin palace, in a quiet secret room, a man was sitting cross-legged on a jade coffin. The room was filled with a green deathly aura, and from time to time, green flames would spew out, floating around for a few moments before completely burning. Suddenly, the entire secret room shook. The man suddenly opened his eyes, and a gaze as sharp as a knife shot out, as if it wanted to penetrate the secret room and look at the outside world. His body moved, and his figure disappeared. Along with him, the jade coffin that was emitting a terrifying light also disappeared. The gluttonous snake exploded, and the space instantly collapsed. A large number of martial artists from the three sects were smashed to pieces. The rest, along with Li Yunxiao, were sent flying by that shocking power into the clouds. Under the surge of the power, a black hole was torn open in the sky, and it continued to spread. Many martial artists' corpses were sucked into it. Brother Yunxiao, save me! Narcissus's cries could be heard from within the storm, and the four metal cages were sucking in as well. With a few flashes, Li Yunxiao split open the cages and saved the four people. He sucked them into the universe divine steel, and only then did he heave a sigh of relief. The power of space continued to surge upwards. Not only the people from the three sects, but even the things on the unmoving returning forest island were being sucked into the black hole by the suction force. Although Long Yuanwu and the other two were not dead, they were injured by the explosion. They were supporting their bodies, and they were as still as mountains, to prevent themselves from being sucked into the black hole. Li Yunxiao looked at the three of them and said, "I'll say it again. I am not the murderer who killed your sect leader, but I am not afraid of you coming to take revenge. Let's part ways here." Long Yuanwu was shocked, and he knew that at this moment, the other party would definitely not lie to him. He shouted loudly, "Then who is the murderer?" Li Yunxiao was silent for a moment, and he said, "Mu Clan's Mu Su." "What?" The three of them were shocked, and their faces were filled with anger. They gritted their teeth in hatred. "How dare you, Li Yunxiao? How dare you betray me?" Suddenly, an angry snort was heard in the air. It was Musu's voice, but he was nowhere to be seen. Long Yuanwu said angrily, "Musu, the Heartless sect has no enmity with the Mu clan. Why did you kill them?" Musu laughed coldly and said, "It's simple. Because you don't know what's good for you. Since you've been exposed, let's get rid of the three of you as well to prevent any future troubles." Within the storm, a cold figure slowly appeared. It was Musu, and he walked toward the three of them with a cold face. Then, Mu Yurong and the other three appeared one by one, and they spread out in the surroundings. They were afraid that the three of them would escape. The three of them immediately recognized the five of them, and their faces turned ashen. Musu laughed coldly and said, "Do the three of you want to kill yourselves, and leave your bodies intact, or do you want us to kill you?" Suddenly, a cold voice was heard. It was as if it came from the underworld, and it sent chills down their spines. "I was wondering who dared to cause trouble in the unmoving forest of return. So it's the Mu clan. How dare they bully me?" Musu and the other four trembled and said in shock, "Jingqi." Mu Yurong said in fear, Why did you come out? Aren't you refining the Gongqi? You can't just come out of nowhere." Li Yunxiao was also curious. He wanted to see the master of the Corpse Fiend sect, the super expert of the overseas hidden families. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the storm. His face was as white as snow, and he was very young. He wore a long black robe, and he looked calm and dignified. "There's no need for you to know." Jingqi raised his hand and slapped toward Mu Yurong. Musu shouted in shock, "Don't fight him head-on, run." Then, he turned into a ray of light. He didn't fly toward the sea, but toward the direction of the storm, trying to escape into the black hole in the sky. At this moment, a giant sea beast suddenly jumped down from the clouds. With a splash, it stepped on the sea and slapped toward the black hole. Boom! The black hole collapsed under its slap. In an instant, it flew toward the center and disappeared without a trace. The entire sky became clear again. The faces of the Mu family members turned pale. Mu Yurong was still under Jingqi's attack. He didn't want to fight, but he couldn't escape. He could only brace himself and meet the attack with his palm. Bang! His body trembled, and his blood boiled. He vomited a mouthful of blood and was pushed back hundreds of meters. He had a strange feeling that this person wasn't as powerful as the rumors said. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank. He seemed to have noticed something, and his expression became serious. The moment Jingqi appeared, he knew that this person was a divine being but didn't pay too much attention. After all, he had met many divine beings. It wasn't until Jingqi's palm attack that he paid attention to. At this moment, other than the giant sea beast that destroyed the black hole, hundreds of people appeared. They were all experts of the Corpse Fiend sect. Among them, 18 powerful corpse puppets surrounded the innermost area, but all the space was sealed. Not even a mosquito could enter. "Lord Sect Master." Diao Wu suddenly flew over and greeted, "The matter is like this." In a few words, he briefly explained the matter. After Jingqi pushed Mu Yurong back, he stood with his hands behind his back, his face expressionless. After hearing Diao Wu's words, he said, "Where is Zhou Guang?" Long Yuanwu hurriedly came forward and said, "Lord Jingqi, Lord Zhou Guang was cut in two by this brat. Not even his bones are left." Although they knew that Li Yunxiao was not the culprit, the gluttonous snake was killed by Li Yunxiao with a single sword attack, causing them to lose their permanent home. This hatred was even greater than killing the leader of the Heartless Martial School. Mu Yurong's expression was solemn as he cupped his fists and said, "Lord Jingqi, the matter is clear now. Everything was done by Li Yunxiao and has nothing to do with the five of us. Please let us go to avoid harming our alliance." Jingqi lazily waved his hand and said, "Kill them all. Don't destroy the corpses, keep them to refine." Killing intent gathered in the sky. The Mu family members and Li Yunxiao felt the roiling corpse energy, causing them to feel cold and disgusted. Musu was shocked and said hurriedly, "My lord, the Corpse Fiend sect and the Mu family are important members of the Heaven Alliance. How can we kill each other?" Xianxia said, "Don't worry. After killing you and refining you into corpse puppets, your strength will decrease but you will have immortal bodies. You will become even more powerful. This way, the overall strength of the Heaven Alliance will not change." Musu, suddenly, Mu Yurong screamed in fear. "Poison, poison, this is poison." His body had started to turn greenish-black and there were spots of livor mortis on his skin. Ah! Is the legend true? Musu was shocked. His eyes were filled with fear and he couldn't help but step back. Legend? What legend? Mu Yurong was anxious and turned around. "Stop." Musu shouted and gestured for him to stop. He said in fear, "The poison in your body is contagious. Don't come over." Mu Yurong was startled and stopped immediately. He said urgently, "Elder Mu, tell me how to cure this poison." The blackish-green spots and livor mortis on his body increased. Some parts of his body were about to grow hair. It was terrifying. Mu Wenchang frowned. "Isn't it just corpse poison? The toxicity of corpse poison should not be able to harm us." "Fine sand mystic feather." Li Yunxiao suddenly said, "This corpse poison is made from fine sand mystic feather." "Fine sand mystic feather?" Mu Wenchang was startled. His face was full of confusion. He clearly didn't understand. However, Mu Yurong's expression changed drastically. He was ashen. Musu heaved a sigh and said, "Alas, you also understand." Mu Yurong was about to cry. He muttered to himself, "How is it possible? The 5 deadly poisons is a legend. How can it really exist in this world? What? The 5 deadly poisons?" Mu Wenchang's face twitched violently. He also showed fear and disbelief. Musu sighed. "Even a godly realm expert will die from this poison. It is said that the ancestor of the Corpse Fiend sect obtained this poison and refined it into the body of a godly fiend corpse puppet. No one has seen it for so many years. I didn't expect it to be true. What's more, I didn't expect Lord Jingqi to have mastered this poison." Jingqi said, "As a member of the Mu family, you must have heard all kinds of rumors. It is not strange for you to know about this." He pointed at Li Yunxiao and said, "But I am rather surprised that you recognized him immediately. Who are you, and how do you know him?" Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly. "I'm just a small fry. If I tell you, will you let me go?" Jingqi said, "Of course not." Li Yunxiao said, "Then why should I say it?" Jingqi frowned. What he said was indeed true, but no one had ever contradicted him like this before, so he didn't know how to respond. Diao Wu said coldly, "If you answer, you can die happily. If you don't, you will die painfully." Li Yunxiao sneered and said, "Idiot, what are you talking about? If I want to die happily, I can just detonate my dantian and drag you to heaven with me. Is there a need to go through so much trouble?" Diao Wu jumped in fright and quickly retreated to hide behind Jingqi. Li Yunxiao's words reminded Mu Yurong of something. His eyes darkened and a determined look appeared on his face. "Since I'm going to die anyway, I will fight it out with you." Mu Yurong made up his mind and immediately activated the qi in his dantian. It surged wildly in his body and formed a whirlpool of qi around him. The poison of the fine sand Xianyu also followed the qi in his dantian and began to spread throughout his body. The whirlpool was dotted with green spots. If it exploded, everyone present would be poisoned. Musu was also shocked and said, "Yurong, you can't do that." "The poison in your body," Li Yunxiao said, "it's fine. The corpse poison in his body has been transmitted many times, so its power is greatly reduced. If the poison first came from the corpse puppet, then Jingqi's poison is the second time. It is far from the true fine sand Xianyu's power. If it comes to Mu Yurong again, it will be the third time. It won't be able to hurt you and me." Musu heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Then I can rest assured." Li Yunxiao felt depressed. Weren't the people of the Mu family too cold? They only cared about their own life and death and did not consider the feelings of others. But it was not only Musu. Mu Yitong and the others also behaved like this. Jingqi looked at Li Yunxiao and seemed to have caught his attention. He said, "You seem to know something about the fine sand Xianyu." Li Yunxiao said coldly, "Hee." Jingqi said, "The word hee is really hurtful." Li Yunxiao said, "Hurtful? I can only say that you are too full of yourself." Jingqi raised his hand and pointed at Li Yunxiao from afar. Li Yunxiao was naturally not afraid. He also looked at him coldly with an unruly look. Mu Yurong said angrily, "Damn it. How dare you ignore me? Jingqi, go to hell with me." His body flashed and appeared in front of Jingqi. He suddenly opened his dantian. Everyone was in an uproar, and they hurriedly retreated backwards. Jingqi's hand suddenly turned and formed a sign with 2 fingers. A circle of white light spread out from his palm and imprinted on Mu Yurong's dantian. That violent aura was suddenly suppressed. "What? Haha, you want to forcefully suppress my self-explosion. Don't you know that this is a dead end? The power of the explosion will multiply." Mu Yurong laughed wildly after the shock. Jingqi said, "You are very noisy." His fingers kept changing signs and made a total of 3. Mu Yurong suddenly felt something was wrong and suddenly cried out, "Not good." The white liver mortis on his body kept expanding and quickly occupied more than half of his body. My body, he found that his body had become extremely stiff and difficult to move. Not only that, the origin power in his body was under Jingqi suppression. It should have been more violent, but it also became weaker. What's going on?" he said with difficulty. Only then did he realize that he could not even speak. Li Yunxiao said in shock, "Corpse transformation." Jingqi's expression changed slightly. He looked over and suddenly appeared in front of Li Yunxiao in a flash, slapping down with his palm. Li Yunxiao was already on guard. Golden light flashed on his arm. At the same time, he grabbed the air. A ball of black light lingered in his hand and turned into a fist wind. He was confident that the second fine sand black feather would not be able to harm his indestructible golden body. Furthermore, with the protection of devil essence, nothing could harm it. Bam! The 2 palms met in the air. It was the same scene as Mu Yurong. Musu exclaimed, "Li Yunxiao, you." He did not understand why he did not dodge when he knew the other was powerful. A circle of black light and white light appeared between their fists and palms. They corroded each other and were evenly matched. "What?" Jingqi's expression changed greatly. For the first time, he was shocked. His fine sand black feather had always been invincible. There was no material attribute that could resist it. "What is this?" he asked sternly, staring at the devil essence. Li Yunxiao sneered. "This young master has no obligation to educate you. Back off." He shouted loudly, and the power of his fist increased explosively, sending Jingqi flying back. Everyone was shocked. Their eyes widened in disbelief. They did not believe that he could push Jingqi back. Even the people from the Mu family did not believe it. Li Yunxiao said, "This young master is very busy. I don't have time to stay and drink tea. We will meet again if fate allows it." His body instantly turned into lightning, wanting to escape. Musu shouted, "Young Master Yun, take us with you. I will send you to the deep serene water trail. Otherwise, you will not be able to find the location." Li Yunxiao waved his hand. "Bye-bye. This young master will be bewitched if I believe you again." Lightning flashed. He had just escaped 100 meters when a pitch-black pressure pressed down. The giant sea beast slammed down again. It was half an acre in size. It suppressed the space and trapped the lightning inside. Li Yunxiao felt the sky and earth pressing down. It was pitch black. The sea beast had a hideous appearance. Its back was stooped, but its head was like the clouds. It was abnormally huge. Its green eyes were gray. It had died a long time ago and was now only a corpse puppet. That palm seemed to contain an extremely strong spatial force. Li Yunxiao's indestructible golden body actually felt like it was being torn apart by that palm force. "Rise!" he shouted. A ball of divine fire spun around his body. A lot of seawater was evaporated in an instant. Great windmill. The divine fire and the astral wind suddenly combined, turning into a boundless pillar of fire that shot into the sky. Li Yunxiao's idea was very simple. Since this sea beast was also a corpse, it would naturally be restrained by the divine fire. Boom! The sea beast's palm slammed into the pillar of fire. As expected, the flames burned along its arm. Its entire body was instantly set on fire. However, the spatial power under the palm was also extremely strong. It completely suppressed the pillar of fire, causing it to collapse into the sea. Boom! The pillar of fire collapsed, and the palm pressed down on Li Yunxiao. Splash! The surface of the sea split open, creating endless waves that crashed against the sea beast corpse puppet. However, it couldn't extinguish the flames on its body. Everyone's hearts trembled. Looking through the layers of waves, they saw a faint golden light beneath the giant palm on the surface of the water. What? Even this palm can't kill it? The Corpse Fiend sect members were all shocked. Jingqi's expression was also ugly as he stared coldly. At this time, Mu Yurong had long lost control of his body. In fear and despair, he gradually became sluggish, his entire body gradually turning into a corpse fiend. Ugly! Li Yunxiao's voice came from under the palm. The surface of the sea shook violently. Countless waves spun. With 3 heads and 6 arms, Qin Lai fiercely resisted the palm's suppression. Balls of golden light flashed around his body and entered the barrier formed by his 6 arms. He pushed the sea beast corpse puppet's palm away. Splash! The sea beast corpse puppet's body couldn't help but jolt back a few times under the tremendous force. It stomped on the seawater and created huge waves. How is this possible? Is his body saintly? He can actually resist the sea devil monkey's corpse fiend. All kinds of exclamations and shock sounded. The 4 members of the Mu family felt a chill in their hearts. After Li Yunxiao's 6 arms pushed away the sea devil monkey, his 6 arms slowly flattened and formed a hand seal. An enormous black shadow appeared behind him, towering into the clouds. The true demon giant spirit slowly opened its eyes. Black rings of stars appeared around its body. Terrifying power poured out of them, and one could vaguely see weapons floating in the air. The true demon giant spirit raised its hand and grabbed at the pitch-black ring of stars. Li Yunxiao shuddered. Suddenly, light shot out of his eyes. The spirit energy in his body was being sucked away at an unimaginable speed by the giant spirit. It was almost out of his control. Damn it, what's going on? He was shocked. If this continued, he would be sucked dry in a few blinks of an eye. Suddenly, his body shuddered. A golden light flashed in front of his chest, and a vast force surged out. The light of the chains of law was affected. He felt as if his ribs were being pulled out one by one. It was excruciating, and beads of sweat rolled down his cheeks. Everyone saw the golden light in front of his chest and the vast force. They thought it was some big move and were on high alert. After the sea demon monkey corpse puppet steadied its body, it raised its hands and put its palms together. A natural array was formed and spread out in the sky. The entire sea became strange. It was as if there was a song in the air. Oh no, this is... Musu's face turned pale. The sea demon monkey's innate magical power, ocean's music. Muitong was also shocked. This monkey is already a corpse puppet. How can it perform a magical skill before it was born? Musu's eyes glowed as he said in fear, magical skill. It really is the omnidirectional magical skill. Jingqi was also surprised and solemn. He said, although the corpse puppet retains most of its strength from when it was alive, it doesn't remember the martial skills from when it was alive. There is only a small chance that it can be triggered. The sea demon monkeys must have been provoked, and that's why it triggered the magical skill, ocean's music. The raging sea calmed down. Cheerful music sounded as if countless spirits were dancing on the surface of the sea. It was peaceful. However, everyone knew that a storm was coming. After this auspicious facade, what kind of storm would come? Everyone widened their eyes in anticipation. They were very excited. Jingqi and the Mu brothers were also sweating, but their mood was completely different. To the Mu brothers, although Li Yunxiao wasn't on the same path as them, their fates wouldn't be any better if he was killed by the sea demon monkeys. Countless musical runes danced in the palm of the sea devil monkey, and the spiritual chi within a radius of several kilometers was instantly sucked dry. The light on his palm grew brighter and brighter, illuminating the clear waves of the sea. Roar. When its power reached its peak, the sea demon monkey let out a ferocious roar, creating boundless waves that forced everyone back. There seemed to be a glimmer of light in his lifeless eyes. The two-palm seal suddenly smashed down. Immediately, the sky and the sea trembled as boundless energy surged out, shocking everyone. At this moment, Xianxia's entire body was trembling. Everyone thought that he was trembling under the pressure of this mystic art. If the might of this mystic art was already like this, then once it landed, he would most likely be smashed into smithereens. Jing Qi, on the other hand, was overjoyed. This sea demon monkey had stimulated the divine ability in its body. If he went back and refined it, its power would probably increase to another level. You want to use this opportunity to escape from my body? Lord Pu. Xianxia's body trembled as he said, putting aside the fact that you don't have the power to break the seal. If I'm killed, you will lose this path of escape forever. And in this world, apart from me, no one else knows where you are trapped. Do you want to sleep forever? Under the transmission, the power that was causing trouble finally calmed down. If it continued to be extracted, his blood essence would probably be sucked dry, and he would directly become a dried corpse. After the extraction power disappeared, Xianxia's trembling immediately stopped. The true demon giant spirit's demonic aura surged, and its face kept changing. One moment, it was the face of an emperor, the next moment, it was the face of an ordinary person. However, its face was cold and expressionless. Then, it grabbed into the ring of stars and slowly pulled out a sword. The sword's shape was vague, as if it could not condense. The true demon giant spirit turned into the face of an ordinary person. It raised its left hand to form a seal, and a circle of golden light shone on its fingertip. The giant sword was immediately stabilized, and it slowly lifted up. There were 12 fortune wheels on it, and they spun rapidly, making a buzzing sound like the cry of thousands of birds. In the distance, Jing Qi's eyebrows suddenly twitched, and his heart trembled. An indescribable feeling spread throughout his body. That strange longsword gave him a strange feeling, and he was inexplicably in a trance. What's going on? He was alarmed. With his cultivation, it was impossible for such a situation to occur. The true demon giant spirit raised the sword and slashed down, shouting, "Amaluan treasure." Boom, the space seemed to tremble slightly, and the sea demon monkey's sea music suddenly froze. The vast power seemed to have been stopped, and it could not descend. Rumble. The sword's might pierced through, and the huge fortune wheels turned into light shadows and spun. The entire sea and sky were instantly cut in half, and the sea music also collapsed. The giant monkey stood there in a daze, and it was cut in half by the sword's power. Swoosh, there was a huge sword mark in space that stretched for thousands of kilometers, directly splitting the sea and sky in half. It was like two seas facing each other. The sword mark was pitch black, and it looked like a spatial rift that would not disappear for a long time. Sea water roared at the edge of the sword mark, and the flow of the entire sea was completely reversed. A large number of corpse fiend sect experts were also killed by this sword. They did not even understand what was going on before they died. Silence, an eerie silence. Other than the roar of the waves, it was like a ghost town. Hundreds of figures stood in the air, but there was no sound at all. Swoosh. The sea demon monkey that had been cut in half finally fell to the side, causing waves to splash. The giant turtle carrying the island suddenly shuddered. Many buildings in the unmovable returning forest collapsed, and the barrier was instantly destroyed. Then the turtle's corpse started to slowly sink towards the bottom of the sea. That sword had only slashed the side of the unmovable returning forest. It had not actually hit it, and yet it had caused such an effect. If it had hit it directly. Jing Qi's face became extremely pale. He didn't dare imagine what would have happened. That sword that should not have existed in the world just now had the power to cut the unmovable returning forest into dust. A shadow flashed behind him, and a jade coffin appeared at the side. It gave off a jade-green aura. The Mu family members immediately recovered, and their shock came wave after wave. They looked at Xianxia again in fear, and then their gazes landed on the jade coffin. they exclaimed with difficulty, divine fiend corpse Qi. Jingqi's expression was unusually serious. He stared at Li Yunxiao as if he was facing a great enemy. Formation light flashed continuously on the surface of the coffin. The true demon giant spirit turned into specks of devil essence after one move and dissipated into the sea. Li Yunxiao's face was as pale as paper. His body flickered with golden light as he stood on the sea. Pu had used up all of his power to slash just now. If it wasn't for Pu, he would not have been able to form the true body of a more Luobao. Right now, the after effects were very serious. He was completely out of power, and his dantian had traces of weak energy. His indestructible golden body also returned to normal after a few moments of daze. The clothes of the Mu family members were soaked in sweat. They looked in fear at the jade coffin. The divine fiend corpse Qi was very famous among the hidden families, but even so, the few of them thought about it and looked at Li Yunxiao, mumbling to themselves. No matter how powerful the corpse was, it couldn't have blocked that sword just now, right? The power of that sword had been deeply imprinted in each of their hearts, even into their bones. It could not be erased. To the people of Corpse Fiend sect, it was a nightmare. Many of their companions had been turned to dust before they could react. Even now, they didn't know how many people had died. None of my business. Li Yunxiao took a breath and said helplessly, that sea monkey hit me first, everyone saw it. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. He turned and started walking on the sea. He didn't even look back. Each step he took covered 100 meters. Jingqi's face was pale, his eyes filled with struggle. Just as the Mu family members thought, even the divine fiend corpse puppet could not withstand that earth-shattering sword. However, many experts sensed that Li Yunxiao's energy had been depleted to a low point. Jingqi struggled internally to decide whether to stop him or not. If he let him go, this person would become a great threat sooner or later. But if he tried to stop him, the divine fiend corpse puppet would most likely follow in the footsteps of the sea monkey if he could make one more sword move. Thud. Li Yunxiao's footsteps stopped, creating a circle of waves on the surface of the sea. He turned back slightly and snorted. What, you don't like it? Jingqi had just caught up to Qin Lai when he immediately stopped and became alert. He carried the jade coffin on his back horizontally. It was disproportionate to his figure. Humph, you want to leave after killing my sea devil monkey? Then what do you want? Jingqi stared at Qin Lai's eyes, his heart sinking. Through Li Yunxiao's eyes, what he saw was an ancient well without any ripples of emotion. This proved that the other's heart was without worry or fear. This was a display of extreme confidence. He didn't know where Li Yunxiao's confidence came from. But one thing was certain, the other was not afraid of another battle. At least leave your name. The expressions of the Corpse Fiend sect and the Mu family changed slightly, revealing looks of disappointment. Jingqi had clearly given in. This battle probably wouldn't happen. Mu Su and the others had serious expressions as they exchanged glances, trying to think of a way to escape. Li Yunxiao smiled slightly and said, "This young master's name is Li Yunxiao." Li Yunxiao, Jingqi murmured a few times and then said, "I will remember this name. Go." He was decisive. After making his decision, he turned and left, no longer paying attention to Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. While he was not afraid of another battle, Jingqi himself was a powerful practitioner who had transcended mortality and entered sainthood. On top of that, there was a divine fiend corpse puppet whose abilities were unknown, as well as many powerful practitioners of Corpse Fiend sect and countless other zombies. This would definitely be an extremely intense battle, and it would be difficult to predict the outcome. The other party was most likely afraid of his sword, which was why he was fearful. If he knew that he couldn't unleash that kind of sword strike again, he would have attacked without a second word. Li Yunxiao didn't dare to linger and said, "I will also remember the name Jingqi." His figure turned into lightning and disappeared into the sea in a flash. End of chapter 1702. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.